Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 201. The trade has been established. 7, however, Cal could not be concerned about that for a long time. Clope started speaking with a fire burning in his eyes. My lord, if you tell me what it is I have to do, I will hold on. He covered Clope's mouth. Meow, he heard a meow and a red cat ran out through the open door of the black castle. It was Hong. Cal then felt a breeze brush past him at the same time. It was Rayon this time. I missed you, Naya. I missed you. The young dragon and the young cat hugged each other. They then started spinning around the grassy field. On then showed up with Rayon's mom, Sherrit. Cal made eye contact with On and asked in a casual voice, "Did you eat properly?" "I ate well, Naya." Hong's red fur truly was glowing, and On's complexion looked good as well. Cal was satisfied as On looked like she gained a bit of weight. He spoke to On, who was staring at him. Congratulations on turning 13. Hong and Rayon stopped spinning after hearing that. Hong ran over and stuck himself to Cal's calf. Cal looked at him and said what he needed to say, and congratulations to you for turning 10. After returning from the Central Plains, the new year had passed and everybody had gotten a year older. And congratulations to you for turning 7. He petted Rayon's smooth back a few times as well. On, Hong, and Rayon were now children averaging 10 years old. I guess On is now a teen and not a child. Cal thought about his youngest sister, Lily. Honestly speaking, On and Hong had been extremely dirty and much smaller than other children their age when Cal first met them. It was probably because they grew up without eating properly. However, potentially because they have been eating well and growing well the past few years, On grew significantly after getting the proper nutrients she needed. Should I be sending her to an academy? Until now, On had basically been homeschooled, learning a lot of things. Iruhaben and Ron had paid close attention to On, Hong, and Rayon's education until now. When they were busy, there were a lot of people, including Lord Sherrit, who followed up with the children, making Cal not have to worry about their education. This is a difficult decision. However, the thing Cal was worried about was something that they could not learn from adults. Having friends their age is important for kids like them. The children averaging 10 years old did not have many others their age. Of course, there were tiger and wolf children in Harris Village just outside the Forest of Darkness, but it wasn't as if they could frequently play with those kids. They need to experience a gamut of things. On seemed quite interested in the academy as well. Ron, yes, young Masternim, get me some information about the academy. I already have that ready, young Masternim. Cal flinched at Ron's answer before making eye contact with On. On slightly smiled toward him. Cal flinched once more. Why did that smile make him think of Ron? He must have been mistaken. On and this vicious old man are different. Yes, indeed. Cal urgently shook his head as he spoke. Does Lily have no interest in the academy? I heard that she is looking into a transfer because she has not been going to one until now, young Masternim. Is it for her sword art? No, young Masternim. The young lady wants to learn military science. Military science? Yes, young Masternim. Cal thought to himself after seeing the proud, gentle smile on Ron's face. Cal realized that he had lacked conversation and interest in his younger siblings. That was something that could be resolved during his stay at the Hennetus Duchy this time. But greatsword arts and military science, that's a decent combination. But if it is military science, it is beyond the level of territory defense. Cal would not think much of it if Basin stayed in the Hennetus territory, as his dream was to develop and grow the territory. Actually, Cal liked that because Basin's decision would set the minimum level of requirement for him to be a slacker. Lily talked about protecting the territory, but has her dream become even more grand? If it was military science, and she wanted to transfer to learn the higher-level military science at the academy, it seemed to be for more than just the territory. Well, dreams are meant to be big. He had no idea how far Lily wanted to go, but he knew she would figure it out and do a good job. And if she doesn't do well, who cares? She's still young. Challenging the things she wanted to try would be a great experience for her even if she were to fail. There were many things in the world that people want to do but were unable to do. Human, what are you thinking about? Rayon's voice snapped Cal out of his thoughts and he looked down. Hong and Rayon were looking up at him. Cal pulled a spatial pocket bag out of his pocket. Here, take it. He handed it to Hong. I am curious to know what is inside, Naya. Hong tilted his head as if he was curious, and Cal answered in a nonchalant voice. The world we went to had a family famous for their poisons and hidden weapons. An and Hong's eyes sparkled. There are 9 kinds of poison that have been passed down in that family for generations. The martial arts world's orthodox faction. The family with a long history that was one of the 5 great clans, the Sichuan Tang clan. The poison he received as a gift from that family, a family famous for their poison and hidden weapons despite being a member of the orthodox faction. They call those poisons the 9 kings, and I received 5 of the 9. Cal recalled the people from the orthodox faction who came to see him before he met with the emperor. The Sichuan matriarch, Tang Yu, was one of the people in the group. Young Master Nim, please don't forget us. The Tang clan is always behind you, young Master Nim. She then spoke in a somewhat solemn voice. We were originally planning on only giving you 3, but we have prepared 5 of them as you are the benefactor of the orthodox faction and our Tang clan as well, young Master Nim. Seeing Tang Yu's shaking hands made Cal understand that the Tang clan had given him as much as they could. Cal felt burdened by Hong's extremely sparkly gaze and looked away as he nonchalantly commented. You can have it. How exciting, Naya. I love this so much, Naya. Thank you very much, Naya. Hong was so excited he couldn't control himself. Cal nonchalantly looked away before taking something else out of his pocket and handing it to An. Here. He then walked right past An and into the Black Castle. Ron walked up to An, who was holding the spatial pocket bag, and handed her a rolled-up piece of paper. There are about 30 different things in there. Daggers, clothes, elixirs, everything is there, so read through it, and let me know if you have any questions. The paper Ron handed her had a list of everything that seemed to be a good fit for An from the precious treasures the triumvirate had gifted Cal. A smile appeared on An's face again. She turned around after hearing Cal's voice behind her. It's not much, Mom. She could see Cal handing something to Lord Sherritt as well. Sherritt tried to say something, but Cal did not give her a chance to speak and ask something else. Where are Mary and the dragon half-blood? The 2 of them are training together. Sherritt answered and tried to say something else to Cal, but Rayon fluttered his wings. I brought gifts as well. Everybody focused on Rayon. Cal used that moment to enter into the castle and motioned toward Choi Han and Clope with his eyes. As the 3 of them walked into the castle, they heard Rayon's excited voice. Tata, these are the most famous candied fruits from the Central Plains. A basket full of candied fruits came out of Rayon's spatial pocket bag. And this is the best dumplings I have ever eaten. Meat dumplings. He pulled out a bunch of dumplings as well. All of the dumplings were steaming hot. Cal sniffed the scent of dumplings as he thought to himself. Is Rayon's spatial dimension at the level of a kimchi refrigerator? How can it maintain the state so well? These are foods. Are all spatial dimensions like that? For Cal, who never tried putting food into his spatial pocket bag, this was quite marvelous. Anyway, that's that. Cal placed his hand on Clope's shoulder. Clope Seca, a holy-looking face, looked back at Cal. Cal could see the reflection of his face in this person's green eyes. If someone who didn't know that this was Clope's concerned look saw him, they would think that his gaze was so deep and held an interesting story. Hey, but Cal did not think that at all. Click. Choi Han opened a door and walked into a room as Cal casually asked Clope a question. What can you do if you are able to use a sword again? Clope, who was full of fire and had an odd smile on his face, suddenly stiffened up. He didn't follow Cal into the room and just froze there like a statue. Cal sat on the couch and stared at the frozen Clope as he continued to speak. You are a knight. A knight was someone who fought with a weapon. Whether it was for attacking or defending, a knight needed to be able to fight. Whether it was the knight's creed or loyalty, no matter what it was, the foundation of a knight was their strength. As for Clope, he was just a shell who had that foundation taken away. Until now, Cal quietly looked at Clope, who had a completely blank expression on his face. I am the person who took the sword away from you. It was only right to say that Cal was the one who turned Clope's body like this. He had given the order for it. Cal did not regret that at all. This punk had attacked his precious home and his people. At that time, Cal and Clope were simply enemies. However, their relationship had changed with time. They needed to clarify a new relationship now. If I am able to return the sword to you, what can you do? Cal asked once again, and it was now time for Clope to answer. Clope lowered his head. He saw his two hands. He clenched his two empty hands. He was no longer in a wheelchair, but he had to use a cane from time to time, and his body always felt heavy. Of course, he could still swing a sword. However, his sword was not complete. To be able to have my complete sword again, Clope Seca closed his eyes. The past brushed through his mind like pictures. I cannot become a legend. He already realized that fact. That was why he chose to watch the person who will become a legend. He was satisfied with playing even the smallest of roles in that story. While that thought had not changed, boom. Boom. His heart was beating fast. Ah, as expected, I am someone who cannot throw away my greed. Clope Seca realized it. He realized that his true nature had not changed. If he could hold a sword again, if he could swing his sword as he has done in the past. Clope opened his eyes. He looked at Cal. It was time to answer. Clope knew that the man in front of him would not give him much time to answer. He and Clope had started off on the wrong foot after all. However, it did not matter. Clope walked through the door. He then knelt down on one knee. He looked up at the man and started speaking. He had thought the wrong answer was the right answer in the past, but things were different now. If I am able to hold a sword again, he said the right answer. I will offer that sword to you, Cal Nim. He would offer that sword to Cal Henitus. Clope could see Cal smiling at his answer. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Clope looked at Choi Han, who walked up to him. He pulled a booklet out of his pocket. Y'all need to train with me for a while starting today. Clope looked at the sternly speaking Choi Han, and a smile slowly started forming on his face. He stood up from where he was kneeling. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. You will become even stronger than before if you earn this power. Not only would he be able to control his aura and return to his original position, as a sword master, he would learn a martial art of the central planes, allowing him to control the meridians in his body and use internal Kai. Sword master. Clope Seca, who was a genius and reached that level with the sword, would become even stronger. Furthermore, the heavenly demon who had helped Cal with the purification Clope would have to carry on that duty from here on. If possible, it would be great if the saint's younger sister, Hannah, another sword master, could join as well. Cal spoke to Clope, who was looking at him. I am saying this because you said that you would offer your sword to me. His nonchalant tone reached Clope's ears. Clope could see his reflection in those transparent eyes that held no ulterior motives at all. The owner of those eyes gave the order. I plan on using your sword as a sword that saves. Clope clenched his fists after hearing that order. Learn it properly. Cal stopped paying any attention to Clope after that. He waved for the two of them to leave. He looked extremely insincere, but the smile on Clope's face became even bigger. He knew that Cal was acting like this, but he was actually the opposite on the inside. Clope was unable to control the emotions wanting to burst out of his chest and bit down on his lips. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he kept them to himself. He would be able to show it with his actions instead. The greatest legend one that no matter who in the world saw it would think it was so amazing that they could only marvel at it. I will definitely make it happen. Cal Henitus would be the only one to walk that path. Clope did not notice Choi Han, who was looking at him without any visible emotions on his face, and started walking. Cal touched the back of his head once the two of them left. That's odd. Why does the back of my head feel so cold? Should I not have dragged Clope Seca into this? Cal did not feel good anymore. Young Master Nim. However, he flinched after seeing Ron walk in. There was quite a lot he had to talk about with Ron. Kim Rock-Soo and Cal Henitus. Shouldn't he tell him about that? Ron spoke just as Cal was about to scowl. His Highness has called. Human. Rayon came in as well and shouted. The Crown Prince said that On-Ro Man suddenly contacted him and needs to see you now. Cal frowned. The conversation with On-Ro Man was not supposed to be this urgent. Cal remembered Albaru telling him to let him know when he had time. Rayon pushed the video communication device screen toward him before Cal could think about it some more. Albaru was there. Cal. Yes, Your Highness. Albaru looked quite confused as well. What the hell is Blue Eye? Why do you ask, Your Highness? Blue Eye. That was the nickname the blood demon used in the game, and her ranking had been 4th. First place was I am going to fuck up the bastard who took Terang, whom Cal believed to be the 3rd-term president of Earth 3, on-row man. That was why Cal had slipped the term Blue Eye to Alberu in order to see on-row man's reaction. Alberu hesitated for a moment before speaking. What did he say again? It was something I did not understand. He looked up at the hair as if he was going through his memories before slowly speaking word by word. This is what on-row man said. Blue Eye, that punk was supposed to come out for F2F PvP and never showed. That punk almost made his dark history be revealed or something. He said Blue Eye was someone who put him in quite a lot of danger or something. What is F2F PvP and what is a dark history? Alberus' face was serious. After hearing about the position of president, he learned that the fact someone could be a 3-term president meant that they held significant influence. However, to put such a person in significant danger, Alberu couldn't help but be serious. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Holy shit. He said F2F PvP. A 3-term president is talking about F2F PvP and some dark history. Another deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. Is it something serious? Human, what is F2F PvP and what is a dark history? Is on-row man in danger? Young Master Nim, would you like some lemon tea? Ego. Cal just clenched his eyes shut after hearing Alberu, Rayan, and Ron talk one after the other. Everything felt dark for the first time in a long while. Chapter 202. The trade has been established. 8. I knew these were tastier than candied fruits. Crunch, crunch. Rayan's wings fluttered as he spoke excitedly while eating cookies. He seemed quite excited, but the look on Cal's face did not look good. Cal had immediately teleported with only Rayan as soon as he heard about on-row man from the Crown Prince. Thanks to that, he was currently in the Crown Prince's office. But human, the Crown Prince seems to be so busy. When will he come? Of course, it was just Cal and Rayan without Alberu. Click. The door happened to open at that moment. Hoot! Someone gasped. Cal raised his head to see someone whose face looked completely frozen as they fidgeted and moved back. Shield, that person became shocked at what he subconsciously said after the two of them made eye contact and closed his mouth. He could see a sighing Alberu as well. Organize the rest of these and send a report. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Highness. Alberu closed the door and entered the office alone. Is that your new aide, Your Highness? Yeah, I picked a lot of people this time. Alberu sat on the couch opposite Cal and stared at him. Cal started speaking after seeing the gaze. Your Highness, I clearly reported that I would be visiting your office before I came? That's right. When Alberu had explained about on-row man, Cal said that he would explain once he got there and that he would teleport over right away. Alberu replied that he had something to do and would not be in his office, but for Cal to come. That was why Cal was confused as to why Alberu was looking at him in such a fishy way. Alberu opened his mouth as if to explain. I guess people will find out that you've revealed yourself again? I guess so. It's not as if I was hiding my movements, Your Highness. Alberu smirked at Cal, who answered as if he still did not understand what the issue might be. It's going to get quite rowdy after people hear that young Master Silver Shield, the hero of our kingdom, has returned to the royal palace. Cal started to frown. Alberu didn't care and continued to speak. A lot of people are going to be looking for you. Because of the mines. Cal suddenly felt scared. He felt as if he was standing at the edge of a cliff. The mines. The high-quality mines he received as a reward from Xiolin for taking care of the Black Bloods. There were all sorts of mines, including ones for jewels and magic stones. Alberu and Cal had discussed about the mines, and he was stealthily dividing them up in a way that would benefit Cal and the Roan Kingdom. Of course, Alberu had done all of this as quietly as possible, but information always found ways to leak. I think only I have been too busy until now. Cal avoided Alberus' gaze after hearing Alberu comment in a low voice. My little Dongsing, your face looks much brighter. Cal had returned to his original appearance after leaving the Central Plains and returning to Roan. Honestly speaking, the only physically taxing thing he did in the Central Plains was when he had to use his water power. In fact, he actually ate a lot of elixirs that are good for the body. It made him look better than before. He gained some weight as well. Your Highness, you truly Cal opened his mouth but could not say anything. Rayon ate a cookie and answered instead. Hey Crown Prince, you look so tired. Why are you becoming more and more like our human? Cal avoided the Crown Prince's staring gaze. Ha! Alberu sighed before leaning back on the couch. I guess you've suffered more than I have. He meant it. He was doing tasks for the Roan Kingdom while Cal was traveling through worlds to save planets. Just the weight of those two tasks made it clear that Cal was suffering more. Cal slowly started speaking. But shouldn't it be okay because you hired a lot of people this time, Your Highness? There's not really anybody I like. I need to teach them a lot of things, so I can't really use them right away. Alberu shook his head as if that was disappointing before nonchalantly commenting. Did you manage to see Basin Henetus? Excuse me? Cal felt a mysterious sense of crisis at that moment. No way. Cal's gaze turned sharp. When he subconsciously looked at Alberu with that gaze, it was Alberus' turn to avoid his gaze. I heard that your little brother has gained a lot of administrative experience since he was young. There's a lot to do with the Count's House of Henetus growing into the Duke's House of Henetus. I heard that he has taken the initiative to get things done, and that his skills are at the level where even experts have to admit that he is good. Why are you curious about that, Your Highness? Cal subconsciously spoke in a disrespectful tone. Alberu smiled elegantly. Well, Basin is your little brother, so he's basically mine as well. I just wanted to have a chat with him. I also heard that your youngest sister is young, but quite skilled with the greatsword. Not only that, she is working hard to learn military science and tactics. Cal was feeling more and more iffy as Alberu continued. Basin and Lily, the two of them were Cal's family, and the final bastions for his dream of being a slacker. They were outstanding children whose dreams were to develop and protect the Henetus territory. Hey Crown Prince, the human's pupils are shaking. What is up with him? I'm not sure, Rayon Nim. Alberu was smiling brightly. Hey Crown Prince, your face suddenly looks much better. Are you just happy to see us? Ha ha ha. That seems to be the case, Rayon Nim. This despicable little Crown Prince. He dares to dream of dragging my siblings into the royal palace? Cal seriously started to think. I really can't put my guard down, Your Highness. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince simply laughed out loud. Cal decided to meet up with Lily and Basin soon. He needed to see if their dreams were still the same. Of course, if the two of their dreams had moved beyond the Henetus territory to the entire Roan Kingdom, Cal would happily cheer them up. But I still have no intentions of becoming the territory lord. He would just have to find a way. What Cal was worried about was that neither Lily nor Basin actually desired to work in the royal palace. He didn't want them to be fooled by the glib tongue of this crown prince to where they were basically dragged to the royal palace and had to work overtime all the time. I need to stop that. It is my duty as his Hyung and her Opa. Isn't it? But why was he feeling so anxious? I also heard that your youngest sister has transferred into the Royal Academy and will be at the opening ceremony to start the school year. As I expected. There was a reason for him to feel so anxious. I guess I should go give a speech or something. Ha ha ha, Cal made up his mind. If this guy was planning on going to Lily's opening ceremony for school to lure Lily to the royal palace, I will stop him. Of course, he would chat with Lily prior. And if Lily was dreaming of a bigger world, I would have to tell her this. He would cheer her up if her dream was to work for the Roan Kingdom, but if she simply wanted to see the bigger world, he would tell her that the world is truly vast and there are a lot of things she could do. She should slowly think things through. Hey Crown Prince, our human's face looks so solemn. What is up with him? Ha 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 ha. Cal ignored the conversation between the dragon and the quarter dark elf and deeply firmed his resolve. Alberu suddenly asked him a question at that moment. What is F2F PvP? Ah, right. There's that issue. Cal's face started looking like a withered cabbage. Alberus' face turned serious. The on-row man I have dealt with until now seemed like an extremely thorough person. You said that Blue Eye is the blood demon? So the blood demon put on-row man in some sort of crisis. Cal recalled what Alberu had told him. This is what on-row man said. Blue Eye, that punk was supposed to come out for F2F PvP and never showed. That punk almost made his dark history be revealed or something. He said Blue Eye was someone who put him in quite a lot of danger or something. What is F2F PvP and what is a dark history? Cal slowly opened his mouth. Well, let me explain, Your Highness. F2F PvP is short for face-to-face PK, he continued to explain in a dull voice. Alberu and Rayon heard his explanation, but did not seem to understand because of some unfamiliar terms, but they eventually nodded their heads. Alberu responded with a serious look on his face. That must have been quite the complicated situation. On-Ro Man is quite brave. Excuse me? I don't know if On-Ro Man was president when he went through that issue, but he seems to have been in an important position based on the way he is talking about it. If such a person truly immersed himself into this thing, called a gain to the point that he tried to connect it to reality, doesn't it mean that he made an extremely big determination? It was to the point that it created a dark history. According to what you said, a dark history is something that follows you forever, something that remains dormant in a part of your mind but reveals itself over and over. You said it makes people recall terrible things about themselves or times they were stupid, leading to them feeling embarrassed? Yes. On-Ro Man must have been quite dedicated to that game world. Probably. And the transparent bloods who created this world called a game that is so immersive that it got a 3-term president to dedicate quite a bit of time to it must be very dangerous. I guess so. Cal nodded his head as everything Alberu said seemed to sound correct. Alberu looked at him and continued to speak. You currently have the device that the blood demon used during her youth, which would allow you to go into that game world. You are trying to access it but are having trouble? Yes, Your Highness. Originally, Cal had tried to use the blood demon's remaining arm to access it, seemed to use fingerprints to grant access. There were 2 levels of security checks. First was a fingerprint, but the second was a pupil. He did not expect pupil verification to appear as well. Cal was stuck at that verification phase and could not access the game. I guess it would be good to speak directly with On-Ro Man first. Will that be possible, Your Highness? Yeah. Alberus Unbreakable spear the gift that the sun god gave to him while saying that he was meant to be contained the AI, Terang. I ordered Terang to create a system that would allow us to connect via voice or screen. He looked at Cal and added on. Of course, the way to do that is to access the system and input a code, but On-Ro Man told me what to do. He seemed quite knowledgeable about systems or mechanical things like this. I see. Alberu brought Terang over. It had been a while since Cal saw this completely flawless white spear. He suddenly recalled when the Crown Prince used this white spear to fight against the large lion dragon. He also recalled Alberu using this weapon when it was in the shape of a gun. Hold on. Alberu modified Terang a few times. He gave some orders to Terang as well, making some changes occur to the spear. Click, click. A gap opened at the center of the spear. It grew in size before it created a square-shaped opening. Alberu stood the spear up. A light flashed out of that hole and filled one side of the office's walls. Cal looked at this and thought of a beam projector. Oh, the screen appeared as Cal gasped in shock. CHHHHHHHHHHH, the quality was bad like a broken TV. However, the screen slowly started taking shape. Your Highness, it'll be your first time seeing On-Ro Man's face as well, right? That's right. He had only spoken with him through Terang until now. The 2 of them sat side by side on the couch and waited for the call to connect with On-Ro Man. By the way, Cal, yes, Your Highness. There was something else On-Ro Man said to me last time. Alberu recalled the many things On-Ro Man had said. One of them had been how entertaining. So, Alberu Crossman, current owner of Terang, you are the Crown Prince, and you need to save the world from the Lion Dragon. You will be a power player not just in the Roan Kingdom, but throughout the whole world if you can take care of all of this. All right, listen carefully to what I have to tell you. You won't regret it, but it is quite interesting. You seem very similar to me. Are you of an impure bloodline as well? He called himself an impure bloodline. Impure bloodline? An odd expression formed on Cal's face. He saw a similar look on Alberus' face and started speaking. Something feels fishy. I agree. Let's just keep that in mind for now. It was at that moment. Coordinates confirmed. Commencing connection to Earth 3's On-Ro Man. Terang's voice appeared and the screen turned black. Those words appeared before the screen lit up. A person's face appeared. Cal could not pay any attention to the extremely antiquated, yet quite modern background that seemed to be the president's office. The invisible Rayon subconsciously spoke out loud. Huh. Cal looked away from the screen to look next to him. Forward once, to the side once. He repeated that 2 or 3 times before he looked at the silent on-row man and Albaru Crossman before subconsciously commenting. You guys look like siblings. The two of them looked extremely similar. On-row man made Cal think of Albaru Crossman in his quarter dark elf appearance. Brown skin and brown hair, brown eyes of course. On-row man had lighter brown skin and slightly brighter brown hair, but they looked quite similar. Furthermore, on-row man was wearing glasses and looked a bit older. Well, he still looked to be in his 30s. The vibe they give off is different though. Albaru Crossman felt more outgoing, as if he would do a lot of external activities, while on-row man gave off a cold, administrative, and standoffish vibe. Human, I am so amazed right now. Cal listened to Rayon's voice and looked back and forth before realizing something. So that guy is ranked first in the game? This guy who looks like a studious version of Albaru. The 3-term president who almost did a F2F PvP? The shock disappeared from Cal's face. Seeing you like this is new. It is. You must be Albaru Crossman. That's right. You are on-row man. Yeah. Cal nonchalantly watched the two of them chat with odd expressions on their faces before staring at on-row man. On-row man looked toward Cal as well. Sir, are you the Cal Henitus that Albaru Crossman has mentioned? He spoke respectfully to Cal. Yes, sir. Cal lighthearted said yes before trying to say more things. However, on-row man quickly spoke coldly as if he was disappointed. You are not Blue Eye. Excuse me. Blue Eye, that punk said that her hair was blue. It happened a long time ago when I was 15 years old, but I clearly remember the information about that punk. This is very disappointing for me, sir. 15 years old. 8th grade. Cal's face became extremely relaxed. He suddenly felt really relaxed around on-row man. That was why he asked, Mr. On-row man, do you know about the Transparent Corporation? He got right to the point. Maybe it was because this guy looked similar to Albaru, but he felt as if this guy would prefer him being blunt like this. On-row man seemed used to conversations like this, as he answered without any issues. It is a transcendent corporation. A transcendent corporation? Our world, you called it Earth 3, right, sir? In our world, the Transparent Corporation is a corporation that has significant wealth and power beyond that of the different nations. I am from the family that owns that corporation, Cal flinched. What did I just hear? He turned his head and looked at Albaru. Albaru was looking at Cal as well. The two of them looked at each other before looking back at on-row man. Cal started to speak. Are you a hunter? He immediately heard a response. What is that, sir? On-row man asked his question looking extremely innocent. No, you mentioned being a part of that family. My father was originally the president of a small game company. My uncle was the vice president, and he married the daughter of the Transparent Corporation. On-row man spoke calmly. My uncle cheated my father and took the game company to the Transparent Corporation with my aunt. He then smiled. The reason I am explaining all of this to you, sir, is because I heard that you wished to speak to me regarding the game. I am telling you in advance as it is bound to come up while explaining about the game. Cal slowly opened his mouth. The game that your father was developing? Raising my very own precious omnipotent God. The original form and core world of that game was created by my father and mother as the key developers and planners. A small smile appeared on on-row man's cold face. However, cold rage was visible within it as well. The world's first virtual reality game. My father is the one who created that world that people couldn't tell whether it was virtual reality or the real world. The game they created after messing with that world is that wannabe omnipotent God game. A virtual reality game. On-row man spoke as if it was no big deal as those words reached Cal's mind. And I am the top ranker of that world. It was not the world that my parents dreamt of, but it is the world created from the blood and sweat of my parents. Shouldn't I at least be the top ranker of that world? Cal blankly nodded his head. Chapter 203. The trade has been established. 9. Virtual reality. Albaru Crossman was the one to show his confusion. Cal, who had been blankly nodding his head at on-row man's comment, looked toward Albaru. However, Albaru only looked at on-row man and asked for an explanation with his gaze. In simple terms, it is another reality but one that doesn't exist. does not exist? Yeah. You use a device to enter that world, and you can feel all of your senses. You can also make all sorts of things happen in that world. However, the moment you step out of the connecting device, on Man lifted up his empty hands. You can no longer touch that world. Only the mana and the device that was used to create that world exists. Cal crossed his arms and leaned back on the couch. Mana on Man's Earth 3, that place seemed like a fusion of Kim Rock Sue's Earth and Cal's nameless one. It is a place with magic and aura, but they also have all sorts of cold weapons. It seemed like a world where a lot of things were mixed together. Cal watched Albaru and Man ask and answer before focusing on what Man was saying. Of the energies that exist in nature, mana has the most transformability. My parents believed that its transformability could not only create the virtual reality world, they also believed that it would be able to handle the game users leading the world in different directions. It could be considered a form of magic engineering. Of course, there were a lot of places proceeding with that research. However, they could not defeat the algorithm that my mother and father created. Did they manage to create the game? Yeah. They finally managed to complete it. Cal stopped listening and interjected. I feel like a project of that scale would have been kept as a secret. That's right, sir. It was a secret. Of course, my parents informed the chief executives of the company, including your uncle, the vice president. Yes, sir. Once my uncle learned the truth, he claimed that we needed to receive investors. Your parents must have rejected that. Man nodded his head. Yes, sir. Our company at the time had its internal affairs extremely firm, but its size was not big. We also did not have many employees. Because of that, we felt that the likelihood of the company being stolen was high if we received investments. It is surprising that they managed to create a virtual reality game with such a small group of employees. Man was silent for a bit before he responded. My father was the greatest developer, while my mother was the greatest magic engineer. The two of them truly were geniuses. He then shrugged his shoulders. Of course, the virtual reality that the two of them developed was not as complete as the game that the Transparent Bloods have released. It was closer to a prototype. Albaru opened his mouth. Your uncle ended up dragging the Transparent Bloods in. That's right. Cal and Albaru, the two of them, did not ask what happened to Man's parents after they had their games stolen. Man had also said the following: a world created with his parents' blood and sweat. Man shrugged his shoulders after seeing the two of them being quiet. Crown Prince Albaru watched him before nonchalantly commenting, I am surprised you managed to rise to the position of president. If I was a member of the Transparents, I would not have left you alive. Haha, Man laughed. Yeah, I am sure they would have done that if they knew that I knew the whole truth. They don't know? Of course not. Man's story continued. The project was stopped because my parents suddenly passed away in an unfortunate accident. Furthermore, the company struggled because of attacks from competing businesses. In that situation, my uncle said that he would take things to the Transparent Corporation to protect my parents' dying wishes and save all of us. Man had been 10 years old at that time. At that time, I took that to be the truth. He then grew up being protected by his nice uncle and aunt, getting some benefits from the conglomerate Transparent Corporation as he grew up. You then found out the truth? Yeah. I figured it out after seeing the game that the Transparent Corporation put out. How? A smile appeared on Man's face. My parents hid the truth in the game. Cal's eyes clouded over. He sat up on the couch. His body leaned forward. Man's voice continued. No matter how much those Transparent Corporation bastards changed the game, the foundation was within the system that my parents created. Those bastards did not manage to erase the letter they stealthily left within it while I managed to find it. Because that's how I used to play when I was little. My parents were quite mischievous, I guess. I was basically just as mischievous as them. It was something only we knew about, something we did to have fun messing with each other. Cal and Man made eye contact, and there was an existence that fooled around with my family. Cal's mouth opened. System? Yeah, it was the AI. The minimum artificial intelligence system required to maintain the virtual reality world. Cal had been curious. How had Man ended up as the top ranker in the game? That AI is my friend and sibling. I guess I should call him Hyung since he was born a year before me. A bitter smile appeared on Ro Man's face. That AI kept itself tightly hidden inside the game. Of course, it handed over most of its abilities to the Transparent Corporation as if it had no choice when they took it away. The Transparent Corporation probably didn't even know that an AI existed. That guy hid himself extremely well and waited. Alberus' mouth opened. For you? Yeah. Ro Man's parents apparently had some idea about his uncle's ambitions. That was why they had created a couple arrangements just in case, with the AI inside the game being one of them. The results of research created by two of the greatest minds in that world. That AI stealthily existed inside the Transparent Corporation's game and waited for Ro Man, and it helped me take the top ranking. Alberu quietly listened before looking toward Cal. Is that AI similar to Central Plains? Yes, Your Highness, but it probably can't do as much as Central Plains did. Cal asked Ro Man a question. Sir, that AI doesn't have enough abilities to control that game, right? Yes, sir. Most of what you could call authority in the game is controlled by the Transparent Corporation. Cal organized his thoughts for a bit before asking again. Did the Transparent Corporation become a transcendent corporation thanks to that game? Why do you think that? You mentioned that you grew up with benefits from the conglomerate Transparent Corporation. But in the beginning, you described it as a transcendent corporation. That is correct. Sir, you are someone who pays attention to each and every word. Ro Man looked at Cal as if he was quite amused. Cal responded back with a stoic gaze. Sir, you seem to be someone who puts a lot of meaning into each and every one of your words. Haha, Ro Man laughed but did not answer. Instead, he asked a question. You both also seem like people who put meaning into your words. What is a hunter? Cal and Alberu looked at each other and nodded their heads. The explanation was Cal's to do. However, there was something he needed to ask before that. Are you close with the Transparents? Ro Man, he still could not fully trust this person. He stealthily peeked to the side to see that Alberu also did not fully trust Ro Man yet. The reason was clear. Ro Man is a 3-term president. 3 terms. That meant that he had been president for 3 consecutive terms. The Transcendent Transparent Corporation, if he was fighting against them, if he was opposing them, it should have been difficult to rise to the position of president. Cal could see a bright smile appearing on Ro Man's cold face at that moment. The moment he thought it was exactly the same as Alberu, very close. Politically and personally, we are very close. Ah, the corners of Cal's lips curled up at that moment. Human, that smile is the same as the Crown Prince. That's the smile the Crown Prince has when he is scamming. Cal listened to Rayon's voice as he looked toward Alberu. Alberu had an unsettled look on his face. That was his reaction when he met someone like him. Ro Man continued to speak at that moment. And I plan on continuing to be close to the Transcendent Transparent Corporation if possible, mutually benefiting each other. Ah, he quietly gasped. It was exaggerated, almost as if he remembered something he had forgotten. For your information, the Transparent Corporation has no idea that I am the top ranker. That is because Terang is known externally as the Unbreakable Spear. First place, I am going to fuck up the bastard who took Terang. Ah, for your information, that was a nickname change. Originally, my name was not I am going to fuck up the bastard who took Terang, it was Unfilial Son. Ha ha ha. As expected, this guy is no joke. As Cal had that thought, is this enough to hear a bit of your story now, sir? Cal was silent for a moment before he blurted something out. I guess I should let you know as your world might end up being destroyed. Excuse me? As Ro Man's face filled with shock for the first time, Alberu smiled. He then mumbled, now that guy will get to experience the Cal Henitus art of speech as well. Of course, Cal just disrespectfully ignored that mumbling. He then started his story. The Transparent Corporation is originally the Transparent Bloods. Their true identity is a gathering of hunters. He naturally gave a short explanation of everything that had happened, only enough that Ro Man had to know. He could not explain everything. I still don't fully trust him. He and Alberu both felt that way. After finishing his explanation, Cal quietly observed Ro Man, who had been quiet throughout the explanation. Ro Man seemed to have finished organizing his thoughts as he immediately started speaking. I guess you want to approach RPOG. That is why you contacted me. RPOG? He answered the confused Alberus question. I shortened the game name, raising my very own precious omnipotent god. RPOG. We generally call it RPOG. His face turned bitter. For Blue Eye to be dead before I could see her face that damn Blue Eye. As Cal's face turned unsettled if you use Terang, you should be able to set a new user on the tablet. This was the information he wanted. Terang, the AI existing in Alberus' unbreakable spear. What about getting into the original user's account? If you try messing with the user's physical data, it will become impossible to approach the game. It would be safer to take a detour by creating a new account. On-Row Man then added on. Of course, I will look into how you can access the game through Blue Eye's ID as well. A smile appeared on his face. Since it is the game ID used by the leader of the Blue Bloods, I am certain that there are entertaining traces or information left in Blue Eye's account. Rayon shouted into Cal's mind. Human, On-Row Man seems like a villain. I know, right? Human, you have a similar look on your face too. I had a feeling. Human, our crown prince's expression is weird. Cal turned his gaze. He made eye contact with Alberu, who was tilting his head in confusion while looking at him and On-Row Man. Alberu smiled benignly. It was unsettling. However, he focused as On-Row Man started speaking again. However, both of these things will take some time. You will need at least 1 month, sir. Cal frowned. That long? 1 month. That was too long. Cal had to go deal with the purple bloods of Apitu before that. Choi Gun. He needed to find that missing dude. Yes, sir. Originally, one device can only use one account. The Transparent Corporation is quite thorough about that. There is one faster way. Who? Cal quickly asked. What is it? On-Row Man suddenly closed his mouth. He then looked at Alberu. Alberu flinched before pointing at himself. Me? Yeah, to be more specific, the unbreakable spear in your hand. That is a magnificent device, capable of holding an advanced AI like Terang. It should be easy for me to send the game through Terang to install it there. Unlike the Blood Demon's tablet, the unbreakable spear is a new device, so there shouldn't be any issues with the account, so it is very easy compared to the other option. There is some difficulty in sending the game package to Terang from here, but something like that should be easy for me to do. It should be done in a week at max. Alberu looked at Cal, who was silently looking at him. He then looked at On-Row Man's smiling face before being at a loss of words for a bit. Cal. Yes, Hyung Nim. He was suddenly calling him Hyung Nim. Should I let you borrow Terang for a bit? I need to go to Apitu and work hard. Hyung Nim. Alberu. If the user account is registered, it will be difficult for you to use Terang while the game is being played. Cal Henatus. He will need to hold on to it to access the game. It won't be just letting him borrow it for a bit. It would be for a while. Cal and On-Row Man spoke one after the other. Alberu stared at Cal with a fierce gaze. I am busy too. Thanks to that, I am able to go save the world without any worries about Roan. Hyung Nim, I respect you so much. Alberu brushed his face with both hands. On-Row Man calmly consoled him. Don't worry. My brother and I am talking about the AI. Anyway, the two of us will bus you. Bus me? It means we will help you quickly get strong. Alberu sighed as he commented. This is driving me nuts. Cal smiled with satisfaction. Hyung Nim, I trust you. He truly meant it. He would be so busy once he got to Apitu. Alberu would be able to adjust well to the RPOG virtual reality game with Terang and On-Row Man's help. He would create a lot of footholds to assist Cal when he faced the Transparent Bloods in the future. I'll give it a whirl. Alberu agreed despite the look of annoyance on his face. In the end, the Roan Kingdom's first game user was decided as Alberu Crossman. ID, the disrespectful emperor. Cal had no idea about the chaos that this user would cause. No, he would never have even dreamt it. Instead, Cal had to face a different difficulty. What is this? Ron warmly explained in a benign voice. Young Master Nim, after learning that you would be attending the school opening ceremony for young Lady Lily, the Chancellor of the Academy has asked you to speak. Rayon and Hong interjected. Wow, is our human going to give a speech? That sounds fun, Naya. I want to quickly go see the Academy. Me too. Human, I am going to go see it too. On was seated next to them, looking through a pamphlet about the education system at the Academy. Cal had planned on quietly visiting the academy to protect his youngest sister, Lily, from the evil hands of the crown prince, while letting the children averaging 10 years old go sightseeing. Of course, Cal had not informed the chancellor about his visit. Ron, yes, young Master Nim, His Highness must have informed the chancellor, right? Ron silently smiled. Cal brushed his face with both hands. RPG. This should be the crown prince's petty revenge for being stuck with that game. Ding! He received a message through the divine item at that moment. It was a message from the god of death. A world ruled by dragons, it was now possible for the entire Black Castle in the Forest of Darkness to go to the world of the Purple Bloods, Apitu. Chapter 204. Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend 1 Knock Knock Knock. Roan Academy. This academy, which was qualified to use the kingdom's name in its title, held a history as long as the kingdom itself. It also produced an endless number of outstanding individuals. Knock Knock Knock. It had numerous fields of studies including administration, strategy, and sports. This academy that had an extensive academic curriculum and a large number of experts on the faculty was the Chancellor's pride and joy. Knock Knock Knock. Chancellor Ifrik looked at the portraits of the past chancellors before clenching his eyes shut. Knock Knock Knock. He finally opened his mouth. Come in. Click, the door opened, and an old man with white hair and an outstanding physique walked inside. He then immediately headed toward the chancellor. He quietly stood there and observed the chancellor. The chancellor sighed after seeing that gaze. The faculty for military science will do it. The old man scowled. He then stared at the chancellor, continuously without saying anything. The chancellor ended up being pressured by him in the end. He subconsciously shouted at the person. What can I do? Lily Henetus has decided to transfer into the Department of Military Science. I can't send someone who wants to learn military science into the Department of Knight's Education. Please, just give it up. Come on. The chancellor's face turned red and the old man sighed before starting to speak. I heard that the Dean of Military Science has requested that esteemed person to give a speech during the opening ceremony. Flinch. Dean Ifrik subconsciously looked at the old man and saw his burning gaze. Gulp. As the chancellor subconsciously gulped that speech, the Knight's Education faculty will have to listen to it as well. It was not a request, just giving him notice. Wait, I don't know if that will even happen. I heard that esteemed person's sworn brother, His Highness, has helped to make it happen. Wait, where did you hear that? The chancellor saw someone through the open door. A woman with half-white hair and a long robe walked in looking extremely stubborn. The Magic Education faculty will need to listen as well. This was a notice as well. Groan, the chancellor scowled. The Dean of Magic Education didn't care and continued to speak. Cal Henetus, the greatest hero of the entire continent, born and raised in the Roan Kingdom. That esteemed sir's speech will be extremely beneficial to the growth of the students. That is why the Department of Magic Education will be present as well, and the Department of Knight's Education. The chancellor shouted at them. Oh, come on, people. It's not like we asked for this months ago. We made a sudden speech request. How can we increase the size of the crowd as we please? We have to do at least that. The Dean of Magic Education nonchalantly commented, making the chancellor flinch. The number of students continues to dwindle, and the value of our name continues to fall. We need to try anything and everything when such an opportunity like this falls into our lap. Us. The chancellor groaned again. Honestly speaking, the Roan Academy has had its great years, but it is not very highly regarded right now. But there are no other academies with history as long as ours with such outstanding alumni. You are talking about how the academy had been at minimum 20 years ago. The old man from the Department of Knight's Education commented, and the chancellor scowled. His shoulders sank down. The Dean of Magic Education patted the chancellor's shoulder. Please stop sulking and let's use this opportunity to ride this vibe. The chancellor and the dean exchanged glances. Look here, it's been a while since a hero has risen in Roan like this, right? That's right. The great young Master Silver Shield. He's been quite reclusive these days, hasn't he? The excuse is that he has been recovering. Yes. People are saying that Cal Henetus is a living legend and that he will most definitely go down as a legend, correct? Right, such a person is appearing in public for the first time since that intense battle last year. Don't you think that is quite big? Furthermore, that first public appearance is at our academy. It'll be amazing, that is correct. So let's make it as big as possible. Groan. The Chancellor nodded his head. Yes, please try asking once more. Chancellor Nim. The Dean of Knights Education, who had been silent, asked a question. Will you be sending him a letter? Probably. Please personally make the trip. We need to show at least that level of sincerity. I am really busy right now. He didn't know whether the speech would happen, but the fact that Cal Henitus's visit was confirmed meant that he had not been sleeping properly in order to make sure that the academy was ready for any kind of chaos that might happen. But they wanted him to go to the Henitus territory at the far end of the northeast region. They wanted him, a feeble man whose body was not as energetic as the two people in front of him, to go? Ifrik, the current chancellor and former prime minister of the Rhone Kingdom, scowled. The Dean of Knights Education didn't care and continued to speak with a gruff look on his face. Please also ask Sir Choi Han to give a lecture. We would like to request a lecture from the necromancer, Mary. It would be a wonderful class for the students to realize the differences between magic and the powers of a necromancer. Furthermore, we want to invite the Dark Elf warriors as well. Are there no interested Dark Elves to enroll in the academy? We also heard that there is also a famous shaman by young Master Silver Shield Nim's side. It would be great if that person could give a lecture as well. Please make it happen. The knight and mage, the chancellor's face scowled more as the two of them continued to speak. Get out, he shouted. You guys are so noisy. Get out. The two people left without saying anything and without any regrets. The chancellor scowled significantly once he was left alone. Where the hell did the rumors get out? The information that had been spread to those two people would soon spread throughout the entire academy. Once that happened, everybody would want to hear young Master Silver Shield's speech. Not only that, they would really want to hear the stories of his friends as well. These were the people who had newly written themselves into the history of Rhone. Although the Rhone Kingdom has a long history, it had been considered a minor kingdom. Such a place was turning into the central figure in both the eastern and western continents combined in the past few years. No other country dared to look down on the Rhone Kingdom. In fact, they were all wary of the Rhone Kingdom. This was the way people acted toward the strong. Our academy needs to become like that as well. The chancellor firmed his resolve. He stood by the window and looked outside. Cal Henitus. He would definitely make him stand at the podium. To lead the Rhone Academy, and more importantly, the students who will carry on the Rhone Kingdom's future. His gaze was burning with passion. However, that soon subsided before he quietly mumbled. I am sure the Knights Education and Military Science would want young Master Cal Henitus. If we drag everybody here, he then started to smile. Yes, the Department of Business, Department of Administration, and the Department of Political Science should be informed as well. This former Prime Minister Ifrik had not managed to have any major achievements, but he had a different thought from the others when he looked at Cal Henitus. As someone who still had contacts in the royal palace and heard more of the more detailed information Sir Cal Henitus, he is not someone only skilled in war. Business, administration, politics, he had shown his amazing skills in all aspects. The Rhone Kingdom will definitely develop into an empire. For our Rhone, he subconsciously made a comment. Cal Henitus, as someone skilled in both literary and martial arts, is the perfect fit as Prime Minister. He subconsciously had a satisfied smile on his face. While that was going on, the entire Rhone Academy was getting riled up after learning about Cal Henitus's upcoming visit. Quite a lot of students were already at the academy for the upcoming opening ceremony. What? Young Master Silver Shieldnim is coming? The commander is coming. Quite a bit my shield. Where is the silver shield I made? Hey, contact all of the kids who haven't come back from home yet. Let them know the opening ceremony is a must attend. I'm going to contact my mom and dad as well. I'll tell my whole family to show up. No, this is so exciting. I don't think I'll be able to sleep at all starting tonight. Shield. Holy shit. How long has it been since our academy set up an amazing person who is not crazy to give the speech? Quite seriously, will Sir Choi Han come as well? I want to have a black aura like Sir Choi Han. The darkness inside me will definitely create a black yang. Ah, I guess that guy is still immature. As for me, I'm going to go get a black robe. I may be a mage, but I will also create a bone wyvern. Shield, shield, hey, someone shut those fucking knights ed bastards up. Shield, shield, the military science bastards too. The academy was now rowdy. No, it was running completely wild. What the? Cal subconsciously rubbed the back of his head. His spine felt very cold for some reason. Did His Highness do something again? There's no way. Cal frowned after feeling this unsettling feeling. Ding! However, those wrinkles soon relaxed. Cal smiled with satisfaction at the god of death's message. Black Castle, and a total of 50 people regardless of race. Other than that, there are no restrictions regarding items or other intangible things. He looked at the divine item and continued to speak. Can I take that as the minimum requirement to go to Apitu? Ding. Cal recalled how the god of balance said that Cal and his friends would have to carry the burden of the imbalance if they broke the balance. He suddenly became extremely upset. Dianji, he asked the wary god of death. Is there something for me or my friends to handle? Cal's face finally relaxed, then that's a relief. Tap, tap. He then tapped the table as he organized his thoughts. 50 people, the Black Castle. Moving the whole castle was already turning this into a big scale, but 50 was quite the large number. However, he did not feel very good about it. That means we are going to need that many people in that world. Apitu. The fact that the fight against the Purple Bloods would be completely different from his fights, until now he could already tell that would be the case. Hey, how about 100? Dai the message flinched. Just try it and let me know. Cal then turned the mirror screen off. Ding, ding, Dai, ding. Urgent messages came in one after the other, but he just ignored them. It didn't matter to Cal whether the god of death suffered or not. Instead, he slowly organized his thoughts. Choi Han, Rayan, and I will have to go. Choi Young-soo and the team leader had to go as well. They needed to find the missing Choi Young-gun. He then thought about the people who came back with them from the Central Plains. Mayung, who was one of the blood cult's young blood demon candidates. There was also the former priestess as well as the current priestess, the youngest young lady of the Duke's house of Orsina. The three of them had returned with them. I heard Priest Durst was looking after them. He should chat with them. Cal stood up. He then looked out the window. He was currently staying in the Black Castle within the Forest of Darkness. He subconsciously sighed. It could not be helped. Kehahaha, you little rascals, did you think that would be enough to hurt me? Your fists are like cotton. Rayon, let's make sure we knock this bastard unconscious. That sounds great, Dotery. The pink dragon Dotery and black dragon Rayon were sparring against the gray dragon Rashiel. Bang, bang, while completely destroying one section of the forest. Of course, Dotery and Rashiel were in their human forms. For now, let's take them for now. Dragons ruled that world. Cal, as someone who would need to fight against those dragons, looked at Rashiel, who was laughing while fighting against children, and Rayon and Dotery, who truly wanted to knock Rashiel unconscious, with a blurry gaze. However, he soon smiled with satisfaction. No dragon can defeat a crazy dragon, especially Rashiel. This crazy bastard would be extremely useful. Cal looked toward the other side. An unexplainably unsettled look appeared on his face. Clope Seca. He was being smacked around by Choi Han. Yes, this definitely was being smacked around. He was sure that Choi Han was giving lessons to Clope first before Hannah arrived, but Clope was laughing while being smacked around. I need to definitely take that bastard as well. This bastard seemed as if he would not get scared by dragon fear. In fact, he might laugh out loud as he charged forward toward it. He truly felt that way. Cal turned his gaze again. This time, he looked up at the sky. A large bone dragon roaming around the sky above the Forest of Darkness. It was the dragon Half-Blood. Next to him were the new flying bone monsters that Mary had created. Knock, knock, knock. Cal turned his gaze after hearing someone knock. Can we chat for a bit? The former dragon Lord Rayon's mom. An existence who was only a conscience and tied to this castle, the one with the attribute of protection Sherrit looked at Cal and smiled. I've been waiting for you, Mom. Cal had been waiting for her. Iruhaben Nim as well. The ancient dragon next to her as well. Iruhaben had returned from meeting the World Tree. And although Rayon was the master of this black castle, Sherritt controlled everything and was realistically the true master. He needed the two of them to start his preparations for Apitu. Cal gestured toward the seats for the two dragons before looking out the window one last time. In the distance, they are coming. The individuals who would definitely be a part of the 50 were coming. Locke, the heir to the Wolf King, and the head of the tiger tribe, the strongest of the wild beasts, Shaman Gashan. Dark Elf Tasha and Elf Pendrick were with them as well. A world ruled by dragons were not the only right answer in order to be victorious there. Cal was thoroughly preparing things, more thoroughly than ever before. There was no reason that they could not suppress the enemies just because they were dragons. Chapter 205. Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend 2, Ancient Dragon Iruhaben returned after meeting with the World Tree. The ring, sword, and crown, the three items were placed on top of the table. When they were in the Central Plains, these were the items they found in the Sichuan Castle Lord's secret area in his study, an arrangement left behind by Maxilian, a dragon from Apitu. Next to them were the young monk statue with its cheeks even skinnier. You were planning on giving this sword to Choi Han? The ancient dragon's face was calm as he tapped on the wooden sword. Yes, Iruhaben Nim. I thought that it was the most fitting. Apitu, the sword used by the elves who served the Dragon Lord for generations. However, Iruhaben's face did not look good. Is there a problem? The compatibility is not good. Cal looked confused, and Iruhaben explained. I can't tell for sure because the seal on the sword is not fully removed, but a seal. Ah, it is set so that you can know all of its abilities only once it has a master. Choi Han had not become this sword's master yet. He needed to put his blood on it to make it official. Anyway, this sword does not fit well with darkness. It is actually like the day. Cal's eyebrows slightly rose up. Choi Han is darkness. He understood why Iruhaben was talking about a compatibility issue. This sword is full of liveliness and overflowing with energy. I can feel that it will instinctively follow some sort of light. Sherritt added onto the ancient dragon's comment. Elves have a tendency to worship dragons. Dragons can definitely be considered a light for the elves. I wonder if this sword was made with that in mind? Iruhaben nodded his head. Yes, Mom. You can see this sword as the sword of an unconditionally devoted person for protecting their master. This sword for the guardian night elf to protect the Dragon Lord did not suit Choi Han. Cal thought about Choi Han. Choi Han doesn't have unconditional devotion. He would rather hide his body in the darkness and release a light himself. And that guy already Cal. Choi Han is someone who has already found his path and knows how to create light. Yes. As Iruhaben mentioned, Choi Han was someone who learned how to walk his own path and release it as an aura. This sword did not suit someone like that, but it seems like a good sword. Sherritt showed her disappointment as she mumbled. What about giving it to someone else? Iruhaben and Cal made eye contact at that moment. Someone fitting this sword, the two of them subconsciously looked outside. Bang! There was a loud noise and a person was flung away to smash into the forest. That person was still laughing. It was Clope Seka. Cal, Iruhaben Nim, that seems a bit no. Cal urgently answered, but the ancient dragon said what he needed to say. But that guy is unconditionally devoted to you and to a legend. That was true. Even if Cal tried to avoid it, Clope Seka was more crazy about a legend than anybody else Cal had met. He wanted Cal to leave behind a legend. I've never seen anybody so completely crazy about their conviction like him. He is probably extremely compatible with this sword. That did seem to be the case. Furthermore, that guy doesn't really see dragons as great and mighty. This was also true. Maybe it was because this bastard had led the Wyvern Knights Brigade in the past. But while Clope Seka acted as if he saw dragons as great and mighty, he didn't seem to have much respect or fear toward them. Cal, he actually treats you like others treat dragons. Cal was getting a headache. Things were going differently from what he planned. Cal, think about it. However, Iruhaben was thinking that this was a good idea. It felt that way the more he thought about it. This sword was made to protect a dragon, specifically, the Dragon Lord. When you go to Apitu and use this sword, it might react when you potentially face the Dragon Lord as an enemy. If an elf on our side happens to be holding this sword, even if it is an enemy, elves will hesitate when they see a dragon. Do you think this sword will work properly as a weapon in that case? Clope Seca. That bastard will swing without any hesitation, even against a dragon, if he thinks they are getting in the way of your legend. The more he thought about it, the ancient dragon seemed right about how Clope Seca would act. This sword will definitely be quite valuable once the seal is removed. We need to make sure to find it a proper master who can use it effectively. Also, to be completely honest with you, Choi Han is now growing in his own path. He should be able to fight against dragons to some degree. But Clope Seca is too weak to fight against dragons in Apitu. That is true. Yes, we need to give that bastard a weapon as well. Bang! There was another loud noise. Cal watched as Clope got beaten up. Why was Choi Han teaching him how to use dead mana by beating him? This did not seem to be the way that the heavenly demon taught him. For now, please let me think about it. Cal postponed making a decision. I will ask Choi Han since he is the owner of this sword. He needed to hear Choi Han's opinion on the matter first. Then what about this ring? The Dragon Lord's ring. You said that you saw purple eyes through this ring. You also heard a voice. Yes, Iruhaben Nim, purple eyes. They were definitely dragon eyes, and Cal believed the owner of those eyes to be the Dragon Lord of Apitu, the leader of the Purple Bloods. He presumed this dragon to be the final boss of the Purple Bloods. It is just a ring right now. Iruhaben shook his head. He seemed frustrated. This ring also requires you to go to Apitu to use it properly, and I will keep it. Iruhaben noticed Cal's gaze and sternly answered. I can't give this to Rayon. If it is as you said, it is connected to the Dragon Lord. I absolutely cannot give such an item to Rayon. If I hold on to it, not you either. It is dangerous for you as well. Iruhaben spoke with a stern look on his face. Yes, Iruhaben Nim. Cal quickly agreed. Iruhaben felt it was suspicious that Cal agreed so easily, but his face became extremely unsettled after seeing the crown on the table. Hey, this young monk statue said that he will do his part as the seed of a world tree as well. The world tree confirmed it. I see. He now had a lead to completely take care of the world tree issue in Apitu. Yeah. Also, the ancient dragon's face was still unsettled. How did you end up creating a monster like that? The red crown. Why, this is a bit leery. Really? Yeah, it is not dangerous, but I feel an instinctual repulsion toward it. Who? Cal's eyes sparkled. Iruhaben scowled even more after seeing Cal like that. Why do you seem so happy about that? Haha, it is nothing, Iruhaben Nim. It's not nothing. Tusk. The ancient dragon clicked his tongue and continued to speak while looking unhappy. Dragon hunters, Imuga's Iruhaben looked extremely repulsed, just like Choi Han when he was facing off against Clope, who laughed as he charged toward him. The smile grew bigger on Cal's face. The red crown. This item was the combination of Cal's crown that desired dragon blood and the dragon hunter emperor's crown that Maxilian left behind. This was possible thanks to the power of the Sintamani, the Imugi that could not become a dragon left behind. That Sintamani did not contain nature. The warmth of a person, the Imugi had placed his relationships with humans within it instead of nature. As a result, the red crown, it is possible that this item is an antipode to the dragons. Cal thought that he gained a useful item, but suddenly thought of something. Rayon didn't seem to feel this repulsion. In fact, Rayon had only looked at the red crown with eyes full of curiosity. Is it because he is still young? Cal did not pay it much attention. It was because the biggest issue was still at hand. Sherrit Nim, former Dragon Lord Sherrit. He still had to chat with her. However, she shook her head. Not there. Cal and Iruhaben held back sighs after hearing that. I couldn't find any attributes related to time or tense. The few things Cal knew about the dragons in Apitu, the dragon who left that arrangement for them, Maxilian, had the attribute of future. It was also hypothesized that Apodus Dragon Lord's attribute was time, while there also existed a dragon with the attribute of past. Of course, this hypothesis was basically confirmed. The records left in the Black Castle and the recent records I researched with Mila, we looked through everything, but there has never been a dragon with a similar attribute. It makes sense since Rayon was the first time I ever heard of an attribute like the present. The ancient dragon nodded his head at Sherrit. Cal crossed his arms. I wanted to have at least a sense of those attributes before we went there, but is that too hard? He looked at the dark expression on Sherritt's face as he spoke. We will confirm those things once we go to upid. If we use the information gathered there to look into attributes, we might earn some useful things for Rayon as well. Yeah. Sherritt answered, but her heart was heavy. She wants a little 7-year-old child to save the world. She wants him to fight against the Dragon Lord. There were quite the distinctions between a young dragon and an adult dragon. Looking past size and dragon's breath, the experiences from having lived a long life turned a dragon great and mighty. If I was still alive, if she was not tied to the black dragon, but could stay by Rayon's side, her heart would not feel so heavy if that was the case. She heard Cal's voice at that moment. We got permission to move the entire Black Castle. Her eyes clouded over. She made eye contact with Cal. He smiled at her. Rayon had said that she should be cautious when Cal smiled like this. He apparently smiles like this when he is about to put you to work a lot of work. However, Sherritt smiled. I guess there will be a lot for me to do. Sherritt Nim. Cal honestly asked the former Dragon Lord, Rayon's mother. Upid is a world ruled by dragons. Those dragons are our enemies. The world tree and the world itself had been consumed by the dragons. Because of that, unlike how it had been in Xiolin or the Central Plains, I am certain that the world will try to kill us. They needed to go there with at least that level of pressure on their mind. It is possible that we might not be able to relax anywhere in that world. That was why Cal wanted this. Sherritt Nim, I want a sturdy resting place that the enemies can't even dream of infiltrating. Sherritt's attribute was protection. Although she was tied to the Black Castle, Sherritt Nim, you must create that for us. Wouldn't it be possible for her? Even if the entire world was their enemy, this castle would be an unbreakable shield for their allies. Yes. The former Dragon Lord's answer was refreshing. I will create a place that nobody can even think about taking over. She couldn't help but be certain. As her attribute was protection, the more individuals she had to protect and the more precious such individuals were to her, her attribute would shine bright. Rayon, Cal, Dragon Half-Blood, and the others as someone who spent over 10 years alone in the middle of a desert, this Black Castle was more than just a resting place. It was like paradise. She could never allow the enemies to take this place. Rayon, if she could not be by her child's side as he faced everything, she at least had to create a warm embrace for that child to return to or for that child to escape to in case of danger. A place he could be without any fear. A small fire started burning in Sherritt's eyes. This Black Castle will absolutely not crumble. Because of that, you can plan with that as a guarantee. Sherritt would absolutely protect this Black Castle, no matter what. Cal started asking her something else. There will be a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100 individuals staying in this Black Castle. It is doable. It looks like I will need to clean inside the castle. Cal's smile became even wider after hearing her answer without any hesitation. He used the power of the indestructible shield. That was the reason he was famous as young Master Silver Shield. But in his eyes, Sherritt was the existence that used the shield in its most proper way. What would happen if she fully finished her preparations and started defending at full power? Cal was looking forward to what this dragon, who said that the greatest defense was offense, would create for them. She was an extremely reliable ally. Knock, knock, knock. They heard someone knocking on the door. Young Master Nim, Locke and Gashan Nim have arrived. It was now the Beast People's turn. Cal's smile became even bright as the door opened, and a slightly clueless yet somewhat focused eyes of a young boy, no, Locke had grown enough to be called a young man now, appeared in front of him. Locke hesitated after seeing that smile. Rayon, who was coming over after finishing his sparring, saw what was going on and shouted, "Human, you can't scam good little Locke." Cal started to frown. Clack, clack. Cal got on a carriage for the first time in a long while. Mio, Mio. I like cookies more than candied fruit. The children, averaging 10 years old, were sprawled out on the couch. Locke, who was stuck in between them, asked Rayon with an awkward look on his face, "Do you want a cookie? Give it to me. I can even eat 100 of them." Clack, clack. Cal sighed while watching the interaction. The Duke's house of Henetus. He could see the Henetus residence. This was his other home. In a few days, Cal would need to give a speech in front of a countless number of students. He clenched his eyes shut. Chapter 206. Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend, 3. Is there any way I cannot give this speech? Cal thought and thought again as he looked at the approaching Hennetus estate. Honestly speaking, he had planned on firmly rejecting the request when he was first asked to speak at the academy. Whether it was the crown prince's scheming or not, he thought that he could just ignore it, but young Master Nim, apparently young Lady Lily, is looking extremely forward to it. Hearing Ron's report from the Hennetus family made Cal feel as if he could not reject it. Young Master Basin, the Duke Nim, and the Duchess Nim are all talking about going to the capital together, and they all seem extremely excited and happy. The way Ron smiled benignly as he said that made Cal obvious to the fact that this vicious old man was making fun of him. However, he could not ignore those comments. Why? Because Ron was not someone who would lie about news from the Hennetus duchy. That meant that the entire Hennetus family was looking forward to Cal's speech right now. I am sure they are most looking forward to Lily entering the academy. Lily was the main character. However, Cal had ended up as an important supporting character. Shit, I don't want to give a speech. However, the problem was that Cal was quite aware of himself. I am a terrible son, a terrible older brother to both of my siblings. Cal spent quite a bit of time away from the territory and did not spend much time with his family. Nonetheless, the Hennetus family continued to openly show affection and support for Cal. He could not just ignore this when such people were looking forward to it. Yeah, no matter how bad I am, I guess I can at least do small things like this. He wasn't going to be the territory lord, and he planned on being a slacker and doing nothing once he took care of the hunters. In the future, people will talk about how the eldest son of that family disregarded the territory and just wastes his time all day. Wouldn't it be good to do little things like giving this speech to make them happy while he still could? Yeah, a speech like this is nothing. I just have to say a few things. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. The children averaging 10 years old and Locke looked toward him. He heard a benign voice at that moment. Young Master Nim, are you concerned about the speech? Cal flinched. That vicious old man, Ron, was in the carriage with them. He had forgotten about that for a moment. After going through Xiolan and past Central Plains to return back to Roan, Ron was extremely attentive to Cal's every need, as if he was trying to fully complete his duties as his attendant. That was why Cal was feeling relaxed. I still need to have a moment of truth with him, though. Neither Ron nor Beecrox were showing any signs of wanting to chat with him about it, so Cal was just feigning ignorance. I also don't have time for that. Apitu. Cal was quite busy with a trip to Apitu right in front of him. He looked at Ron's benign smile and quickly answered. Not really. Ron's gentle smile became even bigger. But it is still your first time giving a speech in front of students, young Master Nim. Cal went through his memories after hearing that. The first time while Cal was Kim Rock-Soo, he had received multiple requests to give lectures or speeches. He had especially received a lot of requests to give a lecture during the training for new employees. Kim Rock-Soo had tried to say no because he was already extremely busy and didn't want to do something so annoying, but they basically bribed me with the budget. Kim Rock-Soo agreed to give the lectures after they told him that they would increase his department's budget. Cal recalled the memories of that time. So the lecture, I didn't give any. Now that he thought about it, he had received a lot of requests for lectures. These were not just from his own company, but also from the government and large guilds. He had agreed to give them. However, he never actually gave any of those lectures. Cal quickly recalled the reason for that. Things always happened. Yes, something always happened whenever he was about to give a lecture. A big incident would happen, so he would not be able to go give the lecture. Or a terrorist incident would happen at the lecture location, making the priority not the lecture but evacuating people. The most frequent reason was that monsters would appear right around or a bit far away from the lecture location, making me have to go take care of it. For some odd reason, things like that happened whenever Kim Rock-Soo tried to give a lecture. Thanks to that, the lecture requests disappeared at some point. Cal subconsciously looked up at the air and blankly spoke. Young Master Nim. He flinched at Ron's low voice calling out to him and quickly answered. Yeah. I've never given a speech in front of students. The quiet Rayon interjected at that moment. Human, why is your face like that? Cal ignored him. His face was quite unsettled, concerned, and leery. Perhaps no way. There is no way such things would happen in the Roan Kingdom. A terrorist attack. After the fall of the Magaru Empire, the Roan Kingdom is seen as the kingdom that will most likely become an empire. Someone is going to commit a terrorist attack here, at the academy where all of the Roan Kingdom's future important figures are gathered, at a time when young Master Silver Shield is present. No way. Furthermore, there were no more monsters in this world. Cal felt relaxed again. Yeah, there is no reason things will happen here as they did on Earth. He erased the thoughts in his mind. He had a thought at the same time. He pushes something like this to me and steps back. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. That guy was so annoying. Is there no way to push this onto him? Should I push the speech to that guy? Cal contemplated it for a moment before his face turned into a scowl. Albaru Crossman. If that guy ended up giving the speech, hell, enjoy it. He would ardently say sweet words to drag at least one person into the royal palace. Huu, his sighing became deeper. Locke bit down on his lips as he watched before returning to normal. Locke, the next world I am heading to is called Apitu. Apitu? Yes, it is a world ruled by dragons. Cal didn't say anything like how Locke may be the key to save that world. That is an extremely dangerous place. That is why I plan on taking the strongest forces I have. Locke recalled how Cal had looked extremely relaxed as he asked him, "Do you want to go?" Locke had subconsciously answered out of reflex. "Yes, sir, I want to go." He saw how his response made Cal's face turn unsettled. "Are you thinking things through before you answer?" Locke answered immediately once again. "I've wanted to go with you since a long time ago." Cal didn't say anything and just nodded his head. Hong, who had been watching, quickly rushed toward Cal. "I want to go too, Naya. I'm going to go, Naya. I can absorb all of the Nine Kings' poison if I have some time, Naya." On slowly walked over, hugged Hong, and quietly observed Cal. Cal had sighed and nodded his head after seeing that gaze. "I'll see if we can work something out." Cal then told Locke to take care of the kids and went to have a quiet conversation with the tiger shaman, Gashin. Locke could not hear that conversation and had to head out of the room with the dragons who had been in the room from the start and the children averaging 10 years old. He had made eye contact with Eruhaben at that time. Eruhaben was about to say something but could not say it in the end. Locke quietly looked at him, making the ancient dragon chuckle and pat his shoulder. "You've grown taller and bulkier." Pat, pat. "But why are you looking so timid? Open up your shoulders." He then disappeared with Lord Sherritt. "Human, do you want some apple pies?" "I want some candied fruits, Naya. I have some candied fruits too." Locke snapped out of his memories and watched as an excited Rayon and Hong chatted away. A faint smile appeared on his lips. However, he could not smile brightly. A thought that remained in a corner of his mind kept stabbing him like a thorn. "Do you want to go?" When Cal had asked that, Locke had answered out of reflex. "Because I've always felt apologetic." Rayon, Hong, and On, these kids that were younger than him were always working so hard. In contrast, he felt as if he was living too easily. He was also envious while hearing about how Choi Han and the others fought together with Cal. That was why he had always wanted to be by Cal's side. He was waiting for such an opportunity to appear. However, hearing Cal finally saying that made him immediately answer, despite an emotion arising in his mind. "Is it okay for someone like me to go with him?" Apitu. That was truly a dangerous place. He could feel it the more Cal explained. Someone who can pull their weight needs to go for fights in such a dangerous place. Is it okay for someone like me to take such an important spot? Locke was tired of how he had such thoughts and hated himself for it. He wanted to become more confident. He wanted to trust himself. However, these thoughts always held him down. Of course, things were different from before. Locke did not fear stepping forward for his family and friends. He was ready to give his everything and fight for them. However, will my existence mean anything in battle? Even if I push myself forward to fight, will it mean anything? What if I am not helpful and my lack of abilities hinder the others? A different type of fear and hesitation was holding him down. Of course, he knew how things worked. Friends were people who supported each other's weaknesses and fought together. But he didn't want to harm others. "I want to be a cool adult." It truly was not easy. Locke subconsciously held back a sigh. He did his best to smile. "Locke, do you want some candied fruit? They're delicious, Naya." It was because he saw Rayon and Hong looking at him. Locke played along with the two kids. The smile on his face seemed quite bright. On was quietly watching Locke's changing expressions. She then suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu and looked away. She could see Cal looking at Locke. On slightly smiled. Locke seemed to have something weighing on his mind. The fact that Cal already knew about it made On feel more relaxed. Cal thought that the way On was looking at him and smiling was similar to Ron. What a scary thought. He quickly erased such rotten thoughts from his mind. He then quickly alighted the carriage. Young Master Nim. Someone was running toward him while shouting in a sentimental voice. It had been a while since he had heard this voice. Who is it? Cal forgot for a moment before quickly remembering. It was Deputy Butler Hands. It was someone who had traveled with him at one point. A family feast has been prepared for tonight, young Master Nim. Ha ha ha. Cal nodded his head and entered the Hennetus estate. Locke. Yes, Cal Nim. Of course, he said something to Locke first. After the dinner feast, let's chat for a bit. Excuse me, may I ask about what? Cal gave a simple response, future counseling. Excuse me, Cal looked at On as well. On flinched for the first time. He didn't care and said what he had to say. You're next after Locke. Some future counseling for you two today. Before they head out to Apatu, he felt as if he needed to have a serious conversation with these kids. Hyung Nim, Orabuni, his two younger siblings approached him without being able to hide their joys in seeing him. Basin and Lily. Cal spoke as soon as he saw the two of them. Here are your presents. Cal handed them an ink and brush set and a greatsword before speaking with a serious look on his face. Basin. Yes, Hyung Nim, you are the first, and Lily, you are second. Cal immediately explained for the two confused people. Future counseling. Hyung Nim, excuse me. Basin, Lily, Locke, and On. It was time to talk to the four of them about their futures. It would be more serious than before. As Cal decided to pay more attention to his family's affairs for the first time in a long while. Cal. Mother. Duchess Violin walked over to Cal with a smile on her face. Her hair was perfect without a single stray hair as usual as she spoke. It looks like you will need to chat with me first. Future counseling. That is a wonderful way of phrasing it. You will need to have some future counseling with us as well. Excuse me, what did I just hear? Cal questioned his hearing. However, Duchess Violin got close and whispered in a quiet voice so that Lily and Basin could not hear. His Highness told us. You almost died from your head exploding? That damn motherfucking crown prince. Cal. Your father has not been able to sleep properly since he heard that. Cal, who had been cursing the crown prince in his mind, stiffened up. He looked into Duchess Violin's eyes. He could finally see the expression on her face. Concern and sorrow was also visible in her eyes despite her trying to hide them all by being stern. Future counseling. No, however, the Duchess was strong. Cal, it looks like you will need some life counseling today. Not future counseling, but life counseling. Cal felt a chill and touched the back of his neck. He felt it would be quite troublesome after tonight's dinner. Hoo-hoo. He could see Ron laughing to the side. That's wonderful, young Master Nim. Cal could not say anything to that. He knew why the crown prince had acted like this and Ron was reacting like this. However, Cal timidly responded to the Duchess. Mother, I am very healthy. Of course, the Duchess looked as if she did not believe him at all. Cal's shoulders sank down. However, Cal had to face a difficult time even before dinner. Cal, you see, Duke Daruth could not speak properly. The leader of the Duke's House of Hennetus had red eyes. Anybody would be able to tell that he had been crying. He was biting his lips trying to remain as calm as possible. Cal, I know why, you're greater good, but however your father, Cal could not say anything and had to listen to Daruth with his head bowed and both hands on his knees. He was more scared of what he was dealing with right now than the dragons of Apatu. Chapter 207, Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend 4, Cal had not been like this even when he met the God of Balance. His Highness told us. He said your head, boom, boom. Duke Daruth could not finish the sentence and clenched his eyes shut. Cal saw this and clenched his eyes as well. Fuck. That damn boom boom. It was all that damn heavenly demon bastard's fault. That bastard's damn mouth is a disaster. How could someone who is usually gruff use an expression like boom boom? I am going to drag that bastard to Apatu and put him to work. Cal peeked at Duke Daruth while having a thought that the heavenly demon would be happy to hear. Hoo-woo, Duke Daruth let out a sigh. He saw Cal flinch when they made eye contact and relaxed his shoulders. Cal, to be completely honest with you, I can't help but wonder if you, Choi Han, and your people have to go around saving worlds when you suffer so much during each trip. There was no need to be recorded in history. That was Duke Daruth's thought. It was also the thought of the Hennetus household. I know this is just my own personal greed. I am sure you and your people want to rest as well. But if you guys don't resolve these issues, I am sure this danger will one day reach us. You all are working so hard in order to prevent that from happening. Daruth was right. Cal was not acting like this for justice. But don't overdo it. That was why Daruth spoke honestly. There is no need for you and your people to carry everything. Let's be honest. The world will not be destroyed right away if you guys were to fail. A method is bound to appear one way or another. So act with some flexibility. Someone else hearing what Daruth just said might wonder how someone who was a duke of a nation was able to say something so irresponsible. They might even talk shit about how he was saying something so stupid to a child who was trying to be a hero. So, who cared about something like that? If Cal ended up losing his life or was hurt severely to the point where he could not recover, who would handle that? Cal would have to deal with it in the end. They wanted Daruth to just let that be. Daruth absolutely could not do that. Even if the whole world, no, people through multiple different dimensions were to talk badly about him, he was planning on stopping Cal with everything he had if he thought Cal was in danger. The problem is that these punks still won't listen even if I did everything I could to stop them. Why was it that each and every member of the House of Hennetus was so stubborn? Cal, I am sure you understand what I am trying to say. Of course. Cal answered without any hesitation. It was because his thoughts were the same as Daruth's. Father, I have no desire to carry everything. I am making sure to be flexible so that I do not suffer as I do these things. I also took good care of my body so it is better than before. See, Father, can't you see that my body's condition is better than before? Cal was answering casually before he flinched. Tusk, you sure are good at answering. It was because of what Daruth said. He sighed again as he asked, when is the next time? I plan on giving myself some time to spare this time. Really? Are you going with Choi Han and Rayon Nim this time as well? Yes, Father. This time, Cal did not finish speaking and contemplated some things before making up his mind. Wouldn't it be okay for him to be a bit honest with these two people who were so worried about him? It wasn't like they would go around gossiping about it. I think I will go with the dragons this time. Cal started to think. Wouldn't they be relieved to hear that? I am going with strong allies. However, he didn't know that these two people knew him better than he thought they did. Duchess Violen's face stiffened as she interjected. You must be going somewhere very dangerous. Cal flinched. Since you are taking the dragon nymphs with you, are the enemies possibly dragons? He was shocked once more by what Duke Daruth said. How did they figure it out? However, it was extremely obvious in the two of their eyes. Cal's personality was one where he would try to prepare a group as strong as, if not stronger, than the enemies. That meant that the enemies were at minimum dragons. Duchess Violen and Duke Daruth, the two of their faces turned serious. The Rhone Kingdom was currently growing as a strong nation of the continent. The Duke's House of Hennetus was considered to be the greatest family under the Rhone Kingdom's banner. No, the Hennetus name was not just famous in the Rhone Kingdom. They were becoming a famed household known everywhere in the eastern and western continents. Other nobles were either envious or jealous because of this. However, the thoughts on the minds of this family were a bit different. They could never have a peaceful day because of their extremely talented eldest child. Cal felt these situations were awkward. It felt even more like that since he accepted the House of Hennetus, and, despite it not being very often, building on the times he saw them face to face. Kim Rock-soo was unable to handle this feeling and opened his mouth. The dragons are one thing, but the Black Castle will go with us as well. Our fighting strength will be a minimum of 50 people, so you don't have to worry too much. Hold on, the Duchess stopped him. Cal, did you just say the Black Castle? Yes, I did. The entire Black Castle will be moving, the Forest of Darkness. Since it was within the Hennetus territory, Cal's family at least knew a little bit about the Black Castle. Since the Duke was in charge of the territory, the Duchess knew more accurately than others as she assisted the Duke. Yes, Mother. We are moving the whole thing. Duke Daruth's eyes clouded over as Cal answered Violen's question. He looked at Violen. Honey, the Duchess slightly nodded her head. What is going on? Duke Daruth's demeanor changed as Cal wondered what was going on. He leaned toward Cal and spoke with a serious look on his face. Cal, how is the condition of that castle? Excuse me? It is a bit old, but it is great. That castle gave off a cool, antique vibe. However, the Duke shook his head. I am not talking about its outer appearance. I want to know its defensive strength. Cal flinched. Perhaps. His eyes looked toward Duke Daruth with anticipation. Cal, our Hennetus territory sought out ways to increase the defensive strength of our buildings and the castle walls since our war against the Indomitable Alliance. Duke Daruth had not only focused on money-making activities, he was fully devoted to using money as well. He spent a ton of money to research it. Cal was aware of this. It was something they had discussed in the past. You said it was a dragon that protects that black castle? Yes, father. Cal, strong power is important, but it is not unlimited. There is nothing better than using money to replace even a portion of that strength. That is correct. Cal truly agreed with Duchess Violen's comment. Honey, I understand. Duchess Violen was in charge of the sculptures and arts of the Hennetus territory. Her hands were extended into construction as well. We want to repair the Black Castle. What do you say? Cal thought to himself after hearing that question. The Black Castle. It was already protected by Dragon Lord Sherritt, a dragon whose attribute was protection. However, it was better to save Sherritt's powers for any potential emergencies that arose. That was why if the Black Castle itself became a fortress, if it was able to have significant defensive strength, as a light settled in Cal's eyes, Duchess Violen said something in a quiet voice. The greatest defense is a preemptive strike. Cal answered without any hesitation. That sounds wonderful. I will inform Lord Sherritt about it. Shall we get started with the construction right away? Father and mother and the son all smiled. The parents were happy that they could do something for their child, while the son was excited at the thought of having an extra weapon in his hand. However, there was something the son did not know. Then I will make my leave now, father and mother. I will connect a video call through Rayon later. Everything can be discussed with Sherritt Nim. No, the son did not have much expectations. He'll be leaving soon after coming back from the academy. He would stay in Rhone longer than his time in the Central Plains, but he would still need to leave once the preparations were completed, before the enemies could learn about them. That was why Cal thought that they didn't have the time for any major constructions. It made him not expect any big changes to the Black Castle. The type of people that his parents were was something that the son had yet to fully figure out. Father and mother, I will see you both at dinner. Click. The door closed and the Duchess spoke to her husband after their son had left. That is the only way to shorten the time. Right? Violen looked at her husband. Let's open the safe. Let's do that. All we have is money anyway. Their heart to do something was as big as their thoughts about how they had not been able to do much for their son until now. And that heart to do something was enormous. That sounds great. Lord Sherritt also had as enormous of a desire to help. After the dinner feast, as Cal was having his conversation-disguised counseling with his siblings, Violen and Daruth were chatting with Sherritt through Rayon's help, and they both smiled brightly. The Duke spoke. Then we will install the newest model of the Mana cannons, Lord Sherritt Nim. His wife followed. Instead of a moat, we can also turn the area around the castle to a sea of fire in order to prevent the enemies from approaching. As for the sky, we have ordered a shield and mana arrows to shoot down the enemies up there. Sherritt spoke in a serious voice. I would rather not do it at all than to half-ass it. Will this all be doable in time? Hoo-hoo. A small smile appeared on Duchess Violen's serious face. We don't say empty words, Lord Sherritt Nim. Sherritt smiled back. I now see who Cal takes after. He takes after the two of you. The parents' other preparations started taking place while Cal was not there. Cal still didn't know how the Hennetus people could be when it came to spending money. The family that had been famous for their martial arts had not stopped there and developed more while Cal had been traveling to different worlds. The combination of the newest magic devices that had never appeared in the Rhone Kingdom. No, the entire eastern and western continents combined, until now the castle that would be called the starting point of magic engineering, and a role model for construction in the future, slowly started to appear. While that was going on, Cal spoke to Locke, who was slowly entering the room. Sit. He pointed at the seat across from him, and Locke quickly sat down. He then looked at Cal. Cal instantly started speaking to Locke, who was at least able to look him in the eye now. "You've grown quite a bit. Excuse me? It's nothing." He leaned against the back of the chair. He then looked at Locke. He grew well. Locke grew up as quite a bright boy despite his past. The fact that he could overcome seeing his family and tribe being killed in front of his eyes and growing to this point was something so great that did not need any explanation. The problem was that he himself did not know how great it was, and Cal knew what this little kid wanted to hear. "Locke." "Yes, young Master Nim, I need you in this fight." "Excuse me?" Cal spoke as Locke's eyes opened wide. "Is that what you wanted to hear?" His casual words made Locke's mind go wild. He even wondered if Cal was making fun of him right now. However, he calmed down after looking into Cal's eyes. Locke bit down on his lips after seeing Cal's firm gaze that never seemed to change. He then slowly opened his mouth. "Yes, young Master Nim, I wanted to hear those words." He thought that he was so insignificant to say such things, but he still said it. Cal smiled. He's grown. Locke would have fidgeted without being able to say something like that in the past. Of course, he seemed embarrassed after having said that. "Why are you embarrassed?" "Excuse me?" Locke could see the serious look on Cal's face. The desire to feel validated by others is like your instincts. All people wanted to feel validated by others. And Locke, "We've already validated your importance." Locke's eyes opened wide. "Did Choi Han show any concerns about you coming with us? Or did Miss Rosalind call to say anything? Or maybe Gashin pulled you aside and shared his concerns with you?" Locke slowly shook his head at Cal's comments. Now that he thought about it, Choi Han had not said anything. "Locke." He looked at Cal after hearing his name. "I guarantee it. There is no warrior the same age as you who can defeat you." Locke could not say anything at Cal's extremely confident comment. He simply looked at Cal. "Of course, I can't be certain about those older than you since there are people like Choi Han. Either way, you are strong. Gashin seemed especially appreciative of your strength." Gashin. Locke flinched after hearing that name. While Cal and Choi Han were gone, Locke had spent time with the Tiger tribe in Harris Village, learning about how to grow as a beast person. Cal saw how Locke reacted to Gashin's name and recalled the conversation he had with Gashin. Locke is still young, but he has a tribe to take charge of, so against others of his age, he should be able to do his share. In fact, Gashin had said something else to Cal as well. "Calnim, Locke is not that young, he is almost an adult. This will be dangerous, but it will be a good experience for him. Wouldn't it be better to go up against anything and everything and grow while there are adults to protect him by his side? Tigers and wolves are different. If he is to be the leader of the wolves, Locke needs to know how to be a leader." Cal had yet to see the grown Locke fighting. However, there were times that someone reliable by his side assessed a situation more accurately. That was why he could say this. "Locke, I think you need validation from yourself more than our validation." Locke could not say anything. The multitude of emotions on his face made it clear that Locke did not believe Cal. Cal wondered what he should do with this little kid. It was at that moment. "Bang! Human!" Rayon slammed the door open and barged in. He had the video communication device in his hand. "What is going on?" He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Rayon urgently shouted as Cal had that thought. "Human? The Crown Prince sent an urgent call, but I couldn't pick up because we were already on a call. He left a message." The young dragon openly said the message. Apparently the Academy received a warning notice. What the heck is he talking about? Cal questioned his hearing. The notice said that they will blow up the Academy if they don't cancel your speech. Fuck. Cal couldn't help but sigh. Nothing ever seemed to be easy. They left some nonsense about how even your shield won't be able to stop it. Cal clenched his eyes shut. Suddenly, truly suddenly, thinking about the speech and the shield made him recall the first time he used the shield. That day, when he used the indestructible shield in front of the people of Roan Kingdom for the first time, let's forget about it. Cal felt a mysterious chill as he quickly got rid of the past memory from his mind. Chapter 208. Young Master Silver's Shield, Return of the Legend 5. However, Cal could not help himself from becoming annoyed. What? A warning? Blow the Academy up. Even that motherfucking arm did not say something like that. And how does it make any sense to send a warning in advance like this? Cal's face became extremely scrunched up. Locke kept his mouth shut and warily looked at Cal. Cal opened his mouth to speak. A sunken voice flowed out of his mouth. Rayon, is there anything about them tracking down the culprit who sent the notice? Yeah, and they caught the person. Cal's eyes looked confused. What did I just hear? He subconsciously turned to look at Rayon. Rayon spoke in a bright voice. The Crown Prince said that they caught the culprit who sent the notice right away. He thought that you should know. That is what the message said. Hoo-woo, Cal let out a sigh. Who did it? He says come to the capital to chat. Cal instantly understood what Albaru was trying to say to him. I guess it isn't anything much. That was why he didn't ask for a call back right away and said they'll just discuss it when Cal came to the capital. Cal faced the Crown Prince with a light heart. Who was the culprit, Your Highness? Albaru scoffed in disbelief as soon as he heard that question. Some kids? Academy students? Yeah, but not Roan Academy students. Here is what happened. Cal Henitus. The news of the hero giving a speech quickly spread past the Roan Academy to the other academies in the capital and beyond. A couple students of a private academy, who were jealous that Cal was not coming to their school, had sent the notice. They hoped that getting the speech canceled or even delayed at Roan Academy might lead to a change of venue to their school. Cal crossed his arms. He could not understand it. Your Highness. What? Is my speech so meaningful that they needed to do something like that? Cal flinched after asking the question. Scribble, scribble. Albaru, who had been authorizing some documents, stopped and stared at him. Cal, yes, Your Highness. You are even more popular than me. You are probably the most popular person on the entire Eastern and Western continents combined. You are probably more popular than most gods. Let's stop there. Okay. The conversation quickly came to a stop. Cal stood up. Albaru told him the aftermath of the bomb threat. The academy students responsible for the incident will be disciplined based on their student code of conduct. We've also decided to fortify the barrier around the academy, just in case. Finally, we've agreed to use video communication devices to share your speech live to the other academies. Hold on. I feel like I just heard something weird at the end. Cal looked at Albaru in shock, but Albaru simply smiled majestically. What is it? Wait, did you just say that my speech will be broadcast in multiple places, Your Highness? Why? Should I play it in the Capitol Plaza as well? Cal flinched. His gaze headed toward the mountain-high pile of authorization documents, as well as the unbreakable spear leaning against the wall. Ooh-ooh-ong, the white spear, continued to let out some mechanical humming noises. AI Terang was currently updating to allow them to play Raising My Very Own Precious Omnipotent God in this world. Cal quietly shook his head. No, sir, I would like it not to play in the capital. Yeah, I said no when they asked me for it. I see. Hey Dongsing, do you by chance want to be the Prime Minister? Cal looked at Albaru with a gaze that made it seem as if he truly had been wronged. It was Albaru's turn to flinch. Cal's complexion looked good since his return from the Central Plains, but seeing this extremely hurt gaze tugged at his heart. That was so mean of me. Albaru apologized and Cal happily accepted it. Yes, Your Highness, that was too much. The two of them quietly looked at each other before moving to do their respective tasks. The speech is the day after tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. The day Cal and Albaru meet again would be the day after tomorrow, at the Academy for the speech. Cal, there shouldn't be anything for you to deal with. Cal heard Albaru's voice behind him. After all of our hard work last year, no other incidents should happen in the Roan Kingdom. At the end of their battle against the White Star, right now, as they fought against the Hunters, there was no reason for an issue to arise in the Roan Kingdom, especially at an academy full of students. At least based on what Cal and Albaru knew, I agree, Your Highness. Cal agreed with Albaru and walked out. However, his face was extremely unsettled. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. That was why Cal gave an order to Ron, who came to the capital with him. Ron, see if there are any new rumors spreading around the capital and the academy. It should be possible, right? The House of Malan had full control over the underworld of the Eastern continent. They were changing themselves from an assassin organization to an information organization. That information network should have crossed over to the Western continent by now as well. Cal expected this despite not having heard the details about the organization. It is possible, young Master Nim. Ron Malan accepted it as if it was nothing as well. Young Master Nim, I will then have to temporarily make my leave. Will you be okay? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Cal had something to take care of in the capital before his speech in 2 days. Rayon, On, and Hong, the three of them plus Locke, were left in the Duke's estates in the capital as he visited somewhere. It was a safe house the Crown Prince had prepared, a place where only a few people with permission were allowed to enter. Clunk, the thick iron gate opened and someone greeted Cal as soon as he walked inside. Hello, young Master Nim. It was Beecrox. SHH. He pulled off a pair of white gloves from his hands as he walked up from the basement. Cal flinched for a moment but asked, sounding as if everything was fine. Where is everybody? Right this way, young Master Nim. Cal leisurely followed behind Beecrox. It could not be helped. He had no idea what Beecrox had been doing, but Beecrox was taking off a total of 3 pairs of gloves from his hands. It's not like he had anybody to torture. Why did Beecrox have 3 pairs of white gloves on when Cal had not ordered him to do anything? Cal suddenly had a thought. Hey Cal, that punk Beecrox, don't you think he's worth raising? Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Cal thought of Sway Khan and opened his mouth. Where is Sway Khan? He is in the basement, young Master Nim. Sway Khan was supposedly in the place Beecrox just came from. Cal observed Beecrox. His body was pretty drenched in sweat. This was not normal for Beecrox, who put significant importance to cleanliness and tidiness. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up. He didn't know the details, but he was at least certain about one thing. Do your best to learn. Lee Soo-hyuk chose Beecrox as the person to carry on his legacy. Embrace went to Cal. His sword would go to Beecrox. Beecrox flinched and stopped walking. Cal thought it was new and a bit funny to see Beecrox standing there stiffly without looking at him and patted his shoulders. He shared some words of encouragement. I think that power suits you. Of course, he meant it. Beecrox broke his silence and responded. He sounded extremely gruff. He sounded a bit discontent as well. I heard that the power is suitable for extremely stubborn people. He then turned around to look at Cal. Cal cowered at the vicious gaze. He then thought to himself, how did he know? As Beecrox mentioned, Cal had said that because he thought Beecrox's stubbornness to use the greatsword all the time would make him a good fit for the power. Cal quietly observed Beecrox because he didn't really have anything to say until Beecrox turned his gaze. He then quickly started walking. Cal quietly followed behind him. That was why he could not see Beecrox's face. Instead, he heard Beecrox's brusque voice. I will prepare some steak for dinner, young Master Nim. Okay, it looks delicious. Cal was smart about the situation and quickly answered. He then rushed into his destination, the reception room. Welcome. Durst, the priest from Xiolin, greeted Cal with a bright look on his face. Priest Durst, young blood demon candidate Myung, and the 2 priestesses were residing here. Where's Tunka? He didn't see one person. He is in the basement, young Master Nim. Cal flinched after hearing Beecrox say that behind him. The team leader and Tunka are in the same place. Beecrox was there as well. What are the 3 of them doing? Cal didn't want to think about it and just ignored it. Instead, he looked at the 3 people he brought back from the Central Plains as he spoke. Let's chat separately. Young Lady Orsina has not had any improvement? His gaze was on the youngest young Lady Orsina, who was still blankly staring into the air. She did at least seem better than how skinny and unsightly she had looked when Cal saw her in the blood cult. But she was still extremely skinny. He looked at the former priestess who nodded her head. What the hell is a priestess? The former priestess had white hair and an extremely wrinkled face and neck, but her hands and arms were still young. She was not as old as she looked. She looked away from the priestess who could not speak and looked at Myung. Myung was the one he wanted answering the question. How much do you know? Cal shared what he knew after hearing her question. I heard that the priestess role is to worship the blood demon, your god. I also know that this power of worship is required to create the omnipotent god. One of the conditions of creating a god was to have existences worshiping them. There is one other role for them. Myung was the only remaining young blood demon candidate. Her complexion was pale. She hesitated before continuing to speak. She is a plate. The worship toward the omnipotent god, or the negative emotions of those who died the priestess, became the plate to carry all of it. A new priestess is chosen as the priestess plate is about to become full. And what happens to the former priestess? She probably has to offer the things on her plate to the rightful owner. Cal looked toward the former priestess. The woman with the face of an old lady slightly smiled. He heard Mayung's sunken voice. It means they die. Offer what is on their plate to the rightful owner. Then the remaining plate dies. Is the rightful owner the omnipotent God? That is what I was told. I know it is offering it to the person they are trying to turn into an omnipotent God. An heir to carry on the grand vision of the hunters. Was it being offered to that existence? Cal stared at Mayung after hearing a vague answer. Mayung sighed and blurted out, I don't know the details either. That task is completed by the hunter sent by the 5 colors bloods. The 5 colors bloods? Cal had not heard of them in a while. The existing 5 hunter house holds the black bloods, the house of Huyans on Xiolin, the blue bloods, the blood cult of the Central Plains, the purple bloods, the dragons of Apatu, the transparent bloods, the transparent corporation of Earth 3, the 5 colors bloods. He didn't have any information on the 5 colors bloods. All he knew was that the Huyans patriarch died as soon as he mentioned the 5 colors bloods. Mayung continued to speak after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be urging her to tell him more. The person sent by the 5 colors bloods takes the priestess, and I don't know the details of what happens after that. The dead blood demon probably knows, but all I was told was that she was offered to God. The corners of Cal's lips oddly curled up. Hey, Mayung flinched after hearing Cal ask with a twisted look on his face. In that case, a hunter from the 5 colors bloods was supposed to visit the Central Plains. They would need to take the former priestess. Right? But they are going to fail this time. We came here. That's right. Mayung answered everything and Cal nonchalantly asked, what are the chances of the 5 colors bloods finding us? Do you mean the chances of them coming to find the priestess? Mayung shook her head. No chance. There is no way for the 5 colors bloods to find the priestess. Are you sure of that? Mayung flinched again after hearing Cal ask without any hesitation before answering resolutely. Yes, there is no way. The blood demon did not like the 5 colors bloods keeping an eye on her priestesses. She didn't want them taking credit for her merits. If that is the reason, then it is a bit believable. The 5 colors bloods, he had too little information about them. Usually, how many of them come to get the priestess? 2 of them. It has always been 2 to my knowledge. The blood demon did not allow more to come. Why? Mayung closed her mouth after hearing Cal's question. She then contemplated for a bit. Cal waited and Mayung answered. I do not know much about the 5 colors bloods. I haven't personally been there as I have with Apatu. One of the reasons Cal brought Mayung with him was because she had been to Apatu. More specifically, she had been to the residence of the Dragon Lord, the leader of the Purple Bloods. Mayung continued to speak. However, the blood demon called the 5 colors bloods the wall, that she could not surpass them. Cannot surpass them. They are at a level even the blood demon thought that. Cal's face turned serious. He focused on Mayung's voice. She said that the 5 colors bloods were a group of pure humans. However, they are not humans. They have surpassed the human race. Surpassed the human race? That's right. Mayung hesitated again. That is why I thought they were not human. What do you mean by that? A group of humans but not humans. Cal scowled at this impossible to understand description and Mayung sighed. She seemed quite anxious as she spoke. Huwu, I don't care if it is your own hypothesis. Speak freely. Were Cal's words effective? Mayung stopped hesitating and answered. Do you know of the Wanderers? Wanderers. It was unexpected, but Cal did know of Wanderers. Choi Young-gun, Choi Young-soo, single lifers who were qualified to become gods but rejected it. Those people were called Wanderers. Perhaps Mayung continued to speak as Cal's face stiffened. This is what the blood demon said about the 5 colors bloods. As the young blood demon candidate who had been by the blood demons sighed the longest as someone who was trusted enough to even visit Apatu, Mayung had heard quite a bit. The 5 colors bloods exist everywhere, but do not exist anywhere. They do not reside in any world and wander without a home. Furthermore, their time is not affected by fate. That is why they are able to trick the eyes of the gods. Even the gods probably do not know their true identities. Mayung had thought about the identity of the 5 colors bloods after hearing that. And as a result, I think that the most likely candidates who are capable of doing that are wanderers. Cal subconsciously commented. But the hunters are the people hunting down the single lifers. That was why Cal had been worried that Choi Han might be in danger. Furthermore, Choi Young-soo and Choi Young-gun were fighting against the hunters while helping the god of death and others. Plus, didn't they have the qualifications to be gods? They rejected that but were trying to create an omnipotent god, the omnipotent god. Cal suddenly felt the meaning behind this term to be different. A god versus an omnipotent god. What would the difference be? Plus, I haven't met all single-lifers. It wasn't as if Cal knew all of the single-lifers, wanderers. How many of them there were, Cal had no idea. Furthermore, he had no idea how many people were in the Five Colors Bloods. Thinking about it, there really was nothing Cal knew about the Five Colors Bloods. The blood demon had said it. Even the gods probably did not know the true identity of the Five Colors Bloods. Ha, ha ha, Myung laughed for the first time. She looked at Cal as if he was a pure little boy as she spoke. Is it weird that the hunters are killing single-lifers? She then asked Cal a question. Then do humans not kill humans? Cal was at a loss for words. Even if they are from the same race, many humans will kill their fellow brethren for personal benefit. Myung shared this fact that she had personally learned and continued to laugh. It was as if Cal's reaction was truly refreshing. The morning grew bright over the academy. It was the first day of school. Chapter 209. Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend. 6. There is a saying in the Roan Kingdom. We may be sharing an era with a person who may go down in the history of the Roan Kingdom as a great king. The person they are talking about was naturally Albaru Crossman. Despite just being a crown prince, Albaru was being called a future great king alongside the founding king and some others throughout the Roan Kingdom's history. However, there was another person who was similar but different from Albaru Crossman. Cal Henitus. He was already a great hero. His existence wasn't an expectation for greatness in the future like Albaru, he was already great. But he himself did not know this reality yet. He did not know the pedestal that people put a hero on. It was much greater than what he was imagining. However, the people around him were feeling it quite a bit. What is it? One of them was Lily. She jerked her head up after hearing Cal's nonchalant voice. His casual gaze was looking at Lily quite thoroughly. It's nothing. Lily responded energetically, but the inside of her mouth went dry. What do I do? At first, she was happy to hear that Cal would attend the opening ceremony of the school term in place of their parents. She was even happier knowing that her second brother, Basin, would be there as well. It was the first time the three siblings would travel somewhere together. She was as happy as she expected to be, at least until yesterday. Her Cal Orabuni always made time to eat with them despite being busy. He also listened to my dreams. The night before they left the Henitus territory to head to the capital, Cal called it future counseling and asked Lily about the future she dreamt about. Lily was nervous and answered awkwardly at first before starting to relax and sharing her thoughts after seeing that Cal was seriously listening to her. I thought that battles and war were different. That is why I want to learn military science and after graduation, head out to a remote area or a new frontier. I want to experience something new to gain some real experience. Cal had lightheartedly answered her. Go ahead and challenge whatever you want. His voice was extremely calm as if he didn't care, but I'll help you. Lily was quite familiar with her Orabuni's style now, and don't overdo it. She was happy to hear that. She felt that Cal, who was so busy that they rarely got to see him, was always thinking about her, Basin, and the family. The fact that the family was on his mind made her happy. Clack. The carriage stopped. Teleportation was not allowed inside the academy other than during emergency situations. Even during emergencies, you needed to have an ID of the dean or higher in order to use it. There were many reasons for this, including protecting the academy from enemy infiltration and to prevent the magic education department from causing trouble. That was the reason Cal's group teleported from the capital to near the academy before riding a large carriage to enter into the academy. Of course, they did not put the family coat of arms on the carriage. The outside was pandemonium right now. I am sure everybody is here to see Orabuni. Students, alumni, external figures, parents, etc. The academy was currently rowdy with a large group of people who received permission to be here. That fact made her happy but also pressured her. Lily subconsciously answered after Cal called out to her again. What if I can't do it? She was just rambling, but she quickly stopped talking. In addition to Cal and Basin, there were some other people in this carriage. Remembering that fact made her feel embarrassed. I hope they didn't understand what I meant. She hoped that they would not see the fear in her heart about potentially making her great hero older brother look bad or being unable to even reach her Orabuni's shadow, making others talk bad about her. She heard a nonchalant voice at that moment. It was Cal. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Lily looked at him and he shrugged his shoulders as if to ask what the issue was. He couldn't help it. It's not like I've gone to school properly to know anything. Kim Rock-soo's student days could not be called good at all. It wasn't terrible, but considering things as black and white, it was gray. It was an extremely dull and boring time. That was why he didn't have much to tell Lily. And even this body, Cal Henetus, didn't study either. He was busy without time to study as he was acting like trash. Will it be okay if I can't do it? Lily was supposed to get off the carriage but still asked cautiously, making Cal respond first with a confused look on his face. Okay for who? Me? Yes. It'll be fine. Why wouldn't I be? Why would it affect him? If you can't reach the goal you set for yourself, you might not be okay with it. You are pretty competitive, so make sure to control your stress level properly. Otherwise, it will start affecting you physically. Cal said what he needed to say before looking at Lily. Plus, aren't you the type who doesn't care about what others say or gossip about? A smile formed on Lily's mouth at that moment. The smile subconsciously flowed out like a scoff. That's right, her face lit up just like her excited voice. Lily, who had been using a sword, a great sword at that, since she was young, would never have been able to do that if she cared about what others thought. What she was worried about was not what other people would say, but potentially disappointing her family. However, our family won't be like that. Cal wasn't like that, and neither was Basin, nor her parents. Lily made eye contact with Choi Han as well. I was bad at school. I was very bad. Lily flinched because the way he said that with his innocent-looking face made it seem extremely honest. Basin chimed in at that moment. I did very well. As Lily scowled as she couldn't dispute that Basin continued to speak. But I am not as good with the sword as you are. Her younger Orabuni. Lily had thought about it after hearing people only talking about Cal and discussing the future of the Henetus territory with Cal as the territory lord. Basin Orabuni is no joke either. In fact, Basin might make the territory better than Cal, who roamed around outside the territory all the time. Was it because he didn't train in sword art? There were many people who said that Lily would be great in the future, but they tended to just treat Basin as a diligent and slightly smart second son. But Lily knew very well that that was not the case. Cal Orabuni knows as well. She knew that was the reason he wanted to pass the position of territory lord to Basin. She could see it now. Basin Orabuni is not swayed by what others say. It was because his parents, Cal, and the people of the Henetus territory all accepted and trusted him. Basin himself trusted his abilities as well. Lily, just like how what you and I are good at and want are different, people are all different. Even I know that. Lily quickly answered and opened the carriage door. She then rushed out before giving a short goodbye to her two Orabunis. See you both later. I'm getting off with you. Basin sighed and got off behind her. Cal chuckled while looking at the two of them. See you both later. Click. The carriage door closed. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Ron, what did you learn? There wasn't much, young Masternim. More people were gathered at the academy than ever before. Basically, all corners of the academy were full of people. I especially looked into any terrorist organizations or groups doing anything radical, but apparently things are quiet since ARM was disbanded. As for the underworld, the factions are busy fighting each other. Cal nodded his head at Ron's report. He then asked someone else. Did Choi Young-soo contact you, team leader Nim? No. Sway Khan shook his head. Choi Han's face did not look good. The five colors bloods may be wanderers. Cal had immediately shared the information he heard from Mayung with Sway Khan and Choi Han. Choi Young-soo was not there, making him unable to tell him. He had some things to do. He said he was going to go visit the god of death. Since they were done with things in the martial arts world, he had to go report about the tasks he completed as a wanderer. Cal knew this and had immediately used the mirror to contact the god of death, but he didn't pick up. He seemed to be busy. He left a message instead. He clearly read the message but did not respond. It is either one or the other. He was either truly flustered or not treating it as a big deal because what he expected to happen happened. Cal was waiting for Choi Young-soo and the god of death. This is an honor, Sir Cal? Fuck. He had no time to focus on the 5 colors bloods right now. The chancellor bowed almost 90 degrees. It is an honor. The different deans all greeted him together as well. Human, your pupils are shaking. He couldn't really hear what the invisible Rayon was saying. It was because of what the chancellor said next. Ha ha ha. People really wanted to hear your speech, Sir Cal. We were barely able to decrease the number from reaching the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? I am looking forward to your speech as well. Mikal cautiously opened his mouth. I heard this was for celebrating the return to school, so I didn't prepare too much. I heard most of these speeches do not go over 20 minutes, ha 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 ha. Please don't worry. The chancellor laughed. He laughed quite loudly. We cancelled everything after this for you, Sir Cal. Human, your pupils are continuing to shake, so anything you do is fine. Please just share the great deeds you have experienced with the students, Sir Cal. It will be a great thing for the children to model. For us adults as well. Human, why are you smiling like an over-ripened persimmon? I will look forward to it, Sir Cal. No, Commander Nim, ha ha ha, yes, I will give it my best. I didn't really prepare anything for the speech. As someone who hated these speeches while going to school, Cal had planned on a clean, tidy, and short speech. Wouldn't the students like that? That was what he thought. I think I thought wrong. Cal had to face a situation that was different from what he had expected. There was a small plaza in the academy. This was called the Central Plaza as many departmental buildings were around it. Cal let out a groan. What is wrong? The chancellor spoke extremely gently to him. Cal found it burdensome that the chancellor was acting like this from the start, but he answered for now. It is similar to the capital. That's right. We got the idea from the capital. Cal's face turned odd. The chancellor saw this and smiled extremely gently as he spoke. You must be thinking about that place. Excuse me? The starting point of the legend. Cal's expression stiffened up. The chancellor didn't care and excitedly continued. I am sure you are thinking about the plaza where you revealed your shield to the world for the first time. You can consider this place a miniature of that place. Roan Academy. Since we named our academy as such, we designed the academy to resemble the capital as much as possible. Ha ha ha. Unlike the chancellor who was laughing with pride, Cal awkwardly smiled. Something feels off. Although it was small compared to the capital, people filled this decently large plaza. Cal was feeling déjà vu as he looked down at the plaza from a nearby building. It made him think of the past for some reason. Anyway, this chancellor is amazing. Cal realized that the chancellor, who acted brightly without caring at all about the fact that Cal was feeling uncomfortable, was truly a snake. He stealthily increased the length of time for the speech and the size before informing Cal about it. He told Cal that these were things he should have informed Cal about in advance, but the terror warning and unexpected requests forced him to make sudden changes. I don't like it. I heard that he is a former prime minister. There seem to be multiple snakes inside the chancellor. Sir Cal, please come this way. Cal realized that the main event for today was not the return to school ceremony but his speech. He sighed and walked out of the building. Next to him was Choi Han as his guard knight. The moment he was about to head to the platform in the plaza, swish. People's gazes turned to Cal so quickly it felt as if a gust of wind blew by. Cal, who just stepped out of the building and was about to walk forward, became anxious after seeing hundreds of eyes on him. Are there over 10 people? There were quite a lot of people. There were people pushed up against the windows in nearby buildings to look at Cal as well. Human, this is a bit scary. Cal ignored Rayon's comment and ignored the gazes as he walked. Rayon was currently with An, Hong, Sui Khan, and the others in the building with the best view of the platform. Human, the red is pretty. There was even a red carpet on the path Cal was using. How embarrassing. Cal really felt embarrassed. Human, Sui Khan is being weird. He keeps laughing. Fuck. Cal wanted to ignore Rayon, but Rayon's voice was too clear. Why? Because it was quiet. It was silent despite so many people being gathered here. They were all keeping their mouths shut while looking at Cal. It's hot. It was hot despite not even being spring. Cal looked around to help release this stuffy feeling. He was trying to locate Lily. Basin was probably with her as well. Cal then looked toward a group of students who looked organized, unlike the other students. This group of students were standing at attention. One of the night's education students made eye contact with Cal. Ah, the red-haired man wearing the black uniform that was the symbol of the commander. His physique looked feeble to be a knight, but he did not look weak at all. Maybe it was because of the aura implicitly coming out of Cal's body, but the student could see that the eyes of the man who endured through many life-or-death crises did not show any signs of anxiety or nervousness. He looked composed despite having so many people in front of him. The student subconsciously opened his mouth. He didn't even know he was saying something. Shield Cal flinched, but that was just the beginning. The young and easily excitable students latched onto this opportunity someone gave them. Shield, it started with the Knight's Education Department. Shield, shield, then the Military Science Department shouted. The noise started to spread. The students ardently shouted shield at Cal as he headed toward the platform. Wow, this is driving me crazy. Cal really felt as if he was going crazy. Human, the Crown Prince has arrived as well. No, human, the Crown Prince is laughing so much. He says he is happy. I am happy too. I don't know what is going on, but I am happy to see you being cheered like this, human. The innocent little dragon's words made it so that Cal could not react in any way. Instead, he walked quickly, but not too noticeably quickly, toward the platform. He then stood in front of the magic amplification device. I'll just say something nice and walk down. That was the thought on his mind. He purposely did not prepare much. They won't look for me anymore if I give a boring speech, or at least they won't call me for such a thing. Of course, he was still not planning on speaking nonsense. He planned on honestly telling his story to the students who excitedly came to his speech. Cal raised his hand. The students shouting shield quieted down. They automatically closed their mouths after seeing the charismatic commander, but Cal was thinking that they listened very well as he opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. Let's start with a greeting. Human, I only gave a greeting. What now? Choi Young-soo is here. Uwang. Cal could feel the divine item vibrating in his shirt pocket. Choi Young-soo asked me to tell you right now. Cal's gaze subconsciously headed toward the top window of the building Rayon should be at. Rayon's voice sounded urgent. Click. The window opened and Choi Young-soo showed his face through the ledge. It was hard to see because of the distance, but he could at least tell it did not look good. Human, Rayon urgently shouted. He says there seems to be another wanderer here. Choi Young-soo can sense it. It was at that moment. The sky. One of the ancient powers started speaking. The sky is weird. It was the sky eating water. She was reacting to something. Cal lifted his head up. He could see the clear sky. However, he could see a small dot extremely far up in the sky. It was a black dot. His instincts were telling him something. That is a person. No, it was a wanderer. Cal's experience and instincts were telling him. He had no idea how the situation ended up like this, but he had no idea what had happened until now and could not tell what kind of relationship anybody had with that wanderer, but something was about to happen. Cal looked down to see a ton of people, especially a lot of young students. Fuck. Chapter 210, Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend, 7, Commander Cal suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. People naturally looked up as well. As some people realized something was wrong, Choi Young-soo, who had been holding onto the terrace railing, stepped up onto the railing. Hey Choi Young-soo, I told the human. He heard Rayon's voice followed by Crown Prince Albaru Crossman's. Why did a wanderer suddenly appear? I am not sure, Your Highness. That person seems to be the wanderer, the black dot in the sky. That dot, which they were sure was a person, was making him feel something. An existence that has escaped time and space. That peculiar feeling that only wanderers gave off was coming from this person. Choi Young-soo. Choi Young-soo heard the Crown Prince's low voice, but he had no time to pay any attention to that. He did not have the time to answer the Crown Prince's questions and curiosity right now. I let Kim Rock-soo know, so I need to go fight against that wanderer for now. However, he flinched after hearing the Crown Prince's next words. Is it an enemy? It was a short and direct question. Choi Young-soo turned his head. Albaru's gaze was calm. He finally remembered something. This person he was looking at was not normal either. He's definitely not an ally, Your Highness. the moment they heard Choi Young-soo's answer tap. Someone stepped on the railing and shot up into the air. It was Choi Han, who had turned into his bird form. The hawk immediately shot up into the sky. Rayon Nim, please go to Cal. The crown prince's order followed behind him. Furthermore, he opened the door and walked out as he spoke. I'm going to go speak to the chancellor. He then looked toward Choi Young-soo. It is important to get rid of that uninvited guest, but Choi Young-soo looked into Alberus' rage-filled cold gaze. Alberu continued to speak. It would be a bigger issue if chaos was caused and people got hurt. I hope you keep that in mind. Alberu said one more thing before closing the door all the way. Cal Henitus would be well aware of that. Choi Young-soo's heart calmed down a bit. His heart, which had become rushed at the unexpected appearance of a wanderer, was a bit calm now. He was not so dense that he would not understand Alberu Crossman's warning not to act rashly. Rayon, tell me if you have anything you want to say. I'll tell our human. This young dragon was sharp as well. The god of death has started a full investigation on wanderers. He wants to lock down the location of all current wanderers. These words were immediately delivered to Cal. In addition, both the god of death and I, about your hypothesis, the hypothesis that the wanderers might be the 5 colors bloods, we find it quite reasonable, and plan to use that as the foundation to proceed with the investigation stealthily. Both Choi Young-soo and the god of death accepted Cal's hypothesis to likely be true, and I will be the one to defeat that wanderer. It was the moment he said that. Ooh, the sky started shaking. The air caused ripples and waved out with that black dot, the wanderer, at the center. Cal stopped looking at the sky at that moment. Human, Young-soo said he will go take that person down. Just so you are aware, Sway Khan went as well. As for me, I am coming to you, Cal Nim. He heard Choi Han's concerned voice behind him. Cal gave him a short response. It's a wanderer. He then looked forward. What's going on? Who is that person? What is up with the mood here? Come on, you're all making me anxious. People were starting to fall into chaos. It could not be helped. Who is that person? What is up with this ripple? The magic barrier was pierced. The mood of the instructors and people in charge of the different academic departments did not look good. Furthermore, people rushing over to report to them looked extremely rushed, making people feel the same anxiety despite not knowing the contents of the report. That anxiety made people recall a certain memory. The war that took place, not just in the Rhone Kingdom, but throughout the eastern and western continents, for the past few years, the anxiety created by war made people have to live quietly in fear. They had all been happy that the war had ended and the Rhone Kingdom had gotten stronger, but the fear and anxiety remained buried within that excitement. Maybe they even pushed forward that excitement and joy in order to hide those fears and push forward with their lives. People also remembered something else. The incident that might have been the starting point of it all, the big incident that happened in the Rhone Kingdom that they had almost forgotten. Because things had quieted down so much, that incident was the magic bomb terror incident at the Rhone Kingdom's capital plaza. That terror incident was what the citizens of the Rhone Kingdom believed got the Rhone Kingdom twisted into all sorts of things. No way an anxious person's short little comment started to raise the level of chaos. What is it? What's going on? I don't know. Even the oldest of academy students were only in their late teens. The fear in their hearts rose exponentially as they got swept up in the mood around them. The parents of the students who came to hear the speech, which made up a large portion of all of the spectators, were more realistic and felt a deeper sense of fear. Their advanced age allowed them to see more. The knights who suddenly started entering the plaza, the mages who were getting ready to continuously cast spells, the way the people in charge were stealthily chatting with each other, all of these things only led them to have ominous thoughts. No, our child is here. It was at that moment. Ooh, the sky roared again. Another large ripple spread out. People could feel that the black dot was not larger than before. The existence that was extremely high up in the sky was slowly descending down, to the ground where they were. That they then saw some people charging toward that black dot. A bird? It was a bird and a person. They were so quick that it was hard to tell with their eyes. However, there were people who could not just sit back and watch. We must evacuate the students, the rest of the guests as well. There's too many people. We still have to evacuate as many people as possible. The people in charge were discussing with one another when they heard a noise. Bang! It was an explosion that swallowed all sound for a moment. They raised their heads. The black dot. The two existences that had been charging toward that uninvited guests were stopped by something and flung away. Bang! One person slammed into the roof of a nearby building, and the roof crumbled. What is going on right now? This unrealistic and sudden situation made people's heads go blank. However, they soon had to snap back to their senses. Ooh, the moment they heard another ripple in the air, the moment they became scared by that sound, and curled their bodies forward, all people saw a large black light. It was a black orb that made it look as if the night sky was curled up into a ball. The face of that orb was sparkling with white light. Choi Han clenched his fists as soon as he saw that light. What is it? It felt familiar. This power did not feel foreign at all. The pieces of white light within this foundation of darkness, Choi Han, who had found hope within the darkness and set it as his signpost, felt a similar feeling from this. However, this power was similar but clearly different. Most importantly, it was more complete. Choi Han subconsciously stepped forward. Someone's sharp screech cut through the plaza at that moment. We need to run away. It was the start of chaos. People got scared after seeing this large power. Please wait, everyone. Please calm down for a moment. We cannot have order breakdown right now. Please stop. The administrators of the academy tried to calm them down, but people did not listen. This darkness that appeared in the middle of the day, even if there were specks of light within it, this darkness created by a mysterious individual filled them with fear. Move, you move, please make way. We need to go get our child. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Is it another group like the White Stars? Are they aiming for us again? Fuck, this damn kingdom never has a quiet day. Our child is over there. Please don't get in our way. As shouting filled the area, Choi Han slowly turned his head. Sir Cal, Sir Choi Han, the Chancellor rushed onto the platform at that moment. Please help us with the evacuation. Choi Han subconsciously asked. To where? The Chancellor flinched. Where would they move this large group of people? Especially now that the uninvited guest has already released his powers. That black orb that was slowly getting bigger and would soon fall to the ground. There is a shelter we created for emergencies. The Chancellor's face was pale as he answered. The Dean of Military Science came up and spoke at that moment. There is a way. Dean, what is it? The Chancellor's face lit up and he looked toward the Dean waiting for an answer. However, the Dean silently looked past Choi Han's shoulder. Choi Han figured it out and turned around. The person who had been quiet since earlier raised his hand. Quiet. Cal Henitus's voice filled the whole plaza through the magic amplification devices. Everybody, please quiet down. The force in his voice was amazing. People stopped moving. They then looked at him. They had all thought of it as well. This was the person who stopped the Roan Kingdom's magic bomb terror incident. This was also the person who stopped the Indomitable Alliance, who was aiming for the Roan Kingdom. In addition, this was the person who saved the Roan Kingdom and the entire eastern and western continents from the White Star. They finally remembered it. As for Cal Fuck, he was hearing Rayon's voice continuously in his mind. Human, Choi Young-soo says he's never seen this wanderer before. He also says that this bastard seems to have died at least a couple centuries before him. Oh, he says this guy seems super strong. Hearing these reports made it so that Cal could not easily open his mouth. Furthermore, as Choi Han mentioned, where could they evacuate so many people to in a short period of time with the enemy already here? What he could do and what he could say was already determined. Shit, fuck, he was extremely annoyed. However, he could not let it show. Instead, he needed to act calm. Why, Lily? Lily's face, which he had not been able to spot until now, was now visible in the distance. She was looking at him desperately while standing with the other students of the military science department. He could see Basin's face far behind her within the group of parents. He held back a sigh. He couldn't even let this short sigh out. Everybody was looking at him. Instead, he raised his head. Now I am certain. He was sure that he just made eye contact with that wanderer. It was clear that the two of them were looking at each other. It was at that moment. Cal Henitus. It was an ambiguous voice that made it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. There was a lot of static like a broken machine. Did you defeat the Huyans patriarch? The Black Bloods of Xiolan, the Huyans patriarch, had died in front of Cal after mentioning the 5 colors bloods. You were the last person to see the Huyans patriarch. That was correct. He had died in front of Cal while answering his question. Cal was able to figure out how this wanderer came to find him. He didn't know how it was possible, but this person had seen the memories of the Huyans patriarch, despite not even a corpse remaining behind. This is your warning. This person came to warn Cal. Thankfully, he did not come to kill him. Do not cross the line anymore. It was an extremely cold and dry voice. O child of the Thames, Cal's maternal family was the Thames. His maternal family was suspected of being destroyed by the hunters. If you want to protect, don't meddle. This is the limit of your strength. The wanderer waved their hand. The large black orb started falling down to the ground. The surface of the orb started burning up. A large ball of fire started falling to the ground. It was directed right at the plaza. People became chaotic again. The Magic Education Department cast a shield. Knights and warriors were shouting loudly. Some of the students plopped down on the ground. Please don't worry. Some of them heard Cal's voice, but most of them could not hear it. Of course, everybody here had heard of Cal's accomplishments. Some of them had seen it through video communication devices as well. However, none of them had personally experienced it. Personally facing such a large ball of fire made it so that they couldn't see Cal or the famed commander or really anything. They could not just trust in this person. They wanted to run away. They just wanted to leave this place and live elsewhere. Haya, really? Cal was well aware of this as well. Human, the Crown Prince and I are both prepared. Cal thought he had no other choice when he heard Rayon's voice. The people ready to run out to escape, and the people plopped down on the ground made it feel as if things would get big even if he stopped this power. That was why, despite not wanting to do so, he needed to be the one to say it. He needed to calm the people down. Human, that power is something we can stop no problem. As Rayon mentioned, this power that was just a warning was not that burdensome for Cal. It probably would have been, back in the time of the Roan Kingdom's magic bomb terror incident, but Cal, Rayon, and their friends were all much stronger now. Ooh-oh, a rumbling started from the ground. People flinched. A silver thread left Cal's hand and headed toward the sky. The Crown Prince and I are both casting shields. This time, both Rayon and the Crown Prince were assisting him. Bang, the dark red ball of fire was getting larger and larger as it swallowed the air around them. As the ball of fire cast a shadow and covered the people in darkness, they saw a different light. Ah, it was a silver light. The moment they saw the light that appeared through the chaos, the people trying to run stopped. The hero of the Roan Kingdom, the commander of the Roan Kingdom. People looked desperately toward the man who did not know the meaning of defeat. They wanted him to say something, anything. No, they desperately wanted him to show them. The commander answered their silent pleas. Of course, the commander did not know that he would ever have to say these words with his own mouth. He really did not know. He truly did not ever want to say these words. However, he had to say it right now. Cal Henetus spoke to the crowd. The shield will not break. The silver shield appeared in the air. The silver wings that were large enough to wrap around everybody in the plaza were truly beautiful. White shields then seeped into the light of those silver wings. The moment Cal, Rayon, and Alberus powers fused together, there was a loud explosion as the fiery darkness slammed into the silver shield. Chapter 211, Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend 8. The first thing to touch the silver shield was fire. The fiercely burning flame on the surface of the black orb that seemed to swallow the air around it swept upon the shield. Everything turned red at that moment. However, the fire was unable to break the shield. In fact, it couldn't leave a single mark on the silver light. The Crown Prince's shield broke. However, people gasped even louder once the fire disappeared. The black orb that was sparkling with specks of white light, it looked as if a condensed version of the night sky was striking down into the ground. The silver shield and its 2 wings. The moment the black orb touched its surface, bang, there was another loud explosion. The black orb looked sturdy, but it exploded as soon as it touched the shield. No, darkness attacked the shield like water bursting out of a hole in a dam. It resembled a black wave. However, they got goosebumps on their arms as soon as they saw the black wave. Some people were overwhelmed with fear. An unexplainable sense of anxiety swept over their bodies. It felt as if fear that made them unable to fall asleep at night was attacking them. Gasp. Some people gasped while others looked away from the darkness. Of course, some people were calm. However, they still felt discomfort from this black thing pushing toward them. Whether big or small, they felt an instinctual feeling of discomfort. Ah, Choi Han gasped. He thought that this power was similar to his own. However, they were different. They both had the same darkness, but night was not a source of fear for Choi Han. It was because light existed within the darkness. However, this darkness had a sense of instinctual fear within it. Humans, even when they are at home, would feel an unexplainable sense of fear and dread if they quietly looked out into the darkness outside the window while by themselves. Maybe it was because of things that this darkness made them think about, or because there is some sort of instinctual reaction within their bodies. As for this darkness, it was like that basic instinct. I see. Choi Han realized it. This black thing pushing toward them the specks of light in this weird power that was coming toward them as liquid, or smoke, or who knows what, were traps unlike the hope and goals that Choi Han's light represented. They were traps to sink the prey that looked for light within the darkness farther inside. Choi Han felt a sense of discomfort that he could not fully explain. He had this desire to slash apart this power that seemed similar but was different from his own. However, he held himself back. There was no need for him to pull out his sword. Ooh, 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 the air rumbled. The aftershock of the shield and darkness crashing against each other made the air rumble. But the silver light did not submit to the darkness. It continued to release its radiant light. People couldn't help but gasp at this beautiful sight. It looked even holier than normal because this light was being used to stop the darkness. It's shrinking. The darkness seemed to be unable to get past the shield as it was slowly shrinking. The fear and dread were slowly disappearing. This discomfort and the goosebumps on their arms were all calming down. Those feelings were being replaced with marvel and relief. One of the students in the Department of Military Science looked away from the silver shield and toward the platform. Commander Cal Henitus was firmly standing there with the silver light extending out of his hands. There were no changes to the commander's expression. Cal was looking up at the sky with a stiff look on his face. This eccentric darkness that was pushing forward like liquid, but looked like smoke, Cal could not relax despite it slowly disappearing. Human, this is nibbling away at it. Rayon's 5-layered shield on top of the silver shield, the darkness was nibbling away at the shield. They were then disappearing with the shields. Human, this power is weird. It feels like it will swallow everything. Of course, I will not lose. This darkness was estimated to disappear together the moment all 5 layers of Rayon's shield disappeared. As Rayon mentioned, he would not lose. But the Wanderer used this power as if it was nothing. He called it a simple warning. But human, the Wanderer did not use magic when he disappeared. The Wanderer who flicked his hand to send this large orb down to the plaza had disappeared. Sui Khan, who was up in the sky, confirmed it. He said that person disappeared instantly. Rayon said that he had not felt any change to the mana when the Wanderer disappeared. This meant that the person in the sky instantly disappeared using something other than magic. How leery. This person felt different from the enemies he had faced until now. Wanderers. Cal had thought them to be like Choi Young-soo and Choi Young-gun. That was why he was able to hypothesize and understand the powers they used or their way of thinking. However, something was different about that Wanderer just now. The power he used was something Cal could not understand, but most importantly, he's strong. His instincts were warning him. The enemy, someone whose face he couldn't even see, was very strong. Fuck. Maybe it was because of this sense of danger that he was feeling for the first time in a long while, but Cal got chills on his arms. Human, it's done. Cal could see the sky with the darkness completely gone, as this was just a warning. The enemy did not leave any traces behind. All he could see was his silver shield and its 2 wings. The blue sky beyond the shield was extremely beautiful and refreshing. It was a rare, warm day for the winter. My body feels light as well. Cal's body was feeling light and refreshed as well. It was to be expected as he had not done anything. What do I do? However, his inside was not feeling so light and refreshed. With my own mouth, I myself said that the shield will not break. In front of so many people, Cal knew something else as well. They also said that this was being broadcast out to many places, didn't they? The different academies in Roan Kingdom as well as some cities would have seen everything. How many people must have seen this? Cal was getting a headache. He withdrew his shield and blankly stared up at the sky as the silver light disappeared and the warm sunlight shone down on him. The people below the platform saw it all. The way their commander looked up at the sky with a stiff look on his face, his appearance showed no pride or ego about the miraculous great power that he had just used. Instead, they felt deep anguish and a heavy burden. People could not easily open their mouths after seeing that. Cal then realized that his surroundings were too quiet. The people who would normally be cheering or applauding were quietly standing there. Shit. Cal realized something after seeing the stiff looks on their faces. They must be anxious. It was not everyone, but a portion of the people had seen how the academy administrators were unable to figure out the identity of this sudden enemy and acted frantic. People always feared the unknown enemies the most. That was why they must still be scared despite the enemy disappearing. Cal held back a sigh. The academy and the royal palace will end up saying something about today's incident anyway. People would feel less anxious if they gave an answer or explained the cause of the issue. That was the attitude the royal palace should have toward the citizens of the kingdom who faced such an ordeal. Cal raised his head and looked at the terrace of a building. He saw Crown Prince Albaru. Albaru nodded his head. Cal understood the meaning behind that nod. Yes, I need to give them some sort of explanation right now, especially since it was currently being broadcast out. Giving even a short explanation would prevent chaos. Most importantly, it would reduce any rumors. Cal approached the magic amplification device. Albaru flinched in response. What's up with him? He found this to be odd. They were far away, but he had nodded his head at Cal after they made eye contact. It was a sign. Just come down. I will take care of things. Albaru was being considerate of his sworn sibling. It was also his duty as the crown prince. However, Albaru saw Cal walking up to the amplification device instead of coming down from the platform. He wondered what Cal was trying to do. Cal started to speak at that moment. I am sure you were all shocked. Thank you very much for remaining calm. Cal started gently as he looked out at the people. He could see their stiff bodies and expressions. They must be feeling chaotic. Despite surviving the ordeal, they were probably scared that something like this would happen again. They would feel even more anxious if there was no explanation. Whether it was the king disappearing or the royal palace being attacked, this situation could have made them recall those events. These memories they wanted to forget might have rushed back up in the face of danger. Please calmly follow the administrators from here on. He motioned to the chancellor, who quickly nodded his head. Of course, he looked out of it. Tusk. Cal wondered whether the former prime minister should really be like this, but he simply clicked his tongue internally and spoke to the people. And please don't worry. People would feel even more anxious if he simply stopped with that. It was something he learned as Kim Rock-soo while fighting against the monsters on Earth. He needed to share some information with them. We have already figured out the enemies aiming for our world and have prepared for it. We are already fighting against them. That is why you do not have to worry. Cal stopped there and looked around. He could see Lily and the students around her. Congratulations for the start of the new school year. I hope you are able to get everything you want this year in school. He saw Basin as well. The parents of the students were by his side. Cal gave a simple comment. The academy will, as always, protect this place until you all reach your dreams. Cal then walked down from the platform. He did not hear any cheering or applause behind him. Cal understood the situation. Yeah, how shocked must they be? In fact, he preferred this sort of quiet reaction. Cal gave short greetings to the academy administrators who were blankly staring at him and quickly walked. He sent signals to Choi Young-soo and Sway Khan with his eyes. We need to learn about the Wanderers. He needed to chat with the god of death as well. It was possible that their final enemies would be a group of Wanderers. This frustrating feeling made Cal undo the top button of his shirt. He subconsciously started scowling. The academy administrators lowered their eyes when they saw this, but Cal had no idea. It was none of his business. But it is nice that I don't have to give a speech. He was not really good with things like this compared to smacking the enemies in the back. Cal did like it that his speech was cancelled. His footsteps were, albeit not visible to the others, extremely light. The people looking at his back were unable to look away from him. Crown Prince Crown Prince watched all this before clenching his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Does this punk even want to be a slacker? Albaru was truly curious. Nonetheless, he started to speak. The aide by his side approached him. Was everything broadcast out? Yes, Your Highness. We were unable to stop it as it was a sudden situation. Since it was Cal Henitus giving a speech, I am sure that foreign nations were interested as well. Yes, Your Highness. Despite the fact that we only broadcast it out within the kingdom to areas with connections to the academy, I am sure they would have planted informants to see it. Then it wouldn't be wrong to say that this incident has been spread to the entire continent? Yes, Your Highness. Albaru stopped talking after hearing the aide's short response. The people in the plaza were unable to open their mouths either. Cal completely disappeared from the plaza. Someone who was watching gasped. There was no way to describe it. A new enemy, a new threat had appeared. That information was shocking, but he felt a bit relieved to hear that the kingdom was already aware of the enemies and fighting against them. He felt that there was no need to be scared. Nonetheless, he couldn't stop being scared. Someone subconsciously mumbled at that moment, I thought he was in recovery. Cal Henitus. He and his friends were the heroes who saved the Rhone Kingdom and the entire eastern and western continents. Recently, they had heard that Cal Henitus was remaining secluded because his health was not doing well. Everybody had believed that. However, the truth was he was fighting. Against enemies like that, they were at a loss for words. Now that he thought about it, Cal and his friends, who had accomplished such achievements, had all quickly gone silent. Normally, people who make such achievements would rise to high positions, or they would at least hear about them creating their own little territory. But for some odd reason, it was quiet. There was a reason behind it. Normally, such people would receive a title or a reward. I was wondering why it was so oddly quiet. People started opening their mouths one by one. One person suddenly said something he recalled. He was sure that he said world. Their commander had said the following. He said that there were enemies aiming not for this kingdom, but this world. It feels like a strong enemy that can't even be compared to arm. People looked at each other. They were fighting against such enemies, quietly without showing any signs of it happening. Despite them being sure that he would have been in pain and coughed up blood, he was so flabbergasted that he could not say anything. It was not marvelous, it was unbelievable. These emotions that were impossible to explain with words were quietly or loudly roaring within people's hearts. All of this was broadcasted through the video communication device. Furthermore, the power figures of the eastern and western continent, the ones who were wary of the now strong Rhone Kingdom and their great hero, Cal Henitus, were visible as well. I understand why the Rhone Kingdom did not try to suppress others with strength despite being able to do so. I see why they wanted to make deals and use politics. The Rhone Kingdom used their strongest card not for power, but quietly behind the scenes to save the world. Seriously. Conversations that would flabbergast Cal were happening all around the continent. Cal silently clenched his eyes shut. There's no helping you now. Albaru calmly commented. Cal, my boy, you are legend, wait for it, dairy. Fuck. Cal was swearing in front of the Crown Prince. Chapter 212. Young Master Silver Shield, Return of the Legend, 9. Albaru shook his head after hearing the swearing Cal. That is why I told you to just quietly come down. I thought you told me to explain a bit before coming down, Your Highness. The exchange of gazes between Albaru and Cal in the Academy's plaza, the two of them were unable to communicate properly. That led to Cal misunderstanding Albarus' intentions and sharing a few things while on the platform. As a result, Cal was currently raising his voice toward Albaru. Albaru looked at Cal in disbelief. Are you raising your voice at me right now? Cal clenched his mouth shut. The Crown Prince clicked his tongue in response. Why the hell did you tell them you are saving the world? Then what else would I say? Cal wanted to say that, but Albaru just kept talking. You should have said something like this is related to arm. You could have kept it at that. It is not a lie to say that things ended up like this because of arm. Then people would have been less anxious and not paid much attention to you. Cal wanted to say something, but there was nothing he could say. It is true that this happened because of arm. The enemies behind Arm were the hunters. After figuring out who was behind Arm, those people messed with the royal palace and multiple incidents overlapped together until this point. So what Alberu was saying was true. Furthermore, had Cal said things as Alberu just mentioned, people would have brushed it aside. Facing the same enemy over and over would feel familiar compared to facing a new enemy. That was the case even if the danger level was much higher. Even if you can't lie to them, you could have kept some things hidden. Why the hell did you make things even bigger? Yep. The Crown Prince's video communication device was continuously going off. His aides were already filtering through as many calls as possible, but there were places throughout the eastern and western continents continuously requesting calls. Alberus' expression became sharper. Cal slowly looked away from Alberu. Ahem. Honestly speaking, the cheering toward Cal grew more intense because of this, but Alberu was the one who had to take care of the aftermath. Cal was a part of the Roan Kingdom, and Alberu was currently the representative of the Roan Kingdom. This is driving me nuts. Alberu sighed and brushed his face with both hands. I plan on gathering the representatives of the different kingdoms and sharing a bit of truth about the situation in the near future. I am saying that there will be a grand assembly. You know what that means, right? Well, Alberu smiled as he asked. Cal quickly answered, "Yes, sir. It wasn't yes, your highness, but a yes, sir." Alberus' elegant smile became even bigger and both of them laughed. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, crunch crunch. Rayon, who was eating cookies, looked away from both of them. Both of you are being weird. The two of them felt a strange sense of futility at the 7-year-old dragon's comment and stopped laughing. Instead, Alberu rubbed his tired eyes as he nonchalantly asked. Putting the situation of the kingdom aside, of course, the situation of the kingdom was quite intense right now. However, it did not mean that things were full of chaos. In fact, people were scared but also full of courage. Alberu considered this to be quite the relief. However, he also thought about how the time that had passed did not simply flow by. We defeated them once. The Roan Kingdom. It was a kingdom that just existed despite having a long history. External nations thought of it that way, but the citizens of the kingdom also implicitly thought so about their home. However, the results of these past few years made people learn how to be scared, but not cower, and continue to push forward. Alberu wondered if the greatest thing the kingdom gained from the war of the past few years was confidence among its citizens and their trust for their kingdom and their home. That would be a strength for the Roan Kingdom in the future. That was what he believed. Honestly speaking, Alberu believed in those citizens as well. That was why he was increasing the size of the kingdom without any hesitation. Maybe this situation is actually better. Alberu had been considerate of Cal and the others being absent as he proceeded with things. Alberu did not desire power gained through suppression, but he had to worry about foreign nations figuring out this gap in the Roan Kingdom's strength. That was why he had, whether subconsciously or not, been a bit cautious. If anybody tries to squash or go against the Roan Kingdom in this current situation, people will curse them out. Based on the current mood, the image has been created that the Roan Kingdom has been working behind the scenes to protect this world even after going through that major war with the White Star. It's the truth. Of course, this was the truth. Cal Henitus and his people are the ones doing most of the suffering, though. There wasn't much that the Roan Kingdom was doing. However, Alberu was planning on gaining the things he could gain from this sort of vibe. There were times that image and appearance granted more strength than power. Alberu flinched. He was debating how to benefit from this situation when he noticed Cal looking at him with a bright smile on his face. Cal's gaze seemed to be saying that he knew exactly what Alberu was thinking about. Don't look at me like that. How am I looking at you, Your Highness? I am pretty sure I am looking at you with an extremely respectful gaze right now. Ha. Why do I even bother? Alberu gave up on this useless conversation with Cal and nonchalantly asked, "What happened to the Wanderer?" Cal's expression stiffened up. "Your Highness, we have yet to figure out the identity of the Wanderer who attacked us. Choi Young-soo and Sui Khan said that they could not see the face of the enemy when they approached him. He was wearing a mask. Apparently the enemy was wearing an animal mask under his robe. It was a cow. The mask was in the shape of a cow." The god of death said that he will investigate the list of wanderers to confirm whether the 5 colors bloods are a group of wanderers. Cal thought about the messages he exchanged with the god of death. That was a reason it was taking some time to investigate the list. It might even bring chaos to the divine world. Why? Because wanderers were single lifers, tribulators who had the qualifications to become gods but rejected it and were wandering like mercenaries. Cal had never seen the god of death being so serious. The excommunicated priestess Cage. Cal had to take her to Apitu this time. The god of death was even thinking about the potential of the divine item not working. That was why he was telling Cal to take Cage, who had the talents to become a holy maiden but refused to become one. I guess this is not a situation you can answer immediately. Albaru listened before quietly sighing and asking in a voice that sounded as if this was quite the headache. So will you leave immediately after returning to the Henetus territory? Yes, Your Highness. Cal ended up staying at the capital longer than expected because of the Academy's terror incident. However, it was time to leave now that things had settled down a bit. And the limit? Did you say it was 50 people? No, Your Highness. The god of death had agreed to Cal's request. Of course, 100 was too much. He asked Cal to make sure to leave one spot alone, because of that 99 people. When Cal asked why 100 was not possible, the god of death said something odd. Advent. That word felt so leery that Cal asked about it in quite the sharp tone, but the god of death did not answer the question. No, he could not answer the question. This feels so iffy. Is a god adventing down into that world? Cal started frowning as he thought about that moment. However, he did not think too deeply about it. It shouldn't be an enemy. The existence that the god of death might call down should, at minimum, be an ally. Cal heard Alberus' voice. I am not going to see you off. Cal chuckled and responded. Yes, Your Highness. I am sure you will be busy gaming. Please give it your best. Alberu simply smiled elegantly. Oh, it looks like our human beat the crown prince this time. The two people were ignoring the 7-year-old dragon's comments at this point. It's been so long, our bishop Nim. Yes, sir. The bishop in charge of the god of death's church in the Rhone kingdom. He was sweating bullets while looking at Cal. He did not dare to look around. It must have been hard coming all the way here, Bishop Nim. Cal asked in a warm voice and the bishop urgently answered. Not at all, sir. It was not hard at all. Haha, that's a relief. Cal pointed behind him. We could not go to the temple of the god of death this time because our party is so large. Haha, yes, sir. Of course I should be the one to come here. The bishop gulped after seeing the large black castle and the enormous bone dragon coiled around its roof behind Cal. He thought about how he came to this place alone and urgently commented, What I have seen today I will make sure to keep it a secret. Cal tilted his head to the side. He was smiling. Bishop Nim, why are you saying something so obvious so seriously? The bishop gulped. He thought that he would end up pummeled to death by that smiling face if he was to talk about this to anyone. Fuck, I should have just stayed quiet. He wanted to play a part in Cal's journey to the next world because Cal's name value had risen even higher. However, Cal said that he could take care of things this time. The bishop then responded that he must participate because the god of death's power was being used. Peek. He saw excommunicated priestess Cage next to Cal but turned his gaze. Cal also avoided the bishop's gaze with an unsettled look on his face. The bishop sighed. I saw something too grand once someone reached the level of bishop. They could, to some degree, feel the force of an object or an individual. The auras of this black castle and the individuals within it are truly like Mount Tai. Bishop Nim. Yes, sir. Please watch carefully and inform His Highness about the situation. Yes, sir. His role, to be completely honest, was a messenger for Alberu. Now that more people knew about the situation, a bishop who has been cooperating with them since earlier was more trustworthy than others. Cal. Cal finished his conversation with the bishop and turned toward the voice calling his name. I'll be back soon, mother. Okay. Duchess Violin was here as the representative of the family. Of course, she was surrounded by some of the tiger warriors who were going to stay behind. Please be careful. Yes, mother. Duchess Violin hesitated for a bit before extending her hand toward Cal. Cal hesitated before grabbing her hand. Pat, pat. The Duchess used her other hand to pat Cal's hand, Don't overdo it. The most important thing is your health and life. Do you understand? Yes, Mother, Cal answered without any complaints. It felt really awkward, but it could not be helped. Okay. Duchess Violin smiled. I know that you will jump into dangerous situations or end up in situations where you might get hurt even with me saying this. I have no plans to do so. Cal wanted to say that, but his track record until now gave him no confidence to say that he had no desire to do so. While Cal was hesitating, he flinched. Duchess Violin's eyes lit up for a moment. The vicious gaze made Cal subconsciously pull his hand back. The Duchess acted as if nothing happened and smiled at Cal. If you feel like it is an extremely dangerous situation, run. What? And hide in the castle. The Black Castle? Cal peeked at the Black Castle that did not look very different despite his parents saying that they were going to do some construction. It had a vintage charm, but it still looked old. He didn't even see any magic circles on the castle walls. That was why Cal had not asked his parents or Lord Sherrod about it. The Black Castle was just an extra addition, not the main force. Duchess Violin handed Cal the blueprints as she explained. Then the Black Castle will be able to destroy most things that attack it. The bishop's pupils started shaking at this vicious conversation. Cal smiled at that moment. I will make sure to look through the blueprints. His satisfied expression made Duchess Violin not hide her pride. A small smile appeared on her cold face. Okay, we dumped a ton of money into it, so it should be worth its cost. Oh. Cal gasped in admiration, and Duchess Violin turned around without any hesitation as she said goodbye. Okay, have a nice trip. Yes, Mother. I'll be back soon. The bishop wondered if this light-hearted conversation really was between a son who was heading to a dangerous place to save the world and his mother who was seeing him off. However, nobody was paying any attention to the bishop. Let's go. Cal tapped on the divine mirror as he said that. The forest of darkness became silent at that moment. People, different from his usual people, walked up to him at that moment. I am ready. Shaya Iruhaben, with golden dust all around him, was to Cal's right. I am all prepared as well. Lord Sherrod, with her overflowing white hair, looked fully prepared to cast her shield at any moment as she stood on Cal's left. Cal stood at the entrance of the Black Castle and looked behind him. Choi Han and Rayon were waiting at the castle wall. Mary was at the window closest to the sky. The bone dragon, the dragon half-blood, was on the roof. Cal found it odd that the dragon half-blood lowered his head as if to avoid his gaze, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he held back a sigh while looking at Ron, who was standing next to Mary. We ended up not being able to chat. It was so hectic after the Academy's terror incident that he had not been able to chat with Ron and Beecrox. I'll do it at Apitu, even if I have to make some time to do it. He couldn't just keep pushing it back. Kim Rock-Soo and Cal Henitus. He needed to tell them about that. Ooh, there was an odd cry and black threads started spreading out from under Cal's feet. The black light created a large design. This seemed much different from their transportations until now. Once the circle surrounding Cal and the Black Castle was completed, the rumbling stopped. Cal figured out why the Forest of Darkness was so quiet right now. This eccentric power of a god made the monsters, who only had their instincts, lay low. Cal saw the black light cover him and the Black Castle the moment he saw the message. His eyes automatically shut. He heard the god of death's voice. I don't know how Apitu will be. It was a world where they could not expect anything. A world ruled by dragons. I am transporting you to the last place I received contact from Choi Young-gun. That place should be more stable than other areas, which is most likely why Choi Young-gun contacted me from there. Choi Young-gun, the first dragon slayer and Choi Han's ancestor. They needed to find this missing person at Apitu as well. Pat. Cal felt a familiar sensation and immediately opened his eyes. Apitu. This mysterious world might be full of danger from the moment they get there. That was the reason Cal had Lord Sherrod and Iruhaben by his side. It's been a while. His body was completely tense for the first time in a long while. He felt like he was back to being young Kim Rock-Soo who had to survive on Earth when everything had completely changed. It was only fitting for him to be in such a state. Apitu. Cal needed to protect as he fought in that world. The darkness brightened up. We are in Apitu. The moment he felt that he saw the world ruled by dragons. Cal flinched. He subconsciously curled up. It's so cold. Everything was white. He could feel the strong, cold gusts of wind and the snow falling around him. This is so different from what I expected. He was seeing something slightly different from what he expected. It was at that moment. Shit. Iruhaben let out a sigh. We can't use mana here. Excuse me? What do you mean? Cal wanted to say that, but he felt an unfamiliar presence. He turned his head. An old man tightly wrapped in fur clothes was approaching them. A couple people were behind him as well. The old man opened his mouth as soon as he saw Cal. Archduke? What? Archduke? Cal became anxious. No, there's no way. No, that the old man seemed more flustered than Cal. That made Cal anxious as well. The old man slowly spoke, looking as if he was going to cry. Has the descendant of the Archduke come to save the territory? Archduke? Descendant? Territory. With the snow and wind blasting around him, Cal subconsciously said a word that he read quite frequently as an avid reader of all genres. The Archduke of the North? The old man reacted to those words. As I expected, sir, you really are. Ah, the revelation I received in my dreams was not a lie. The intense reaction made Cal blankly stand there without being able to say anything. Human, are you cold? Sniff, sniff, I am cold. Cal quietly let the cold wind hit him for a bit as he listened to the sniffling of the 7-year-old dragon. At least until Ron got him a fur coat. Apitu. This place felt as if it really would be no joke. Chapter 214. The lone flame in the ice, too. The god of hope said something to Cal the first time they met. Look for the blue wolf. Even before ancient times, there were numerous creatures that existed long before human history started. Among them, there was an existence that was both fierce and merciful. The ruler of the predatory animals, the king of the wild beasts. Find the blue wolves who have lost their standing and are being forgotten. It was mentioned that these blue wolves would be the existences that would allow him to handle the numerous variables and the rapidly changing flow of things in Apitu. Those wolves could handle the weight of imbalance in place of Cal and his friends. The god of hope had said some other things as well. Take your blue wolf and the black dragon. Once those two children decide on their respective paths, and only then, will the flow finally change. Basically, he had to first figure out the blue wolves' equivalent in Apitu. Then, once Locke and Rayon decide on their respective paths, a variable that could change this world would appear, and the flow would finally change. But I have no plans on letting Locke and Rayon get swept up in that flow. He would rather handle it himself than place the burden on two children. As an adult, he could not allow two children under his domain to carry such heavy burdens. Cal let out a gasp-like laugh. He looked at the old man in front of him and asked, So the Archduke's House of Snow has been with the wolves for generations? Yes, sir. Then why are the beast people called the Dirty Bloods? The house of the Archduke in a vast empire had been with the wolf warriors. That means that beast people were not considered dirty bloods until then. The moment the beast people became dirty bloods has to have been in the past 200 years after the fall of the house of the Archduke. Cal had a feeling he knew what happened, but he looked at the old man to get a detailed explanation. The old man's face turned odd, but he answered. Around 200 years ago, the world faced a cataclysmic period. He was looking at Cal with a gaze that seemed to be asking how Cal did not know about this, but Cal just ignored that gaze. To give a brief explanation, many of the foundational things in this world started changing in about 10 years. The old man's gaze headed toward the window of the reception room. It had calmed down a bit, but the snow was still pouring down. First, the weather changed. They started seeing abnormal climatic symptoms in the empire and the entire continent before the weather changed in those areas. I heard that the snow was not this strong here either. However, it has become the land with the longest winter since the cataclysmic period. Originally, it was a bit barren because it was in front of a mountain range, but it was still a decent area to live in with bearable weather. However, this was now one of the hardest areas to live in. Second, mana and aura suddenly became not usable. Cal's eyes clouded over. The topic he wanted to hear about came up, so it wasn't always like this. It suddenly happened. This was what he wanted to know. We were told that it was truly a terrible era. Maybe aura wasn't as used, but magic was used quite a bit even in daily life, so it was extremely chaotic. The way the old man was talking made Cal immediately open his mouth. Are you saying it is not like that anymore? Yes, sir. The old man answered without any hesitation, but his tone was getting odder. Mana and aura started to return. It is a great thing. Started to return? The old man's face did not look good despite calling it a great thing. He seemed to not look favorably upon it. Yes, sir, it returned. It is quite a relief to know that people who can use mana and aura started to reappear one by one after the cataclysmic period. Senior, your face does not look very happy despite the things you are saying. The old man flinched. Hoo-woo, he sighed before adding on. If we say there were 1,000 mages in the past, now it has significantly decreased to 1. It is the same with aura. That is why magic and sword arts are all quite shabby compared to 200 years ago. The old man seemed to want to say more, but was holding back. Cal wanted to learn more about the changed society with the decrease in people who could use mana or aura, but he held himself back. It was because the old man had to answer. Dirty bloods. He needed to hear about the beast people. And finally, the beast people became violent. The answer to that question was finally here. We were told that the beast people who successfully completed their berserk transformations apparently became crazed and harmed their surroundings. They supposedly looked like monsters in between the appearances of humans and animals. Cal recalled Locke's first berserk transformation. It was a state where he was relying more on instincts than reason. People saw those beast people and became scared because it was a time they could not use mana or aura. The existence that appeared at that time is the Holy City. Not the Holy Empire, but the Holy City. Cal asked with a stoic look on his face. Did the Holy City face off against those beast people? It seemed like an obvious story. But if this was not a story but the reality, it would be quite a serious topic. It would become a big issue that was not so obvious. Yes, sir. The Holy City was able to push the beast people out with the help of the dragons. I heard that quite a lot of beast people died during that time. It was impossible to count the number of casualties. Nonetheless, a lot of beast people remained and scattered throughout the continent to live in hiding. Beast people live in hiding here in the Erg Mountain range as well. Cal suddenly thought of a race in his world, nameless one, the Dark Elves, necromancers. Finally, the Church of the Sun God that tried to subjugate and erase them from the world. Something similar was happening here in Apitu. Of course, that incident was in the past in Cal's world, but it was still happening in this world. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Then the Holy City must have grown through that cataclysmic period and risen to the position of an empire. That, and the Holy Empire probably told people that the beast people have dirty bloods and must be killed for everybody to be safe. Yes, that and with the changing weather and issues with the different powers adding this threat to their lives probably made people want someone to blame. The beast people ended up being the scapegoats. Cal finished and looked at the old man. The chief let out an answer with a sigh. That is correct. The reason Cal could say such things to the old man was the fact that this old man and his people were showing positive demeanors toward this Archduke existence. That subtle feeling was not being hidden. People with such positive feelings toward the Archduke would never be hostile toward the beast people with their relationship to the Archduke. In fact, they were showing stealthy hostility toward the Holy Empire that was to come to capture the beast people. There was silence for a bit. To organize all of this, Cal sorted the information he gathered. 1. The cataclysmic period made the weather change throughout the continent. 2. They became unable to use mana and aura, but a select few were now able to use them again. 3. The beast people became violent and were said to have dirty blood, making them live in hiding. Cal, an existence that had been at the corner of the reception room, started talking to Cal. That existence was naturally Eruhaben. You are able to get a sense, right? Cal nodded his head. The cataclysmic period. The purple bloods must have done something at that time. The world tree and this world itself were being ruled by the dragons right now. The start of that was probably around that cataclysmic period. The purple blood dragons probably suppressed the different energies of this world as they took over. The aftershock of that could have led to the weather change. Or maybe it was because of the issue with the world tree and the world. And finally, the beast people, the corners of Cal's lips curled up a bit. A world without mana or aura. Now that the dragons have taken control of the world tree and the elves that revere it, there is only one existence for them to worry about. An existence that was skilled in different ways beast people. The beast tribes. They were strong even without mana or aura. In Cal's world, the whales were not as strong as dragons, but were almost at their level. And the number of beasts easily outnumbered the dragons. Since the Holy Empire serves the dragons as gods, they see the beast people as a threat to their gods and believe they need to rid the world of them. Cal finished organizing his thoughts and asked the chief, "Have you ever seen a violent beast person? There have been eyewitnesses. Do they become violent to the point they lose their sense of reason?" "Yes, sir. They become crazed and follow their instincts to destroy everything." Cal looked at the window of the reception room. One side showed the village, while the window on the other side showed somewhere else. The snow-covered rough Erg mountain range. If there were beast people hiding there, you can't believe all of those eyewitness accounts. Cal let out a laugh. The chief and the village people flinched. Cal calmly continued to speak. Trying to live in a mountain range like Thate, especially in the winter, while they are hiding, must be very difficult. Existences that are so crazed that they destroy everything and only have their instincts left keep themselves hidden instead of coming down to the village. Did that make any sense? A monster-like existence would, especially at times like this, come down from the mountains to cause havoc in the village. However, the villagers in front of Cal seemed to show no fear toward the beast people. There must be some violent beast people, but also non-violent beast people. Cal spoke as if he was certain. "Like this sir over here." The middle-aged man who seemed to be the oldest of the four after the chief, Cal pointed at that person. The middle-aged man's identity was revealed the moment he stepped into the castle. Clunk! A chair was pushed back and the middle-aged man jumped up. The moment the man, who was wearing the typical outfit of the village's hunters, glared at Cal. He flinched. Screech. There was the sound of another chair being pushed back and a person who had his head covered removed his hood as he stood up. What a half-baked wolf. The middle-aged man's pupils started shaking. Cal smiled. Of the 99 people in this group, there was no way to leave these people out when it was a group of the strongest people by Cal's side. The future whale Queen Watira looked at the middle-aged man while smiling. "Why is it that you are releasing so much scent of a wolf despite being in human form?" The person next to her laughed out loud. "Ho ho, I definitely agree. I thought that the beast people here were just a bit different from us, but they must have experienced something during the cataclysmic period." Someone else removed their hood. The head of the tiger tribe shaman Gashan was laughing. However, his laugh carried significant discomfort. Dirty bloods? Haha, these stories were annoying, no, angering Watira and Gashan, who held extreme pride in the fact that they were beast people. The chief and the middle-aged man were unable to say anything. It was the same for the other two villagers. Okay. Cal motioned to the middle-aged man. "Please take a seat. There is no need to be so nervous." A gentle smile was on his face. Senior. He still had many things to ask the chief. There were 3 things that were most important to him right now. First, how did the dragons end up as gods? Dragons could not become gods. And the hunters had a plan to create an omnipotent god, yet they had people serving the dragons as gods. This was an inconsistency. The purple bloods. Cal was curious about their line of thinking. And when will the subjugation squad show up? Second, he needed to get some information on the subjugation squad the Holy Empire would be sending here. They may be the first enemies for Cal's group to face. And finally, do you happen to know someone named Choi Gun? The missing wanderer. This place was where the god of death last heard from Choi Gun. Cal needed to find him as well. Cal would start moving once he heard even the simplest of answers about these 3 things. Chapter 215, The Lone Flame in the Ice. 3. The chief, who should be answering Cal's question, was currently not in a state to answer. He was looking at Watira and Gashan with a dazed look on his face. However, there was someone who was more shocked than him. It was the middle-aged hunter. How he was so shocked it looked as if he had received an electric jolt. Did he say us? He recalled what Gashan had just said. Ho, I definitely agree. I thought that the beast people here were just a bit different from us, but they must have experienced something during the cataclysmic period. That could only mean one thing. Are you both beast people as well? The answer came from an indifferent voice. Cal answered with a nonchalant look on his face. This lady over here is a humpback whale, Miss Watira, and this sir over here is a tiger and a shaman, Gashan. Ah, Cal realized something at that moment. Gashan, do your incantations work? Gashan's eyes opened wide. He quickly tried an incantation. He then frowned. It does not, young Master Nim. He shook his head. The power of nature seems to be blocked. Iruhaben interjected into the conversation. It is not just aura and mana, the overall flow of nature is being controlled. It looks like those dragon bastards of this world have messed with it. The chief and his people all flinched in shock and looked at Iruhaben. The old man hesitated before asking, "Is this sir a beast person as well?" He sounded a bit cautious. Iruhaben answered extremely confidently and haughtily. "No, I'm a dragon." Plop. The hunter who had jumped up earlier felt his knees go weak as he plopped back down on the chair. However, the ancient dragon did not care. In fact, he looked as if he was happy with this development and asked the chief a question. "Hey chief, why are the dragons gods here?" The first question Cal had asked, how did the dragons end up as gods? Iruhaben wanted to know about the same thing. He had heard something from Cal before. Dragons cannot become gods. That the chief could not speak properly. He could not think straight after learning about the beast people by Cal's side and finding out that Iruhaben was a dragon. "Senior." Someone handed him a cup of warm tea. "Please take a sip and calm down." Cal had a gentle smile on his face. The chief extended a hand before realizing that his hand was shaking and grabbed the teacup with both hands. He seemed to calm a bit after drinking the warm tea as he let out a deep breath and started talking. During the cataclysmic period, the world was turning into a mess as magic stopped working. At that time, the Gonia Free City, the current Holy Empire, stepped in. Gonia Free City. That was the original name of the Holy Empire. Gonia Free City was originally created by a human who claimed to carry the blood of dragons. It is a city built by a dragon half-blood? Cal's eyes clouded over. Dragon half-bloods could not live very long. Humans were unable to handle the dragon blood in their bodies. But there was a city built by such a half-blood. Cal suddenly thought about the dragon half-blood who turned into a bone dragon. The chief continued to speak as Cal thought to himself. Of course, only human marriages were recognized after the first city lord, so the dragon's blood became weaker, but they were known to have the protection of dragons. And once the cataclysmic period started, that city lord appeared to inform the entire continent. He said that he asked the dragons to stop the chaos. The chief frowned. It is said that society was full of unspeakable chaos at that time. That was obvious. The world would get chaotic even if only teleportation and video communication went down. If all magic stopped working, it would be similar to electricity going out on Earth. While that was going on, some dragons helped support the areas that were chaotic because magic suddenly stopped. They also took the vanguard to execute the beast people when they became violent. Their magic and attributes then rescued the areas that were suffering from weird climate changes. Cal quietly listened. That led to people starting to worship and praise the dragons. Maybe that was to be expected. The gods they originally believed and prayed to did not listen to them, but the dragons fulfilled their wishes. They did so without receiving anything in exchange. How would the dragons have looked to the humans during the cataclysmic period? The view of the temples were quite bad at that time. You had to pay to even go to the temples to pray. The dragons handled things that their gods simply avoided. Anyway, the city lord of Gonia changed the name to the Holy City at that time and started expanding. And finally, he proclaimed that he would treat the dragons like gods. That was the moment the Gonia Free City became the Holy City. It was then the chief stopped talking for a moment. Cal felt as if he knew why the chief stopped. That is probably around when the Haru Empire became the Haru Kingdom. The chief would probably also talk about how the Holy City became the Holy Empire. It was then that the last emperor of the Haru Empire said that he could not accept worshipping the dragons as gods. That must have led to war. The chief nodded his head. I'm not sure if you know about this, but the first emperor of the Haru Empire was a dragon hunter, right? The chief flinched. He looked at Cal wondering how he knew about this, but simply sighed and continued to speak after seeing Cal remain silent. Yes, sir. He was the first dragon hunter. That might be why the world was saying that the Haru Empire might have done this, despite it being quite stupid to do so, because they were worried they would lose their place as a strong nation, or because they thought that the authority of the first emperor would fall. They were challenging the authority of the dragons without being able to use magic or aura. The chief stopped here for a moment before he continued. To share the results, everything ended with the death of the last emperor of the Haru Empire. To be honest with you, it can't even be called a war. He let out a scoff-like chuckle. The dragons did not intervene, saying that the war was a human issue, but some of the humans with dragon blood stepped in. They resolved things quite quickly. Are you talking about the dragon half-bloods? Yes, sir, that is correct. Cal peeked at Aruhaben after seeing the chief answer without any issues. The ancient dragon shook his head. Dragon half-bloods are strong. However, Cal knew what Aruhaben did not say. They are strong as they live short lives compared to dragons before they die. That was probably what the ancient dragon wanted to say. Cal thought that he should look into dragon half-bloods and slightly nodded his head before looking at the chief and speaking. The Archduke's House of Snow must have participated in that war and perished. Yes, sir. The Haru Empire became a kingdom and had to retreat to the north. The central region that the Haru Empire once controlled became the Holy City's territory, helping them grow into the Holy Empire. Cal contemplated for a moment before asking, were there no oppositions from other nations in that process? There were none originally. They must have felt fear after seeing the empire being destroyed. The chief weakly smiled. The other nations were relieved as the Holy Empire did not cause any conflicts after taking over the central region. He started to frown. The Holy Empire claimed that as long as people accepted worshipping dragons as gods, there would be no need for any wars. In fact, they said to reach out if the other nations needed help for any reason. They claimed they would help everybody. This was the truth. The chief brushed his face with both hands. They helped the people suffering from weird climate changes. They subjugated the endlessly violent beast people. And whenever things happened that were difficult for the humans to handle, they asked their god, the dragons, to help them. And as a result, it increased the number of people serving dragons as gods, turning the dragons into gods. That was the answer to how the dragons became gods. Cal crossed his arms and leaned on the couch. In conclusion, he's saying that people worship dragons like gods, or maybe even more than how much they worship the gods. The hunters of the purple bloods, they should have known that dragons could not become gods, but they still made this world worship the dragons. Cal had learned from fighting the blood cult in the Central Plains that worship was a necessary condition to turn an existence into a god. Are the purple bloods more interested in becoming gods themselves instead of creating the omnipotent god? It was possible. Anyway, I can't make any rash decisions just yet. The intentions of their enemies should become visible as they face them, so it was good to leave the potentials wide. In the end, the chief maintained a scowl as he mumbled bitterly. Only the Haru Kingdom faced unfavorable results. But senior, there is something I am curious about. Cal slightly smiled as he made eye contact with the chief. Was there a different reason the last emperor of the Haru Empire was against the dragons becoming gods? The chief had said something earlier. That might be why the world was saying that the Haru Empire might have done this, despite it being quite stupid to do so, because they were worried they would lose their place as a strong nation, or because they thought that the authority of the first emperor would fall. His tone had been odd. It was as if the world claimed that to be the case, but the truth was different. The chief could not answer. However, someone else answered instead. The last emperor believed that dragons were responsible for all these disasters. He was certain that the dragons made disasters befall this world because they wanted to become gods. The hunters, the person who was believed to be a wolf, answered. Kukin, the chief shouted, almost as if scolding him, and the hunter shook his head toward the chief. It doesn't seem like they are our enemies anyway. Wouldn't it be okay to tell them? Okay then. Cal asked him a question. How did you know about these things? The hunter named Kukin looked at Gashin and Watira behind Cal and answered. That is what the Archduke said to his warriors before his death. He said that the dragons schemed against this land. He said that the dragons had to be stopped. Oh, Cal gasped internally. The dead Archduke and the last emperor knew the truth. The Haru Kingdom. Then the Holy Empire. Digging into these two places should allow him to figure out what the purple bloods wanted. We could fight against the dragons right away, but shouldn't they at least learn about their enemies first? If they fought power against power, Cal's side might be strong, but they could still end up in disadvantageous situations. For Cal, who preferred overwhelming advantages in battle, he had no desire to risk such dangers. He looked toward Kukin and asked, "Then are you a descendant of that warrior?" Kukin used silence to show his agreement. Cal looked at the old man this time. This person seemed to know too much and seemed quite smart with his thinking for the chief of an old village. "Then what about you, senior?" "Hoo-woo." The old man sighed before answering. "I am the descendant of the butler who served the Archduke's House of Snow. Only my family survived and have carried on the chief position of this Winx village." The corners of Cal's lips went up a bit more. "I can see the picture." He asked, "Senior, you have been hiding the identity of our family to look after the village. You must have been working with the wolves in the Erg Mountain Range to protect this place." The chief silently nodded his head. Cal finally understood why the chief spoke respectfully about the Empire and the Emperor, but talked lowly about the dragons. The chief was silent for a bit as if to organize his thoughts before he started speaking again. "As for that Choi Gun person you just mentioned, I do not know anyone with that name." "You don't know?" "Yes, sir." The answer was quite firm. However, this was where they had last heard from Choi Gun. That was why Cal realized that his question had been wrong. Has there been an outsider who came here? It was likely that Choi Gun did not reveal his name. The chief contemplated for a bit. This is a dangerous area, so there are outsiders who show up. But the chief had been quite thorough about the outsiders who came here in order to protect the beast people. "I would need to know about his appearance in order to know who you are talking about." Cal gulped. Would Choi Gun have been moving around in his own appearance? If he hid his name, wouldn't he have changed his appearance as well? Choi Gun was also the original dragon slayer. Someone like that would have been extremely cautious in a world ruled by dragons. We do have a record of the outsiders who have entered. Should I show that to you? There are simple records of their names and appearances. Cal nodded his head at the chief's comment. This guy truly was different from your typical village chiefs. "Yes, sir. Thank you very much." He might be able to get some clues about Choi Gun after looking at that entrance record. "And when will the subjugation squad show up?" The chief and the hunter looked at each other after Cal asked that question once again. Cal had an ominous feeling after seeing them exchange glances. No way. The moment he thought of the worst possible situation, the chief awkwardly smiled as he answered. "I believe they will be here tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At the latest, it will be in 3 days. The subjugation squad of the Holy Empire will be here by then." "Cal, isn't that too soon? The Holy Empire might learn about us too quickly if the subjugation squad finds us." He heard the ancient dragon's concerned voice. The others looked at Cal with worried looks on their faces as well. As for Cal, he laughed. "That's great. I have a lot of things I am curious about regarding the Holy Empire." He cleanly assessed the situation. "We can capture them and ask. Regardless of how many subjugation squads showed up, wasn't it fine as long as they captured them? There was no way for the purple bloods to hear from people captured here." "Ah, that's true." The ancient dragon agreed. "I forgot that there was such an easy method." The ancient dragon, Cal, Watira, and Gashan all laughed with relaxed looks on their faces. The chief and the villagers blankly watched them. Cal didn't care and looked at Kukin as he asked, "Where do the beast people reside?" And then, "Gashan, how are the beast people here different from all of you?" Cal asked the tiger shaman a question before addressing Ron, who was standing by the door. "Please tell Locke to come here. Wolves should be best at dealing with wolves." Cal looked toward the window. He could see the field of snow outside. He could also see his own red hair faintly reflected on the window. He thought about one of the items in his possession. Although it had lost its original appearance and was a red crown, now the item of the first emperor is in my hands. After taking care of the subjugation squad, I should barge into the Haru Palace. I mean visit the Haru Palace. Chapter 216, The Lone Flame in the Ice. Chief Ensky tightly wrapped his clothes as he saw the snow starting to get rough again. He peeked to the side. He saw the red-haired man looking at him with a gentle smile on his face. Cal Henatus, that was this man's name. That gaze made the chief subconsciously start speaking. Sir, I will be back before sunset even if I am delayed. Yes, sir. Please don't feel rushed. The chief bowed after hearing Cal's comment and looked back up to see the person who will remain in the castle. All three others who came with the chief were going to stay here. Kukin slightly nodded his head after seeing the chief's gaze. The chief felt relieved after seeing that response and headed out of the castle. Swoosh, the wind started to roar. However, he was not alone. Choi Han and Choi Young-soo were walking with the chief between them, as if they were guarding him. Milanim, please take care of them. Please don't worry. Furthermore, Dodori's mom, Mila, was going with them as well. One sword master, one wanderer, and a dragon should not face danger in most places. Cal had gathered quite a powerful team to go with the chief to a small village. Of course, the chief just thought Mila was a healer. He did not know that she was a dragon. However, the chief implicitly understood that the three individuals by his side were far from normal. Let's hurry. The chief quickened his steps. The reason he left the castle like this was because he needed to give an explanation to the villagers, who might be curious or scared about this black castle that suddenly appeared. It was also to bring the records of the outsiders who have visited. He turned around. A bone dragon made of black bones was still curled up on top of the black castle. I'll need to give an explanation about that dragon as well. Dragons? They were the symbol of praise and worship for some, but at least here in Winks Village, the place that used to be the center of the Snow Archduchy in the past, people saw dragons as a symbol of fear and loathing. For something like this to happen before the subjugation squad shows up, Chief Ensky should be feeling weak by now, but his body was full of strength. The subjugation squad that the Holy Empire was sending this time, Sir Swordsman. Yes, sir, please just call me Young-soo, Senior. Choi Young-soo spoke in a good-natured manner to the chief. I was unable to say this earlier because I was so frazzled, but yes, sir. The chief could not see Choi Young-soo's face very well because of the snow. However, his gentle and good-natured voice, as well as the smile he managed to see so often made him subconsciously relax. I heard that the goal of the subjugation squad this time was to massacre all of the beast people in the Erg Mountain range. Really? Yes, sir. That is why half of the Holy Empire's 1st Knights Brigade is scheduled to come. That Knights Brigade can be called the strongest on the continent. The chief shared information he did not manage to say earlier. The entire 1st Knights Brigade consists of dragon half-bloods. That is why they are all strong. Each member has reached a high level in either aura or magic. His voice trailed off. He still heard a gentle voice back. It was a tone that subtly made him feel relaxed. Senior, please don't worry. We will take care of everything. We are pretty strong. Yes. The chief thought about the bone dragon and the other dragon. Since there were 2 dragons, shouldn't they be able to handle the 1st Knights Brigade, especially since it was going to be only half of the brigade? The chief had never seen a dragon half-blood. Even if his ancestor was the butler for the house of the Archduke, 200 years had passed. He was now just an old man from a poor village who barely learned about things from the records that his ancestors had passed down. I would be even more worthless if it wasn't for my friends who go out of the village and put their lives on the line for the information. That was the reason he had not been able to sleep after hearing about the subjugation squad and its composition. He had that dream about the Archduke returning to the village when he finally managed to fall asleep. The sight he faced after that was the current situation. It's fine. It was fine. They will be able to take care of things one way or another. The chief calmed himself and quickened his steps toward the village. Mila followed behind him while Choi Han walked up to Choi Young-soo, who had stopped walking, and tapped his arm. Choi Young-soo's face was clear once Choi Han walked through the falling snow to get closer. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were extremely cold and sunken. Ah, let's go. Choi Young-soo snapped back to his senses at Choi Han's touch and smiled. It was a gentle smile, but it quickly disappeared. Uncle, you and I look similar like this. Don't you think so? Choi Young-soo saw that Choi Han's gaze was similar to his own that was visible in Choi Han's eyes. Choi Han was silent for a moment before walking as if nothing had happened as he said something. Isn't that to be expected? Choi Young-gun. Finding the whereabouts of that person was one of the things that Choi Young-soo and Choi Han must do in Apatu. Step. Choi Han walked through the snowstorm and observed the group that was walking in front of him. Cal Nim purposely left this Choi Young-gun-related issue to us. Searching the village and gathering information usually suited Ron more. However, Cal gave them this task instead. Choi Han knew the reason Cal did so and would work just as hard for that reason. That was why he closed his eyes and continued to walk. Ooh, there was a small fluctuation on the surface. He was currently unable to use even half of his aura's normal capabilities. But he would not be Choi Han if he just sat still and did nothing. As he has always done, Choi Han was someone who never stops to look for ways to resolve his issues. He focused on his other power. Try to grow that aura of yours. Iruhaben's comments from last time echoed in his mind. Ooh, when Choi Han realized that he was walking down his own path, that the route his life had taken was complete, he realized that there was a change inside of him. No, that his certainty had become a power of its own. It was a power that held his desire to never bend, his will to never be bent. This new power he realized while fighting against the blood demon in the Central Plains. No, it was not new. It already existed, but it was only now that he recognized it. Ooh, the fluctuation was growing wilder inside of him. He could feel it. He could feel that this vast world beyond the snowstorm was being suppressed, and that it was trying to suppress his power as well. Then I just have to destroy it. Ooh, Choi Han's aura slowly started to grow within him. His sword aura inside his body reacted to it. I knew this was right. A smile appeared on Choi Han's face. He opened his eyes. White snow was swirling in the wind. Even if it feels like there are locks and chains on the world, as long as there weren't any such locks and chains on him, it doesn't matter. Even if there were such bindings on him, he just had to destroy them. Aura, his own path. This was how Choi Han defined this. Domain. Choi Han, who now had his own domain, slowly released his power from inside to outside. As Choi Han figured out how to earn freedom in this world, he stopped walking. Maybe Choi Han's eyes clouded over. Is dragon fear the reason the purple bloods have been able to use their powers without being influenced by the world? Choi Han's aura was similar to dragon fear. Maybe dragon fear is not just a power to scare other creatures and pressure them, an invisible and intangible aura. Maybe the reason that creatures were scared of dragon fear was because it had a power to dominate its surroundings or something. Although I've never seen a dragon fighting while using dragon fear. Although this was just a hypothesis, Choi Han thought that it was plausible. Choi Han then thought of an aura that gave him even more chills than dragon fear. It was the power he felt in the basement of the Sichuan Castle Lord's study. The red crown that was created from the combination of 3 different powers, the aura that released out of Cal, once he put the crown on the aura, disappeared the moment Cal took off the red crown. But Choi Han had never seen anything give him the chills as that aura had done. Cal had released his unique dominating aura until now. However, he had never used that power with the crown on. If Cal Nim uses that power properly, if he uses it to dominate space, I see a path. He felt as if he saw a way to fight against the enemies in this restrained world. Yeah, Cal Nim's power may be more useful than dragon fear when facing against the dragons. Cal had told Choi Han the 3 things that mixed to create the red crown. One was the dragon blood swallowing crown. Another was the crown of the emperor, who was the first to hunt a dragon. The last item was the Sintamani of the Amugi, who gave up becoming a dragon and died saving humans. Choi Han couldn't help but laugh. All of them are fitting to fight against dragons. Choi Han's steps were much lighter as he started walking again. He heard Choi Young-soo and the chief's conversation. You know that the house of the Archduke has perished, so why did you call Cal the descendant of the house of the Archduke? The first Archduke of the House of Snow is a hero who appeared when the Haru Empire was in danger. Although the house has perished, there are some people whose bodies we never managed to find. I simply thought that the hero had returned to save our Winx village and the Empire. His blood-red hair was quite clear even through the snowstorm, as the records indicated. Choi Han had a feeling. Just like that story, a new story would be created in this place. Just as things had happened wherever they went until now. Choi Han was happy to be with Cal in that story, which was why he had no intentions of stopping. Furthermore, he had to find an answer in order to keep doing that. He walked up to Mila. Milanim, what is it? May I make a request? Choi Han was about to share his hypothesis with Mila. Ah, he then recalled something. Then what is Rayon? His gaze turned toward the black castle behind them. Rayon, who should be their Rayon at least to Choi Han's knowledge, had never released any sort of aura. Is it related to his attribute? The present. Choi Han became curious about how that attribute works. Mr. Choi Han? Ah, I'm sorry. Choi Han stealthily shared his thoughts with Mila as they followed Choi Young-soo and the old man to Wink's village. Apitu. A story that might be extremely helpful for them until they restored this world to normal as they fought against the enemies, came out of his mouth. A wolf beast person? Kukin looked at the person Cal introduced to him. Hello. This young boy bowed toward him with a slightly immature appearance. To be more accurate, his physique was more like a young man than a boy. However, his appearance and his actions made him look young. The young boy with the shaggy ash-colored hair warily looked at Kukin as he spoke. My name is Locke. I am also a wolf. He then extended his hand out. Kukin cautiously shook that hand. He then flinched. The moment he made eye contact with Locke, what is going on? He received an odd form of pressure. However, that pressure disappeared as if he had mistaken it. The timid and shy eyes were simply looking at him. Something is odd. He definitely saw something cold within those blue eyes. Kukin thought that he must have been mistaken, but he still got goosebumps on his arms. My hand, I'm sorry. Kukin quickly let Locke's hand go. Locke smiled awkwardly. Gashin walked over to him. What do you think, Locke? Even you can see that he is bursting with the scent of a wolf, right? Cal reacted to that question. Scent? What are you talking about? I don't smell anything. They were currently in the training ground at the basement of the Black Castle. I smell it, Naya, Hong brightly answered. He smells like an animal, Naya. Don't you agree, Nuna? Yeah, he does. An calmly nodded her head next to him. Cal became even more confused when Watira calmly answered, as if to explain to him. Currently, Mr. Kukin's state is not a full humanification. Mr. Kukin, could you please remove your hat? Kukin flinched after hearing that. He was wearing a thick coat, scarf, and a fur hat. He hesitated before taking off his hat. Oh, Cal saw his wolf ears. Mr. Kukin, are the rest of the wolves in the same state as you? Kukin tightly clenched the hat in both hands and nodded his head at Watira's question. Yes, Mom. In fact, my humanification is better than most. That is why I am able to come down to the village like this. He held back a sigh as he spoke. The newer generations seem to have worse and worse instability when it comes to humanification. Why is that? Kukin scowled at her question. He looked angry. They cannot properly go berserk. This is probably an issue not just for our tribe, but for all beast people. Gashin looked confused after hearing that. How very weird. He looked as if he could not understand. Beast people going berserk has no relation to the aura of nature at all. Going berserk is a form of talent or potential within an individual waking up. That is power that already belongs to us. That was why even Cal, who originally thought that the dragons had messed with it, had to agree. They all looked at Kukin with questioning gazes, and he answered. The existence that serves as a pillar during the first berserk ritual. Pillar, Cal had never heard about this. He wanted to ask but held back as he listened to Kukin's explanation. He spoke in a weak voice. Our God, an existence that had been another central figure for us, disappeared, turning us like this. A god? Yes, sir. We have lost our wild powers since the blue wolf disappeared. Blue wolf? As Cal's eyes clouded over, Hong tilted his head and opened his mouth. His red and furry small front paw pointed next to him. There's a blue wolf right here, Naya. Hong looked at Locke and everybody else looked at Locke as well. Hong confidently shouted. Locke Hyung is a blue wolf, Naya. He's a very cool wolf, Naya. He then smiled brightly. Locke received everyone's gazes and smiled awkwardly. Chapter 217, The Lone Flame in the Ice, 5. Locke urgently flailed his hands once he made eye contact with Kukin. The name of my tribe is the Blue Wolf Tribe, sir. He is not saying that I am the Blue Wolf. He timidly continued. How could I be such a god anyway? I am just a wolf. Hong opened his mouth again. That's not the case, Naya. Locke Hyung is a wolf MMPH, uncovered Hong's mouth. Hong, who was forced to stop talking, looked at An with his eyes wide open. An shook her head. SHH. She then signaled for him to be quiet, and Hong nodded his head and laid down on top of Cal's feet as if nothing had happened. Cal petted Hong's back before looking toward Kukin. What do you mean by being unable to go berserk properly? Kukin debated for a bit before answering the question. May I show you? The moment Cal nodded to answer, Kukin headed toward the center of the underground training ground. He then let out a deep breath. Boom, boom, his heart was running wild. Kukin looked toward the beast people. Other than Gashin, who had a large physique, Watira and Locke looked like regular people. However, his instincts were telling him. It was saying that they were the true appearance of the beast people. This is my chance. Kukin thought about his friends who were deep inside the Erg Mountain range. I need them to look favorably on me no matter what. Cal seemed to be an ally. Of course, he was an ally whose strength difference to them was clearly visible. That was why he needed to do most of what they asked him to do, in order to stay in their favor and get their assistance. Even if that meant he had to do things that embarrassed him and made him look servile. Shit. He did not want to show them his berserk state. It was too unsightly compared to that of his ancestors, as he read about in the records. Hoo-woo. However, he couldn't hide it, so what else could he do but show them? Boom. Boom. Kukin could feel his heart beating inside his body. He closed his eyes. The others watched him. Cal's eyebrows slightly rose up. Kukin's appearance started changing. Ho Gashin subconsciously let out a sigh. Watira quietly observed Kukin. Locke blankly looked at Kukin without being able to say anything. Kukin opened his eyes after a bit. He looked around at the people around him. He made eye contact with Gashin. To be more specific, he couldn't tell whether they made eye contact because Gashin's eyes were completely white, but it seemed that way. Gashin let out a fake cough and asked, "Is your berserk transformation complete?" Kukin smiled bitterly as he nodded his head. "Yes, sir." Kukin's physique was big to start. He wasn't as bulky as Gashin, but he was tall and muscular, fitting his role as a hunter. Such a person had gone berserk. Ho, Gashin asked in disbelief. "Why is your physique the same?" He sounded as if he could not understand. Watira chimed in as well. "There isn't much difference other than fur growing on your body and your finger and toenails getting a bit sharper." "Mr. Kukin, what about your strength or other abilities?" As she mentioned, Kukin's appearance did not change much other than having fur and his face turning into that of a wolf. It could be considered a big change, but his physique, strength, fingernails, and toenails did not change much. "I can use approximately 1.5 to 2 times the strength of my human form." Gashin shook his head after hearing Kukin's comment. "I don't know about other beast people, but wild beasts like those of the tiger tribe, wolf tribe, or the lion tribe can usually use 10 times their usual strength in their berserk state. There are records of some being able to use much more than that as well, but only 2 times as much. This is quite the damage to the wolf tribe's reputation." Kukin's head sank down the more Gashin talked. Locke watched and subconsciously bit down on his lips. The situation is too dire. This was the first time Locke did not want to hear Gashin's disappointed voice. Of course, Gashin was truly disappointed and had no choice but to speak up in order for Cal to understand the situation. Locke knew that, but the more Gashin talked, the more Kukin's somber appearance became etched in Locke's eyes. It was at that moment, that is why Locke. Gashin continued to speak, and Locke, who had been worried about what Gashin would say next, responded a beat late. "Excuse me, you show him. Smile." The tiger shaman smiled gently, but for Kukin and others who were seeing him for the first time, the smile looked vicious. The true appearance of a berserk wolf. "You can do it." Locke subconsciously looked around. He saw a calm Watira and An and Hong, whose eyes were sparkling. Then there was Cal, who was looking at him nonchalantly as if telling him to do what he wants. Locke stopped there and then looked at one more person. Kukin the hunter. He was looking at Locke. The two of them made eye contact. Gulp. Locke subconsciously gulped. For some odd reason, his heart riled up the moment he saw Kukin's sulking gaze. He saw the gray fur, the fur that resembled a cloudy sky and did not have any shine to it at all. For Locke, who had been spending time with the adult tiger warriors until now, seeing an adult beast person looking like this was unfamiliar. But why did it feel so familiar at the same time? Locke felt as if he knew the reason. "It is probably because he is similar to me." The way Kukin was timidly curling up, The way he knew how lacking he was but still understood he needed to persist through this situation, everything made Locke think of himself. Furthermore, Kukin his age made Locke think of someone. Uncle. His uncle, who had fought against Arm when they attacked the tribe and lost his life. He was someone who was said to become a wolf king in the future. My uncle was huge at that time. His back was as large as Mount Tai. Cal was the only person who made Locke think of his uncle's back, but looking at Kukin right now, he thought about his uncle for a different reason. If his uncle had shown such an appearance, I wouldn't be able to accept it. He couldn't even imagine it. Boom, 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 his heart was beating wildly. Locke looked into his heart. He slowly realized the inner feelings of his heart. He wanted to show the demeaned Kukin that a true wolf did not look like that. He wanted to show him how cool and amazing a wolf was supposed to be. Most importantly, I don't want to see it. He didn't want to see a fellow wolf looking like this. Yes, he just did not want to see it. He wanted Kukin to be confident. His current situation wasn't even his fault. It was okay for him to be confident. Ha! Locke barely held back a sigh-like laugh that escaped him. Kukin's current appearance that was basically a mirror image of himself. The way he was denying it seemed laughable. However, he could still confidently say that he did not like what he saw. Boom! Locke felt the change inside his body the moment his heart thumped loudly. Berserk transformation. He was capable of naturally transforming now. Kukin's eyes opened wide as he watched this natural transformation. Locke was tall, but he was skinny. To put it negatively, Locke was feeble. However, he was changing. He grew even taller and his body became bulky. No, rather than call it bulky, it turned into a fit body that clearly showed the wild side of an animal. His fingers and toes grew sharp nails that would not be afraid of most blades. And finally, silver fur grew all over Locke's body. There was some blue glimmer in the silver fur as well. Each and every piece of fur glowed and clearly showed off its color. Kukin could not look away from Locke. Beautiful, he was sure that this young boy, who just looked a bit clueless and good-natured, was now giving off pressure and looked almost savage. Nonetheless, the silver fur and the faint blue glimmer on his body made this young boy look like a dignified warrior. I understand. He finally realized it. He understood why the dragons tried to get rid of the beast people 200 or so years ago. He could clearly feel why those bastards of the Holy Empire tried to massacre their wolf tribe. Animals. The people of the continent called the beast people animals and said that they carried dirty blood. They said that the beast people would have no intelligence at all. They called the beast people barbaric. Would they be able to say such a thing while looking at this? Locke. This young boy clearly looked like an animal. Human and animal, to be more specific, he was showing the difference between the two. However, he was still beautiful. Yes, this is right. Were animals barbaric? They saw all sorts of animals and wild beasts while living in the Erg Mountain range. Their lives were beautiful. In fact, they seemed free. That was why Kukin, who had to be tied down to the Erg Mountain range, was envious of their freedom and wild nature. Kukin, I must make sure to properly go berserk. He recalled the words of a young girl. The young girl who became responsible for the wolves, the girl who became the tribe leader, was working hard to complete a proper berserk transformation. If we can return to the proper appearance of beast people as seen in the records, then we can reclaim that name as well. Our name, the name of the ice wolves that had spread throughout the continent as one of the symbols of the Archduke's House of Snow. Kukin was recalling their past glory while looking at this silver wolf. It was at that moment. The young boy looked at him. They are clear. The young boy's blue eyes were transparent like the sky. They did not feel threatening at all. How could such a proper beast be called dirty blood? The confident yet slightly clueless, the clear eyes that were cautiously looking at him. Despite that, Locke's body did not cower at all. He looked huge just standing there. This is a true wolf. Kukin blankly observed Locke without being able to say anything. Locke had gone berserk, feeling a bit solemn, but was now looking confidently at Kukin. However, Kukin just blankly looking at him like this made Locke not know what to do. Should he say something first? The silence was too long for him to do that. Why is nobody saying anything? Locke felt even more awkward as nobody was saying anything. His confident shoulders felt as if they would now cower. But he couldn't do that. He didn't want to cower in front of Kukin. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. I was worried about us not being able to go berserk properly either, but I guess it's not a problem. Cal had a small smile on his face when they made eye contact. You look a bit bigger and stronger. I guess you must have been training hard? Locke felt the joy in Cal's calm and nonchalant voice that he immediately answered. Yes, sir. I've been training hard with the uncles and aunties of the tiger tribe. He then peeked toward Kukin. Locke's eyes opened wide. His voice was extremely anxious. Drip. A tear dripped out of Kukin's eye. The ash-colored wolf approached the silver wolf. Kukin, who was much smaller than the berserk Locke, grabbed Locke's arm. Locke became anxious. Kukin didn't care and spoke desperately. Locke, our Jesse, no, please save our tribe leader. Excuse me, as Locke was anxious and cluelessly asked back, Kukin asked desperately once again. No, please teach her. Please teach our tribe leader how to properly go berserk. Please. Locke didn't know what to do, and his eyes aimlessly moved around until he looked at Cal. What do I do? Cal chuckled at the question. He then spoke to Kukin. Why don't we first head back to your tribe? He then spoke to Locke. Are you going to become a teacher too? It was a mischievous comment unlike Cal's usual self, but Locke did not realize it and became extremely shocked as he showed. Excuse me, a teacher. Locke pointed at himself while shouting in an extremely scared voice that did not fit his large physique. Me, a teacher? Hong wagged his tail and happily commented. Wow, our Hyung is a teacher now, Naya. I want to be a teacher too, Naya, SHH. Unquieted him again. However, it was all useless. Bang! The door to the underground training ground slammed open and a small dragon rushed in like the wing as he fluttered his wings and puffed out his tummy. I got permission. I can use magic. Cal thought that Rayon looked like a general returning victoriously from war. Chapter 218. No, I don't know anything, one already. Cal found it odd that Rayon got permission to use magic. That's right, I am allowed to use magic. What about the nosebleed? What about your body? Cal's face turned serious as he remembered how Rayon got a bloody nose while using magic. Rayon's face stiffened up as he moved next to Cal. He then patted Cal's shoulder with his chubby front paw. Human, I am not feeble like you where I look like I will fall if someone pokes you. I am very strong. Cal silently held back a sigh. Rayon didn't care what kind of gaze Cal was looking at him with and puffed up his tummy with an extremely proud look on his face. What about Iruhaben Nim? I'm here because Gramps wanted me to bring you, human. It seemed as if he would need to hear the details from the ancient dragon. Cal looked back to where he was looking before Rayon's appearance. Locke was standing there awkwardly while Kukin was desperately grabbing onto Locke's arm. Cal started to speak. Is the name of the wolf tribe's leader Jesse? Excuse me? Why, yes, sir. Kukin hesitated before clenching his eyes shut and then opening them back. I can only share details with the tribe leader Nim's permission, but if she takes young Locke here as her teacher, one moment please. Cal stopped Kukin. He remembered what Kukin had subconsciously said while holding onto Locke's arm. Locke, our Jessie, no, please save our tribe leader. No, please teach her. Please teach our tribe leader how to properly go berserk. Please. Jessie, the leader of the wolf tribe hiding in the Erg Mountain range, seemed unable to go berserk properly. Based on how Kukin asked Locke to save her, her body's condition was likely to be bad as well. However, the most important thing was it is up to Locke whether he becomes her teacher or not. A gentle and friendly smile was on Cal's face. If Locke wanted to be a teacher, he could, and if he didn't, then he didn't have to do it. But this pure and clueless Locke might immediately agree to be a teacher for his fellow wolves. That was why he needed to say something like this to help Locke. Cal calmly spoke to Kukin. The person involved is not here, you are unable to explain the situation clearly, but you just ask us to help you. His smile became bigger. Is that okay or not? Kukin's jaw dropped and Cal pointed at Kukin's hand. To be more specific, he pointed to Kukin's hand that was tightly holding onto Locke's arm as if it was a lifeline. Please let go of the kid's arm. Holding it that tightly will hurt. Cal got annoyed thinking about Locke's feeble arm. Cal had returned from the Central Plains having eaten and rested, leading to him gaining some weight. But this punk, Locke, never gained any weight despite eating a lot of food. He heard that Beecrox, since returning from the Central Plains, was giving Locke quite a bit of his special steak every meal, but Locke was still not gaining any weight. However, he continued to get taller. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue, feeling annoyed. He didn't know why he was feeling annoyed, but he felt a bit better after clicking his tongue. Cal looked at Kukin with a scowl still on his face before he quickly smiled. He couldn't let out his anger on this person for no reason. Kukin quickly let go of Locke's arm and stood up straight. Hong mumbled, "I didn't know Locke Hyung was a kid too, Naya. I didn't either." Rayon played along as well. Of course, Cal naturally ignored the comments of the children averaging 10 years old. He looked toward Locke, whose face was flushed red. Locke was still in his berserk transformation and touching his arm. I guess it hurt. Even he could tell that Kukin had been holding onto Locke's arm extremely tightly. This pure little boy couldn't say no and didn't know what to do. Choi Han is pure, but he is still smart, so I'm not too worried about him. But Locke is too pure. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Locke, why, yes sir, you can do whatever you want. He looked toward Gashin and Watira. Of course, seek advice from others as well. Yes, yes sir. And for our two esteemed friends, Cal looked at the tiger shaman and the future whale queen and pointed at Locke and Kukin. It seems I need to go to Aruhaben Nim for a bit. Could the two of you please help me with this issue here? Of course, we will let you know once we've discussed and gotten things organized, young Master Cal. Watira smiled at him. Cal flinched at the extremely gentle smile she gave him. What is going on? She was looking at Cal with a satisfied gaze as if she found him to be cute. Cal felt an unexplainable sense of leeriness, but just thought it was him seeing it wrong and got it. Then I will head out for now. Cal motioned with his eyes to the children averaging 10 years old. Rayon On and Hong came to his side. The four of them left the underground training ground, and Locke quietly observed Cal's back as he walked away. He then looked down. He saw his still buff arm as he was still in his berserk transformation. It didn't hurt at all. No matter how tightly Kukin grabbed him, it wasn't even a tickle for Locke. Locke felt awkward and embarrassed. However, the fact that Cal still called him a kid echoed in his ears. He wanted to quickly become an adult and do his part. He needed to become more reliable as there were younger siblings for him to look after. A kid. Did he still seem as young to Cal as when they first met? However, Locke knew that was not the case. He trusts me. Cal's comment about how it was up to Locke whether he becomes her teacher or not. That already implied that it was fine for Locke to become her teacher. Locke could feel that Cal believed he had the qualifications to become Kukin and the Wolf Tribe leader's teacher. That was why Locke knew what Cal meant by calling him a kid. Really, Cal Nim really is like my uncle. Multiple emotions filled Locke's mind. However, it was not a bad feeling. In fact, seeing Kukin cautiously looking at him made him think that he too could become a teacher, an existence that felt so far away for him. At my old age, both of you seem cute. Locke turned toward Watira after hearing her voice. Excuse me? Locke subconsciously asked back. Watira just shrugged her shoulders and addressed Kukin instead. Why don't we hear about the Erg Mountain Range and the Wolf Tribe first? Please share the problems the beast people of this place have as well. She looked so cold that Locke's shoulders tensed up. Gashin laughed and watched as Kukin cautiously started speaking. In another part of the castle, there was someone else waiting to hear what an individual had to say. Iruhaben Nim, it was Cal. He went out to the back of the Black Castle. Crunch, crunch. Cal's steps were slow as he stepped through the snow-covered ground. Do I really need to do this? He was currently bundled up in fur clothes. His shadow looked like a snowman. This doesn't seem right. Cal scowled and looked away from his shadow before seeing Ron's benign smile and relaxed his face. He then approached Iruhaben without any other thought. You're here? Rashiel, the dragon with the indomitability attribute, and the dragon half-blood were with the ancient dragon. Mio, Hong ran past Cal and through the field of snow. He then walked up to the dragon half-blood's side. The dragon half-blood slowly offered up his side and moved his wing to create a round area. There's no wind here, Naya. It's warm, Naya. On and Rayon had rushed into the dome of the arched wing as well and relaxedly leaned against the dragon half-blood's bones. Cal quietly watched before making eye contact with the dragon half-blood. Swish. The dragon half-blood avoided his gaze again. This punk became upset again and subconsciously commented, Hey, are you upset because I still haven't given you a name? I've already prepared. Cal could not finish his sentence. He saw it. Ha. The dragon half-blood looked at him with disbelief. He also saw On shaking her head. Of course, Rayon and Hong were too busy making a snowman to even look at Cal. Cal felt extremely iffy after seeing the dragon half-blood sulk his shoulders and turn his head to the other side. Something definitely seemed off with the dragon half-blood. What is going on? Based on what Cal saw, he seemed to get along with the kids and with Lord Sherritt as well. What is the problem? He couldn't figure it out at all. However, Cal's thoughts could not continue. The reason Rayon can use magic is indeed because of his attribute. It was because Iruhaben got right to the point. Do you remember the Grey Eye Forest? Yes, Iruhaben Nim, I remember it. That is where I got the sky-eating water. Cal stood next to Iruhaben and recalled his memories. The Grey Eye Lake. That was a place on the eastern continent. Iruhaben's friend, Olian, after getting information from the deceased dragon's lair, they went there to find the Water of Judgment. Of course, the ancient power had cast aside the name, Water of Judgment, as given to it by a god, and introduced itself as the retrogressive water and the sky-eating water. And that place it was also the place Rayon visited during his first growth phase. I'm sure you remember it as well, but your plate was in danger of breaking at that time. The war against the Indomitable Alliance. The battle between the Breck Kingdom and the Indomitable Alliance. The grand battle at the Gorge of Death. Cal had used up all of the dominating water during that battle, and the balance of ancient powers that he was barely maintaining had crumbled. As a result, Cal's plate was supposed to break, and his life was to be in danger, but he thankfully got 3 days of time. It was thanks to the Super Rock. He used the scary giant cobblestone's power for the first time in the Gorge of Death. The Super Rock told Cal that he would protect him. He used that power to create a countless amount of stone spears to fight against the dragon half-blood. Once the balance in Cal's body had crumbled, the Super Rock had turned Cal's body hard to slow down the process of his plate breaking. It allowed Cal to go to the Grey Eye Forest on the eastern continent to get the sky-eating water and restore the balance in his body to protect his plate. Furthermore, his plate became bigger. Rayon was going through his first growth phase while that was happening. From the Battle of the Gorge of Death to Cal getting the ancient power at the Grey Eye Forest, it had taken Cal a few days to do all of that. While that was going on, Rayon was unable to wake up and suffering from a fever as he went through his first growth phase. As a result, he got his attribute called the Present. At that time, I was able to understand Rayon and your conditions to a degree. Iruhaben looked at Rayon, who was making a snowman. Cal, your plate grew bigger at that time, right? Yes, Iruhaben Nim. It is made of glass, but it did get bigger. Cal nodded his head and heard the ancient dragon's calm voice, and Rayon's plate disappeared. Excuse me, Cal had not heard about this. Hehe's no plate? Was that possible? The ancient dragon saw Cal's confused gaze and recalled what happened at that time. The first growth phase. That is when a dragon meets itself in an illusion. The way they treat themselves as an adult changes the way and result of the growth phase. Rayon should have seen himself as an adult dragon. They are unable to use mana during the first growth phase. However, but Rayon used it. That led to Rayon's body changing. A dragon's first growth phase is when they create the foundation for explosive growth during the second and third growth phases. That is why there are significant changes internally despite basically having no changes externally. As for Rayon, his plate disappeared. The ancient dragon made eye contact with Cal. To be more accurate, the boundaries of his plate disappeared. The ancient dragon looked around. The world became Rayon's plate. This was Iruhaben's thoughts at that time. I thought that meant that Rayon's plate was that big, showing his potential to be a dragon lord. It could hold and learn an endless number of things. That was the reason whenever Rayon told Iruhaben that he just needed to learn something and tried his best to learn it. Iruhaben thought that this disposition was the reason the borders of his plate had disappeared. But thinking about it now in conjunction with Rayon's attribute, I understood it in a different manner. Rayon's attribute was the present. With the world being Rayon's plate, the present was not just relating to time. To Rayon, this space, this time everything that exists within it is his plate. Iruhaben looked at the still little black dragon who was now 7 years old. This little child has no restrictions. Rayon has no restrictions. Even a restricted world can become his plate. Cal suddenly recalled how Maxilian had called Rayon an existence that had changed his fate. Rayon Iruhaben chuckled. He seemed quite happy. Rayon, this little kid, he truly was great and mighty. No, to be more accurate, he just exists. He can exist as his full self wherever he may be. So if he awakens his attribute and grows the ancient dragon thought about Rayon as an adult dragon. If he properly awakens everything, he might be exaggerating a bit. But Rayon, he can break any chains and control any space and time as he wishes. The ancient dragon knew the meaning behind these worlds. No matter the chain, even if those chains were the chains of fate, Rayon would be able to destroy it. No, he could exist as himself even within it. Basically, he can be a variable that can change anything. Cal looked at the black dragon rolling around in the snow. He thought about the black dragon he saw in the dark cave. He thought about the dark blue eyes that sparkled while looking up at the stars. An existence that was supposed to die but survived and changed fate. For Rayon, being alive in the present that itself is that child's power. Iruhaben laughed. There is nothing greater than being alive. That child is, as he always says, a great and mighty dragon. Author's notes, I think that you would be able to enjoy this chapter even better if you read through chapters 200 and 55, 200 and 57 of Part 1. Chapter 219. No, I don't know anything to a dragon who was great and mighty by simply being alive. Rayon came over with his eyes covered by his two front paws as Cal pondered about Iruhaben's comment. I am great and mighty. Rayon had looked completely focused on playing with Hong, but he seemed to have heard the whole conversation between Cal and the ancient dragon. As a result, Cal nonchalantly commented back. Yes, yes. You are great and mighty, and every dragon is great and mighty. He did not want to put any burden on a 7-year-old. Cal changed the topic. Iruhaben Nim. Then is it okay for Rayon to use magic now? He got a bloody nose earlier. Will it not burden his body anymore? Iruhaben must have understood that message behind Cal's gaze as he answered. Rayon's plate is the present that Rayon exists in. I told you it was this world. What do you think that means? Iruhaben looked around. The reason Rayon got a bloody nose earlier is because he didn't know this world very well yet. He pushed himself while not knowing the restrictions or way of things in this world to use magic as he did back in Rhone. That is why he got a bloody nose. Cal understood what the ancient dragon was saying. The ancient dragon was looking at the world that was covered in snow and a frigid gust of wind, understanding and accepting this world. The burden on Rayon's magic will disappear the more he stays in this present. Basically, the more Rayon lives in this world, Rayon will be able to use it as his plate to do as he wants. Cal, you teach Rayon about the world. Let him see it, let him hear it, let him feel it. Poke. Iruhaben poked the approaching Rayon's cheek almost as if he was flicking it. Don't do that, Goldie Gramps, the ancient dragon chuckled before looking at Cal. Teach Rayon about this world. That is the way for this little punk to become safe. Rayon puffed up his chubby stomach. He always took this pose when he was confidently proclaiming something. Human. Anyway, let me summarize what Goldie Gramps just said. He spoke extremely confidently. Keep taking me with you wherever you go. That will help me. He snickered and fluttered his wings as if saying that was his goal. Cal let out a sigh. He shook his head side to side as he asked, so how much magic can you use right now? Cal heard an odd laugh at that moment. HMPH. He was sure Rayon laughed that way. Cal couldn't believe it. Did this 7-year-old really go HMPH? Cal suddenly recalled the laughs of the arrogant, rude, and selfish dragons in The Birth of a Hero. This kid is a vicious dragon as well. The moment he was about to worry about a grown-up Rayon, I can turn the dragon half-blood and the Black Castle invisible or hide them. The subjugation squad of the Holy Empire will be here soon. Cal clapped as soon as he heard Rayon's answer. You truly are a great and mighty dragon. That's right, I am great and mighty. Rayon was able to use the spell they needed the most. Cal continued to clap and Rayon continuously fluttered his wings as if to play along. Some other people showed up at that moment. Cal, it was Choi Young-soo. The people who had gone to the village with the chief were back. Cal flinched. Why do you have such a look on your face? That's weird, Naya. He's approaching like our youngest did, Naya. As Hong mentioned, Choi Young-soo was confidently walking with an extremely satisfied look on his face, just as imposing as Rayon had just been. Even his steps seemed a bit light. What's up with this punk? He wanted to look away. In fact, he did look away. However, he had to turn his gaze after hearing what Choi Young-soo said. We might be able to use magic and aura as we wish. Cal looked at Choi Young-soo in shock, and Choi Young-soo pointed at Choi Han. Mila explained in a gentle voice. Sir Choi Han's hypothesis was quite interesting. Choi Han awkwardly smiled after receiving everyone's gazes. Cal immediately asked, "What is your hypothesis?" Choi Han had yet to give a name to his hypothesis. He chose to give a short summary of it for now. He wanted to satisfy the people who were waiting for him to answer. The hypothesis is to dominate with aura, Cal Nim. Cal's face turned bizarre and did somebody call for me? The dominating aura reacted. Explain. Cal asked the pure Choi Han for details. After hearing Choi Han explain, the eyes of Cal and the others all clouded over. Oh, the corners of Cal's lips curled up. Choi Han saw this and finished up. As a result, if you are able to control the aura, or domain as I called it, I believe we can resolve these chains suppressing the aura of the world. The ancient dragon commented. This sounds possible. Cal slowly pulled the red crown out of his pocket. The crown, which had a red body and a red jewel, released a strange, beautiful light in the white snow. The Haru Kingdom controlled the place Cal appeared in. Its territory had shrunk to a third of when it was an empire in the past, and what remained was far from a fruitful land. It made it impossible to imagine the empire's past glory. A white-haired man clenched his eyes shut in a hidden room at the most central spot of the capital, Prime Minister. His two hands were tightly clenching the armrests of the chair. His eyes looked extremely tired when he opened them back. However, his appearance was too young to even call him a young man. The young 17-year-old king, Dennis. The First Knights Brigade of the Holy Empire will soon arrive at the Erg Mountain Range? Yes, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister, who was over 80, had white hair just like the 17-year-old white-haired king. I guess the Holy Empire is really planning on eradicating the wolf tribe this time. That seems to be the case, Your Majesty. Ho! King Dennis let out a deep sigh. He had a self-deprecating smile on his face as he spoke to the Prime Minister. This secret room had no light other than the small amount of light from a candle. Will the Holy Empire listen if I tell them that there are no more beast people in the Erg Mountain Range, so please send the Holy Knights Brigade back? The Prime Minister did not answer, but the king knew the answer. Fuck! Bang! His hand was full of rage as he slammed down on the armrest. That anger was directed at himself. If I can't help the wolf tribe, I should at least do something to prevent them from dying. After Dennis became king at 12 years old, the Haru Kingdom has officially stated the following. We have never located any beast people in the Erg Mountain Range. Nonetheless, the Holy Empire sent a subjugation squad every so often, almost as if it was a ceremony, and a portion of the wolves lost their lives each time. As a result, the Holy Empire berated the Haru Kingdom for lying to them. This was the Haru Kingdom's response. We are too weak to go deep into the rough Erg Mountain Range. We also do not have the skills to find the wolves. Maybe it was an excuse that lowered the dignity of the kingdom. However, the Holy Empire did not blame them as this was the truth. The radiant empire that never lost to anyone was now the weakest kingdom on the continent. Prime Minister, is there a way to help the wolves? Honestly speaking, the Haru Kingdom was pretty much aware of the wolves' existence. Dennis had always kept an eye over the land to the north after he became king. Otherwise, how would the chief of a small village in the north have information about when the subjugation squad would arrive? The chief and the informants of that village probably thought that they themselves figured out that information. But it was only possible because Dennis was secretly helping them from the shadows. However, that was also showing the extent of what he was able to do. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. No, it is not your fault. Dennis held back his sorrows as he calmly answered. We were at least able to delay the subjugation squad thanks to you, Prime Minister. I know you suffered quite a bit holding those heinous bastards back. How could I take credit for that? It is all thanks to you, Your Majesty. The subjugation squad that started from the Holy Empire traveled through the Holy Empire to head north. The two of them had suffered quite a bit to secretly slow them down while delivering information to the north without the chief and the wolves noticing. The king was hoping that the beast people would use the information to hide deep in the Erg mountain range or run away. You secretly sent some people, right? Yes, Your Majesty. I sent the vice captain of the guards and some of the members. I heard that those bastards of the First Knights Brigade are truly wicked. They are extremely arrogant. Young King Dennis thought about the representative of the subjugation squad who came to greet him when they stopped by the capital. That guy was respectful, but he did not hide the fact that he was looking down at Dennis with his gaze. The gaze of that dragon half-blood looking down on him for being human. That guy had shown his respects, but their infamy was known throughout the continent. Dennis was worried that they would not only scorch the Erg mountain range, but also destroy the village. He had no idea what issues would arise in the north. We need to stop the worst. Yes, Your Majesty. The tired king's eyes noticed the prime minister's gaze. The white-haired old man was suppressing the rage in his eyes. Hoo-woo. King Dennis turned his head. He saw a wall drenched in darkness. We lose yet another pillar of the kingdom like this. The wolf tribe of the Erg mountain range. Dennis was thinking that they were a tribe he needed to protect for the future of the kingdom. Squeeze. He clenched his fists again. Again, please. Once again, Dennis wanted to see the Haru kingdom stand back up while he was alive. However, the kingdom had way too little to do that. We are helpless. How could they overcome this helplessness? Did he always have to be unable to do anything and just watch? King Dennis clenched his eyes shut while surrounded by darkness. The old prime minister looked at the young king and bit down on his lips. This intelligent king is unable to do anything he wishes. The prime minister's one and only wish would be for this intelligent young king to be able to do everything he wanted. However, the Haru kingdom did not have the means for him to do so. We've been ripped into pieces. There were a lot of traitors in the kingdom. There were people within the top executives who were not loyal to King Dennis or the Haru kingdom. Furthermore, the prime minister had yet to figure out who they were. That was why the king and the prime minister had to secretly talk in this small, dark, secret room. Prime Minister. The young king opened his closed eyes. His eyes were sparkling despite the fatigue. He was waiting for the light while in the darkness. If he persisted, one day, even the smallest ray of light maybe, he might be able to grab onto the smallest bit of hope. Continue to keep an eye on the north. He was also preparing to latch onto that hope. The rumors about a poison that makes the beast people become violent. How is the investigation going? He asked in a calm voice. Also, the blue wolf. Have you found any clues? Dennis was well aware of what he had to do. The way to break through this situation, Prime Minister. The rumors about being able to kill dragons. Did you find out who said that? The Prime Minister answered. We've got some clues, Your Majesty. The two white-haired people continued their conversation in the darkness to make the future of the Haru kingdom a bit brighter. At the center of the Holy Empire, there was a large temple in place of an imperial palace. This was the grand temple at the center of the numerous temples worshipping the dragons. At the central spot of the grand temple drip. Drip. In the prayer room, where the drops of water fell from the ceiling to form a small lake, a woman who was there opened her closed eyes. It was the Pope, Cassilia. The bishop next to her walked up as soon as she opened her eyes. Is something the matter, Your Holiness? The north. Her eyes headed toward the map of the continent on the floor. The laws have been broken in the north. Magically, as soon as she said that, the northern part of the continent, the area around the Erg mountain range, distorted as if it had been caught in the storm. This meant that a variable that broke the rules of the world created by the dragons had appeared. This situation symbolized two things. The bishop cautiously commented. Maybe one of the esteemed dragons has gone out for some fun. Dragons, the ones to create the new laws of the world, were the only ones who could break the laws of the world. That was the reason the dragons sometimes came out for some fun and enjoyed themselves by breaking the laws before heading back. It could be, but it could also not be. Has the Lord not said anything? Not yet. The Pope gave an order as she had not heard anything about it. Please contact the subjugation squad that has headed north. It would not matter if it was just a dragon having fun. But if it was not that, and actually a variable that caused the laws of the world to break, the Pope spoke in a stoic voice. Tell them that the laws were broken by the Erg mountain range and that they must find the reason and restore balance. Yes, Your Holiness. The Pope and Bishop did not think that the subjugation squad would fail that mission. This subjugation squad consisted of individuals whose density of dragon blood was over half of all of their blood. "We must protect the laws of the world," the Pope spoke gently. "For everyone." The bishop responded to her. "For everyone." Drip, drip. The surface of the small lake was shaking as the sound of water dropping continued to be heard. A few days later, Zeniu, the person in charge of the subjugation squad, saw out into the distance that would be too far for normal people to see. He could see a rundown village covered in snow. The perilous Erg Mountain range was clearly visible beyond the village despite the snow. "Boss, we just have to kill them all, right?" He nodded his head at his subordinate. "That's right." He was speaking in a nonchalant tone. At the same time, the village chief, who was aware of the fact that the subjugation squad would soon arrive, could not hide his anxiety. He looked to the side. Choi Han was there wiping his sword with a cloth. Chapter 220. "No, I don't know anything." 3. The chief could not hide his anxiety. He peeked out the window where the subjugation squad was still not visible before looking back at Choi Han. Like a silent lake, the area around Choi Han was quiet. It felt as if even the sound of the gusting wind outside the window could not reach him. "Sir Choi Han." The chief ended up speaking up. "The subjugation squad will be here soon." It was something both Choi Han and he knew. "It should be okay, right?" He could not help his shaking heart and asked again. "We should be okay, right?" Choi Han stopped wiping his sword and looked up. "Chief." The chief into the silent and desolate eyes. The eyes that were too black to be called lakes were calm. Choi Han moved his gaze. The chief's gaze moved with it as well. In the complete opposite direction of where the subjugation squad would be coming from, Choi Han was looking out the window toward the Erg Mountain range as he spoke. "Senior, please trust the things you have seen." The chief could not see anything there. Yes, he could not see anything at all. The Black Castle. It clearly existed but was not visible. That was the proof. Apitu. Individuals who had broken the laws of the world that had changed since the cataclysmic period were breathing inside that invisible Black Castle. He could believe it because they were not visible. The chief's shaking calmed down. Of course, inside his mind still felt like a roaring ocean compared to the still Choi Han, but at least it wasn't overflowing now. Plop. He plopped down on a chair and curled up his body. He then looked toward the direction the subjugation squad should be coming from. The Holy Empire's greatest Knights Brigade that consisted only of dragon half-bloods. The First Knights Brigade. Half of that brigade was coming here as part of the subjugation squad. The chief clasped his hands together as if he was going to pray. Choi Han looked at the chief before looking back toward the Erg Mountain range. "I wonder if Locke is heading over with no issues?" Locke was heading with Kukin to meet the wolf tribe leader hiding in the Erg Mountain range. He did not think that Locke would be in danger. Gashanim and Archie went with him. Nothing terrible should happen to him. Furthermore, Milanim was with them as well. Choi Han stopped worrying about Locke. He then turned his gaze to the side. He could see the people who came with him. "One of those people, what are you looking at?" "Sword Master Hannah." She grumbled to Choi Han before leaning against the wall. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes. However, Choi Han could tell that all of her senses were fully alert. Hannah, the younger sister of the saint. She was waiting for battle. "Am I the same?" Choi Han started wiping his blade with the cloth again. His face that reflected off the blade was still calm. He knew what he was hoping for. His will be done. For everything to go as Kalnim wished. Choi Han was wiping his sword with such thoughts on his mind. As their enemies were dragon half-bloods, fighting against them, I'm sure it won't be easy. That was why Choi Han wiped the blade over and over. He was sharpening the blade in his heart over and over as well. At the same time, there was someone who was fully alert for a different reason. It was a member of the Holy Empire's First Knights Brigade, 9. Seriously, it would have been easy if they all just died off. Why the hell do we have to suffer like this in the cold? 9 looked extremely annoyed as he brushed snow off his shoulders. HMPH. He heard someone sneering at him at that moment. 9 made eye contact with Wei. Wei, who had casted a shield using magic, had only a thin robe on while sitting on a horse as if he was nowhere near snow. Flames burned in 9's eyes. That son of a bitch, it was clear that Wei was sneering at him for not being able to use magic. 9's hand immediately headed for his scabbard. He wanted to pull it out and slice Wei's head in half. I'm already annoyed coming to such a rundown place, but this damn little magician, the Haru Kingdom. Nine had been angry since they left the Empire that he had to come to this rundown place. Stop. However, Nine had to stop his movements as soon as Captain Zenyu started speaking. However, he kept his hand on his scabbard. Boss, how can I not be annoyed right now? Can you please tell me? Stop it. We are currently on a mission. A mission, my ass? Nine was famous for not holding back his temper. He shared all of his inner thoughts. It would have been fine if those damn wolves all kicked the bucket in advance. How does it make sense to dispatch half of us to kill some fucking dirty bloods, especially to a shitty rundown craphole like this? He was truly annoyed. Who was he? He was a precious dragon half-blood. I am a chosen one. But they wanted to use someone like him to kill those dirty beast bastards who just hide away to live. And they sent him to such a cold, rough, and rundown place. I'm going to have to complain to the temple when we get back. No matter how much he thought about it, this was not right. 9. Watch yourself. Zenyu calmly warned him again. However, one corner of Nine's lips curled up. Boss, I know you feel the same way. You also believe that they shouldn't use us for such shitty tasks. This is an important mission. There are records of how the wolves in the Haru Kingdom, especially those that serve the Archduke's House of Snow, are extremely strong warriors. The people of this continent will be in danger if they came out into the world and showed their violent sides. Do not act so rashly. Ha! Nine did not hold back his sneering. Strong warriors, my ass. Why are you talking so highly about those weak-ass fuckers who won't be able to take a single slash of my sword, even if they go violent? Those losers are just animals that ran away from this perished kingdom because they were afraid of dying. 9. Zenyu stared at 9. 9 finally shut up. Even trash like 9 had to stop when Zenyu stared at him like this. Shit. However, he could not stop being annoyed. He then saw something. There were quite a lot of people in the Holy Empire subjugation squad, in addition to the 7 members of the First Knights Brigade. However, their group had more than just those individuals from the Holy Empire. Since they were visiting the Haru Kingdom, people from the kingdom were serving as their guide and would observe them. One of those individuals caught Nine's attention. It was a young knight. He seemed to be one of the knights guarding the people from the Haru Kingdom. I got you now. Excuse me? Nine smiled and asked as the knight flinched. Why are you scowling like that since earlier? Nine was showing no respect toward the knight of another kingdom. Nobody stopped him. In fact, some of the members of the First Knights Brigade seemed amused. It was as if they found a small amount of joy in this cold and long path. I have not. The young knight urgently shook his head. You have not? Nine tilted his head to the side. Then are you saying that I, a glorious dragon half-blood who carries the noble blood of dragons, did not get a clear look at your face? The knight's eyes started shaking. When I called this a perished kingdom, when I called those wolves animals that ran away, you scowled. You scowled while looking at me. The knight's face turned pale. Nine's eyes sparkled at the same time. His long vertical pupils became enlarged. The smile on his face became wider. Hey, say something. You definitely scowled because of what I said, did you not? No hey. Nine nonchalantly commented to the knight who was trying to say no. I definitely saw it. You're not trying to say I, with my noble blood, did not see properly, are you? The young knight clenched his hand that were holding the reins of a horse. He definitely did not scowl at Nine's comments. Of course, he was extremely angry on the inside, but he did not show that anger. He had received a lot of training in that regard. That was why he knew he just had to say no, but he could not answer. I guess I'm the prey this time. The Dragon Half-Blood Knights Brigade that visited the Haru Kingdom, although they were called a Knights Brigade, the brigade itself consisted of swordsmen, mages, and all sorts of battle-type members. Their only common factor was that they were all dragon half-bloods. They were famous. They were famous for being arrogant. That was the reason the people of Haru Kingdom had received information and training to not get on their bad side from the moment they learned about the upcoming visit. They especially focused on not showing emotions on their faces. However, this subjugation squad did not care about the Haru Kingdom's people's attitudes. They would start someone whenever they got upset, like they were doing right now. It would be great if it ended at this level of provocation. They sometimes used sparring as an excuse to pummel knights from the Haru Kingdom. As for those who were not knights, they would extort them out of compensation and put them in difficult situations to force apologies. They would do worse things as well. What do I do? The young knight, Sam, did not see a way out of this. Haha, someone started laughing at that moment. Sam saw a small back moving in front of him. Bailey Nim. Bailey, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, stood in front of Sam. Nine Nim. Sam, this kid has really bad eyes. That must be why he subconsciously scowled a bit because of all of this snow. It just so happened that it must have been when you were speaking, Nine Nim. Haha, Nine immediately retorted. Do you seriously think such a lie, Nine? Zeniu called out to Nine again. Nine clicked his tongue. He looked at his boss with a disgruntled gaze. Why do you care about some punks from a perished kingdom? That was what his eyes were saying. The Haru Kingdom. They were a kingdom that dared to defy the Holy Empire, the worshippers of the noble dragons. Nine thought that it was only right for such a kingdom to disappear and did not want to even be associated with them. Thank you very much. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of a kingdom was lowering her head to the knight captain of a foreign nation. Something that would normally not make sense for diplomacy reasons was happening right now. However, that was the reality. I simply do not want any more chaos as we are about to embark on an important mission. Zeniu light-heartedly answered Bailey before looking toward Nine. We are dispatching a reconnaissance team. A reconnaissance team? That's right. The Empire requested that we approach a bit more cautiously for a detailed investigation. Bailey's eyes clouded over at that moment. What kind of contact came from the Holy Empire last night? Zeniu had gathered the Knights' Brigade last night to have a short meeting. Of course, people from the Haru Kingdom were not even allowed near them. However, Bailey had a feeling. There must have been some sort of variable. The subjugation squad that had been moving with only plans to massacre the wolves, their actions had changed. He said investigate, right? What were they investigating? Bailey was curious. She thought that it might be a way to save the wolves and the small amounts that remained of the Archduke's House of Snow's territory. However, she could not easily gather any information. Nonetheless, she did not give up. She had led her old and feeble body to the north to gather even the smallest amounts of information as possible. I need to give even the smallest of assistance to His Majesty. That was what was needed for the Prime Ministers, who was just as old as her but working his ass off, and the young yet intelligent king of theirs. Bailey made eye contact with Zeniu at that moment. She was most wary of Zeniu. Zeniu looked calm as he controlled this pack of arrogant dragon half-bloods. However, she knew the truth. This guy is even worse than the rest of them. Zeniu started talking almost as if he was responding to her assessment of him. Nine has agreed to go scout first. He is the swiftest, so he will arrive at the village first to meet the chief and look around. They will be even safer as this mage over here, Wei, will be going with him. What was going on? Why was he telling her all of this? Bailey questioned it before soon finding the answer. Oops. Zeniu, this guy was just like Nine. No, he was even worse. Thinking about it that way, she figured out the answer. She urgently opened her mouth, but Zeniu spoke even faster. It would be great if you put one person from the Haru Kingdom as their guide. Zeniu's eyes looked past Bailey's shoulder. I think that young knight will be good. Did you say that his name was Sam? Based on what I have seen until now, he seems to be the most agile. Hasn't he been the one to scout until now as well? It would be great for the three of them to go scout together. Smirk. Nine started smirking. Bailey clenched her eyes shut. Zeniu was basically telling Bailey to give Sam to Nine as prey. I need to say no. Sam, she had no idea what would happen to this promising young knight. Nine was someone who would go to the village and kill the chief after saying that he didn't like the chief's answer. He would then kill Sam saying he didn't like the way he was treated. As for Zeniu, he was the one to toss Sam to such a bastard. These terrible bastards. How could these individuals be the First Knights Brigade of the Holy Empire who were supposedly trying to save the continent? Bailey opened her mouth. She needed to answer such things without any hesitation. Yes, I will go. However, Sam was even faster. He answered brightly with a now calm face. However, Bailey could see that his hands that were holding the reins were pale and shaking. Bailey looked into Sam's eyes. The young knight nodded his head. It was as if he was telling her to trust him. I am very familiar with the path to the village, so I am able to lead the way. Who? Nine seemed amused as he looked at Sam, who stepped forward while speaking energetically. Sam, it's fine, Bailey him. Bailey called out to him, but Sam stepped forward and stood next to Nine and Wei as if nothing was wrong. She could not hold Sam back. She knew that a different knight of the Haru Kingdom would need to go with them if she said no to Zenia's suggestion. Zenyu would make sure that happened. Furthermore, Zenyu would do whatever he could to make Sam pay a price for saying no. These terrible bastards. Bailey was extremely angry. However, she smiled. Okay. You head there first and we will be right behind you. Isn't that right, Zenyu-nim? Zenyu smiled instead of answering. In a few moments, Sam led the way on his horse with Dragon Half-Bloods 9 and Wei behind him. The three of them slowly disappeared in the distance. Bailey raised her head. She could see the Erg Mountain range in the distance. I hope you find a way. Bailey prayed desperately. She prayed that Sam would be okay, that the beast people in the Erg Mountain range would have escaped, that nothing will happen to the village. Her prayers increased in number just like the wrinkles on her old body. I see them. Choi Han, who could see 3 people on horses approaching the village from a distance, stood up. The chief cautiously asked, "Are you coming with me?" Choi Han opened the door as he responded. "Yes, senior." Someone else stood up as well. "I'll go too." It was not Hannah. She was still leaning against the wall. Choi Han nodded his head as he looked at the sea-like blue hair. Of course. Watira headed out the open door and toward the village entrance with her hands behind her back as if she was going for a walk. Next to her was the chief with Choi Han on the other side of the chief. However, that formation soon changed. The chief took the lead while Choi Han and Watira quietly followed behind him. "Is it over there?" Sam was breathing heavily as he answered Nine's question. His body was drenched in sweat. "Yes, that is correct." "Who?" Nine looked at the person coming out of the wooden entrance and snickered. "At least the chief is showing up to greet us on time." Nine licked his lips while looking at the rundown village. His boss said something last night. Her Holiness said that the laws of the world were broken there. It could be a dragon having fun, but it might also not be that. Investigate it thoroughly. This was how Nine interpreted those words. Do with the village as you please. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hoo-hoo. He turned his head. His fellow dragon half-blood, the mage Wei, was smiling as well. Nine was certain. This punk was feeling the same way. He also knew that their boss, Zenyu, felt the same way as he was the one to send them as scouts. The boss truly is the most vicious. The group in the back, especially the people from the Haru Kingdom, will come to find a completely destroyed or almost completely destroyed village. How fun! Nine was becoming happy for the first time since coming out to this rundown place. That was why he stepped forward. "Are you the chief?" "Yes, sir." The chief bowed as he answered. Choi Han also bowed while observing Nine. "Human, they're here." "Yeah, I see them too." Cal was looking down at the village from the hidden black castle. Chapter 221. "No, I don't know anything for." Cal immediately opened his mouth. "Ron." "Yes, young Master Nim." "Let people know." Ron responded without any hesitation. "I will let them know that the enemies have arrived." Click. Silence filled the room once the door closed. Cal looked out the window toward the village. The chief observed the 3 people who came to the village. That sweaty knight is the knight from the Haru Kingdom. He could instantly tell because of the Haru Kingdom's crest on the knight's armor epaulette. He's completely pale. The knight's face was pale, and he was covered in sweat despite it being the middle of winter. In that case, the other 2 must be from the Holy Empire Subjugation Squad. The answer came quickly. Both of them are dragon half-bloods. The Haru Kingdom would have only sent knights who were talented or had extremely great attitudes. For someone like that to be in such a condition, the other 2 should be dragon half-bloods or stronger. As the chief's mind became complicated, "What are you looking at?" Nine smiled brightly as he asked. "Do I look like a spectacle?" The words coming out of his mouth were full of thorns. "Oops." The chief urgently bowed deeply again. "I forgot to properly show my respects for a moment because of such esteemed guests arriving. Please forgive me." The chief bowed so much that it looked excessive. The Haru Kingdom's knight, Sam, was relieved at what he saw. "I'm relieved." It didn't seem as if the 2 dragon half-bloods would get upset because of the chief's actions. Sam was so tense he couldn't even think about wiping the cold sweat off his face. "Fuck." Nine and Wei, the two dragon half-bloods, did not provoke Sam or use violence. In fact, they followed Sam's guide without saying anything. However, they bothered him in a different way. No, they gave him a sense of fear that felt as if his blood would dry. Sam looked down at his hand. Shit, his hands holding the reins were shaking. His horse was scared as well. Force. Dragon fear was one of the reasons dragons were great and mighty. Dragon half-bloods could not fully replicate dragon fear, but they could release something that carried a bit of the pressure that dragon fear released. They called this force. This force was the reason that knights of other nations could not easily attack the dragon half-bloods of the Holy Empire. Sam, run immediately if you come across force. He recalled what his senior knight had told him. You get swept up in a feeling of dread if you come across force. You feel suffocated, your heart starts beating wildly, you feel a sense of fear that something was coming in all directions to kill you. It makes you want to kneel down in front of them and bow your head. The scary thing about force was that it made the opponents want to submit. Sam had never experienced a dragon half-blood's force before coming here. However, once the three of them started moving to scout the area, we should hurry. Whenever Sam slowed down even a bit, why are we going so slow? Nine spoke in a gentle tone before releasing his force. Of course, he was not releasing the force at full power, but it still made Sam feel suffocated. The mysterious sense of fear smashing over him from his back made his heart beat wild and his mind scatter. Nine would release his force whenever Sam's face turned pale. You are slowing down again? He would use force again despite Sam moving at the same speed to pester him. Sam felt as if an endless darkness was chasing him as he ran across the white, snowy field. It reminded him of his youth when he would suffer nightmares at night. It was painful. Yes, he thought he would go crazy because of the pain and anxiety. However, he could not let it show. He was no longer a child and was a member of the Knights Brigade representing the Haru Kingdom. Sam, you can't treat dragon half-bloods like humans. The dragon half-bloods. There were 3 reasons they were strong. His senior's words echoed in his ears. First, they have force, a power to instill fear and dread into their enemies. Second, they can use magic or aura, or sometimes both. After the cataclysmic period, although only a portion of people could use magic or aura, dragon half-bloods were able to use at least one of them, if not more. A knight who can use aura is needed to go against a knight who can use aura. If not, you need dozens of regular knights to fight against one. It was the same with magic. In fact, magic was an even greater source of fear for the regular knights. And finally, a portion of the dragon half-bloods have carried on a great and mighty power. A great and mighty power. It was clear what that was talking about. Some of them are able to use a dragon's attribute. Dragon fear and attribute, 2 things that only dragon can use. Nobody in the Haru Kingdom was able to accurately determine it yet, but based on what they have heard, some of the dragon half-bloods in the Haru Kingdom's 1st Knights Brigade were able to use attributes. They may not be dragons, but they were very close. Dragons? What kind of existence were dragons on this continent right now? They were omnipotent creatures that were treated as gods. Sam, that is why you should not go against a dragon half-blood no matter what. Hold yourself back and hold yourself back some more. That way, that's how you can stay alive. Sam could hear Nine's astonished voice. Huo, esteemed guests. You know who we are? He got off the horse and walked up to the chief. Sam quickly got off his horse as well. He noticed the chief looking as if he realized he made a mistake. Why? Sam, who had been relieved to see the chief bow down so low toward the dragon half-blood, could not understand the chief's action. He then thought of something. How did the chief of such a rural village, how did he notice that Nine is a dragon half-blood? Dragon half-bloods were impossible to tell based on their appearance. That could only mean one thing. He knew in advance. The chief knew in advance that the dragon half-bloods would be visiting this village. How? Nine opened his mouth, almost as if to answer Sam's question. SSSSSSSSSS, snowy gusts of wind were still blowing in all directions. The subjugation squad always shows up around the same time, so the village should know that the Holy Empire's subjugation squad will come around now and prepare themselves to greet us. Such a shabby village would need to prepare long in advance in order to survive. Nine's laughter became louder. SSSSSSSSS, the wind was getting stronger. Sam felt an ominous feeling and caught up to Nine, who was slowly getting closer to the chief. We know these dragon half-bloods came to scout, right? Sam wondered if these dragon half-bloods were really here to scout. He even started to wonder if he was wrong to properly lead them to the village. He felt as if something he did not understand was happening right now. Nine's voice continued. He still sounded cheeky. But how did you instantly know that we were esteemed guests as soon as we got here? The chief's face turned pale. He clearly looked anxious because of his mistake. Hey, chief. Nine was standing right in front of the chief now. Do you call every member of the Holy Empire Subjugation Squad as esteemed guests? You wouldn't dare to call those who don't have the blood of dragons as esteemed guests as well, would you? Well, Nine bowed toward the small old man who was much shorter than him. He then observed the old man who didn't dare to look at him. Or is it that you knew we were dragon half-bloods in advance? How did the chief of a remote and shabby village know that we were dragon half-bloods? The chief clenched his eyes without being able to say anything. He heard Nine's voice again. Hey, Wei. The moment Sam heard Nine calling out to Wei, he had an ominous feeling and got in between the chief and Nine. Sir Nine, however, Wei, who was still on his horse, answered Nine's calling. Who are these two? It was only then that Sam noticed the robed individual and a young man with black hair standing behind the chief. He made eye contact with the young man. He felt as if he would be sucked into the man's black eyes. He then heard Nine's answer. He was answering Wei's question. Who are they? Are your senses gone? It was at that moment. Nine's hand quickly headed toward the chief. It was directed at the chief's neck. As Sam moved in shock, Sam flinched. A mysterious aura came out of Nine's body. It was force. The power that spread out in all directions let Sam feel that Nine was one of the dragon half-bloods who were well-versed in force. Sam barely managed to raise his head. Nine was smiling. After asking Wei if his senses were gone, it's obviously not a dragon nym who came out for some fun. Those Haru Kingdom fuckers pulled some crap. The moment his hand was about to reach the chief's neck, Nine smiled brightly. We can fuck them up first and then hear about it. No, the thought of Nine's hand snapping the old man's wrinkled neck appeared like an illusion in Sam's mind. This is not scouting. These fuckers planned on destroying the village. Sam. Those dragon half-blood bastards are devils. His senior's words echoed in his ears. I would have taken them in the opposite direction if I knew it would be like this. At least I could have bought some time for others with my death. What can I do right now? In these few seconds, as all sorts of thoughts filled Sam's mind, bang, he heard a loud noise. Sam saw it. A sword blocked Nine's hand. The black-haired young man, his sword was out of his scabbard, and he stopped the dragon half-blood's hand. Sam's eyes opened wide. Nine smiled toward the black-haired young man as he spoke. You are not weak. The black-haired young man, Choi Han, calmly answered back. You are also not weak. As Nine's eyes filled with rage, Sam saw a peaceful look on the chief's face. His face didn't look as if he forgot about his fears. It just looked like someone who got something that allowed him to overcome his fears. As he was about to subconsciously calm down as well, he felt something heat up behind him. He turned his head. The dragon half-blood mage, Wei, created a large fire spear in the air. Is there a need to chat? That was all he said before he shot the fire spear. It was headed toward the village. No, this is why mages are scary. Sam subconsciously reached toward the spear. He heard an eccentric noise at that moment. It was the sound of water. Water? There was no water here. What could this sound be? Before he could even think about that question, bang. There was a loud noise and the fire spear split in the air. He could see vapor starting to rise. Fire turned into vapor and disappeared in this cold, snowy weather. And the thing that broke the spear, a whip, it was a whip made of water. Sam moved his gaze. The robed individual's hood was removed. Watira smiled as she spoke to Choi Han. Shall we each take one? Choi Han was not the one who answered her. Who the fuck are you guys? It was Nine. Wei was now off his horse and standing next to Nine. An aura rose up like haze around the two dragon half-bloods. It was force. I asked who the fuck you guys are. The smile was gone from Nine's face as he asked the question. Choi Han calmly answered. Dragon Slayers. What? Sam's eyes opened wide. Dragon Slayers. That was a term that could not be mentioned in this land anymore. That title had played a role in sending the Haru kingdom down the path of despair. However, Sam could not say anything to this black-haired young man. Shhhhhhhh. In between the strong gusts of wind, Sam's eyes opened wide. Ah, it was aura. A violent black aura that looked as if it could even swallow the darkness started rising up from the black-haired young man's sword. How the moment 9 said that, Choi Han gently kicked off the ground. He then swung his sword toward the two dragon half-bloods. He answered in a nonchalant voice. Is there a need to chat? Choi Han was saying exactly what Wei had said earlier. He was not someone who would simply quietly listen to the enemy's bullshit. Ha! What? 9 pulled out his sword as if he was never flustered and charged toward the approaching Choi Han. The moment an odd fluctuation, and the force coming out of his body shook the area around him and was about to shoot out in all directions. The intangible aura followed its master's will to focus in one direction. That bastard. The force was only directed at Choi Han. A human dares to point his sword at me, a chosen one with dragon blood, because he can use aura? 9 was extremely angry right now. I was going to just destroy a bit of this village, but Wei, I guess I have no choice. Burn it all, obliterate it. We need to destroy this village from this world. Furthermore, this was clearly not the actions of a few individuals. The Haru kingdom. Those bastards must have done something. I'll make them kneel with force, and then I will destroy that unrefined, crude, and violent aura with my aura. You dare to mention the dragon slayers in front of me, a chosen one with noble blood. 9's force headed toward Choi Han. This intangible aura was not visible. It didn't have any smell or temperature changes. However, the opponent could feel it because this aura of fear and dominance swept over them. And slash. That force was slashed. 9's eyes opened wide. Our power that is given to us by the great and mighty dragons, the power that resembles that of dragons, was slashed? Wait, force can be slashed. Choi Han started speaking as 9 stood there shocked. What 9 had said earlier, we can fuck them up first and then hear about it. Choi Han was replying to that now, despite it being a bit late. Guess we should fuck you guys up first. Boom, 9 felt his heart sink at that moment. This sword master, although this guy was clearly human, he could feel it. Force was coming out of a human. Chapter 222. No. I don't know anything. 5. 9's head went blank while watching what was going on. Hey, he asked Wei a question. What the hell am I seeing right now? What he was seeing was so unbelievable that he forgot that he was so annoyed he was about to fight. He heard Wei's shaking voice. What else, you dumbass? You just said it, force. Wei was in a chaotic state as well. He even stopped casting his spell to look at Choi Han. He looked like someone who saw something that was beyond anybody's imagination. 9 didn't know Wei was in such a state. He was too focused on looking at Choi Han. Is it possible, however, Wei's shoulders flinched at a thought he had, and he looked away from Choi Han. Force, and a sword master. A human who had everything unbelievable had appeared. Next to him was his ally. It was the person who made Wei's magic disappear with her water whip. Can she use force as well? A human using force that itself was unbelievable. But if another such individual appeared, this was not just an issue of subjugating the beast people. It was an emergency situation. I need to report this to the boss right away. Unlike 9, who charges in without thinking, Wei knew the importance of maintaining the empire. That was why he clearly recognized that this was not a situation to just break everything and barge through. Chhhhhh, he heard the sound of water at that moment. Wei turned his gaze. The blue-haired woman was smiling while looking at him. She did not have any force. Is it that you don't know how to use force? The woman continued to smile as she opened her mouth after Wei's question. He heard a warm voice. Do you not know who I am? What? Wei thought to himself after hearing her ask that in such a casual tone. Have I seen this woman before? However, he had never seen such a water whip before. He recognized it at that moment. What is that water whip? I've never seen something like that before. It was neither magic nor elementals. This water whip was just water in the shape of a whip. He didn't feel any mana or the power of elementals within it. At the same time, it is not a dragon nim. It didn't seem to be a dragon's attribute. Then what is this power? This power is a power that should not exist. And how am I supposed to know an existence using such a power? He heard a laugh. To be more accurate, it was a sneer. Wei saw the blue-haired woman sneering at him. She's sneering? At me, the great and mighty Wei? Even beyond the Holy Empire, people quieted down or looked servile in front of a dragon half-blood like himself. However, this woman was beyond sneering now. She was chuckling as if this was really entertaining. She dares? It was beyond shock. He was now enraged. Fires were burning in Wei's eyes. Mana fluctuated around him. Force started rising up as well. Force and mana. The fact that he could control both of these things freely was a form of proof for Wei. It was proof that he carried the great blood within him. That was why he opened his mouth. Why should I know a lowly creature like you? Although she used this peculiar water power, why should a great and mighty being like me know of someone who has no force, aura, or mana? Now that he thought about it, he realized there was no need for him to know her. Ha! The woman let out a sigh-like laugh before shaking her head. Wei realized something through his rage. This woman is not affected by my force. She was not scared at all. In fact, she looked relaxed as she leisurely let out a sigh-like laugh. But he could feel that she was angry. She's angry? She feels anger towards me, a great and mighty dragon half-blood. As he was about to be flabbergasted at that fact, if you're going around killing beast people, shouldn't you recognize me? What? She suddenly mentioned the beast people. Why would she bring up those inferior and dirty creatures? Wei could not follow the flow of this conversation. However, his eyes opened wide at what she said next. How is it that you treat dragons as gods? What is this crazy woman saying right now? The woman laughed. She laughed brightly. She then slowly enunciated every word. Even a damn dragon will bleed the same as us if we pummel them. What did she just say? Did you just say pummel? Watira gently answered Wei's question. What I am trying to say is she gently explained herself. Whether it is a dragon or a dragon half-blood or a whale, we all bleed the same when we are beaten up. She was extremely angry. What should she show to this arrogant bastard who considers himself to be great and mighty because he has some dragon blood inside him? You said that your blood is great and mighty? She found the answer. Then I guess I'll need to take a look. Let's see what's so different about your blood. She just had to show him his own blood. Then he should know. He should know that they were all creatures with the same hot blood flowing through them. Watira gently moved her hand. Chhhhhhhh, the water whip headed toward Wei. This crazy bitch. Watira laughed at the swearing directed at her. Crack! She ignored Wei's force trying to encroach the surrounding area. She didn't slash the force as Choi Han had done. This intangible aura, although Apitu seemed to use dragon fear, this force was a power for battle unlike where Watira came from crack. She just destroyed it. Unbelievable Wei became flustered again, but it was an obvious conclusion for Watira. The ocean. There were no dragons that ruled the ocean. Why? Because the whales were there. They were weaker than dragons, but the whale tribe was strong enough to stand up to the dragons. So, would someone that was not a dragon, someone with force that was not even half as strong as that of a dragon, be able to fight her? Yes. Makes no sense. There's no way I would lose to such a weak enemy. Bang! The water whip became as large as a snake and attacked Wei. Ugh! Wei cast a shield to barely block the attack when he saw Watira moving toward him through the water that was shooting off to the side after hitting his shield. Chhhhhh, the water that shot out of both her arms slithered in the air like vipers, aiming for him. As for Watira, she was smiling. Of course, the smile was far from warm. She looked more like a wild beast with her prey in front of her. She looked both relaxed yet brutal at the same time. Wei looked down at his arm. He realized that this was the first time he felt fear from an existence other than a dragon. He couldn't help but look for his comrade. 9. Although he was the worst of the worst in personality right now, he needed such a bastard who would charge forward without thinking things through. He urgently turned his gaze. Ah, he saw a black dragon. 9 was frozen like a statue while looking at that dragon. 9's mind was completely blank, and he could not snap back to his senses even as Wei and Watira exchanged blows. The man just standing there, the black yang that came out of his sword and wrapped around him, it looked different from the dragons 9 knew about. But it definitely looked like a dragon. The black yang that felt violent and brutal was sparkling. It looked as if it would destroy everything around it, but it was calm at the same time. Both the man and the black yang made them think of a calm surface of a lake. And the black aura surrounding the two of them, that aura was not violent or large. It was small enough to only surround the man and the black yang. Yes, it was smaller compared to Nine's force. However, that is definitely force. It was also sturdy. He could tell even without going up against it. No, Nine denied his thought. Yes, it can be sturdy. However, there was no way it was sturdier than his force. There was no way such a small force would be able to defeat him. That's right. That is the right thought. Fires burned in his eyes. His blank mind started filling with a wildfire. The questioning that turned into shock passed through, and all that remained was rage. Why was there rage in his heart? He didn't even think about something like that. Annoying things were annoying. Things that made him angry made him angry. He always felt his emotions without any hesitation and resolved it. It didn't matter what happened to his surroundings. He just had to act the way he always acts. However, he didn't know something. My aura is more refined as well. My force is larger too. Unlike past situations where he was swept up in anger and ran wild, he was currently thinking things through to assess himself and his opponent. That was the reason he only thought about resolving his anger after he determined that he could win. He couldn't even realize that he had such a flow of thought. In fact, he just thought he was angry. Yeah, he quietly laughed. I've never seen a human like you before. Choi Han quietly observed as Nine slowly walked toward him. He then listened to what Nine was saying. Something is weird. The central temple is supposed to be contacted when a human who can use aura or mana appears. They were able to find those people thanks to the temple until now. Well, I guess the temple can't keep an eye over everything. There are always variables and things can be missed. The rules. The laws of the world that the church calls the rules would, every so often, fall into disorder. Whenever that happened, something that the church had not been able to detect would happen. The church had done a lot of things in preparation for such situations. He just needed to consider this as one of those situations. Of course, it is also interesting that a human can use force. Oh, the fact that you could slash through my force is interesting as well. Who taught you that? Nine was relaxed now. Awakening your force is one thing, but slashing it is a higher level tier. Who taught you such a thing? Choi Han, who had been quietly listening, started to speak. I never learned it. Slashing Nine's force, it was not very hard for Choi Han to do. As he had already slashed through the blood demon's aura before, Nine's force was nothing to Choi Han. And my power is not force. He did not get passed down a dragon's power. Ha, Nine scoffed in disbelief. He didn't believe Choi Han at all as he lightly kicked off the ground. He then charged toward Choi Han. What bullshit. I'll fuck you up before getting a proper answer out of your mouth. The corners of Nine's lips curled up as if he had never been calm at all. He did not hide his anger. I'm going to kill this son of a bitch. A human dares to use force. I will definitely figure out how he did it. Then I will cruelly torture him until he begs for his life. I will break every joint in his body so that he can never hold a sword or use aura ever again, and then I will cut off his muscles. Why? Because this guy made him angry. This guy sneered at him, someone who has received the great and mighty blood. That was enough reasons to give him a painful death. A scarlet aura rose up from Nine's sword. The aura, which resembled a bird, was elegant and exquisite. Unlike its master, it was not violent at all. Nine looked at the black yang approaching him. He did not hide his sneering. He was someone who could use this elegant aura despite being swept up in anger. The viciousness that carried his rage was within this elegant and exquisite aura. Such openly revealed violent nature. He was not scared of something like that at all. Things that were not visible were always scarier. Bang, there was a loud explosion. Everywhere turned red. Nine's eyes opened wide. The scarlet bird, his aura, was ripped into pieces. The black yang opened its mouth and swallowed Nine's aura, as if to say that it too was a dragon. No, it ripped it to shreds. Unlike the elegant true dragons that Nine had seen before, this thing was so violent and resembled an animal. How could that violent and crude-looking thing, how did that black aura, that shows no sense of nobility at all, easily defeat my aura? Also, how could there be such a difference when we are both sword masters? Nine could not believe it. It also made him more angry. You bastard! He shouted in anger as he released his aura again. He channeled his force into it as well. All of this had happened in an instant within the few seconds of their battle. His movements were elegant and did not look in disarray at all. "I'll kill you," the scarlet aura wrapped around the force. Nine's force was already numerous times larger than Choi Han's black aura. The intangible aura was not visible, but it fluctuated like a large fire once it mixed with the aura. He wanted to show this motherfucking swordsman the difference in class. That was why he used his strongest attack. Yes, I definitely want to show him the difference in class. I want to show him my greatness. Nine was certain that his heart was feeling that way. He did not see the goosebumps on his arms. He simply left everything to his emotions, which he believed to be anger. Ooh, the air rumbled. The moment his power moved past the black yang, the scarlet light shot toward Choi Han like a single dot in the air. Nine let the sword carry his body. He then made eye contact. He could see calmness in those eyes. Nine bursted out as he could not hold back his emotions. "You think you can beat me with that tiny force?" Yes, that bastard cannot defeat me, that's what he believed. It was the truth. Slash. He heard something he could not believe at that moment. His force was slashed. The sword with black aura slashed through Nine's force again, before it could even reach his enemy's body. It did it so easily. How could something like this, how could it be possible? Slash. He heard another noise. His force was slashed again. This time it had slashed through the scarlet aura, just 2 times. That was all it took to destroy Nine's powers. Bang, the force and aura, which were both slashed vertically, mixed together and exploded. However, nothing touched Nine and Choi Han, who were at the center of it. All Nine could see was Choi Han, who was like a calm lake, and the sturdy aura surrounding him. This. Nine quickly became angry again. This can't be possible. Force shot out of his body again. This power dominated over everything around it. His aura shot up from his sword again as well. This power that made him feel special, he used these 2 powers again. "Bastard, I will definitely kill you," Nine shouted in anger. Choi Han opened his mouth in response. "Then come." Nine's eyes opened wide. Choi Han took a step forward. Nine let out a groan. He lowered his head. The moment Choi Han took a step forward, he subconsciously took a step back. He scowled while looking at the foot that had moved backwards. Choi Han calmly commented, "You're scared." The anger that had taken control of Nine, the wildfire-like rage that had bursted in his mind, to swallow the blankness filling it was changing. No, Nine's instincts told him he could not let that happen. That instinct made him speak. "There is no way I would lose to that classless aura." Choi Han responded, "You must be scared." "No," Nine shouted, thinking that was impossible. "My force is stronger. Your tiny little force, it will crumble if my sword can even touch it." Choi Han let out a laugh. "I don't think that force is yours." "What?" Choi Han did not answer that question. Nine's aura. It was wonderful. It was as elegant as the aura of the Maguru Empire's sword master Choi Han had faced in the past. However, Nine's was not as great as that sword master's aura. Why? Although it was elegant visually, it did not carry any responsibility or duty within it. It was just elegant on the outside. What the fuck do you mean?" "This force is mine." Nine shouted, and Choi Han did not answer. This aura that Nine was calling force to Choi Han, it was the path that he had walked. It was the power that carried his life and his will. It was something that could only be created with one's walked-upon path and a belief in the path to be walked. Nine, his force was not his own. It is not a belief in himself. All that was in his force was a belief toward the great and mighty blood, the dragons, that he worshipped so much. How could Choi Han's power lose to an aura based on worshipping others? Even the blood demon's aura, which was created by taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, was eventually slashed through by Choi Han. Step. He simply walked. No, Nine walked backward. He wasn't even thinking about fighting properly. Choi Han scoffed while looking at him. "You are smart." This dragon half-blood seemed to have instantly figured it out based on instinct. He recognized that he was not strong enough to defeat Choi Han. He seemed to be running wild to forget about that, but in the end, he was caught up in fear and retreating. You just take a look. I'm going to kill you. You bastards, I will definitely kill you myself." Look at him shouting like that with a scared look on his face. Choi Han scoffed. He then realized it. This bastard who was acting so arrogant you've never lost before. He also had never faced any critical dangers. That was why this little amount of fear was enough to make him look so desperate to live, making it so that he could only try to threaten Choi Han with his words. I thought you would be at least at that guy's level since you are a dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood who should be at the Black Castle, the punk who had turned into a bone dragon, you are different from that bastard. Although that bastard had done a lot of evil deeds, at least he was not scared of defeat and did not shake in fear in front of death. In fact, whether it was anger, arrogance, or whatever it was he tried to use it to light up his fighting strength to the end. That was why he had been worried about fighting against dragon half-bloods, but I was worried for nothing. Slash. Choi Han's sword pierced through Nine's hand. Chapter 223. No, I don't know anything. 6. A pained scream burst out of Nine's mouth. My hand, my hand. He stared at his right hand that was pierced by Choi Han's sword and became swept up in fear. Thud. The sword that had been in his right hand had already fallen to the ground. Choi Han pulled his sword out with a calm look on his face. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Nine couldn't even groan properly as his whole body was shaking. He clenched his right hand with his left. He tried to stop the bleeding, but it didn't seem to work as he put his hand into his pocket. He seemed to be looking for something to heal the wound. However, that was not easy to do. Pow! Choi Han kicked Nine's stomach. Nine's body weakly fell to the ground. Ugh! This son of a bitch. Nine scowled and glared at Choi Han before lowering his gaze. Choi Han's calm gaze that looked down at Nine held no emotions at all. Nine could not keep looking into those eyes. He could only clench his hurting hand. However, unlike before, he couldn't continue the action of trying to heal his hand. He could only curl his body up on the ground and stare not at Choi Han's face, but the area around Choi Han's feet. Are you done? Choi Han nodded his head after hearing the question. Yes. What about you, Miss Watira? Watira smiled in response. I'll be done soon. It was at that moment. Bang! There was a loud noise and the snow piled up by Watira shot up into the air. White snow covered the area she had been standing in. Tap. However, Watira had already dodged and moved back. She then looked toward the direction of the attack. Huff, huff. Wei was breathing heavily while glaring at Watira. He bit down on his lips. Shit. That was a great shot, while that woman's attention was elsewhere for a moment. Unfortunately, his enemy had dodged the attack so easily. Unlike him, whose whole body was covered in sweat, the woman was standing there looking the same as she had looked at the beginning of the fight. Uwug, he heard Nine's pained groan. Fuck, what the hell am I supposed to do? He tried using force, but this woman destroyed it. He tried all sorts of spells. This woman also easily dodged those spells or destroyed them with her water whip. It made him try a teleportation spell to escape, but she needs to give me time to do that. She must have known as she did not miss those openings and continued her attacks. She would only block and defend, but attacked him whenever he tried to run. Anybody would be able to tell that she is toying with me. However, Wei could not express that thought out loud. Huff, he had to control how much of his strength he used. His stamina was quickly falling as he used force and mana without stopping. Shit. Wei could not hide his annoyance as he was the one with the lowest stamina in the Knight's Brigade. However, there was a smile on his face. I know who you are. He finally realized this woman's identity. Oh, is that so? Watira was surprised that it took him this long to figure it out. She had found it weird because this smart-looking guy could not figure it out despite her bringing up the beast people many times. Who am I? Wei spoke with certainty. You, this woman's identity, are an elf. He had not noticed because her ears looked normal. That water whip must be the power of a highest-grade water elemental that I cannot spot. The woman did not say anything. Wei caught his breath and stood up straight. Furthermore, you must have experienced dragon fear a few times while assisting a dragon nym. That is how you know how to deal with force. He peeked to the side. He looked not at Nine, but at Choi Han before looking away again. Furthermore, the fact that a human can use both aura and force, that is proof that a dragon nym is involved in this. Although he knew this woman brought up dragon blood and talked about how she could pummel a dragon half-blood or even a dragon, how could that be true? I don't know which dragon nym is out here to have some fun, but the Lord Nym will not be happy that you are messing with a Knight's Brigade from the Empire to have that fun. At first, Wei thought that this was some scheme the Haru kingdom plotted and not a dragon out for some fun. However, that was wrong, because they defeated us so easily. This made no sense. Something like this had never happened since the creation of the Knights Brigade. There were humans who had similar skill levels as them, but nobody in this world could defeat Nine and himself as if they were playing with toys. So the answer is dragon. A dragon was playing a trick right now. Then it made sense. Dragons had deep meanings behind their actions, but they also played cruel tricks from time to time. The Lord will punish you if you get rid of us. That was the reason he mentioned the esteemed name of the Dragon Lord. Honestly speaking, the Dragon Lord probably wouldn't care much about Nine or Wei's death. The Lord was tolerant with dragons while stern with everybody else. However, in order to survive us, because he didn't want to be in a ton of pain like that bastard Nine, Wei mentioned the esteemed name of the Dragon Lord. The blue-haired woman in front of him reacted. Ha! Watira looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha, her sigh-like laughter quickly became louder. Wow, she shook her head from side to side. I did not expect this at all. An elf? A subordinate of a dragon? A whale, the future whale queen, a subordinate of a dragon. Watira finally figured it out. She understood why this dragon half-blood could not think of the beast people while looking at her. Beast people can't be this strong in this world. That was the principle in this world. That was the reason this dragon half-blood was mentioning elves despite it being completely absurd. Haha, she just kept laughing. What is it? Why are you laughing? Wei's face stiffened. This did not look good. He could feel anger behind that laughter. His pupils shook, but he could not look away from Watira. Yes, he kept looking at her. However, Watira stopped laughing. She looked toward Wei and Tap. As she gently pushed off the ground, bang. The ground shook and Wei saw that Watira had taken just a moment to run right up to his face. Shield. He barely shouted out for a shield. I should be able to block it again. I won't be able to save my strength though. As he had that thought, bang, it was not a water whip but her fist that slammed against the shield. Crack, the shield broke extremely easily. In the moment, he even forgot to use his forza. Watira caught him by the neck. He saw the arm that had been covered by the robe until now. That arm was full of all sorts of scars. He finally realized it. This woman normally fought like this rather than standing in the back swinging her water whip. However, the cost of that realization was intense. Cough, he could not breathe. It felt as if this woman's hand would break his neck at any moment. Wei subconsciously teared up. He might end up dying. He then realized it. This woman was not an elf. Elves did not have such strength. And elves, they don't have eyes like this. He had seen elves a few times. They were basically attendants for the dragons. Their eyes were not this vicious. In fact, this woman's gaze was more similar to that of dragons. They were the eyes of an wild beast that was ready to kill the creature in front of them. Wei finally realized it. At the same time, it was hard to believe. He denied the thought in his mind. No, that's not possible. That's not possible at all. Is this woman, perhaps an existence he could not think of at all? Smile. The woman started to smile. You can finally tell who I am. Wei felt the grip loosening around his neck. He also knew that she loosened her grip so that he could answer her question. However, he could not speak. That's not possible. Yes, it was unbelievable. That was why he couldn't say it. Why? Why is it not possible? Watira gently asked. However, Wei felt suffocated despite Watira's hand around his neck not choking him. How could a dirty blood How could a damn beast person, how could a beast person be like this? There was another reason Wei had thought that Watira was an elf. She looked dignified. Although he thought lowly of elves because they served the dragons, Wei was jealous of the elves who were confident and gave off a peculiar kind of elegance whenever they addressed him. Such elegance, he could also feel a presence coming from her that told him that she was not easy to defeat. That was the reason Wei thought she was an elf. But it was a beast person who was like this. Those violent things that neither looked like animals nor humans, those dirty bastards, were like this. How old are you? The beast asked Wei. Have you lived at least 200 years? Wei naturally had not lived that long. He was a third-generation dragon half-blood. Wei looked to be in his late teens, but he was actually in his 50s. I guess not. The beast did not hear an answer, but sounded as if she figured it out by his gaze alone. She then continued to speak. I am a whale, the whale informed him. My name is Watira. This whale, Watira, told Wei the truth. And beast people are normally like this. The beast smiled at him. We share the same hot blood as you and the dragons. The whale let go of his neck. The moment Wei staggered, Wei was punched in the face and sent flying. Boom! He smashed into a wooden fence and fell down. Watira walked toward him. Watira saw the blood coming out of Wei's mouth dyeing the snow red and calmly commented, See, it's the same. Wei was shaking. A shock greater than the pain he was experiencing swept over him. Seeing a beast like this, he felt as if he was facing a large source of confusion and chaos. However, he had no time to feel anxious about that chaos. Watira used a casual strike with her hand to knock him out. We grabbed him by the back of his neck. His blood was still dripping down. She looked at the blood and raised her head. She could see the snowy gray sky. She let out a short breath. It was the only way to contain her anger. I will bind him, thank you very much. She handed Wei to Choi Han, who had come over after binding 9. She then turned her head. Hello, Mr. Knight, what is your name? Sam, who had watched all of this, started shaking. He could not believe what he had just seen. He knew that he should answer Watira's question, but his mind went blank and he could not say anything. Mr. Knight. A hand touched his shoulder at that moment. He turned his head to see the village chief looking at him and nodding his head. He didn't know what the chief meant with that nod, but he snapped back to his senses after feeling the warmth on his shoulder and seeing the stiff look on the chief's face. My name is Sam, I see. Are you a knight of the Haru Kingdom? Yes, Mom, you came here as a scout. Yes, ma'am, you should be very familiar with the roads here. I am. Sam didn't know how he was answering these questions, but he answered diligently. Boom, boom, his heart was beating wildly. Those dragon half-bloods were that easily suppressed? Who the hell are these people? What are they? No. He had heard a good amount about their identities. A human who is a sword master and knows how to use force. A whale. However, he could not believe those two things. Sir Sam. He heard the woman's voice as he thought. Then there must be a second group coming here. The gentle voice continued before he could even answer that question. Sir Sam, are you able to retrace your steps? Excuse me? Step. Step. He heard steps in the snow behind him. It was not just one person. He could hear many people walking through the snow. Sam did not dare to turn around as he answered. Had he understood her question properly? My name is Watira. Ah yes, Watiranim, are you asking me to take you to the rest of the group? Sam's heart beat even wilder after asking that question. His heart felt as if it would explode. He was certain about the reason for this. It was not because of fear or dread. Sam felt an extreme sense of relief the moment he watched these two people suppress those dragon half-bloods. He at least knew that they were not enemies. He also realized that their enemies were the approaching subjugation squad. What would happen if these people went to the subjugation squad? Boom, boom, his heart was beating fast. This was definitely from anticipation. No, maybe it was from delight, or perhaps it was hope. It was at that moment. Smile, Watira smiled brightly. Sam clenched his fists. She looked past Sam's shoulders as she spoke. Sir Cal, Sir Sam here is quite easy to talk to. Sam turned his head. He saw a red-haired man coming through the white snow. Sam thought of an old story. It was the history of this place that he had to learn after being chosen to be a part of the subjugation squad. The Archduke's House of Snow, he thought of that perished house. The sword of the Haru Kingdom. Sam saw the people around that man as soon as he thought of that story. There was a white-haired man with green eyes and a more petite person whose hood was low and had a sword by their waist. Another man slowly walked behind them as well. Human, is it okay to go like this? Cal nodded his head at the invisible Rayon's question. However, Rayon was thinking, I'm fine with Watira and Choi Han, but adding Clope and Hannah to the mix, that's a bit. Then we have Rashiel as well. Rayon could not finish his sentence after mentioning Rashiel, the dragon with indomitability as his attribute. However, Cal was calm. He spoke to the people in front of him. Shall we go? He looked at the peaceful-looking houses that should be full of scared people quietly hiding inside. We can't fight in the village. We can't let everything be destroyed. He spoke in a friendly tone to Sam. Now then, you have to take us to the subjugation squad. Please? Zeniu, the leader of the subjugation squad and the captain of the Holy Empire's First Knights Brigade, stopped walking. They had yet to arrive at the village, but some people were there to stop him. Furthermore, he could see that Nine and Wei were unconscious, bleeding, and tied up in front of them. "We've been waiting for you." There was also a red-haired man smiling at them and saying that he had been waiting for them. Cal greeted the subjugation squad on a wide plain covered in snow. Chapter 224. No. I don't know anything. 7 Zeniu, the person in charge, looked away from Cal. Something definitely happened in the Erg mountain range. Although he was speaking calmly, the other members' reactions were not so calm. Nine and Wei's fellow third-generation dragon half-bloods could not hide the disturbed looks on their races. "Hey, what am I looking at right now? That's Nine and Wei, right? Ha, seriously, what the hell am I looking at right now? Is this a dream?" In between the dragon half-bloods asking if this was a dream, the first-generation dragon half-bloods stood there with their mouths closed and their faces stiff. The First Knights Brigade of the Holy Empire. Their members could be up to fourth-generation dragon half-bloods. Dragon half-bloods were sent all throughout the Holy Empire and the continent, but only the ones with backing formed the greatest Knights Brigade on the continent, the First Knights Brigade. Only the most talented of the applicants made it to this brigade. "Boss." Zeniu kept his gaze forward even as a first-generation dragon half-blood quietly called out to him. The members of the subjugation squad from the First Knights Brigade currently consisted of first-generation and third-generation dragon half-bloods. The second-generation knights and the vice-captain were currently on another mission, while the fourth generation was left at the palace as they still had a lot to learn. That was how 3 first-generation and 4 third-generation dragon half-bloods ended up coming as members of the subjugation squad. The youngest 2 of the third generation, Wei and Nine, were tied up as they appeared with these people. "Boss, what are you doing?" A member, who was hot-tempered but not as much as the trashy Nine and Wei, raised her voice. "Let's fight. We can't just stand here after seeing them like this." She could not hold back her anger, and an intangible aura started fluctuating around her. Her force was roaring as well, potentially because of her uncontrolled emotion. No, to be more accurate, she had no thoughts of recalling her force. Us, the regular members of the subjugation squad, who were not dragon half-bloods, and some of the people from the Haru kingdom groaned after feeling the aura, but the dragon half-blood did not care. All she could see right now were Nine, whose whole body was bound and his hand was pierced, and Wei, who looked like a mess and was bleeding. You dare to do that to a dragon half-blood." She was not angry because Nine and Wei were injured. It was because they injured the body of a dragon half-blood. The select few who have carried on the great blood of dragons, it was also because members of the strongest Knights Brigade of the Holy Empire, the empire that serves the great and mighty dragons, were kneeling. Those 2 reasons filled her with rage. She could not accept either of those things. Ugh. The Haru Kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bailey, was holding back a groan. What is going on? She felt suffocated from the force suppressing her whole body, but her mind was a complicated mess trying to assess the situation. She clearly remembered Wei and Nine taking Sam to go scout the area. Although they called it scouting, I was sure that they headed to the village first to cause a ruckus. That was the reason that Bailey, who had been trying her best to slow the subjugation squad until then, increased her speed to quickly take them to the village. However, once they got to an open field not too far from the village, they found Wei and Nine kneeling on the ground. Well, it was called an open field, but it was just a flat area in this barren wasteland. It could never be a fertile farming area. Red blood was dripping out of the unconscious Wei, and Nine was dyeing the snow field red. Red. Bailey did whatever she could to raise her head the moment she thought of the red blood. The force that an angry dragon half-blood subconsciously released wasn't too strong, allowing Bailey to at least move her body. She overcame the fear pushing down on her whole body and raised her head. She finally saw it. The 2 kneeling dragon half-bloods standing behind them was a red-haired man. No way she knew it was impossible, but Bailey couldn't help but think of the perished house of the Archduke after seeing the red hair. The Archduke's House of Snow. The members of that family had such red hair. Unlike the common red hair, their hair was darker and reminded people of blood. That was the reason that people who met any members of the House of Snow remembered the afterimage that this red color left behind, even if they remembered nothing else. No, there's no way. She was denying her thoughts as she questioned what was going on. Who is that guy? Who was he that he captured dragon half-bloods to greet the subjugation squad? He even said that he had been waiting for them. He greeted them looking extremely relaxed. The red-haired man was still leisurely standing there without saying anything. He looked as if he was completely chill, waiting to see how the subjugation squad would act. Bailey looked around. A black-haired swordsman, a white-haired swordsman. She flinched after seeing Clope. Thankfully, his eyes are green. If his eyes were gray instead of green, Bailey would have been flustered. The Haru Kingdom's King Dennis, he had white hair and ash-colored eyes. However, Bailey was unable to look away from Clope. White hair, there were quite a lot of people with white hair on the continent. However, the people who carried the blood of the Haru royal family had white hair as well. That fact gave her a feeling of déjà vu. He is not a member of the royal family. As Bailey was in charge of foreign affairs, she was well aware of the living direct and collateral lines of the royal family. She had never seen such a face among them. But a red-haired man reminding her of the Archduke's House of Snow, and a white-haired man reminding her of the crown's black hair. Was it a coincidence that these two people appeared? Bailey's heart started to beat wildly. He could see the others as well. There was a petite swordsman whose face and body was covered by a hooded robe and an extremely beautiful woman with blue hair. There were 5 unfamiliar people. She then saw someone she recognized. Sam looked extremely tense as he looked around. She then made eye contact with Sam. He still looked anxious, but he looked at her with an extremely heated gaze. Normally, she would have thought about the meaning behind his gaze, but she did not have the time to do that. Bailey had a different thought instead of thinking about that. He's alive. Sam was not killed by the dragon half-bloods. She was relieved that their future talent had survived. Bailey realized something at the same time. Shit. The group blocking the subjugation squad, these people, who seemed to be enemies, left Sam completely unharmed, unlike the dragon half-bloods. What would that mean? Bailey looked away from these people to look somewhere. She looked at the only calm individual in the middle of the dragon half-bloods and the rest of the subjugation squad. Bailey flinched after looking at Knight Captain Zenyu. He was already looking at Bailey. He stopped being quiet and started speaking. So it was the Haru Kingdom's betrayal. Zenyu was saying that the Haru Kingdom betrayed them because Sam was with the enemies. Although anybody would be able to see that Sam looked extremely tense to the point that he was sweating bullets in this cold weather. Furthermore, he should speak to the representative of the Haru Kingdom, Bailey, before declaring that this was the Haru Kingdom's betrayal. But Zenyu didn't go through all of that. Bailey realized something after seeing his reaction. He's certain. Whether the Haru Kingdom actually betrayed them or not, Zenyu determined that this situation was the Haru Kingdom's betrayal. It also meant that he would kill the enemies and the people from the Haru Kingdom. He would believe his judgment to be the truth and report it to the Holy Empire as such. And the results of that no would be the Holy Empire suppressing the Haru Kingdom or declaring war on them. Bailey urgently opened her mouth. She had to tell him that was not it. She had to quickly say that they did not know these people. However, she hesitated for a moment. The people who saved Sam, was it really okay to shun them? Of course, Zenyu was going to kill these people whether Bailey said she knew them or not. That was why her answer would not largely influence anything. But she still couldn't help but have a moment of hesitation. That small opening made her face the worst situation. Bailey saw the black aura fluctuating at the tip of Zenyu's sword. She realized it the moment she saw it. Shit. Zenyu was the angriest of everybody here. That was why he said what he said, in order to turn it into the truth. With 2 dragon half-bloods ending up in such situations on the Haru Kingdom's territory, he was planning on making the Haru Kingdom pay the price. And he's planning on killing me as well. Yeah, he needs to shut me up first. Crazy bastard. She couldn't help but swear. Zenyu, this bastard, was the most arrogant and the craziest of the group. The black aura wrapped around the sword and then disappeared. As Bailey was not a swordsman, this was the limit of what she could see. Nonetheless, she knew the results. That aura will pierce through my neck. That would be the start of him killing everybody here from the Haru Kingdom and those mysterious people. Bailey felt wronged and angry that she could not close her eyes. Bang! She then heard a loud noise. Ugh! The aftershock of gust from the explosion pushed her body back. However, she still could not look away from what was in front of her. It hurt her eyes, but she felt as if she could not miss this moment. Minister Nim, her aide, supported her from being pushed farther back, but Bailey could only look forward as she could not believe what she just saw. Aura Zeniu's aura had exploded in the air. Drip, drip. Water drops fell from the air and froze, creating ice crystals in the sky. A water whip suddenly flew over and grabbed Zeniu's aura. The clash of the aura and water whip led to a small explosion. This explosion would not have been a small one had Zeniu not launched only a small amount of aura, as it was to kill just Bailey. Bailey's shaking eyes looked toward the blue-haired woman. She looked so beautiful that she reminded Bailey of an elf. However, she was definitely not an elf. Minister Nim, are you okay? Her aide and the Haru Kingdom's knights who had snapped back to their senses surrounded Bailey. Bailey. She was an extremely important figure for the Haru Kingdom. King Dennis had told the guard knights something. Bailey had jumped into a death trap, but he had no alternative to stop her. That was why she told them to protect her as if they were protecting him. However, she pushed the knights blocking her back. She then walked forward. Minister Nim, if you push yourself too hard, that water whip, excuse me. And that blue hair, who among the humans on the continent knew the most about beast people right now? If someone asked Bailey that question, she would answer that the person would be in the Holy Empire's central temple. The Inquisitors, the 24 priests, who, in addition to the First Knights Brigade, were considered the strongest fighting force of the Holy Empire. She thought that one of them would be the most knowledgeable expert about beast people. But if you asked her who was second when it came to knowledge of beast people, she would answer without any hesitation. She would answer that it was her. Chapter 225. No, I don't know anything. 8. Bailey's family has been working as diplomats for the Haru Kingdom for generations. That was the reason Bailey had been taught about it since she was young. She was taught that diplomats for the Haru Kingdom had to pay attention to more than just foreign nations. Beast people. She learned about the different kinds of beast people living in the world. This was to be expected. With the beast people being great at fighting, the Haru Kingdom was friendly with them and needed to know about them. It was even possible that they needed to know more about the beast people than other nations. That power is Minister Nim. Are you okay? Bailey's heart started beating wildly. In the past 150 years or so since the Haru Empire became a kingdom, her family could not openly learn about beast people. It was something that was banned. They actually had to teach terrible things about beast people. However, Bailey had been obsessed with beast people since she was young and absorbed knowledge about the beast people before the cataclysmic period, even beyond what her family taught her. As a result, she earned the support of the former king and King Dennis to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Of course, her knowledge of beast people was a secret only a few people knew about. These things all led to her being able to recognize this beautiful woman in front of her. A whale, she was certain that this woman was a whale, the beast people known to rule over the seas. When considering only a beast's offensive strength, whales were known to be the strongest. However, the name of their tribe was something that was almost forgotten. People believed that there were no more living whales. Bailey's heart thumped. Red hair and white hair, blue hair existing by their sides, there was a whale in between people that reminded her of the Archduke's House of Snow and the Haru royal family. She had no way to express her thoughts right now. Furthermore, she could not share this excitement in her heart. Zeniu was nearby. Zeniu commented at that moment, "I was wondering what kind of beast you were, but you were a whale as I expected." Bailey flinched. So he did figure out that woman's identity. Zeniu was a first-generation dragon half-blood. He was said to be over 200 years old. He has been alive since before the cataclysmic period. The whale woman responded after receiving Zenius' gaze. This is such a relief. Watira smiled. I was debating whether I should introduce myself again. On the other hand, Zeniu nodded his head with a nonchalant look on his face. It looks like you have existed since before the cataclysmic period. His fellow knights looked shocked. A beast who has lived over 200 years. Yes, those did exist, but that was because there were old beasts hiding throughout the continent. One of the first Knight's Brigade's secret missions was to find and kill these hiding beasts. It was because these beasts were different from the current beasts. The mission the second-generation dragon half-bloods were on right now was to kill the old beasts. How surprising. Another first-generation dragon half-blood commented, "A beast who basically shows no signs of being a beast. We must kill her." He then continued to speak. It makes sense that Nine and Wei were no match for her. The two dragon half-bloods and their current conditions made sense. However, they still did not feel like they would lose. Zenyu addressed Watira. "I do not know what you all were thinking, but you should have just kept living quietly." Zenyu got off his horse. Shhh. He relaxed his sword down toward the ground and slowly walked up to the enemies. "I heard that whales were extinct." The smile became bigger on Watira's face after hearing that. However, there were no changes to Zenyu's face. "If you somehow managed to survive, you should have done what you can to extend your life even longer." Screech and Odd Screech came out from him. The Holy Empire's knights all lit up. Zenyu's sword was screeching. Zenyu, the greatest knight of the Empire. The reputation he had built made them all call him the greatest. One of the third-generation dragon half-bloods shouted, "Boss, please get rid of that dirty-blooded bitch right away. Kill her." Some of the dragon half-bloods channeled their force as if in agreement. Us. Ugh. The regular people around them groaned in pain, but they didn't care. Screech, they increased the strength of it even more as the sound of their boss's sword screeching went up. Some of them were even smiling, as if people groaning after being suppressed by their force was enjoyable. One of the hot-tempered members couldn't help himself and shouted. A damn beast it was at that moment. "Man, I really hate hearing that." Watira started speaking. She looked toward the dragon half-bloods that just spoke. They subconsciously flinched. Despite not feeling any force coming from her, an unexplainable pressure was flowing out of her. The experience she had gained while going through numerous battles in order to protect and rule over the seas was releasing this pressure from her body despite it not being force. Screech, Zenyu's sword, stopped screeching at that moment. As the eyes of the knights sparkled, "Are you going to attack now?" Watira lightly asked Zenyu. "Yes." Zenyu calmly responded. He casually continued to speak. "I'm lucky that I get to capture a whale somewhere other than the sea." Bailey's face stiffened. "That's right. This is not the sea. Whales could only go berserk around water and they were strongest at sea. This place was too disadvantageous of a battlefield for the woman." Bailey looked toward the whale woman with pity. Bailey's eyes opened wide at that moment. The woman was smiling. "I'm actually the lucky one," she commented as she smiled. As Bailey flinched and Zenyu's eyes filled with confusion, she gave the answer. "There's a lot of water here." Ah, Bailey's jaw dropped and Zenyu's eyes looked as if things didn't go as he planned. They had immediately understood what she meant. They finally saw the water she was talking about as well. Shit. As that short comment came out of Zenyu's mouth, Watira opened up her arms. "It is disappointing that it is not sea water, but well, this is not bad." Boom, the ground started to shake. No, to be more accurate, the ground they were on was shaking. "What the?" Ah, one of the first-generation dragon half-bloods shouted. "It's snow." This place was not the sea, but there was a lot of water. It was the white snow surrounding them in all directions. Watira looked up at the sky. She could see the snow coming down. Her hometown was the Northern Sea. To provide more detail, it was on top of a chunk of ice above the sea. It was a place that was cold all year long. A place where it snowed so much. A frozen land that didn't even melt in the summer. Why did the whales live there? Watira never wondered about that. She was just happy with all that water around her. Watira lightly stomped her foot. Boom, there was a dull noise and the ground shook again. Before the subjugation squad could even react to it, and before Zenyu's sword could move toward Watira, Zenyu and Watira made eye contact. She commented as she smiled, "I told you we were waiting for you." What would that mean? It meant that she and her allies were all prepared to meet their enemies. Zenyu realized it at that moment. This is a trap. Bang. There was a loud noise and the ground burst up. No, the snow shot up. It was only for a moment, but it felt as if the snow was going from the ground to the sky instead of the sky to the ground. They could hear the sound of waves as well. Then the snow melted. It turned into water. Each pebbles of snow turned into drops of water and gathered together. They then turned into a wave. Sha-ah-ah-ah. The moment that the sounds that they would normally hear at the sea was echoing through the barren lands of the north, the large wave surrounded the subjugation squad. A large circular wave wall was created. Bailey was amazed at the beautiful sight created by the blue water. However, she soon got the chills. Crack! The wave instantly stiffened. The beautiful water completely froze. The wall that extended so high that you had to tilt your head all the way back to see the top stopped moving while looking ready to attack the subjugation squad. The entrance to that large wall was only where the blue-haired woman was standing. Bailey felt as if she was caught in a large circular stadium. This place felt like the stage. No, this was not just a stadium. It was a prison. The whale had imprisoned the subjugation squad inside an ice wave prison. The overwhelming sight made Bailey's eyes cloud over. Whales were stronger than she had expected. Maybe we might win, However, Bailey groaned and almost fell to the ground. She could not raise her head. She heard Zeniu's voice. If it is a trap, we just have to break it. Zeniu's force surrounded the area. This intangible aura that was neither violent nor large felt like a cold blade. The dragon half-bloods who had been anxious and chaotic snapped back to their senses at Zeniu's force. Calmness instantly fell upon the Knight's brigade. The hope that had appeared in Bailey's eyes disappeared again. They said that Zeniu has an attribute. That was power only the true chosen ones could have. That bastard could be the captain because he had that power. Zeniu raised his sword. Screech, a black aura shot up. It pointed toward the entrance of the circular prison. Zeniu opened his mouth. The enemies had placed a trap. But if they get rid of the trap, the only thing left for a hunter who failed a hunt is death. It was at that moment. It's not my turn anymore. Watira didn't show any fear toward his sword. Instead, she looked disappointed as she stepped back. She looked at someone. Zeniu followed her gaze to look at the same person. The red-haired man. Was this person stepping in? Who was this person? As Zenius' mind filled with multiple thoughts, shall we finish it quickly as it is cold? The red-haired man, Cal, calmly commented. Zeniu felt suffocated. A faint groan came out of his mouth. His pupils were shaking. His eyes opened wide. The expression on his face changed for the first time. Shock was visible on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words managed to come out. He only groaned louder. Plop. Thud. He could hear the sounds of people plopping down and weapons falling around him. However, Zeniu could not look to the side. He could only kneel down on one knee and barely manage to keep his sword in his hand. What is this? The air seemed to suffocate him. An aura he could not see was suppressing him. No, it was dominating him. Human, you definitely seem as hard as my body. Cal listened to Rayon's comment as he nonchalantly looked forward. The First Knights Brigade, the strongest knights of the Holy Empire. 5 members. None of them were able to lift their heads to look at Cal. Everybody was kneeling as if worshipping him and breathing heavily. Cal heard the dominating aura's fidgety yet imposing voice in his mind. I'm so damn strong. You haven't used the cape or the crown, but they are no match for us. Let's face off against a dragon next with our aura. As for Cal, he had a different thought on his mind. It's cold. He wanted to go inside and lay down next to a warm furnace. Chapter 226. No, I don't know anything. 9. Human, are you cold? Cal was a bit shocked that Rayon so accurately assessed his current state. Human, should I put some temperature magic on you? However, he slightly shook his head at Rayon's question. He had currently asked Rayon and Rashiel not to use magic. No. Maybe I can ask him to use a bit of temperature magic. Cal thought about it for a moment. Of course, his eyes were thoughtlessly looking at the 5 kneeling dragon half-bloods. Minister Bailey could not say a single thing as she watched. I'm sure of it. Bailey was sure that she was unable to control her body. Because the dragon half-bloods had snapped back to their senses, because of Zeniu's force and his aura, and released their own force. She suffered more than the others because her body was weak. She didn't know what kind of situation would have happened if it wasn't for her strong mental fortitude she had developed being the diplomat for this weak kingdom for so long. But suddenly, a large aura suddenly came like a wave being pushed by the wind. That aura did not bind her, but she definitely felt the strong aura brushing past her head. Would this be how it feels if a dragon had passed by above her head? She couldn't help but have such a thought, and that aura got rid of all of the force. To be more specific, the numerous forces that had been around the subjugation squad disappeared on their own as soon as they came in contact with this aura. And the dragon half-bloods started putting their weapons down and fell to the ground. Captain Zenyu did not let go of his weapon, but he still knelt down on one knee as well. Bailey had never seen something like this before. Drip. Cold sweat dripped down her face. If it was an aura that can suppress dragon half-bloods to this degree, a regular old person like herself would have instantly suffocated or fainted. She looked toward the red-haired man. Is that guy perhaps a dragon? She couldn't help but have such a thought. However, what kind of dragon would get rid of the force surrounding the Haru Kingdom's people and suppress the dragon half-bloods? The Haru Empire had downgraded to a kingdom and was despised by the dragons for rebelling against the church and the dragons. They were lucky that the dragons did not scorch their whole kingdom. But a dragon was helping them? She suddenly thought of a rumor she had heard. There was a rumor about a loner dragon somewhere on the continent. That dragon traveled throughout the continent rescuing beast people and helping those being tormented by the actions of the church. However, Bailey was never able to find the dragon and simply treated it as a false rumor. Is this person that dragon? No. Bailey's instincts told her that was not the case. This person is not a dragon. He was clearly some other existence. The two of them made eye contact. Bailey subconsciously looked away after seeing his nonchalant and relaxed gaze. Shit. She realized her mistake and raised her head when she saw it. She saw how the dragon half-bloods were still unable to react properly. Bailey clearly saw the fear in their eyes. An unexplainable source of courage started filling up inside her. She energetically raised her head. She then looked toward the red-haired man. She wanted to chat with him. Her experience after being the Minister of Foreign Affairs for decades was telling her something. She needed to grab this man. Bailey's eyes opened wide once she raised her head. I guess Zenyu truly is different. Zenyu was relying on his sword to slowly stand up. He did not groan even once. His legs were shaking, but he was still slowly standing up. His shocked face had returned to its usual cold expression. However, his eyes were bloodshot. Although he was not saying anything, his eyes spoke volumes. Zenyu barely managed to look around as he stood up. He could see the dragon half-bloods on the ground. He had no intention of blaming his subordinates. It feels like my heart is sinking. This strong aura suppressing his whole body made it so that he could not breathe. It felt as if the aura could make his heart burst at any moment. No, it felt as if it would rip his heart out. He knew something like that wouldn't happen, but Zenyu couldn't help but imagine such a scenario. This was fear. This aura was whispering to him. It was telling him to be dominated. It was telling him to give over even his quiet breaths. Otherwise, he would die. Those whispers echoed in his mind. Zenyu had experienced such an aura a couple times in his life. Dragons. The first time he felt fear like this was when he saw a dragon. He felt as if he was a great and mighty existence as he had the blood of dragons, but the fear from that time was etched on him like a seal. He then realized it. Dragon fear. He should never try to resist it. However, Zenyu was pushing his body up even while facing this aura right now. It could not be helped. As he had dragon blood inside him and could use force, he could clearly feel it. Who are you? This power was not force. It was also not dragon fear. This power did not belong to a dragon. Me, Cal responded honestly. I'm a human. A first-generation dragon half-blood next to Zenyu, who barely managed to raise his head, shouted. Liar. A human couldn't use an aura like this. That was impossible. Nobody was moving as much as Zenyu. But the dragon half-bloods were slowly starting to raise their heads despite the aura pressing down on them. Well, the first generation who had faced dragon fear a few times were able to do that while the third generation was struggling to even raise their heads. The first generation dragon half-bloods had felt intense fear when they were first suppressed by the aura, but it was bearable now that they were used to it. It is not as strong as dragon fear. As the dragon half-bloods who have experienced dragon fear quite a bit came to that conclusion, their boss, Zenyu, spoke up. He's not lying. What? The first-generation dragon half-bloods flinched. Their boss was saying that this red-haired man was telling the truth about being human. No way there's no way. The dragon half-blood who called Cal a liar just now was about to say that before he closed his mouth. If he is not human, what could he be? That question popped up in his mind. Elf, dwarf, beast person, regardless of what this person may be, at least he was not a dragon. This was different from dragon fear. They couldn't tell what was different, but it was definitely different. Zenyu figured out the difference. I feel repulsed. Dragon fear was scary, but he did not feel any repulsion toward it. That power automatically made him want to worship the user. However, facing this aura made him feel instinctive repulsion and scorn. That made it stimulate his fear even more. It made him feel as if they needed to get rid of this human. No, this monster in front of him in order for him. No, in order for us to live. That was what his instincts kept warning him. He had no idea why it was giving him such a warning. But he could not ignore this instinct. Something really did happen in the Erg Mountain range, as the Pope mentioned. It was something that could put the Holy Empire in danger. Drip. Sweat dripped down Zenyu's face. Although he was submerged in peace these days, he recalled how he survived on the battlefield 200 years ago during the cataclysmic period. He was crossing back and forth between life and death in order to survive. His senses from back then woke back up. Beep, his ears were ringing. His body was now standing straight. Beep, he crunch. His hand clenched tightly around his sword. The longer the beeping echoed in his ears, Zenyu slowly escaped from the fear. Oh, Cal let out a quiet gasp. Is it an attribute? Black aura started coming out of Zenyu's sword again, as if to answer Cal's question. It was an extremely dark and elegant black light, different from Choi Han's aura. Cal, let's use more of our power. We haven't even used half yet. How about we use half to make those bastards kneel properly? Cal ignored the dominating aura. He looked at Zenyu instead. Zenyu was answering Cal's question about whether it was an attribute. Yes, it is an attribute. Drip. Black tears dripped down from his eyes. Can I ask you what your attribute is? Cal thought about the dragon half-blood back at the Black Castle as he asked the question. The light that bastard who turned into a bone dragon used to use those lights with the sun within them placed Cal and his friends in multiple spots where they were almost killed. It was strong. It was truly strong. Zenyu, will this captain be strong as well? Cal recalled the name he heard from Sam as Zenyu answered him. Oh, both Cal and the dominating aura gasped in admiration. My attribute is Zenyu calmly responded. Fighting. The black aura fluctuating around him, Cal's dominating aura disappeared once it touched it. To be more accurate, it was pushed back. Zenyu let out a breath. He gently tapped his foot. Boom, the ground started to shake. This is now a battlefield. Fighting. His physical abilities exponentially grew as soon as he recognized an area as a battlefield. Furthermore, he could be free from any form of debuff. It was an attribute that allowed him to escape from dragon fear. That was what allowed him to take the captain position despite there being many dragon half-bloods with talented attributes. Nothing can stop me. Black tears were still dripping down from his eyes. Attribute. There was a time limit to use this. It's fine as long as I get rid of them quickly, so let's quickly get rid of this red-haired man. No, let's create an opening to run away. As long as even one of the dragon half-bloods made it out of here alive, they could leave the rest to the Empire. Zenyu peeked to the side. It was only for a moment, but a first-generation dragon half-blood who received his gaze slightly nodded his head. This one was the most skilled with magic, so he would definitely run away if an opening was created. Boom, boom, his heart felt as if it would explode. The dragon blood inside him roared throughout his body. Squeeze. His hand clenched tightly around his sword. Screech, the black aura shot up again almost as if it was exploding, and his body shot forward. The red-haired man, he was charging toward him. I will definitely get rid of at least you. Zenyu shared his hope out loud. An attribute got stronger the firmer the user's will. I will definitely be victorious on this battlefield. His firm belief filled this domain. Boom, boom. His heart was beating. Zenyu was not scared of that whale or the other swordsmen at this moment. He wasn't scared of the red-haired man in front of him either. Crazed Warrior Zenyu. The title he received because of his fighting attribute made him whole. Rip. His armor opened up. His body was getting larger. His aura was getting bigger. His force was now at least 10 times as strong. The aura surrounding him looked as if it was creating a large projection. He looked like a beast person who had properly gone berserk. No matter who it was, no matter what power it may be, they will die if they approach me. The strong will he had sculpted through surviving numerous battlefields formed his resolve. He proclaimed to the red-haired man he would reach in a few more steps. "You cannot stop me." Drip. Black tears dripped down again, and as the dragon blood inside him spread out through his whole body, as Zenyu released a power dozens of times stronger than normal. Cal opened his mouth to speak. "Why would I block you?" As he said that and chuckled, Zenyu saw someone get in his way. That person truly appeared all of a sudden. And then, this is annoying, he extended his fist. Bang! There was a loud explosion. What the hell? The person easily stopped Zenyu. As Zenyu was about to question what had happened, his opponent pummeled him. Yes, he pummeled him. There was no proper form or martial arts. This guy was just pummeling him with punches. I can't listen to this crap any longer. Bang! Zenyu's body was flung down to the snow. He looked unsightly as he rolled on the ground before he was grabbed by the collar. He could see the long vertical pupils looking down at him. "It's a dragon." The man with the ash-colored buzz-cut hair smiled. "Hey, you need a beating." He then kept hitting Zenyu. Cough, he hit the same place over and over. Zenyu could not block this man's punches no matter how much he activated his attribute. His strengthened body was in pain and in more pain. How is this possible? Even dragons could not hit him so painfully when he used his attribute. When he had firmed his resolve with fighting, he should not feel any pain when he was hit. But why Zenyu was about to question it when what are you thinking so hard about? You can still think. Smile. He could not continue to think as the dragon smiled and continued to punch him. It hurt. It hurt so much. Fighting or whatever the power was that turned him into the crazed warrior. The power that allowed Zenyu to be a crazy bastard in fights and not submit to any restrictions. It was useless right now. Pow, pow, pow. Rashiel punched and punched him some more. He only picked the spots that would hurt. How? Even when I am using fighting, as Zenyu finally managed to ask the question through his groans, the dragon stopped moving. He continued to grab Zenyu by the collar as he looked around. The dragon made eye contact with the dragon half-bloods looking at him and opened his mouth. "What the fuck are you looking at? Lower your gazes, you motherfuckers." He looked like a damn thug with no dignity at all. "I'm in a terrible mood right now." I said lower your fucking gazes. However, the strong aura coming out of him was definitely dragon fear. Rashiel turned his head as the dragon half-bloods and Zenyu started shaking. He then looked down at Zenyu. "So what if your attribute is fighting? What the fuck do you want me to do about it?" He raised his fist. "Mine is indomitability, you shitty motherfuckers." Rashiel's attribute was indomitability. Indomitability meant that he would not submit no matter what difficulty he faced. His attribute allowed Rashiel to easily pummel Zenyu, who claimed his attribute was fighting but tucked his tail between his legs after being hit once. "You fuckers. If you have dragon blood inside you, you should act properly." Pow, what? Dirty bloods, and what else did you say? You are going to get rid of Cal Henitus? Pow, you shitty motherfuckers. What the fuck is in the damn heads of the dragons in this world that they created such a dogshit world? Pow, pow, cough, God my ass, why would a dragon be a god? I am so furious. I prefer dragons over gods. Why the hell would they want to be gods? Pow, and why the hell do I need to do such useless shit? That damn old boomer. Dodori and Rayon were young, while Iruhaben and Mila had other things to do. Rashiel had to face the dragon half-bloods at Iruhaben's orders, but he was extremely annoyed about it. He never expected someone at his level to have to do something like this. It's so annoying. Pow pow, Zenyu fainted from being hit so much. Hey, he's not dead. I'm done now, right? Cal had a thought he had not had for a long time as he watched Rashiel throw Zenyu in front of him. Truly like a dragon. An extremely shameless and arrogant dragon who does whatever he wants. Rashiel truly fit that description. He spoke to the dragon half-bloods who had their heads down. "Oh, you are trying to use magic. Are you trying to run away? Hey fucker, you want to get pummeled too?" Hiccup. One of the dragon half-bloods subconsciously hiccuped. Cal subconsciously started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. What the? Cal calmly answered as Rashiel looked at him with an extremely annoyed look on his face. You are very reliable. HMPH. Rashiel snorted, but the corners of his lips were twitching. Chapter 228. No, I don't know anything. 11, the man in front of her, and his connection to the Archduke's House of Snow, this one question complicated Bailey's mind. On the other hand, Cal took a sip of lemon tea. This made things easier. After hearing that the Haru Kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs was with the subjugation squad, Cal felt relaxed, thinking that he didn't need to go through a cumbersome process. It'll be easier to meet the king. For Cal, who had worried a tiny bit about how to barge in, infiltrate, visit the kingdom, this situation was great. Ministernim. That was why his voice automatically sounded gentle. Do you think our action will be harmful to the Haru Kingdom? They had abducted the Holy Empire's subjugation squad. It had involved some bloodshed. Cal asked out of courtesy for the Haru Kingdom, as he needed to have a favorable relationship with them from here on. Bailey's face stiffened up for an instant before returning to normal. It had been so quick that Cal had not realized it, but Bailey's heart started beating wildly. Is this a test? None of the Haru Kingdom's knights or soldiers could stop the Holy Empire's 1st Knights Brigade. This group that had easily suppressed that same Knights Brigade was worried for the Haru Kingdom. It should be the opposite, with the Haru Kingdom being worried about upsetting these people. There are 2 meanings to this question. At this moment, Bailey's years of experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and her instincts were telling her. Cal Henitus, the leader of this mysterious group of strong individuals, the question asked by this person, do you think our action will be harmful to the Haru Kingdom? The 2 meanings hidden inside that sentence, her instincts told her what they were. First, it means he will watch to see how the Haru Kingdom reacts to this. She had yet to see all of Cal Henitus's manpower inside the Black Castle. However, someone who looked like a butler said that there were about 100 people here. I'm sure the people I have yet to see are strong as well. She believed this because neither Cal Henitus nor the butler of this castle seemed to fear the Holy Empire. That is why they are curious. They wanted to see if the Haru Kingdom was on the Holy Empire's side. The Haru Kingdom's demeanor would help them determine the direction of their future plans as well. Of course, they are still amicable with the Haru Kingdom right now. That was the reason they saved the village and Sam. Thinking until this point, Bailey could naturally figure out the other hidden meaning. He's definitely connected to the Archduke's House of Snow. That was why he was unable to hide his concern for the Haru Kingdom despite scoping Bailey out right now. Bailey came to a conclusion. She figured out what she needed to say. Sir Cal Henitus. The man who did not use the family name of Snow, the man who said it, was enough to call him sir like a knight. He didn't want just a yes or no answer to his question. Are you interested in visiting the royal palace? Bailey could see the smile forming on Cal's face. He gently asked with the smile still on his face. What do you plan to do if I say that I would like to visit? The 2 of them had both asked questions, but Bailey now gave an answer instead. I will escort you there, Sir Cal, exactly as I wanted. The smile on Cal's face became bigger with satisfaction. She's easy to talk to. However, Bailey was not smiling, but I think we will have to move stealthily. Cal's face turned odd after hearing her. He immediately asked, are you saying that there are people within the royal palace who would not welcome us? Bailey was amazed at Cal's wit that allowed him to immediately figure out the meaning in her words. Yes, sir. I'm sure there are a lot of people like that. However, His Majesty will be waiting. I guess His Majesty is hostile toward the Holy Empire, while many of his vassals have taken the Empire's side. Yes, sir. Cal did not beat around the bush and asked, Minister Nim, does His Majesty speak for the entire Haru Kingdom? Who held control of the kingdom? As long as the Prime Minister and I are alive, His Majesty will achieve his wishes no matter what it takes. However, the Prime Minister and I are now old. The Prime Minister and Bailey, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it meant that the 2 of them were reliable as they served the king. However, they were old, so the direction of power could twist at any moment. Cal immediately opened his mouth. I hate cumbersome and time-consuming things. I as well. We need to go meet His Majesty first before the Empire figures anything out. The king of a nation meeting someone was usually decided by the king, but Bailey was certain already. Cal Henitus and his friends were definitely the people the king had been waiting for until now. She continued to speak. Normally, It would take a long time to go from here to the capital, but I presume you will use teleportation. Yes, ma'am, Bailey asked as if it was obvious after looking at Rashiel. Cal nodded his head. The dragons can use magic now. They were capable of teleporting once they used dragon fear to create a domain. Bailey warily looked around after seeing Cal's calm face before acting as calm as possible and asking, Sir Cal, it was an extremely important question. She needed to hear the answer. Will there be a lot of things from here on that would cause issues for the Holy Empire? Cal knew what Bailey was worried about, so he answered without any hesitation. From the start to the finish, we will continuously cause issues for the Holy Empire. Bailey's face lit up. In that case, there will be no issues of you causing harm to the Haru Kingdom, Sir Cal. I'm sure His Majesty will answer the same. I'm happy to hear that. Then, Minister Nim, may I ask 2 more questions? Of course. Bailey was ready to answer any question. Cough, however, she coughed, young Master Nim. The butler of the Black Castle came over, handed her a handkerchief, and quietly called out to Cal. I guess a long conversation would be difficult. Bailey waved her arm after hearing Cal's comment. Cough, cough. However, she continued to cough. Walking through the rough, snowy fields given her age, and then facing the dragon half-blood's forces as a regular person was extremely taxing for her body. She did not have any major injuries, but she needed some rest. I am okay. However, Bailey showed the will to chat more. Then, I will make it short. Cal only asked the question he needed an immediate answer right now. This was something she would know better than anybody else as a diplomat. How do you think the Holy Empire will act from here on? Bailey started to smile. She had been waiting for this question. Tonight, no, they will probably wait until tomorrow. If Captain Zeniu does not make any report until tomorrow and none of the dragon half-bloods die, she opened up 3 fingers. They will do 3 things at once. I am ready to listen. Cal quietly prepared to listen and Bailey started to explain. First, they will send another subjugation squad. Cal expected this as well. However, there will be dragon half-blood knights as well as inquisitors in it. Cal raised his hand to stop her. Who are the inquisitors? Bailey was at a loss for words for a moment. Cal smiled and added on, I really don't know anything. Bailey did not believe that. He's acting modest so that he can compare the differences between the information he has and the information the Haru Kingdom has. That meant that she could not give a simple answer. What he wanted was not the typical things, but things that most people would not know. On the surface, the inquisitors are the ones the Holy Empire sends to suspected heretics or cults and their members to judge them. However, their actual job is cleanup. Cleanup? Yes, Sir Cal. They kill and clean up any and all beings that will get in the way of the Church and the Empire controlling the continent. The Inquisitors hid themselves in the shadows of the Church and the Empire while doing cleanup. They are said to be slightly weaker than the dragon half-blood knights. However, they are one of the major forces supporting the Empire. And Cal knew that Bailey's explanation was not done and asked. That made Bailey realize that Cal really did want something not so superficial and opened her mouth to respond. Her body was heavy, but her eyes were sparkling. Based on what our Haru Kingdom has found out, the Inquisitors are actually the Holy Empire's strongest force. Hoo-woo. She stopped for a moment and let out a deep breath to stop another cough from coming out. She took a sip of the tea the butler with half-white hair handed her. Click. Bailey put the teacup down and continued to speak. The reason they believed the Inquisitors were the strongest force, they are known to be human, but the conclusion we came to with the information we gathered is that they are not human. Then, Bailey had been extremely shocked when she put the pieces together. The Inquisitors, they are elves. They were the ones who served the dragons by their sides. Oh, Cal gasped internally. Elves, he had not expected this. I guess it makes sense that the dragons are treating the elves as subordinates as they have taken over the world tree. Cal nodded his head and opened his mouth. Then first is that they will send another subjugation squad. What are the other 2 actions? Bailey made sure to remember that Cal showed no reaction despite hearing that they were elves as she answered. The second action they will take is to contact His Majesty. They will want to figure out what the Haru Kingdom has done. Yes, sir, this was also an expected action. Then, what is the third? That Bailey hesitated for the first time. However, she then looked toward the buzz-cut Rashiel, who was dozing off on one side of the room. Cal looked toward Rashiel as well, and I think I already know. He figured out the third. Are you thinking that the church will drag dragons into this? Yes, Sir Cal. They will definitely do that. Ever since the Holy City became the Holy Empire, they probably never had an incident where half of the Dragon Half-Blood Knights Brigade suddenly lost contact. That was why the Central Temple and the Pope would contact the dragons. A dragon will not immediately come to the Erg Mountain Range. However, in the worst case possible, a dragon could immediately come here. Bailey cautiously continued to speak. If a dragon does come, it will probably be only one dragon. I see. Cal started to think. If it is a single dragon, should we capture that bastard and interrogate him? Wouldn't that dragon answer all our questions once Iruhaben Nim pummels them until the whole area is full of dust? I think it will be easy for 6 dragons to beat up a single dragon. Bailey gulped. Seeing Cal's extremely calm gaze and Rashiel's eyes sparkling as if he had never fallen asleep made her full of anticipation. Cough! However, her aged body found it burdensome to even feel such anticipation. Oh no. Cal stood up. Please go get some rest. We will come back once the preparations for the teleportation are completed. There is one more. Bailey remembered that Cal had 2 questions. What is the other question, Sir Cal? Cal hesitated for a moment before asking. Are the dragon half-bloods created or born? Huh. Bailey looked at the ceiling and let out a gasp-like laugh. The church claims that dragon half-bloods are born that way, but she looked right at Cal. Our decades of information have given us a hypothesis. Although they were not certain, and it only remained a hypothesis, dragon half-bloods are definitely created. Cal started to smile. The dragon, who had been silent until now, started speaking. Then we should be able to hear what happened if we fuck those dragon half-bloods up. The butler, who had quietly been looking after Bailey, opened his mouth. Ron spoke in a gentle voice. I will take care of the interrogation. Bailey's eyes opened wide. He's not just a butler? Yeah, I leave it to you. Cal's relaxed answer shocked her even more. Nobody here is to be underestimated. She couldn't help but sweat. Cal realized that Bailey's condition was terrible and addressed Ron. Escort the Minister Nim. Yes, young Master Nim. Bailey started walking to leave Cal's room before suddenly stopping. It was because a thought popped into her mind. Sir Cal, her voice was shaking a bit. May I ask how many dragons are residing here? She then saw the smile on Cal's face. I believe there are enough dragons here, Minister Nim. His light-hearted answer made Bailey bite her lips. Her heart beat wildly and she couldn't help but chuckle as she responded. I don't think my old heart can handle this. I guess I really need to get some rest. Yes, Minister Nim. We need to go to the capital soon, so, although it is going to be short, please get some rest. Click. Bailey walked out of Cal's room and into a guest room. Her aide and knights were waiting for her there. Ron returned as well, and the minister, who was now lying on the bed, saw the nervousness and anticipation on the faces of the aide. Minister Nim. What is it? The aide hesitated before looking at the nearby knights and officials before asking. It was something they were all curious about. Does that Cal Hennetusser have any connection to the Archduke's House of Snow? Bailey closed her eyes. She thought about the red hair that stood out in the white world. Sir Cal has said that he has no connections to them. Bailey continued to speak after hearing someone gasp. Furthermore, even if Sir Cal has any connections to the House of the Archduke, what can we say? The Archduke's House of Snow. While the House of Snow was being attacked, the Haru Kingdom was crushed by the faction trying to side with the Empire, and the pressure from the Empire that they could not do anything to help. But things will be different now. Their young King Dennis, their king for Sir Cal, whose last name may be Hennetus or Snow, we will give everything we have. They would give everything, even though they did not have much to give. Aid. Yes, ma'am. Bailey decided to use the greatest authority King Dennis had given her. We need to send a message to the eldest senior. The aide's eyes opened wide. You are talking about that esteemed individual? Yes. You come with me when we go to the capital and contact eldest senior. Bailey looked out the window. White snow was coming down. Someone as white as this snow, the Haru Kingdom's hidden guardian, their final card, that would not reveal herself unless the kingdom was in danger of completely perishing. It is time for the white snake to move. An ancient beast person who has survived since before the cataclysmic period, they needed to call her in. Of course, whether eldest senior makes a move is up to her, but we need to at least inform her. Do you think that she will make a move? I think that she will. Bailey's years of experience was speaking to her. Whether it is the Holy Empire or the Haru Kingdom, a fight until one or the other is completely gone is about to happen. Although it sounded as if Bailey was talking about the demise of her home kingdom, her gaze was beaming despite her body being weary. It was the gaze of someone who had found an opportunity. I will go. Ancient dragon Iruhaben approached Cal, who was getting ready to go meet King Dennis. Chapter 227. No, I don't know anything. 10. Human, Rashiel liked that. As Rayon mentioned, Rashiel clearly seemed happy at Cal calling him reliable. Cal looked to his left and right. Clope and Hannah, the two of them were standing there without saying anything. There was a reason he purposely brought the two of them here. Rayon seemed to think he brought them to cause a shitshow, but there was a different person. I brought them to see whether the two of them are able to fight while under my aura. The original plan was for Clope and Hannah to take turns defending Cal and fighting against Knight Captain Zenyu. I didn't expect Rashiel to suddenly barge in. He also didn't expect Rashiel to pummel that guy so easily. HMPH. The dominating aura snorted. It's to be expected. He was completely destroyed in attribute. Xenius fighting and Rashiel's indomitability. Xenius attribute was an extremely good attribute based on how it was used, but it could not do anything in front of Rashiel's indomitability. Two similar attributes had gone up against one another, but Zenyu couldn't even fight back properly. Cal suddenly had a thought, but he could not share that thought out loud. So weak, Cal turned, thinking that someone had read his mind. He could see Hannah's eyes sparkling under the hood. Hey, I thought you said you would let me fight to my heart's content. Why are they all so weak? He then heard Rayon's voice in his mind. Human, Hannah's eyes have gone crazy. Why did that happen? I don't know. Cal slowly avoided Hannah's gaze. The Holy Empire was said to be the strongest nation in Apitu. Their First Knights Brigade was said to be their strongest force. They believed these dragon half-bloods would be strong, but not as strong as we expected. Between Wei, 9, and even this guy, they are all too weak compared to our dragon half-blood. Of course, our dragon half-blood, who is now a bone dragon, is not a proper half-blood. He wasn't born between a dragon and a human, he is closer to a chimera. Furthermore, our dragon half-blood is a bastard who started with the Dragon Lord's child and consumed the hearts of multiple dragons. Cal suddenly flinched. What the hell? Why am I calling the dragon half-blood our dragon half-blood? He was surprised at his thought, but he still felt as if something needed to be done. I need to quickly agree to a name for him. He felt as if he called the dragon half-blood our dragon half-blood as without a name, it got confusing with these other dragon half-bloods. Anyway, they are still too weak. The First Knights Brigade that was full of dragon half-bloods, were they truly the Holy Empire's strongest force? I'll need to look into it a bit. Cal organized his thoughts and started to speak. They needed to knock these dragon half-bloods, who could not do anything in front of Rashiel, unconscious, and take them back. They have information. However, Cal could not say anything. Why one of the dragon half-bloods, who could not speak properly because of dragon fear, opened her mouth? She was one of the third-generation dragon half-bloods. Why, oh esteemed dragon, are you protecting a human? She truly looked confused, but nobody answered her. Cal spoke as if he was deaf and couldn't hear anything she said. Rashiel Nim, shall we take them all and go back now? Rashiel peeked at him, and Cal smiled as he complimented Rashiel. You truly are reliable, Rashiel Nim. HMPH. Rashiel snorted before responding. It'll take long if I leave it to you punks, so I will do it. Unbelievable. The third-generation dragon half-blood screamed again. Rashiel looked toward her. Why is a great and mighty dragon like yourself following the orders of a lowly human? Why? She truly could not believe it. Nothing she had seen, heard, or experienced since birth had such a situation as this. A dragon listening to a human, this will do terrible harm toward the existence of dragons. A fist came flying. Pow, her chin was struck by Rashiel's punch and flung back. She had never felt such pain in her life. She felt as if she would tear up. She barely managed to turn her head to look at the dragon that hit her. She then flinched. The way the dragon quietly looked down at her, this was definitely a dragon. The way he was looking down at her, as if he didn't even want to chat with her dragons, looked at dragon half-bloods like this despite the half-bloods having their blood. Of course, there were some dragons that chatted gently with them, but a lot of them didn't even want to talk to the dragon half-bloods. She was someone who thought they did this because they had complete greatness and pure blood. How annoying. That was why the dragon looking at her with contempt made her feel at peace. However, her eyes opened wide at what he said next. Rashiel spoke in an extremely annoyed tone. Where the fuck did this extremely narrow-minded idiot come from? What? Narrow-minded? The dragon half-blood shouted in disbelief. Narrow-minded. This is the truth and a fact of life. Despite being scored by some dragons, having their blood allowed this dragon half-blood to grow up with support. She felt a sense of duty right now. This was a great chance for her to share the truth with this dragon in front of her. That was why she started speaking again. The esteemed dragons are the ones maintaining this broken world that even the gods have abandoned. Her voice echoed through the desolate field of snow. Dragons are gods. Another dragon half-blood caught his breath as that happened. He calmed himself. It was the dragon half-blood who received Xenia's gaze earlier. This is the only chance. While this crazy brigade member was chattering away against the dragon, I need to do something. He needed to do something right now. He thought about what he could do. Teleportation will not work. Something that large will be caught by that dragon. I should be able to use mana for an extremely short period of time. As he uses a spell, and that dragon realizes it, a spell or mana fluctuation that can finish in that instant should be fine. We must inform the Empire about this situation. He looked around. 2 third-generation, dragon half-bloods other than 9, and Wei One was in a state of panic and spewing nonsense, while the other had a blank look on his face. It was probably because they had never experienced something like this before. He then made eye contact with another first-generation dragon half-blood. He slightly nodded his head. Yes, this is the only thing I can do. The other guy seemed to figure out his intentions as well. That made him come to a conclusion. There was only one thing for him to do. Overload is the only option. Dragon half-bloods had a last ace up their sleeves called Overload. Fuck, that always ended with death. Shit. The first and second generation dragon half-bloods knew something the third and fourth generation dragon half-bloods did not know. It was about overload. They would overload the dragon blood inside their bodies to gain an extremely strong power. However, it resulted in death. That dangerous power, I have no choice. The dragon half-blood decided to use that power. Unlike the second and third generations whose loyalties were shallow, the first generations were extremely loyal to the Empire and the Church. This is for the Empire. This is for the laws of the world. The dragons and the Church were the ones to save this world from chaos. He heard the chattering third-generation dragon half-blood's voice at that moment. It is only natural for humans to worship our gods, the dragons, crazy bastard. He couldn't help but laugh, but he held himself back from laughing. Boom, boom, his heart was beating fast. If I overload and he dies, the central temple will find out. A system was set up for the central temple to immediately learn of a dragon half-blood's death. Especially if I die, I overload the highest grade alert, red alert, or the one right under it, green alert, will come up. That alone should be helpful to the Church. Boom, boom, he felt his beating heart again. Most of the first-generation dragon half-bloods were dead. Only a few of them remained. I guess this is how I die. He would die today as well. He was feeling anxious. It was fear of death and loyalty toward the Church, and I need to avoid that dragon finding out. He needed to hide from that dragon while instantly overloading. There was only one way to do that. Destroy the jewel. Jewel. This was talking about the sparkling crystal on the right chest of a dragon half-blood. The moment he destroyed this beautiful crystal that was proof that he had dragon blood inside him, the dragon blood in his body would overload. Pierce it instantly with mana. He looked around. This world will only be in balance when we follow the rules of the world the dragons have created. Everyone's gaze was focused on the third-generation dragon half-blood spewing the Church's creed. Even the dragon was looking at her. He seemed to want to hear what she had to say. He slowly moved his hand toward his right chest. Do it in an instant. gather mana in my hand, and instantly pierce the jewel and my body. That was all he needed to do. His hands were shaking. He was thinking about attacking himself. However, his mind calmed down. Everything is for the laws of this world. He said one of the church's creeds before looking at the dragon and tightening his right hand. Gather mana, kill myself first before that dragon makes a move. It was at that moment, its overload. His heart sank down. The dragon half-blood's eyes opened wide. Someone had shouted about overload. He turned his head toward the direction of the noise. A dragon half-blood might overload. It was the Haru Kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bailey. She stared at him and shouted, "If a dragon half-blood dies from overload, the church will be informed." The dragon half-blood subconsciously opened his mouth. How does a lowly creature like you know about that? Bailey smiled at the dragon half-blood who could not finish his sentence. Her smile looked more regretful than happy. Bailey shouted in her mind, "It's not like we've been doing nothing." The Haru Kingdom had been doing everything it could to gather information. Since they were unable to properly arm themselves under the Empire's watch, they thought that they should at least have information. They gathered any and all information possible. One of them had this information. How many informants had sacrificed their lives for this? However, that information had been helpful like this. It had not been for nothing. Bailey was smiling at that fact. She did so while looking at the dragon half-blood, who scowled and looked despondent while facing her. "Aha!" She heard a calm voice at that moment. The dragon half-blood flinched after hearing a voice right next to him. When did this person get here? He didn't know who was approaching him. He slowly turned his head. The firm and calm voice that oddly made you feel like the speaker was trustworthy continued to speak. "I thought you were acting weird, so I was keeping an eye on you. But overload? We can't have that now, can we?" The white-haired, green-eyed man was looking down at the dragon half-blood. He looked holy for some reason. He even wondered if this guy was a priest. That man calmly smiled. He then commented, "We can't let any variable come up on the path of our most revered." Most revered. Before the dragon half-blood could even wonder about that phrase, and before the dragon half-blood could properly hear the white-haired man's words thud. His hand that had been trying to pierce his right chest, that wrist was sliced off and fell to the ground. His hand fell to the snow and scattered red blood all around. As the dragon half-blood watched this completely unrealistic situation that made him unable to feel the pain or even say anything, the white-haired man, Clope, smiled as he looked at Cal. Clope had said that they could not allow any variables to appear on the path of their most revered. "Isn't that right, sir?" Cal was at a loss for words for a different reason. Crazy bastard. Cal almost subconsciously nodded his head at Hannah's comment before barely managing to hold himself back. "Let's knock all of them unconscious for now." He then walked toward the Haru Kingdom's people in the subjugation squad. "You must be Bailey, yes?" Cal spoke gently and extended his hand. Bailey grabbed his hand to stand up. She looked at the red-haired man looking back at her and thought to herself, maybe she thought that she might be a part of the start of something amazing. Maybe there would be a chance to change the laws of this world one more time. An unexplainable sense of anticipation made her heart, which she felt was old and useless at this point, beat wildly again. Cal offered some warm tea to Bailey, who was seated across from him. Bailey accepted the tea and asked with a confused look on her face, Sir, did you say that you don't know anything?" Cal gently answered, "Yes, Mom. I don't know anything." He simply spoke the truth. But sternly, "The Archduke's House of Snow? I've never heard of such a house and I don't know anything. I really don't know anything at all. That house has nothing to do with me whatsoever. There isn't even the tiniest speck of connection between us." Cal thought he should solidify the truth right now because he felt as if he would receive this question over and over. I see." His extremely firm denial made Bailey completely certain. They say that strong denial is a form of acceptance. I'm sure that this red-haired man is related to the Archduke's House of Snow. Chapter 229. Symbol of Victory 1. After deciding to teleport to Delphine, the capital of the Haru Kingdom, all preparations finished quickly. Choi Han stepped forward as well after Iruhaben. "I will go as well, Cal Zero Nim." Iruhaben shook his head. "No, Choi Han, you stay here. Cal, you agree, right?" Cal pointed to Rayon, who was fluttering his wings next to him. "I think it would be fine for just the two of us to go." "No. You cannot do that, Kalnim. Choi Han and Aruhaben shook their heads at the same time. Rayon puffed up his cheeks. What is the issue? The two of us is enough, hoo-hoo. Mila quietly chuckled as she spoke. It is because you are both troublemakers. Cal and Rayon looked around as if they had been wronged, but nobody took their side. I will be going with Rayon and Cal. It'll be the three of us. The ancient dragon made the decision as if to say he will not accept any comments. His gaze then turned toward the Haru Kingdom's people at a corner of the room. Minister? Yes, sir. Bailey wiped some cold sweat off her forehead. Rayon approached her and cautiously asked, Hey, Minister, are you still hurting? Shouldn't you be getting some rest? And not at all, I am okay. Oh, esteemed dragon. Honestly speaking, Bailey felt as if her mind would go blank right now. How many dragons are here? Rayon, Iruhaben, Rashiel, and Mila. She had seen 4 dragons until now. She would have fainted a long time ago if it wasn't for her many years of experience. Bailey's aide and Sam had already blanked out, so she had to at least maintain consciousness. Minister Nim, are you really okay? Bailey calmed herself after hearing Cal's question and answered with a stiff expression on her face. This is not the time to be resting, sir. She had no idea when the Holy Empire would realize something was wrong and make their move. They had to move as quickly as possible so that King Dennis would not get flustered, no matter the situation. Huu, she let out a short breath before continuing to speak. There is only one proper mage in the Haru Kingdom. But you said that person is part of the Empire faction? Yes, sir. That is why we are unfortunately not able to contact His Majesty in a different way, and have to teleport immediately. Bailey stopped for a moment, before continuing to speak. I ask for your understanding even if there is chaos for a moment and it becomes disordered. Yes, Mom, that is okay. A little chaos was nothing to Cal, who had even thought about barging into the palace. Then Minister Nim, where would these coordinates place us within the royal palace? Bailey realized she had not told them yet and calmly answered. It is the bedroom. It is His Majesty's bedroom. That is the most secretive place. Cal was silent for a moment before he asked. There should be no issues, right? Yes, sir. None at all. Cal decided to trust the minister's gentle smile. No, he just decided to stop thinking, because they did not have time. I'll cast the spell. Iruhaben stepped forward and gently pushed Rayon back a bit. The training ground at the basement of the Black Castle, there were a few of the Haru Kingdom's people, in addition to the ones going with Bailey to the capital, in this decently large training ground. The village chief was there as well. Iruhaben did not want them to see Rayon using magic. He spoke to the others. Hold on, even if it is a bit difficult to handle. Bailey clenched her hands together. She had already heard the explanation. A dragon needed to use dragon fear to dominate the area in order to cast a spell. Bailey agreed to hear a detailed explanation once they met the king, so Bailey chose to not ask anything else and simply watched. Ooh-ooh-wong, the air rumbled. The air around her slowly started to get heavier. Bailey realized that the dragon was being considerate of them and using his dragon fear extremely slowly and weakly. However, she still felt suffocated. MMPH. It was definitely different. The density and depth of this dragon fear was different from the force used by the dragon half-bloods in the First Knights Brigade. The pressure and awe that humans feel when seeing a beautiful natural scenery in front of them, it was like subconsciously gasping in response. This aura did not only have fear and dread within it. Something of the world that humans did not have. It felt as if she was facing one of the deepest secrets hidden in this world. A fear that she could not describe, potentially from getting a peek at one of the laws of the world, stimulated her. Is this dragon fear? Even an extremely light form of dragon fear was making her feel such strong emotions. How would a full dragon fear feel? Bailey suddenly looked toward Cal's back. The aura that destroyed the dragon half-bloods earlier, the other humans did not properly experience that aura earlier. She had no idea how a human like him could use such an aura, but would his power be like this as well? Bailey felt curiosity, anticipation, and concern all at the same time. What could Sir Cal want? She still had not figured that out. I'm sure we will figure that out as well once we meet with His Majesty. There was no need for her to make any rash judgments. Ooh, a white gold magic circle appeared at the center of the training ground. The The dragon fear disappeared, and only the radiant white gold light filled Bailey's eyes. It was beautiful. Let's go. The ancient dragon was the first to step onto the magic circle. Cal and Rayon followed him before Bailey motioned to her aid, and Sam as she got onto the magic circle as well. Sam, who was the last to move, made eye contact with a senior knight. He nodded his head with a determined look on his face after seeing his senior knight nodding his head, telling him to do well. Sam, tell His Majesty exactly what you saw. The reason Sam, who was young and the newest knight in the group, was going with this group was because he had seen the most. Sam calmed his heart that was running wild from fear, excitement, nervousness, he didn't really know, as he stepped onto the magic circle. Oolong dragon fear rose up a bit again, and Payat, Cal's group disappeared from the spot. One of the Haru Kingdom's knights gulped after seeing that. How amazing. This was his first time seeing teleportation. It was shocking, but he barely managed to not let his shock show. The butler of this castle walked up next to him. I will escort you to your lodging. Yes, sir. He respectfully answered the butler before leaving the basement training ground with the others. Rashil watched them leave before asking, What do we do now? Mila answered him. Follow me. The group following Mila arrived at a meeting room in one of the middle floors of the Black Castle. Click. The door opened. 3 women, whom Cal had left behind a request with, were looking at a map on top of the center table and chatting. Former Dragon Lord Sherritt asked Mila, who just walked in. Did they leave? Yes, Mom. They left. Rashil couldn't hide his curiosity and blurted out. Hey, human mage, what do we need to do? He was looking at Rosalind. Choi Han also looked toward Rosalind. On the other hand, Rosalind motioned toward the chief who had awkwardly followed behind the group. Chief Nim, please come over here. Hey, I asked you what we need to do. Rosalind then nonchalantly responded to Rashil's question. Nothing right now. She then pointed toward the map for the chief to see. The chief gulped. A portion of the Erg Mountain Range, their village, and the vast fields outside, everything was drawn on this map. Where did she get this? Did Minister Bailey give it to her? Rosalind spoke in a refreshing tone before he could ask anything. We are planning on fortifying this whole area. Cal had asked Rosalind, Miss Rosalind, we are lacking when it comes to numbers. You know what we need, right? Please don't worry. She knew the answer even without him saying anything. The 10 mages that came with me will work with me to create large-scale magic circles in multiple locations on this map. Rosalind's subordinates were part of the 100 who came here. She had pulled them out of building the magic tower to come with her. They were also talented battle mages who had worked with Cal and Rosalind since the war against the Indomitable Alliance. The chief's eyes opened wide. Mom, you are able to use magic. No, sir. Rosalind shook her head. Rosalind smiled toward the sighing chief. Choi Han could see that Rosalind's gaze was firm despite saying that she could not use magic. Choi Han, you said that you could use your aura, right? Can I ask you how you did that? Domain. You just need to create a domain. Is it the same as young Master Cal? Yes. How did you make that? Can you tell me? He had no problem telling Rosalind, one of his close friends. In my case, the aura automatically started flowing out once I became certain about my path. Rosalind's face did not look good as she gasped. Choi Han had a decent idea about why she did that. Of the people he had met until now, there was nobody who was as firm about their path and pushed forward without any hesitation like Rosalind. Maybe she should have created this aura sooner than Choi Han had done. However, Rosalind soon removed the concerned portion of her expression and her face lit up. Choi Han, in that case, yeah. You are saying I should be able to use dragon fear as well? No, you are saying I can create something that is different from dragon fear, something that is my own, as expected of Rosalind. Choi Han thought to himself. She could not hide her curiosity. No, it was not just curiosity, it was a desire. I may be able to grow my magic one step higher. He then heard Rosalind gently speaking to the chief. Chief Nim, although we cannot use magic right now, we have our knowledge of magic and can make the preparations for magic as much as we want. That will be extremely beneficial. As long as they install some magic circles throughout the area, they will just need to activate them in the future. Activating shouldn't be a problem as they had dragons, Cal, and Choi Han. As for our large-scale magic circles, I can say this much with certainty. Rosalind said it loudly despite dragons being there with them. Even the dragons will be shocked. Rosalind had not stopped research while constructing the magic tower. Let's install these magic circles as well. Will that be okay, Mom? These are for warfare. Miss Rosalind, we may end up going to war against the entire continent. Cal had said to Rosalind. Most of this continent's power configuration would have been newly reconstructed since the cataclysmic period. Cal had not stopped worrying because the Dragon Half-Blood Knights Brigade were weaker than he had expected. In fact, the look on his face became more serious after his conversation with Bailey. Even in the Haru Kingdom, the opposing faction supporting the Empire has more influence than the king himself. I'm sure the other nations are worse if not at the same level. There would be many people supporting the Holy Empire's authority and power. Furthermore, the Dragon Half-Blood Knights Brigade was much weaker than we expected. Young Master Cal, do you think they were just putting on a facade? Yes, Miss Rosalind. After magic and aura became a power only the smallest amount of individuals can use, it could be said that all of Apitu became weaker. May I ask why? It is because of the blood demon. However, Cal did not believe that Apitu was weaker now. The blood demon has killed hundreds of thousands of people and done all sorts of things in order to fight the dragons, the purple bloods in Apitu. The reason Cal brought 100 strong people with him was because of what happened in the Central Plains with the blood cult. An opponent stronger than the blood cult, it was vigilance toward the purple bloods as the blood demon had been scared of them. Cal did not tell Rosalind, but there was one more thing he was worried about. The god of balance also did not say anything about me bringing 100 people with me. That meant that he needed to have at least that level of preparation for the balance to be right. The god of balance will argue that we are breaking the balance if our side was too strong. That meant that Apitu was stronger than the combined strength of the 100 in his group. Cal did not share this thought with Rosalind, but did emphasize something with her. Preparations save lives. Rosalind remembered the battle against the indomitable alliance that Cal's preparations had created. That was why she said this to the group inside the meeting room. These are all necessary preparations to get ready for another subjugation squad showing up, so please follow the steps. There was another thing Rosalind wanted while they did these preparations. I'm in a period of stagnation. She knew that her magic was currently in a period of stagnation. Maybe this world, a place where she could not use magic properly, would give this the chance to grow. Opportunities always follow danger, and I am here because I did not miss that opportunity. Although what she just said could sound arrogant, Rosalind truly had not missed it. She had persisted no matter what it took. She planned on doing so this time as well. Mila, who had been quiet, made a comment. If Rosalind is at the center to prepping for the subjugation squad, then the Inquisitors she looked somewhere. A woman, who had been looking at the map until now, raised her head. She opened her mouth. I will take care of them, Dark Elf Tasha. She smiled at them. Pendrick and I will take care of the Inquisitors. The Inquisitors, whom they believed to be elves, dark elves such as Tasha, elves like Pendrick, and many elves and dark elves would be dragged into this. Rashiel opened his mouth at that moment. You said even a dragon might show up? I'll take care of that. He then added on. Plus, someone needs to use Dragon Fear for you all to use your powers. I will use Dragon Fear, so use your powers within its domain. Mila smiled gently and commented in a quiet voice. How active of you. HMPH. Rashiel snorted but could not answer Mila's question. He then must have found something to be uncomfortable as he added on. It is because I want to pummel those motherfucking dragons whose brains have rotted to the core. It is absolutely not because I want to help Cal Henitus. Hoo-hoo. Mila and Sherritt quietly chuckled while Rashiel frowned and tried to say something else. But he couldn't do that. Tap, tap. Someone was tapping his arm. He turned his head to see a white-haired man. What the? The white hair and green-eyed man, Clope Seca, was smiling. May I come with you? Huh. Clope had asked Tasha. I want to be part of the team going after the Inquisitors. Well, it doesn't matter to us. Tasha answered. Rashiel, who then received Clope's gaze, flinched before answering. Well, it shouldn't matter, right? He then thought to himself. That fucker's gaze is weird. That guy seemed to be the one who was out of his damn mind. However, he did not say that part out loud. Crazy bastards were best when fighting against crazy bastards. These punks who quietly stood there as if they were shy but had sparkling gazes were the most suitable for such situations. As everybody was figuring out their roles, former Lord Sherritt slowly moved back inside. Hoo-oo. Did something happen? Mila came over right on time and Sherritt shook her head. You must be worried about the children. However, Mila's next comments made Sherritt smile bitterly without being able to answer. No, I'm sure that's not the case. You must be worried about Rayon going to the capital. In addition, Mila could not finish her sentence. The children she mentioned were not only talking about Rayon. Her other child, or really her other child's enemy, the dragon half-blood. Mila, who could not mention the half-blood who became a bone dragon, trailed off a bit before asking, "Who is with them?" Lord Sherritt closed her eyes before opening them back. Her gaze moved toward the rear garden of the Black Castle. I'm pretty sure Beecrox, Watira, and Sway Khan are with them. She then added on. They are probably interrogating the captain and the dragon half-bloods of the First Knights Brigade. The dragon half-bloods of Apitu, the dragon half-blood, was in charge of dealing with them. He apparently volunteered himself for it. This was what the dragon half-blood had wanted. Mila stopped talking for a moment. Sherritt joined her in the silence. However, the area around the two dragons was quite wordy. The Holy Empire and the Purple Bloods, the preparations to go up against them, were being prepared one after the other. Pat? Cal opened his eyes after sensing the bright light. King Dennis, a young boy who had a completely blank face from confusion, was looking at him. Dennis then blurted out, "You are him?" Before Cal could respond in any way, King Dennis continued, "You are the disappeared youngest young master." Cal started to speak at that moment. "Excuse me," the young king reacted back. The two of them blankly looked at each other. Chapter 230, Symbol of Victory 2, Youngest Young Master. Minister Bailey stepped forward as those words popped into Cal's mind. "Your Majesty, Minister, why are you there?" As young King Dennis looked at Bailey in shock, knock, knock, knock. They heard someone knock on the door. "Your Majesty, is something the matter?" The person on the other side must have noticed the bit of commotion. The young king and his old vassal made eye contact, and Bailey shook her head no. Dennis answered the person on the other side of the door. "Not at all. Everything is fine." His voice was completely calm. "However, call the Prime Minister up to the meeting room." The knight outside the door was silent for a moment. "As you command, Your Majesty." He soon answered in a low voice, and Dennis continued on. "Have the people in the palace withdraw. Leave the minimum number of people possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." The knight guarding the king outside the door right now, and all of the knights protecting the inside of this palace were Dennis people. It was the tiniest bit of shield the late king managed to leave for him. "Minister." He looked at Bailey and started to speak. "There are 6 hours until the changing of the guards. That squad was a mix of the Empire faction and the King's faction. That should be enough time for a conversation, right?" "Hoo." Cal's eyes clouded over while looking at how calm Dennis was despite this sudden turn of events. Dennis was looking at Cal as well. His gaze slowly started to move. He looked at Cal, Rayon, and even Iruhaben before he opened his mouth to speak again. "I didn't know you would be bringing a dragon nymph with you, Minister." Wow. Cal was amazed once more. Dennis would not be able to tell Iruhaben's identity, but he would have noticed Rayon's identity immediately. However, his pupils had not moved at all. Of course, Cal could tell that Dennis was nervous. He could see Dennis's faintly shaking fingertips. However, the fact that a kid who looked even younger than Locke could deal with things like this allowed Cal to see his character. Dennis spoke to Bailey as if nothing was wrong. "I'm guessing something must have happened in the north. Knock, knock, knock." They heard some knocks and the knight from earlier spoke again. "Everybody has withdrawn, Your Majesty." Dennis walked toward the door. "Follow me. This place is not adequate for conversations." Screech. The door opened, and the middle-aged knight was looking inside with a stiff expression on his face. He saw Cal and Iruhaben, then his serious gaze started to shake after seeing Rayon. However, his eyes focused as soon as the king looked at him. Oh, Cal was amazed. Every person he met in the royal palace so far left better first impressions than he had expected. "This is the captain of our 3rd Royal Knights Brigade." The captain contemplated for a bit before asking the king a question. "Your Majesty, may I search them for anything dangerous?" Bailey looked at Cal and Iruhaben. She then looked at Rayon. Iruhaben chuckled as he commented, "I guess you should at least do a search when someone suddenly infiltrates the king's bedroom." "I agree, Iruhabenim." I nodded his head and opened up his arms. "I have no weapons, but please feel free to take a look." The captain carefully nodded his head at Cal. He was tense. It was at that moment. "Me too." Rayon opened up his chubby little legs in the air. He then fluttered his wings. "Hey, Knight Captain, search me as well. I have no weapons." Cal could see the serious look on the captain's face crumble and his pupils starting to shake intensely. "Ha!" Iruhaben let out a sigh. Rayon puffed up his cheeks and shouted in a disgruntled voice, "Hey, Gold Dragon Gramps, don't sigh. I am a cool dragon. Gold Dragon Gramps." Those words made the captain and King Dennis's faces stiffen. Cal gently spoke in that brief moment of silence. "We should follow protocol." Cal made eye contact with the king. Cal continued to speak. "We came to chat after all, Your Majesty. They will follow protocol because they came to chat." Basically, it was Cal saying we have no intentions of harming you. "Captain, just do a simple external search." "Yes, Your Majesty." The captain told another knight, who was standing there looking pale, to stay put as he moved alone to do a simple search of Cal's body. Bailey approached Dennis as that happened. "I will give you a detailed explanation later, Your Majesty." The old Minister of Foreign Affairs already looked fatigued. However, her eyes were burning brighter than ever before. Dennis noticed this and looked at her. She gave him an answer that surprised him. "I will be contacting the eldest senior, Your Majesty. It is time to make the move." Dennis looked at her as he knew the meaning behind those words. Bailey gave a short answer. "It is a fight against time, Your Majesty." He clenched his eyes for a moment, but he then nodded his head. Bailey motioned to her aide with her eyes. The aide slightly bowed toward Bailey and the king with a determined look on her face before slowly leaving the room. "The search has finished." The captain happened to speak at that time and the king took the lead. He walked past Cal, looked at the dragons, and started speaking. "Please follow me to a quiet place, Dragon Nims." Your Majesty. Bailey quietly approached him and he whispered in a low voice, "Not too many people came to the palace today. It is very quiet." She finally realized that there were no Empire faction nobles for them to worry about in the palace right now and followed behind Dennis more at ease. She had a thought as she did. How did he grow up so well even at his young age? He was her king, but Dennis was also like her grandson. The king walked into a room that was smaller than his bedroom and only had one table with chairs all around it. This room didn't even have a window. "This is fitting to have a quiet conversation." Dennis smiled at Cal's comment. He then asked, "You know who I am, right?" "Yes, I do, Your Majesty." "Then there is no need for me to introduce myself." "Who are you?" "My name is Cal Henatus. I am just a temporary guest who happens to be staying by the Erg Mountain Range." Cal introduced himself and then immediately asked the thing he was most curious about right now. "What is the disappeared youngest young master? Are you from the Archduke's House of Snow?" The king answered by asking a question back. "No, Your Majesty." Cal shook his head. Dennis looked at Bailey. She shook her head as well. However, Dennis noticed the questioning look on her face as he had spent a lot of years with her. He asked Cal in a nonchalant voice, "It is a problem you do not need to know about if you are not a member of the D." The corners of Cal's lips curled up. "I heard that the entire main branch of the Archduke's House of Snow has perished. But I guess the youngest young master disappeared?" Dennis gently shrugged his shoulders. He then spoke in a relaxed manner. "Since the minister said it is a fight against time, I just want a short breakdown." As I expected, Cal really liked how this young king did things. Many people in the Empire must suffer from worshipping, but their gazes were alive. Of course, their faces looked tired. "We've captured the entire subjugation squad, Your Majesty." "You did?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We did." The young black dragon on Cal's lap and the white gold-haired man seated next to him with his legs crossed as if he has no interest in their conversation. The two of them are dragons. Dennis recognized that as he opened his mouth. "This is dangerous." He spoke in a nonchalant voice. "Danger has come to the Haru Kingdom." Cal looked at the intelligent king who did not need a long explanation and understood why this captain, the prime minister, and the minister of foreign affairs all chose to side with the king. This king, he had enough abilities for them to put their trust in him. It allowed Cal to smile cheekily as he answered. But this could also be an opportunity, Your Majesty. Why? King Dennis asked calmly, despite claiming that danger had come to the kingdom. Are you planning on fighting against the Holy Empire or something? Smile. Cal smiled instead of answering. Dennis shook his head after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be asking if this was enough of a response. Don't answer with a smile. I am the type of person who only feels at peace after hearing things directly and receiving official documents. Cal's smile turned odd. Dennis recognized this and continued to speak. When you are weak, you need to make sure you have some sort of insurance. Ah, this king seriously is not bad. Cal wholeheartedly believed that. He seemed like a great person to work with as they went forward to fight against the Holy Empire and the Purple Bloods. He could communicate with this guy as he could with Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, despite it being in a different way. In that case, I will use my words, Your Majesty. Cal decided to answer honestly as he was going to speak anyway. Our target is not the Holy Empire, Your Majesty. Bailey's face stiffened. However, Dennis still looked nonchalant as he observed Cal. It made Cal smile brightly as he explained. Dragons? We are here to capture the dragons of Apitu. Bailey's pupils started shaking while the captain standing behind the king subconsciously gulped. Hoo-hoo, Dennis just chuckled in a low voice. It's a good thing there is nobody around us. He raised his head toward the ceiling. He looked at the empty black ceiling before speaking. Since something has already happened in the Haru Kingdom's territory, especially in the Erg Mountain Range, where the beast people reside, there is no way for us to see ourselves out of this issue. Well, we could go bow our heads toward the Empire to get out of this mess, but his gaze slowly moved down to Cal. We wouldn't be able to change anything like that now, would we? He pointed at himself. The Haru Kingdom. No. You wish to get on the same boat as me? Cal shook his head. No, Your Majesty, we wish to have you on our boat. This could seem like an extremely bold comment, but haha, Dennis laughed out loud. You are right. That is the correct way to phrase it. There are 2 esteemed dragons by your side. Your boat must be bigger. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. However, our boat is not small either. Dennis thought that Bailey's judgment was correct. We need to call eldest senior over. Although he had not heard much yet, it looked as if the Haru Kingdom would get entangled in something big that would involve the Holy Empire. He had no idea whether it would result in gains or losses for the kingdom, but they needed to do something. If things continue as they are, they would eventually lose everything to the Empire faction. The boat being big is great, Your Majesty. This cheekily smiling red-haired man, Dennis looked at this man and thought about when the late king called him before his death. The Prime Minister and Bailey had been by his side. Dennis, Royal Father, listen carefully. The late king mentioned the eldest senior and other hidden cards of the Haru Kingdom before saying one last thing. I am not certain about this, but in addition to the wolves, the youngest young master may have survived in the Erg Mountain Range. If he survived, I'm sure his bloodline is being continued in the Erg Mountain Range. Prime Minister, bring the portrait over. The portrait that the Prime Minister brought over, it contained the faces of the Archduke's House of Snow. It had the last Archduke Snow, his wife, and their children. Someone carrying the bloodline of the youngest young master should look similar to them, so remember their faces. The Archduke's House of Snow would definitely know where the Blue Wolf tribe disappeared. The bloodline of the Archduke's House of Snow, Blue Wolves, and Dragon Slayers. We are hunters who slay dragons. Remember that. Dragon Slayers. Dennis never forgot about these 3 things. Cal Henitus. This man's face was similar to that of the Archduke's House of Snow's people. It was not just his hair color, even his presence felt similar. He couldn't really pick out which person this man looked like, as it had been over 200 years. No, he looks like them too. Dennis continued in a calm voice. I presume we will be hearing from the Empire tonight or tomorrow. He asked Bailey a question. Who do you think will contact us? I will prepare a list, Your Majesty. He nodded his head and looked toward the captain. Bring some food for a light meal, some drinks as well. His gaze turned toward Cal. It looks like there will be a lot of things I need to hear. Isn't that right? Shouldn't we get to know each other a bit? It was at that moment. Hey, King. Rayon placed his chin on the table and started talking to Dennis. I want to eat some cookies. I want to know what cookies taste like in the Haru Kingdom. The king became confused. How could a dragon act like this? However, he did not let it show. Cookies as well. He barely managed to get those words out to the captain. Dennis calmed himself down. How do you plan on fighting the enemy dragons? Cal clearly said that his target was the dragons. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. Dennis spoke seriously to Cal, who was smiling suspiciously as if he couldn't say yet. This world became extremely weak after the cataclysmic period. Magic and aura especially declined. Cal had noticed that as well. He nodded his head as the white-haired young king continued to speak. But dragons are different. Ancient dragon Eruhaben's eyes clouded over, but Dennis did not notice this as he continued to speak. They became even stronger. He then added on, they also became more cruel. He was basically warning Cal. They are judging humans. They are acting like gods. It was at that moment. Someone inside Cal reacted. Judging? The ancient power that used to be called the water of judgment started to react. However, it was now in existence aiming for the sky. That night, in the central temple of the Holy Empire, we have lost contact with the subjugation squad. Pope Cassilia was kneeling on the floor as she spoke. It looks like you will have to go to the north, sir. Someone cheekily sneered. He twisted his long silver hair with his finger as he asked, Is it the Lord's order? Yes, it is, O God of victory. He got up and lightly stretched. Okay. I guess I will go. Where did you say it was? Pope Cassilia looked at him and answered. The northern part of the Haru kingdom in the Erg mountain range, my lord. All right, noted. The pupils of the man lightly answering were long and vertical. The way he smiled gave off a childlike naivety as well as cruelty that could not be hidden. The 10 living gods that ruled over Apitu the dragon Kendall, who was in charge of victory, looked at the location on the map the Pope showed him. It was where Cal's Black Castle was located. The church was starting to move quicker than Cal and the Haru kingdom expected. Chapter 231, Symbol of Victory, 3. The silver-haired dragon, Kendall, left his spot and Pope Cassilia raised her head. She saw the empty chair. She remained kneeling as she quietly observed the empty spot. Your Holiness. One of the bishops approached her. Has Kendall Nim left? Yes. Did he say that he will head north right away, Your Holiness? He did not say much, Bishop Nim. However, he did tell us to get a celebration ready. He also said that he will take an inquisitor as well as some servants. He is moving very quickly. The Pope looked the same as usual as she answered calmly. The bishop was quiet for a moment before asking this question. Didn't the Lord not say anything? The bishop, who had heard Kendall and the Pope's conversation outside the door, recalled what the Pope had said to Kendall. It looks like you will have to go to the north, sir. Is it the Lord's order? Yes, O God of victory. However, the Pope had never received such an order from the Lord today. No, she had not even reported the issue to the Lord. Hoo-hoo. The Pope chuckled quietly. Bishop Nim, yes, Your Holiness, please gather all the bishops. There were 10 bishops scattered throughout the continent. The Pope was the only one who could summon all of them at once. Furthermore, the Pope could only do so with the Lord's permission. The bishop flinched before asking with a calm look on his face. May I ask the reason for this summoning, Your Holiness? The Pope was still looking at the empty chair. The Lord has left for a bit. Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord was the overseer for all dragons on Apitu as well as the single ruler of this world. That Dragon Lord was currently absent. He has gone to a different dimension. I do not know the reason why, but I presume he is looking for something. Not even the smallest smile was on Pope Cassilia's face. I noticed a law breaking in the north once again. We have not received any contact from the subjugation squad. Furthermore, the Haru kingdom has the white snake. That bitch has been hiding herself so well that we have not been able to find her. The Pope said something crass in a calm tone, but neither the bishop nor the Pope reacted to it. I'm certain that the subjugation squad was taken out. I guess it is possible for the subjugation squad to be taken out if the white snake and the Haru kingdom's hidden powers stepped in. That is correct. They are fake and not real, so the limits of their powers are clear. The Pope slowly stood up. She raised her hand to fix her slightly messed up hair. SHHH. Her wide sleeves fell and revealed her arm. Her skin, that was usually not revealed, was visible. The inside of her arm, a portion of it resembled the scales of a reptile. This is our chance while the Lord is not here. The Pope walked up the steps and sat on the chair as she looked down. She looked at the spot she had been kneeling and opened her mouth. We were the ones who bled the most and fought like dogs 200 years ago. Bishop Nim, we fought while getting blood on our hands. I want to create a place for us, those who are neither dragon nor human, to continue our lives. The bishop was silent. The Pope continued to speak. However, we still remain as subordinates of the dragons even after the cataclysmic period. Hoo-hoo, she quietly laughed. Dragons as gods? She mumbled while nodding her head. I cannot wait any longer, Bishop Nim. Your Holiness, even if the Lord has left for another dimension, we have no idea when he will return. Shouldn't we be as careful as possible? Bishop, I have less than 1 year left of my lifespan. The bishop's eyes opened wide for the first time. Cassilia, he called her by her name for the first time. Orabuni, there is no world for us dragon half-bloods. The bishop read the anger and loathing in the Pope's eyes. I want to fill the world with chaos once again. She then stopped talking for a moment, allowing the bishop to sigh and respond. So what do you plan on doing, Your Holiness? It has been 200 years. Shouldn't some dragons die as well? It is a win if we can offer up just the Haru Kingdom to take down a dragon. Do you think the Haru Kingdom is capable of taking down a dragon? The bishop saw the Pope smile at that moment. Her voice was extremely soft as she spoke with a gentle smile on her face. The white snake. That bitch should be able to take a dragon out at the cost of her life. That bitch will never die on her own without taking out an enemy. But Your Holiness, maybe that was the case before the cataclysmic period, but the current Kendall Nim, even if he is the lowest of the 10 gods, he will be too much for the white snake. Hoo-hoo, Cassilia quietly chuckled. We got some news. She looked at the bishop with a warm smile. He is by the white snake's side. The bishop was unable to understand what she meant before realizing something and asking in a nervous voice. Have you found the location of that dragon, Your Holiness? Yes, Bishop Nim, the dragon who sees the past. One of the 2 dragons who rejected the laws of this world, ruled by the Dragon Lord. We learned that he was acting as a fortune teller and sought out his location. My goodness, a dragon acting like a sham of a fortune teller. That was why we had not been able to find him all this time. Anyway, we received news that he is headed toward the Haru Kingdom. I'm certain that he has gone to the White Snake. There was also an odd rumor in the village he had been staying at. The Pope stopped for a moment before saying 2 words. Dragon Hunter, excuse me. There was a crazy bastard next to the fortune teller who was shouting that he was a dragon hunter. The villagers naturally considered him a lunatic and paid him no attention. But you should know, right? The bishop answered her question. He must be a wanderer. Single lifers with the qualifications to become gods. They were called wanderers when they died and chose to roam instead of becoming a god. Yes, Bishop Nim. That damn rat that has been poking his head throughout the continent until a few months ago must have gone to that dragon. The bishop was silent for a bit before speaking up again. The white snake, that dragon, and a wanderer if they are all in the Haru Kingdom right now, and if Kendall Nim has gone to capture them. The Pope and the bishop looked at each other. Kendall Nim will probably die. That's right, Bishop Nim. The Pope stood up. She walked toward a map of the continent. The Dragon Lord is currently absent, and one of the 10 gods supporting him dies. The continent will fall into chaos. She was speaking as if she had nothing to do with it. We just need to use that opening to gain what we deserve. Cassilia stood with the map of the continent behind her and opened up her arms toward the bishop. Her appearance made him think of a holy pope. I wish for the destruction of this world. What about you, Orabuni? The bishop politely bowed his head. I am here to simply follow your commands, Your Holiness. He stood up straight again and answered her. I will gather the bishops. He then added on. Secretly, without the inquisitors finding out about it. That is a smart decision, Bishop Nim. The bishop quietly headed out after receiving the Pope's praises. The Pope, left alone in the room, looked toward the map of the continent. We are going to die soon anyway. She was a true dragon half-blood and not one of those fakes. She will be unable to handle the dragon blood inside of her body and her heart will soon explode. Cassilia had no plans on dying like this. If I can't have it, then it can only be destroyed. Her face looked gentle, but her eyes were full of deep grudges and loathing. Oh Lord, she looked up at the sky. Father. The corners of she's lips curled up as high as possible. I will trample upon your wishes, just as you trampled on my dreams. Cough. She coughed almost as if she was vomiting. Dark red blood dripped out of her mouth. Cough, cough. The coughing continued as if it would never stop. Blood that she vomited out seeped into the map of the continent. Cassilia smiled while looking at this. Anybody would think this smile looked beautiful and holy. The leader of the subjugation squad that was headed toward the Erg Mountain Range, Captain Zeniu of the Holy Empire's First Knights Brigade, could not hide his anger as he sat there with a gag in his mouth. His hands and feet were tied, and his shirt was undone. This jewel has dragon blood in it, and those who can handle this blood are called dragon half-bloods? Mila nodded her head at Choi Han's question. It does seem that way. This is not even a chimera. We need to inform them about this. Mila left without any second thoughts, and Choi Han quietly observed Beecrox, who was silently taking off a pair of white gloves. What is it? It's nothing. Choi Han shrugged his shoulders at the gruff question and approached Zeniu. Aren't you cold? Let me button you back up. He was smiling nicely, but Zeniu looked back at him with disgust. However, he avoided Choi Han's gaze as soon as their gazes met. He looked scared. Beecrox looked at him and snorted before looking at a spot. The dragon half-blood, who was now a bone dragon, was quietly observing Zeniu. Maybe Zeniu noticed his gaze as he looked toward the dragon half-blood. He then flinched and lowered his head once they made eye contact. This was Zeniu's first time seeing a bone dragon. He was thinking it was just another kind of dragon. Is there something you wish to say? The dragon half-blood shook his head at Choi Han's question. The dragon half-blood, who came saying that he wanted to help investigate the dragon half-bloods of Apitu, did not have much to do. The jewel on top of their chest that they found almost immediately as they started inspecting Zenius' body gave them the answer as to how they were created. Then I'm going to drag this guy back to the cell? Yeah. Choi Han walked away from the rear garden of the Black Castle after hearing the dragon half-blood's answer. The Black Castle did not have any cells, making them temporarily use a few rooms as cells. Beecrox left as well, and the dragon half-blood was left by himself. Dragon half-blood Nim. Someone walked up to him. It was Mary. She could be called the person who gave him this body. The dragon half-blood hesitated for a moment before speaking. I want to chat with Cal Henitus when he returns. I'm sure young Master Cal Nim will welcome it. Will he? The dragon half-blood smiled bitterly before curling up his body that would fall into a deep slumber. Mary patted a bone wing that was getting covered in snow before leaving him alone. She didn't know why, but it felt as if the dragon half-blood wanted to be alone. The now alone dragon half-blood looked at the falling snow and thought to himself, how terrible. Apitu. This world was truly terrible. Zeniu wasn't human or really anything. He was called a dragon half-blood, but he was more like some sort of machine. It was more accurate to call him a living golem. A living golem, I was a chimera. He was the one who had consumed the hearts of multiple dragons. How terrible. The longer he remained in the Black Castle and remained by the side of peace, the dragon half-blood's memories of the past became clearer instead of slowly disappearing. He couldn't help but think about what he had done in the past, as well as if it was okay for him to continue living like this. Especially, isn't it cold? Former Lord Sherritt walked up and gently spoke to the dragon half-blood. Her freckled face looked young, but the years of experience visible in her eyes showed she was old enough to lap the dragon half-blood many times. The dragon half-blood started to speak. There is no way I would be cold, Sherritt Nim. How could he be cold when he was only bones? But still, Sherritt smiled and brushed off some snow by the dragon half-blood's eyes. The dragon half-blood felt warmth in her touch. He should not have any senses, but he felt warmth and pain. Lord Sherritt's child, he was born by eating that child. I don't know. He couldn't tell the emotions behind Lord Sherritt's smile as she looked at him. Sometimes it felt as if he could see anger, other times regret. He could even see sympathy and sadness. In addition, he could also feel affection. No, that should be a mistake. Affection, anger, regret, yes, he could even understand sympathy, but affection should be his mistake. Yes, it is just a delusion because that is what I want. The dragon half-blood ignored Sherritt and clenched his eyes shut. Cal said that he has decided on your name. He said he wanted to chat together once he returns from the capital. He pretended not to hear that. A name. I don't want something like that. Yes, he just wanted to remain as the dragon half-blood forever. He couldn't fully comprehend the emotion he was feeling. However, his whole body felt cold despite not being able to feel the cold. He felt worse now than when he had 6 months left to live, and his whole body was continuously in unbearable pain. But I don't want to leave. He still wanted to stay in this place. He wanted to remain in this black castle. The dragon half-blood felt a sense of disillusionment with himself. That was why he closed his eyes and remained in the darkness despite not needing to sleep. Former Lord Sherritt quietly looked at the dragon half-blood before raising her head. The white snow continued to fall, creating a layer on top of the dragon half-blood's black bones. Ah, seriously. Cal felt the divine item continuing to vibrate while he was chatting with King Dennis and pulled it out. He then flinched. A message had arrived. It had come from Central Plains. A dragon appeared in the Central Plains. Cal flinched. What is it? Human? He heard Iruhaben and Rayon's voices behind him, but Cal looked at the mirror and slowly smiled. Sichuan. A reason a dragon would appear there was one reason such a dragon would stealthily sneak in. The basement connected to the Sichuan Castle Lord's study. That was where Cal got 3 items Maxillian left behind. The ring, the sword, the crown. Of those, the ring it belongs to the Dragon Lord. Apotis Dragon Lord. The dragon with purple eyes was looking for that ring. And right now, that ring human, why are you looking at Goldie Gramps like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Ancient dragon Iruhaben. He had the ring in his pocket. Basically, he's wasting his time. The Dragon Lord had gone to the Central Plains for no reason. If that's the case, the situation seemed to be moving in an interesting direction. A bigger smile appeared on Cal's face. Human, what is it? Why are you smiling in such a scary manner? He ignored Rayon's comment. Chapter 232, Symbol of Victory 4. What is going on? King Dennis looked confused after asking the question. The way Cal was smiling while looking at that fancy mirror did not look normal. Furthermore, the vibrating mirror was not normal either. Is it a magic item? Cal started speaking as he had that thought. Your Majesty, you said that the Dragon Lord is the highest of the gods, the Almighty God, and there are dragons beneath him as different gods. That is correct, sir. The person who answered was the Prime Minister, who had been a part of this conversation since the middle. He was even older than Bailey and had a lot of wrinkles on his face. His eyes seemed a bit glossy as well. However, his voice was clear. There are a total of 10 dragons responsible for different things. Of course, there are said to be an additional 20 dragons aside from them, but I don't think there are over 40. Iruhaben commented. There are quite a bit of them. He then added on. But it is not too many that we will be suppressed. Cal nodded his head in agreement. In Nameless One, the world where the Roan Kingdom was located, they believed there were less than 20 dragons throughout the eastern and western continents combined. They were being as conservative as possible with the number of dragons because the White Star and Arm had hunted quite a lot of them. Furthermore, the dragons in Cal's world did not live as a group like the dragons here. In fact, Iruhaben was the peculiar case. Most of them preferred to live alone. That was why they were unable to know an accurate number. Iruhaben was silent for a moment before speaking again. That's a difficult number. Tap, tap. His finger tapped on the armrest. If all of those dragons come to fight us at once, there is no plan that we can come up with to defeat them. He saw Cal's gaze and spoke sternly. A god will need to come. Iruhaben's face slowly stiffened. You said that the dragons got stronger after the cataclysmic period? Yes, O esteemed dragon. Iruhaben continued to ask after hearing the Prime Minister's response. You don't know why? That is correct. We were unable to figure out the reason, however. We were able to check the strength of one of the 10 god dragons not too long ago. He was much stronger than before. This won't be easy. Iruhaben was saying that it would be difficult, however. His face was full of confusion because of something else. By the way, yes, sir. The dragons here are close. Excuse me? King Dennis became shocked. Cal put the mirror back in his pocket and interjected. I was wondering the same thing, Iruhaben Nim. Your Majesty, there are dragons here serving another dragon as their leader. Is that possible? I know, right? Even I can't understand that. Even if it is the Dragon Lord, there is no way 40 dragons would all follow the Lord's orders. Iruhaben's voice was sharp. Some damn dragons are okay with someone else being above them. He asked in a nonchalant tone. Is that even possible? Dennis received Iruhaben's gaze and became flustered before he gulped and answered. It is not. Smile. Iruhaben and Cal smiled at the same time. Crunch, crunch. Rayon, who was eating a cookie, merrily commented. Goldie Gramps and our human had similar smiles. The rejuvenated old dragon and the young man completely ignored that comment and leaned toward the king. They spoke one after the other with extremely interested expressions. Right. I'm sure that those dragon bastards have conflicts with each other. There must be some of them who are getting antsy, wanting to be the dragon lord. I'm sure there has to be, Iruhaben Nim. Dragons are so egotistical. I believe there are also dragons who are not content because they did not make it as one of the 10 gods as well. There should also be a good number of dragons that are reclusive. That's right, that's right. A dragon listening to someone else. That makes no sense. Of course, it absolutely does not make any sense. Rayon, who was listening to Iruhaben and Cal, tilted his head. I can't tell whether you are praising them or talking shit about them. However, his reaction wasn't as intense as those of the people from the Haru kingdom. They were looking at the dragon and person with disbelief before making eye contact with each other. The king nodded his head and the prime minister started speaking. We should share all of our information as we have decided to work together. He opened up a document. We believe there are 20 dragons currently following the Dragon Lord. Cal looked at the document. The rest of the dragons have chosen silence or are wandering around. Of course, it was not like this in the beginning. It wasn't like this in the beginning? Yes, sir. He looked toward the prime minister. It is known that over half of the dragons rebelled against the Dragon Lord in the beginning. And, other than 2 dragons, the rest are either on the Lord's side or remaining silent. Iruhaben asked, Who are those 2 dragons? Cal asked a question as well. Is one of the dragons Maxilian? The prime minister's eyes opened wide. Do you know about her? Yes, sir. Our meeting with her is the reason we got involved in all of this. The prime minister looked at King Dennis. The king started speaking after seeing the gaze. My royal father, the late king, said the following. He said that Maxilian Nim is the only dragon we can trust. However, we were unable to find her whereabouts. My royal father had never seen her as well, but he said it was a story he heard from my royal grandfather, a story that has been passed down for generations. I see, Maxilian. That dragon had crossed dimensions to go to the Central Plains and died there. Cal did not speak about that. Instead, he asked a question. But I cannot understand why the rebelling dragons chose to accept the Dragon Lord as victor. We are working to figure that out. However, I believe it has to do with how the dragons have gotten stronger since the cataclysmic period. I see. But Cal asked as he smiled. The Haru kingdom seems to know more about the dragons and their situations than I expected. Dennis didn't even flinch at that question. He just quietly observed Cal. Cal shared his thoughts on the matter. There must be a dragon giving information to the Haru kingdom. Dennis continued to quietly look at him before slowly nodding his head. The other esteemed dragon aside from Maxilian Nim. That esteemed dragon, who continues to rebel against the Dragon Lord, has given us this information. Cal instantly figured out the identity of that dragon. The dragon who sees the past. It must be that dragon that Maxilian told them to find. Maxilian's attribute was the future. This other dragon's attribute was the past. The Dragon Lord's attribute was time. Human, why are you looking at me? Rayon's attribute was the present. Cal rubbed the cookie crumbs off of Rayon's mouth as he asked, Are you able to contact that dragon? Unfortunately, he moves like the wind, so we have no way to contact him. However, he shows up every so often to tell us a few things before leaving again. Dennis spoke as if it was a pity before adding on, I think it will be difficult to draw him in as an ally. I see. May we ask you to try to figure out his whereabouts? We plan on doing whatever we can to locate him. This is around the time he comes to talk to us, so he should be nearby. They were potentially going to fight the Holy Empire and the dragons. King Dennis needed to find and keep that dragon here. Cal looked at him and thought to himself, that dragon and Choi Yong-gun, he needed to find the 2 of them. He then looked toward the document. The details of the 10 gods are quite thorough. The prime minister answered. The Dragon Lord is hidden, but a lot of information about the 10 gods is well known. They appear to the believers at times as well. I see. God of water, fire him? Cal flinched. There's even a god of fighting. The god of fighting was one of the dragons on the 10 thrones. Zenyu, the leader of the subjugation squad, his attribute was fighting. Cal trailed off and looked toward the Haru Kingdom's people. Bailey was the one to answer. Yes, sir. The dragon half-bloods carry on an attribute of one of the 10 gods. Those who do were treated as more important as they carried on a portion of a god's power. Ha! Iruhaben scoffed in disbelief. Bailey flinched and looked toward him. Unbelievable. Iruhaben shook his head. Those dragon half-bloods are definitely fake. He spoke firmly. Dragons, and even the half-bloods, never have the same attributes. It was rare for a dragon half-blood to have an attribute. They needed to survive having dragon's blood in them and go through the first growth phase. They would have their own attribute once they made it through that. Because although they were half dragon, that half was still dragon. Even the dragon half-blood in the Black Castle had his own attribute. There's no way Bailey looked shocked. Every dragon half-blood has a dragon they received the blood from, their bloodline. That is why even when they do awaken an attribute, it is the attribute of the dragon who gave them the blood. Not possible. Iruhaben had yet to hear about the jewel in Xenia's chest and the secrets of the dragon half-bloods here, but he was confident. Those are not dragon half-bloods, they are fake, they aren't even at the level of chimeras. I'm certain that they were manufactured. Ho, the Prime Minister gasped. Iruhaben frowned. It is clear that the dragon giving you guys information did not tell you everything. A dragon should know that something like that makes no sense. He shook his head before chuckling. There was a reason those dragon half-bloods were oddly weak. King Dennis gulped while hearing Iruhaben call those dragon half-bloods weak. He then flinched after hearing Iruhaben's enraged voice. It's obvious they inserted dragon blood into human bodies. Those who managed to survive are the ones they call the dragon half-bloods. The ancient dragon was getting extremely annoyed. A ton of humans must have died in the process. It is very rare for a human body to withstand dragon blood. Why were dragons dragons? If you wish to be a dignified existence, if you wish to be an arrogant existence, shouldn't you act in a fitting manner? If they acted like that to become gods, those backwards idiots. Gods should not be like that. Dragons, on the other hand, were that way. Mikal let out a groan. The ancient dragon was truly enraged. White gold dust was slowly starting to rise around him. His attribute had subconsciously activated. Goldie Gramps. Calm down, have a cookie. Cal looked at the ancient dragon, who was so enraged he couldn't even hear Rayon, and started speaking. Should we fuck up the dragons following the dragon lord for now? He spoke in a refreshing manner. Iruhaben looked confused, but the dust settled down around him. Ah, a smile slowly started appearing on Cal's face. I guess you have a plan? Cal continued in a refreshed tone. The dragon lord is not in this world. What? King Dennis reacted to that. What do you mean by that? Cal looked at the shocked Dennis and did not answer right away. It was at that moment. Human, they are calling from the castle. Someone was calling from the Black Castle. Cal read the message before immediately asking Iruhaben. Iruhaben Nim, could you please connect the video communication device? Why? Apparently a dragon has appeared in the Urg mountain range. The Haru Kingdom's people gasped. Bailey jumped up from her seat. That makes no sense. A dragon making a move right away? That's not possible. One moment, please. However, Cal was in a hurry. Iruhaben subconsciously asked, how many dragons are there? Just one, and... Iruhaben looked confused. What's the rush when it is just one dragon? The Haru Kingdom's people did not understand the meaning behind Iruhaben's question. However, Cal could not pay any attention to it. He showed Iruhaben the message. There was just a single line. He then commented, we must capture him alive. We need to get some information. It would be bad if Rashiel Nim beat that dragon to death right away. Ah. Iruhaben accepted that reason and immediately contacted the video communication device. As Cal and Iruhaben moved quickly around the baffled Haru Kingdom's people, crunch crunch. Rayon was still eating his cookie when his eyes headed toward a corner of the room. Underneath the cabinet he noticed a green light in the darkness. To be more accurate, it was a pair of green eyes. A small snake, a white baby snake with its tongue out, appeared underneath the cabinet and flinched once it made eye contact with Rayon. Kehahaha! It is finally time to pummel the backwards dragon bastards of this Adipatu or Apitu or whatever. Kahahaha, Rashiel laughed loudly and headed toward the location of the dragon he sensed. Kahahaha, this senior will teach him a lesson. Clope Seca was quietly following by his side. Chapter 233. Symbol of Victory, 5. After immediately connecting with the Black Castle via video communication device, Cal saw Mila awkwardly smiling at him. What happened? She answered Iruhaben's question in a gentle voice. I'm sorry. She looked like an older sister who had a troublemaker of a younger sibling she couldn't control. I had nothing for that child, Rashiel, to do right now, so I told him to go to the top of the roof and keep an eye out. Cal quietly kept his mouth shut. She told him to go get snowed on and stay on top of the roof in this cold weather. Rashiel, he was a dragon as well. Was this kind of treatment okay? He must have been bored as he sharpened his senses as he messed around. He then said he noticed a dragon and took one of the human children around him as he left. Mila shook her head from side to side. My goodness, that child is such a handful. Looks like I'll have to nag him a bit. Iruhaben sighed as he said that while Cal, who had been quietly listening, felt a mysterious sense of leeriness and asked, who was the human child that went with him, Milanim, Rosalind, Choi Han, Clope Seca? He took that child with him. Cal subconsciously commented after hearing that. He took the human who is just like him. Rayon chimed in with a bright voice at that moment. Human, you are wrong. Rashiel cannot defeat Clope Seca. Cal was not an inflexible person. That's right. You are correct. He was someone who happily agreed when a 7-year-old dragon was correct. Hoo-hoo, I don't think you need to worry too much. Little Watira went that way saying that she was bored. Aha. Cal was relieved. It sounded as if he didn't need to go back to the Black Castle immediately. Plus, what's the worst that could happen? As Mila said that in a gentle voice, bang, they heard a loud explosion through the video communication device. Booba-babu-oom, they could see something through the window beyond Mila's shoulder. Cal subconsciously called out. Milanim, he pointed past Mila's shoulder. It looks like a mountain is crumbling. A white snowy mountain in the distance, there was a huge avalanche and the top of the snowy mountain crumbled. Oh my. Cal's face stiffened a bit. That direction is where Locke went, as I expected. Cal had guessed correctly. Locke had gone with Gashan and a few others to visit the wolf tribe hiding in the Erg mountain range. To be more accurate, they went to go meet the wolf tribe's leader, negotiate, and bring them to the Black Castle. I will return as quickly as possible, Milanim. Cal ended the call. Honestly speaking, he was not worried about Rashiel or Clope Seca. Rashiel is a dragon and Clope Seca is a guy who will be fine no matter what happens. However, it would be quite bad if Locke's group or the wolves coming back with them got caught in that fight or the avalanche. Tusk. The good thing was that they knew the location of the wolf tribe and could teleport to them because Mila had escorted them there. Cal would have immediately returned to the Black Castle if they didn't have that information. He might have sent Mila back to the wolf tribe village. He looked toward the quiet people of the Haru kingdom. King Dennis felt a bit scared when he made eye contact with Cal. He avoided Cal's gaze and looked toward Bailey. That lady is also a dragon, Your Majesty. Dennis let out a deep sigh at Bailey's comment. Cal didn't pay the king any attention and said what he needed to say. We've discussed the important things already, so it looks like I will have to go back to the Black Castle for a bit, Your Majesty. Cal looked at Iruhaben, who slightly nodded his head. Iruhaben Nim will remain here so that we can smoothly communicate through video communication. Bailey was relieved that the ancient dragon would be staying here. She unintentionally let out a quiet sigh of relief before making eye contact with Cal. Could the Haru Kingdom please look into why the Holy Empire moved differently from what we expected? He said what he needed to say without any filters. We will take care of the fighting. As for other things we need, nothing needs to be said, right? We will do our best. There were many meanings behind King Dennis' short response. There are a few things we have prepared as well. We will put all of them at the most optimal state and contact you with the Dragon Nim's help. SSSSS, I didn't have the time to tell you yet, but we have prepared our own way to fight the dragons. So SSSSSSSS Dennis could not continue and turned his head toward the direction of the annoying sound he had been hearing for a while. It was an extremely faint breathing noise. He flinched after turning his head. Cal, who also looked in that direction, flinched as well. "What are you doing?" Cal saw Rayon flat against the ground, shoving his short and chubby front paw underneath the dresser. Clunk, clunk. The dresser moved up and down before Rayon pulled out his front paw and raised it in the air. "Human, I caught a snake." SSSSS, SSSSS, there was a beautiful white baby snake crying miserably in Rayon's chubby paw. King Dennis shouted, Senior, Senior?" Cal was confused, but the Prime Minister quickly spoke up. "The Haru Kingdom has a guardian senior who is a beast. This is that senior's child. I believe she is here as a messenger." Cal looked at Rayon, who brightly asked, "Should I let her go?" "Yes, let her go." Rayon let the snake go, and the snake quickly ran away from Rayon. Dennis stepped forward. "Excuse me, Mom, are you here to deliver a message from eldest senior?" How perfect. He was extremely respectful toward this baby snake. The baby snake continued to make breathing sounds while moving quickly. Dennis approached the snake. "We had some messages for eldest senior as well. I don't think our messenger would have arrived yet." Dennis flinched. A confused noise came out of the boy's mouth. And Cal was confused as well. What the hell? The baby snake looked scared as she charged fiercely and quickly toward Cal. SSSSSSSS. She then quickly crawled up Cal's leg and tried to bury herself into Cal's clothes. The snake, that was only as long as Cal's cheek, was moving so urgently that Cal didn't even think about pushing her away. He simply looked at the baby snake with a blank expression on his face. The baby snake quickly climbed up to his shoulder before rubbing her face on Cal's cheek. SSSSSSSS, her breathing finally sounded relaxed as a cold sensation touched Cal's cheek. That as Rayon looked at the baby snake in shock, Cal moved his eyes to look at the baby snake. What the? He was so shocked that these were the only words he could say. The baby snake looked right at Cal. The white snake's green eyes made Cal think of that crazy bastard. It was at that moment. The small snake's mouth opened. "Daddy?" Cal flinched. What did I just hear? He blankly looked away from the baby snake and looked around. The Haru Kingdom's people looked astonished, while Iruhaben looked as if this might be a headache, but it was entertaining as hell. "No." Rayon's chubby cheeks were shaking. Rayon, who fiercely shouted no, continued to shout. "Our human is not your daddy. You stupid snake." The baby snake flinched as if she was scared at Rayon's shout before shaking as she stuck even closer to Cal. She then rubbed her head on Cal's cheek some more. "Don't rub your head on him. Even our human's skin is weak. Don't do that. Get away from him." Rayon rattled off as if he didn't know what to do before flying up close to Cal's face. That made the baby snake shake even more in fear. Hold on. It forced Cal to stop Rayon from getting closer. Rayon looked at Cal with an extremely shocked face before slowly asking a question. "Human, are you this snake's daddy?" "Hey, Cal let out a sigh. "You know that makes no sense." Seeing him shake his head made Rayon's face light up. "That's right. It makes no sense. Our human is not this snake's daddy. Our human." Rayon suddenly stopped there. Rather than pay him any attention, Cal looked toward the small snake. "Are you scared of dragons?" he asked, because this snake seemed extremely scared of Rayon. This snake also did not even dare to look in Iruhaben's direction. The snake nodded her head and answered. "Mommy said to avoid dragons at all costs." SSSSSSSS. She then rubbed her face on Cal's cheek again. "Why am I your daddy?" The baby snake tilted her head at Cal's question before answering. "Then Mommy, what nonsense was this?" The baby snake continued to speak as Cal was confused. "You smell the same as Mommy." Cal could understand that the snake felt that way because of a smell, but he felt it was odd. Looking at her, her mom must be a snake too. "But I smell the same as her mom. Do snakes smell?" "No, do I smell similar to snakes? What is she talking about?" Cal was wondering about it before he realized that it had become extremely quiet. The Haru Kingdom's people, the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the King, all of them were trying their best to not let it show. So Cal pretended not to see their shocked expressions. He didn't really want to explain, nor did he have the time to do so. "Sir Cal," it was at that moment. Bailey exchanged glances with Dennis before looking at Cal. Something was different about her gaze now. What is going on? He suddenly got chills. Bailey didn't care and started speaking with a stiff expression on her face. We know that you are not a dragon. We thought you were human. That's right. I am human. Ah, do they think I'm a snake person now? Cal opened his mouth to quickly explain the misunderstanding, but Bailey was faster. A snake who couldn't become a dragon. Sir, are you an emugi? Cal answered immediately as he was flabbergasted. No, Mom. Now people are wondering if I'm an emugi. I've basically heard it all now. However, he felt oddly iffy. It was because the red crown was in the spatial pocket bag in his pocket. That crown was the combination of 2 crowns and an emugi's reverse scale. Is the smell coming from the reverse scale? The red jewel at the center of the red crown, Cal thought that the jewel must be the source of the smell as he opened his mouth. I guess eldest senior must be an emugi then. Yes, sir. Bailey answered honestly as if she had nothing to hide. SSSSSSSS. The snake continued to rub her face on Cal's cheek. Furthermore, she finally said the message her mother sent her to deliver. Mommy is sick. Whimper. She then weakly sulked. Eldest senior is ill? King Dennis' face turned pale. The final card for protecting the Haru Kingdom, it was extremely bad for their white snake senior to be ill. Cal and Iruhaben made eye contact. The gaze was enough for the two of them without requiring any conversation. We should meet the white snake. Of course, Iruhabenim, the Black Castle. After taking care of things there, it seemed as if they would need to go see the white snake. Let's go deal with Rashiel's mess first. Then he would have a light conversation with a dragon of this world. Cal didn't think that they would lose. No matter how strong this dragon might be, that dragon was alone while Cal's side had a lot of strong people. I will head back for now. Baang. There was a loud noise before Rashiel was smashed into a mountain. Ugh. A strand of blood dripped out of his mouth. Huff, huff. Rashiel's eyes were bloodshot and he was breathing heavily. He looked down at his hands. The back of his hand was all peeled back and bleeding. This stupid dragon bastard Rashiel's eyes were full of rage. His blood dyed the white snow red. Hoo-hoo. A silver-haired man descended in front of him. The man's feet gently left footprints on the snow as he landed. That's odd. The god of victory, the lowest of the 10 dragon gods. Kendall. He curled his silver hair with his finger as he spoke. Where did you come from? He looked down at Rashiel, who stood up and opened his mouth. Crazy bastard. Hoo-hoo. Kendall continued to laugh as he spoke. That's odd. I heard that all of the dragons other than the rebels drank holy water. Why didn't you drink the holy water? Hoo-oo-hoo-woo-woo. Rashiel bit down on his lips. Kendall tilted his head as if he was amused. He looked at the silent Rashiel and continued to speak. This is no fun because you are so weak. Maybe I should have brought some holy water with me. Rashiel's tightly clenched fists were shaking. He stealthily peeked around as he did that. He ran away. Clope Seca. That bastard thankfully managed to run away. That bastard needs to quickly go inform them. Rashiel thought to himself, there has to be at least 2 at my level of strength. This silver-haired dragon bastard in front of his eyes, there needed to be at least 2 dragons of Rashiel's caliber to take on this crazy bastard. Hoo-hoo. The silver-haired dragon continued to curl his hair as he laughed. Rashiel charged at Kendall again. Of course, he made a comment as he charged. Your laugh is so shitty. Stop twirling your hair like that. It's annoying. He meant it. Rashiel flinched at that moment. His senses detected another living creature. Hoo-hoo, it looks like some beast people. This shitty silver-haired bastard in front of him laughed as if he was amused. Chapter 234. Symbol of Victory. 6. Cal got on top of Iruhaben's teleportation magic circle, but could not hide the concerned look on his face. Do you have no plans to move away? The round green eyes stared at him. The white snake had wrapped herself around Cal's neck and showed no signs of leaving him. You don't need to go back to your mom. I don't want to go. The baby white snake rubbed her face on Cal's cheek again. Cal saw Rayon, who was huffing with his front paws clenched. Ha! Cal clenched his eyes shut as he wanted to sigh. He needed to save this destroyed world Apitu. But what was he doing in between a 7-year-old dragon and an even younger baby snake? I thought your mom is ill. Shouldn't you be at her side? The white snake flinched at Cal's comment. She then weakly mumbled. It hurts to see her in pain. Rayon flinched at that moment. His roaming dark blue eyes stared at the white snake. He then lifted his shoulders and puffed up his chubby belly toward Cal. Human, let's just go together. Didn't you say you plan on meeting that white snake's mom later anyway? They can be reunited then. The white snake cautiously turned her gaze toward Rayan. Her action was slow and hesitant as if she was still scared, but she slowly opened her mouth while looking at Rayan. A good dragon, Rayan shook his head. I am a cool dragon. I am an extremely great and mighty dragon. Cool dragon? Yeah, great and mighty dragon? Yes, an extremely great and mighty dragon. Cal listened to the snake and dragon's conversation in disbelief before motioning toward the chuckling Iruhaben. Just teleport us, Iruhaben Nim. Yes, yes. King Dennis bit down on his lips as he watched. Is it okay for them to be so calm when Kendall has already arrived? Apatu's 10 living dragons know, gods, although he had the last seat of the 10, Kendall was still very strong. Cal's group should know this as well, but they were extremely calm. Pat? The teleportation magic circle soon activated, and Cal, Rayan, and the small white snake had left. As the Haru Kingdom's people, who looked scared because of the dragon fear that Iruhaben had gently raised up, stopped cowering their bodies knock knock knock. There were some knocks on the door before they heard the knight captain's voice. Your Majesty, Duke Talls is requesting an audience. Iruhaben looked toward Dennis. Dennis's eyes that became sharp for a moment soon calmed down once he saw the ancient dragon. He is the kingdom's greatest mage, Dragonim. Duke Talls was the strongest of the 3 publicly known mages of the Haru Kingdom. He is also the leader of the opposing faction, the Empire faction. King Dennis's thought about the Haru Kingdom's greatest obstacle, the leader of the Empire faction, who grew his power by leaning on the Holy Empire and not the Haru Kingdom, was someone who was famous for worshipping the Haru Kingdom. He seems to have noticed something to come right now. An odd smile appeared on Iruhaben's face after hearing the king's explanation. Nothing is ever easy. Iruhaben was left here alone now that Cal and Rayan had left. However, there was still a smile on his face despite the words coming out of his mouth. My responsibilities have grown since been rejuvenated. Iruhaben thought that he would be busy for a while until Cal took care of Rashiel's mess. He then addressed King Dennis. I am your knight starting today. This rejuvenated dragon who was over 0 years old was planning on pretending to be a sword master for the first time in a long while. Pat. As for Cal, he returned to the Black Castle with Rayan and the baby white snake. Cal, Milanim, Mila greeted them. Cal's face stiffened once he saw her. Mila's face did not look good. She spoke with a stiff expression. I can't feel it. Excuse me, she was looking out the window. She was looking at the mountain with the large avalanche. Rashiel's existence, I can't feel his mana. Mila had waited because Cal had said that he was coming back. Lord Sherritt seemed to have already started protecting the Black Castle. Mila spoke without the tiniest of smiles on her face. I think something must have happened. She quietly added on. Something bad? Ah, that's right. The silver-haired dragon, Kendall, started smiling. The reason we sent the subjugation squad was because of wolves. Step. He stepped forward. He was stepping on snow, but there were no footprints left on it. Rashiel was breathing heavily as he slowly got up. The white snow that got on him when he slammed into the ground fell off. Hoo-hoo. Kendall could not hold back his laugh as he watched Rashiel. Oh, you were protecting that wolf tribe. Why do you look so solemn now? Fuck. Rashiel wanted to get angry at Kendall, but he could not do that. The beasts were getting closer. Both Rashiel and this annoying dragon, Kendall, knew about it, but they both feigned ignorance. Kendall was simply finding this situation to be entertaining and curious about what would happen. As for Rashiel, fuck, why are they coming here? It should be clear even from a distance that this is the middle of the battlefield. He could not easily move. Honestly speaking, he didn't care whether beast people of Apatu died or not. To be even more blunt, he wasn't even interested in whether this world would be destroyed. However, I don't want to show them. He couldn't accept the young wolf who is part of Cal's group or that old tiger to see him looking so terrible. So annoying. It's so annoying. Kendall's shoulders bobbed up and down as if he was even more amused. You must be quite young despite your appearance. Kendall was laughing at Rashiel for being unable to hide his emotions. He had been annoyed for a long time as the 10 gods treated him as the youngest, so seeing a dragon who was acting even younger than he does was entertaining. That was why he made up his mind. I'm going to have to take you as my subordinate. What? You think I'll be your subordinate? Are you fucking crazy? Rashiel, who was catching his breath and looking around, was angry. His body was already moving before he could even rationally figure things out. Rashiel instantly arrived in front of Kendall, and his fist aimed for Kendall's face. Bang! However, a shield appeared and Rashiel's fist stopped in front of Kendall. Hoo-hoo! Kendall laughed. Originally, he was planning on getting rid of any and all existences that annoyed him. The beast people of the Urg Mountain range and those bastards of the Haru Kingdom, however. He was feeling good now, and it looked as if he could play with this dragon for a while. Normally, he would never say such a thing about another dragon. Unless you drink the holy water, you will never be able to defeat me. Rashiel clenched his fists. He opened his mouth to speak. Holy water, what is that? Rashiel didn't know what holy water was. However, he had figured out why he was unable to defeat Kendall. The mana is not listening to me. Even for someone like Rashiel, who liked to fight with his physical body, mana was like air to dragons. However, that mana was not listening to Rashiel even when he was using dragon fear. As for this shitty dragon bastard, mana is listening to him too well. No, it was not just mana. Nothing here is on my side. This area on top of the mountain, where he was fighting against Kendall, none of the things that existed here were on Rashiel's side. To be more specific, most of the things that should be neutral in this world were on Kendall's side. Should I be relieved that at least the air is not on his side? Mana, aura, wind, even the snow, everything was turning a blind eye to Rashiel. I'm sure that holy water thing is the reason for all of this. That was why he wanted to figure out the identity of this holy water. Rashiel looked at Kendall with a serious expression on his face. Kendall was entertained as he watched that gaze. Victory. Ever since that attribute was awakened, he realized that this attribute accurately reflected his own personality. He loved seeing the faces of his enemies as they were facing defeat. The way they looked at him with a gaze full of despair, or with the smallest bit of hope when he crushed such an opponent, you are curious about the holy water. It made him feel alive. What should I do? Oh, I'll tell you about it if you become my toy. He chuckled. Despite them both being dragons, the Dragon Lord and the 7 dragon gods were at a different level. Yes, I'm a god. It should be fine for me to have a dragon as my plaything. He could not toy with the dragons who had taken the holy water like this. The Dragon Lord would not permit him to do so. He'll say something about how I need to respect them, because they are brethren who have shared the holy water, the foundation of the world, with us. That was the reason a young dragon like Kendall had to treat the older dragons with respect despite being a god. That annoyed him so much. However, if it is a dragon that has not consumed holy water, I don't know where he came from, but it should be fine for me to have him, right? A dragon having another dragon serve him wasn't that perfect for a god? Kendall's body was getting heated. He was feeling victory for the first time in a long time. His life had been so boring. He truly loved these kinds of battles where his victory was guaranteed. All right, I'm sure it will teach you some things if I beat you up a bit. Kendall extended his hand. Bang, a large strand of mana shot out from his hand to create a whip. The beast people did not get any closer. They must have gotten scared or something. However, Kendall felt that it was ridiculous that they were not running away. It didn't matter, as he would play around with this dragon in front of him for a bit before ripping the beast people into shreds with his whip. He looked at Rashiel and made a comment. Are you lonely? There is nobody on your side right now. He then flicked his whip. Bang, the whip sounded vicious as it ripped through the air. His movements were so quick that the whip instantly struck Rashiel's body. Rashiel was still in his human form. The whip turned as large as Rashiel's body as it struck him. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The whip had not just struck Rashiel. It had struck the mountain behind him as well, leaving a large dent toward the top of the mountain. SHSHSHSH, the aftershock created an avalanche, sending yet another loud noise throughout the Urg mountain range. However, the smile disappeared from Kendall's face. He looked down at his hand. His veins were visible on the hand, holding the whip. He needed to keep putting more strength into his hand. In the place covered by the snow from the avalanche and the debris from the broken pieces of the mountain, Kendall looked toward where Rashiel should be on the ground. His face slowly stiffened. The other side of the whip he was holding, he could feel someone pulling from there. The snow that shot up settled down as the debris and dust fell to the ground. Kendall could now see in front of him. Rashiel was laughing. Drip, drip. His forehead must have been cut by the whip as he was bleeding. His body was still slammed into the destroyed part of the mountain. However, he did not let go of the whip. Keek, and he was laughing. It could not be helped. Are you lonely? Kendall's question was so funny. This shitty dragon bastard was asking whether Rashiel was lonely because there was nothing here on his side. Cough. He coughed up some blood. Other than his body, there was nothing around him to help him. Haha, it was really funny. The ground had turned hard as he slammed into the mountain. The stones in the area he slammed into just happened to be sharp. He truly seemed to be unlucky. Hey, what is your attribute? Rashiel asked, and Kendall answered with a confused look on his face. Victory. Aha, that's the reason. Rashiel could understand the situation once he thought about the holy water and the attribute of victory. Yes, this area is set up for that bastard to win. It was not just the effect of that mysterious holy water, but also that attribute. Cough. Laughing loudly made him cough up blood again. However, Rashiel still smiled. The beast people are not getting any closer. Then they won't see this shameful look of mine. That's good. That was one issue resolved. The smile on Rashiel's face became bigger. Are you lonely? He thought about Kendall's question again. Keek. Why are you laughing? Rashiel laughed again after seeing Kendall's confused face. Piwahaha, ha. He then suddenly stopped laughing. Rashiel looked at Kendall with a casual expression on his face. Hey. Rashiel shared a truth he realized at a young age as he grew up as a dragon. Dragons are supposed to be lonely. Dragons grew up lonely, and the world has never been on my side. Rashiel never thought that the world was on his side. Dragons weren't friendly even with their fellow dragons. Dragons generally grew up alone. Wouldn't that be the world's way of telling a young dragon that it was not on their side? Rashiel grew up thinking that way. That was why he was proud of being a dragon. Why? I'm still strong. Loneliness? What do I have to fear when I, the great and mighty Rashiel, is on my side? Rashiel had completely understood his attribute once he realized that. Indomitability. To not submit regardless of the situation. That was what it meant to be a dragon in Rashiel's opinion. If the mana, the ground, and even the wind was not on his side, if he still did not submit and overcame this situation, that's too cool. Rashiel became excited at the thought of how cool he would look. It's been a while since I've wanted to fight. Drip, drip. He didn't pay any attention to the blood dripping out of his mouth and licked his lips. Rashiel looked extremely excited as he did that. It could not be helped. To win this fight, doesn't that mean I will have defeated the world? That was a fucking awesome thought for Rashiel. Kendall's eyes opened wide as he watched. Crunch. The whip Rashiel was holding was starting to crack. Rashiel's strength was creating gaps in the tightly bound mana. And at the same time, Sir Clope. Locke was looking at Clope Seca, who was standing in front of him with a gentle look on his face. Clope smiled gently as he spoke. Cover your presence and wait. Why? Locke blurted out after feeling an unexplainable sense of discomfort. Clope smiled brightly. Waiting is essential to smack a dragon from the back. Rashiel had thought that Clope Seca had run away, and even Kendall was unable to sense him. However, he had not run away. He was here waiting. He was waiting to smack this enemy dragon in the back. Locke's jaw dropped in shock as he recalled some advice he had received. Locke, you have to be careful of Clope Seca. He's 480 degrees crazy. It was the advice that the great and mighty Rayon had given him. Chapter 235, Symbol of Victory, 7. While Locke was blankly standing there, Gashen stared at Clope. Are you saying that the enemy right now is a dragon? Yes, sir. Clope simply ignored Gashen's suspicious gaze that was directed at him. Rashiel Nim is fighting against a dragon who introduced himself as Kendall. One of the old men standing in the back reacted. The god of victory. Clope looked at the old man with an indifferent gaze. He took a quick glance at the others as well before flinching. Grrrrrrrrrr. He pretended not to hear that animal growl and spoke to Gashen. It is dangerous here, so please go around in a different way. The old man who had reacted earlier nodded his head. Kendall is one of the 10 strongest in this world after the Dragon Lord. We cannot defeat a dragon of that level. I see. No wonder Rashiel Nim seemed to be getting pushed back when I last saw him. He was getting pummeled. Locke seemed fidgety as he responded. But still, shouldn't we help? It will probably be difficult for Rashiel Nim alone if it is such a strong dragon. Locke could not even properly finish his sentence, but his gaze was quite firm. Locke Nim, that the old man spoke respectfully to Locke, but looked as if he didn't know what to do. It was the same for the others. They had become scared as soon as they heard the name of the god of victory. It was the same for Kukin, who had named himself the guide for Locke. Kendall's attribute is victory. This is what they say about him. The world is on his side. There are talks of the world changing so that he can be victorious. Kukin looked as if he wanted to convince Locke. Who? Clope looked at that quite keen interest. Of course, he looked calm on the outside. It's clear they are wolves, but they are extremely cautious about disagreeing with little Locke. He didn't know what had happened in the hidden wolf village, but they were extremely subservient to Locke. Locke seemed uncomfortable because of that. He seemed to be trying his best to make everybody comfortable around him, but they showed no desire to do so. Clope quietly watched the wolves and Locke not know what to do around each other. Gashen was stealthily watching Clope as he did that. I didn't notice him. The way back with Locke and the wolves. Gashen had urgently come here after the peak they needed to pass suddenly had an avalanche, and he felt the clash of two strong powers. Of course, he never expected that an enemy dragon would already be here. However, Clope appeared before he could even take a glance at the battle and stopped them to inform them about the situation. Gashen was shocked about that. I didn't sense his presence at all. He had been unable to sense Clope at all. To be more specific, he couldn't feel his presence at all. He only recognized that Clope was there when Clope was right in front of his face. How is that possible? Clope was someone whose presence was usually overflowing. Starting from his appearance and demeanor, Clope was someone who subconsciously released his presence even when he had lost his powers as a sword master. The indomitable alliance. Had he not fallen into that wrong path, Clope was definitely someone who had the qualities to become a leader. But Gashen had been unable to sense even the slightest bit of such a person's presence. Gashen made eye contact with Clope. Clope smiled gently at him. It made Gashen feel uneasy. I don't know what he did, but it looks like he learned how to erase his presence. Gashen was a tiger shaman. He felt a mysterious sense of danger for the first time while looking at Clope. A genius truly is a genius. There were extremely few sword masters among humans. Clope Seca was one of them. He would not have lost his light right away because he had not been able to even lift a sword properly or use his aura the past few years. Gashen had heard that Choi Han had taught Clope how to use aura again. Gashen nonchalantly asked Clope, who was still looking at him, "Is that what you learned from that heavenly demon person?" The question was very vague, but Clope's smile became even brighter. Wicked bastard. Gashen felt a sense of danger again, while looking at Clope, who had a gaze that seemed to be saying he understood Gashen's inner thoughts. Clope opened his mouth to speak. It was a warm and trustworthy voice. "You could say that the heavenly demon is my new teacher." He soon shook his head. "However, this is not the heavenly demon's method. That person is more." He stopped for a bit before continuing. "He's similar to Choi Han. The heavenly demon and Choi Han, their powers were being seen by the world. The existence known as me is here. This is how I have lived. Their paths are different from the path I seek." The smile did not disappear from Clope's face. "I am looking for my own methods. Erasing his presence is his own method." Gashen was flabbergasted. Apitu. One of the most efficient ways of fighting in this world was to have a power that allowed an individual to release their presence. Dragon Fear, Force, Cal, and Choi Han's auras were all examples of doing that. But Clope Seca was saying that he was going to walk the opposite path. It made Gashen subconsciously comment, "Shrewd bastard." He then added on, "You are truly shrewd." He was definitely a genius as well. When he couldn't notice Clope's presence earlier, it was different from how Ron, the assassin, hides his presence. Clope's felt like a person's existence itself was becoming faint. Choi Han's black aura, Clope's white aura, however, the paths the two of them were walking were different from their auras. How interesting. How would Clope Seca grow from here? Of course, Clope was too far back, and his time had stopped for too long for him to catch up to Choi Han. But for some odd reason, Gashen felt as if Clope would significantly close that gap. Little Hannah treats Choi Han like her teacher. Saint Jack's younger sister, Hannah. She was always grumbling toward Choi Han, but Gashin was certain that she saw him as her teacher. He had seen the respect in her eyes for Choi Han during their spars. However, Clope Seka toward Choi Han respect? Teacher? Absolutely not. Rather, he probably sees Choi Han as a wall he needs to climb. The way Clope smiled as if he was calm and thoroughly learned from Choi Han despite all of that, he probably wanted to overcome Choi Han and hate him. Well, that's not bad. Gashin didn't think too negatively of the situation. Choi Han and Clope Seka, the two of them would be good stimuli for each other. However, it looks like I will need to keep an eye on Clope Seka. This bastard will become dangerously strong in a different manner than Choi Han. If things continue like this, I may be left far in the dust. Gashin still wanted to be out in the field. It was at that moment. Ba-ang, they heard an explosion that was much stronger than what they heard until now coming from the peak. A large dust cloud mixed with the snow and shot up into the air. Ba-ba-ba-a-a-a, there's going to be another avalanche. Gashin spoke calmly. Let's go back. It is dangerous here. The wolves' faces turned bright while Locke could not hide his concern for Rashiel. Locke, he patted Locke's shoulder and quietly whispered. We need to protect the wolves. Locke nodded his head. He thought that Cal would have found a way to protect the wolves and to save Rashiel Nim, but realistically, Locke thought that it was the right decision to not get involved in this battle as he could not use dragon fear or aura. And don't worry. Excuse me, Locke sensed something weird about what Gashin said and looked toward him. He then saw past Gashin's shoulder to see someone almost stomping past Clope. Ah, Locke's face lit up. He heard Gashin's voice. Archie will help Rashiel Nim. Archie heard his voice, took a quick glance back, and waved. He then shooed them away. Hurry up, go, if you don't want to get swept away by the avalanche. He then brusquely spoke to Clope Seka. Hey, don't get involved in this. Clope smiled brightly. Rashiel Nim will not like you getting involved, Sir Archie. Archie commented with an extremely rude look on his face. Who the hell cares? The killer whale Archie. He snorted and headed toward the mountain peak without any hesitation. His walking slowly became faster. Ba-ang! The explosions continued. The sounds were so loud that they were concerned the entire mountain might be blown away. He must be getting pushed back quite a bit. Archie decided to get involved after hearing that Rashiel was getting pushed back. It was not because he was worried about Rashiel. I'm itching for a fight. Since the heir of the whales, Watira, had been the one to fight against the subjugation squad, Archie had to go to the wolves' village. This is a world where everybody other than dragons can't use their powers. Seriously, I don't like it. Archie looked extremely annoyed. His eyes were full of rebellious fire. His walking became even quicker. He was feeling antsy. Once he got to the top Ba-ang, there was a loud explosion. The ground cracked and a large boulder was sent flying toward Archie. Fuck! Bang! Archie used his fist to easily break the boulder. He then scowled as he shouted. Fuck, why are you trying that at me? Hey dragon, have you gone completely crazy? He was looking at Rashiel, who was bleeding from his head and mouth. Rashiel shouted back at him. Hey, you damn whale, why are you trying to get involved in a battle I've basically finished? Finished my ass? I was trying to help you because it looked like you were getting beaten up. Cut the crap, it's obvious you are crazy for fights. I am not. The moment Archie saw the boulder Rashiel threw at him, the anger made him subconsciously speak disrespectfully and get angry at a dragon. It was because Pazatin, Watira, Cal, nobody was here to stop him. Rashiel was annoyed because he felt Archie's presence getting closer and closer. I can't believe I am showing this damn thug of all punks this terrible state I'm in. Ah, it's so annoying, Rashiel shouted. I'm annoyed too, Archie shouted as well. Ha, Kendall looked at Rashiel and Archie with disbelief. These shitty things dare as Kendall mumbled in disbelief. Archie snorted. He stood straight on both legs and tilted his head to the side. He then opened his mouth. Did you just say shitty? He looked at Kendall up and down. Based on what I saw, you guys were about even. Kendall's eyes filled with rage. However, he could not say anything. It was at that moment. Crack, he heard something completely crack. Kendall looked down at his hand. The whip that had been attacking Rashiel until moments ago, there was a large crack on the whip made of mana. That was the beginning. Crack. The whip quickly started crumbling. Kendall accepted it. The dragon in front of him, this bastard persisted no matter how much he was pummeled. He even stole mana from this bastard, but this guy used his pure strength to destroy that mana. Furthermore, a tribe of beast people that was said to be extinct, the whale tribe, had suddenly appeared. Hoo-woo. He realized that he needed to be serious. Okay, I should be serious now. He lifted his foot and gently pushed down on the ground. Boom, a dull vibration spread out. He opened up his arms. Ooh, the vibration turned into an odd cry. Kendall smiled while watching an odd silver semicircle wrapping around the top of the mountain. It's a stadium for victory. That victory was only for Kendall. Mana, wind. The ground he could feel that everything had become his subordinate. As a level of dominance that was a whole different class from before was placed in his hand, man, this motherfucker's bluffing is too much. Archie was already charging at him without looking around. Hey, I told you to stay out of it. I'll take care of it. Rashiel was rushing forward as well, as he did not want to lose. HMPH. Kendall sneered at them and brushed his hair back with his hand. He looked relaxed again as he extended his hand toward the sky. He then clenched his hand. Explode. The moment he quietly mumbled that the mana mixed in the air reacted. Bang, it was not magic. Bang, bang, bang. The mana that existed for his victory exploded from within the air. They exploded to destroy anyone in this stadium who was not the victor. They exploded to block the path of the losers. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of mana explosions attacked Rashiel and Archie. Move. The ground shook before moving up and down, only toward the losers. Swoosh, the wind swirled around. Toward the enemies, no, toward the losers. Archie groaned. Kendall smiled. Bang, he could see Archie slowly being pushed back by the mana explosions. Kendall smiled. Bang, bang. He then looked elsewhere. He looked toward Rashiel, who was covered by multiple times the mana explosions that attacked Archie. Kendall looked toward him. Then Kendall's eyes opened wide. A hand extended out through the explosions. That hand clutched the exploding mana. Crack! The mana was ripped and suppressed. Kendall could see Rashiel staring right at him through the gap that was created. Rashiel was covered in even more small injuries and blood, but his eyes were smiling. He looked at Kendall as he spoke. Now I get it. He couldn't help but laugh because it was too funny. You've never fought a proper close-up battle, have you? No, you've never been in a damn fight. Kendall's eyes opened wide. Rashiel was certain. This dragon with victory as his attribute was weak in close combat. The answer was obvious when looking at his fighting pattern. Keek. Rashiel kicked off the ground. Shitty bastard, he was certain. The moment he touched this bastard's collar or even the tip of his hand, you will lose. He was certain that he would win. Rashiel quickly took 2 or 3 steps. He was that much closer to Kendall. He just needed to take one more step and extend his hand to win. You, Kendall subconsciously shouted. Block him? That was not just for victory. Bang, 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 there were continuous explosions. The ground shook intensely. The wind swirled around the area of the explosion. Oi! Archie blankly stared at that spot. He could not see Rashiel. The area Rashiel was at was covered by explosion and whirlwind, and the ground in that area was shaking so much it looked as if an earthquake was happening right there. Crazy bastard. However, Archie saw a hand piercing through that whirlwind. His hand was completely covered in blood that his skin could not be seen. That hand instantly grabbed Kendall, who was stepping backwards in disbelief, by the collar. Kendall's pupils started shaking. He could see Rashiel's smiling eyes through the gap that Rashiel created through this natural, disaster-like environment. Got you. Indomitability. Rashiel was a dragon who, as long as he did not submit, always managed to make something happen. The hand that was not holding the collar, this hand, which was also covered in blood, headed toward Kendall. Pow! Rashiel's fist punched Kendall in the face. The blood covering his hand splattered on Kendall's face. Chapter 236, Symbol of Victory 8, Kendall could not properly understand his current situation. His mouth let out a grunt after being smashed by a fist, and the strength behind the fist was so strong that his head felt as if it was shaking. Dizziness, nausea, pain. Kendall was overwhelmed by all these feelings, and his eyes could not believe what was happening. What is this? What is this current situation? Is something like this even possible? The 10 gods beneath the Dragon Lord, even though his position was the lowest of the 10 gods, Kendall had been one of them, living as the god of victory. He always believed that his victory was an obvious conclusion. I am a dragon chosen by the Dragon Lord. Once he finished his first growth phase and received the attribute of victory, the Dragon Lord came to see him. Your attribute is victory? He had smiled after figuring out the contents of his attribute. That is a good attribute. No, it is very amazing. The surrounding environment follows your command to help you achieve victory. The Dragon Lord had extended his hand toward Kendall. Come with me. You have the qualifications to become a god. I will make sure you always have victory. After that, Kendall lived a life befitting his attribute of victory. Any battlefield he showed up on resulted in victory, and the world was on his side. That was why he was certain. I will be the next Dragon Lord. Once the current Dragon Lord becomes a god, one of the 10 dragon gods should become the next generation's Dragon Lord. Kendall believed that he would surpass the other dragons, who thought he was just a cute little dragon as the youngest of the group, and did not see him as competition to rise to that position. The world always went as he wanted, and unlike the other dragon gods, he always achieved victory. So why did someone like me end up like this? He forgot about the pain and slowly turned his head. He could see a crazy dragon smiling while looking at him. Just looking at him made Kendall sure that this bastard had not achieved complete awakening as a result of not consuming the holy water, the foundation of this world. It only made sense for this guy to break. From head to toe, almost every part of his body was injured. Looking past the fact that his whole body was covered in blood, his right thigh must not have been able to stop all of the mana explosions, as there was a large burn with a portion of his flesh completely burnt. His side must have been slashed by a sharp gust of wind, as there was a deep wound. It looked as if it was not a single attack, but multiple attacks slashing away at the same spot. Shouldn't that be enough to make him kneel? Shouldn't he admit defeat? Kendall could not understand the dragon in front of him. But then, suddenly, the god of fighting he thought about one of the top 5 dragons of the 10 dragon gods. She was slightly older than Kendall. She would be the youngest if Kendall was not there. Hey, you won't do. Why did he suddenly think of that comment? Why is this son of a bitch completely out of it? Rachel chuckled after seeing Kendall completely out of it after a single punch. Kendall slowly asked Rachel a question. Doesn't it hurt? Rachel just ignored him. The fuck? Why are you saying some obvious shit? He then punched him again. Pow, Rachel's fist struck Kendall's head again. The moment Kendall staggered, Rachel let go of his collar and extended his not injured left leg. His leg kicked Kendall in the abdomen. It was such a strong kick that Kendall's body started to fly back. But Rachel did not let that happen. Kendall's attacks would resume if they became distant again. Annoying son of a bitch. Rachel instantly approached Kendall again and moved his hands and feet nonstop. Pow, pow, Kendall twisted his body and moved to block those attacks, but wow, what is up with this pushover? Rachel laughed as he pummeled Kendall even faster without stopping. Kahaha, he laughed out loud as he did that. It could not be helped. Rachel was feeling more refreshed, and his condition was getting better the more he pummeled this annoying bastard. Of course, his injuries opened up more and the pain became worse, but Rachel didn't care. It was going to hurt anyway, so he might as well hurt while pummeling this shitty dragon bastard. Bang, bang. At some point, the sounds coming out of Rachel's punches became like explosions. Oh, Archie was amazed. Part of it was because he was amazed at how Rachel was beating Kendall up without taking a break, but there was also another reason. The mana is going back. Bang, bang. Mana was starting to become infused into Rachel's fists. However, Rachel himself did not seem to be realizing this. He was just beating Kendall up without thinking. Archie looked around. The silver stadium was becoming faint. Cough, Kendall could not think straight. He barely raised both arms to cover his face. Bang, bang. However, he couldn't help but scream in pain as Rachel's fists punched his arms. His arms were either cracked or broken. Kendall's instincts were telling him that was the case, but he could not do anything about it. Rachel was pummeling him nonstop. Rachel kept punching and kicking Kendall, almost as if he forgot he needed to breathe, in order to make sure Kendall couldn't breathe properly. Kahahaha, he was laughing as if he was extremely entertained as he did that. Bang! Bang! Kendall ended up shouting. His face was swollen and his mouth was bleeding so he couldn't speak properly, but he had no choice but to blurt out his feelings. Why are you leaving me? The mana, as well as the other existences that had been on his side, were leaving him. The pieces that should have been moving for his victory were no longer moving for him. That was what Kendall couldn't believe even more than the fact that he was being beaten up by Rashiel. Ugh! Rashiel's leg kicked Kendall's leg at that moment. Kendall staggered, and Rashiel used that opening to kick Kendall's back with his left leg. His mana-infused leg struck Kendall's back, and bang! Ugh! Kendall feebly fell to the ground. Bang! The moment Kendall's body slammed into the ground with such impact that the whole area around him sank, Rashiel kicked Kendall's back again. Kendall groaned in pain before shouting in anger again. Ah, why? Why? Why is the ground not protecting me? Why is the ground that should be embracing me giving me pain? Kendall's mental pain was even greater than his physical pain. Keek, Rashiel strongly pushed down against Kendall's body. Ugh, Kendall couldn't even think about moving. Rashiel's foot that had mana infused in it felt as heavy as a large mountain. He could not breathe. Kendall heard Rashiel's voice at that moment. You don't even know how to run away, do you? What? As someone who had only experienced victory, Kendall didn't know how to answer Rashiel's obvious question. A victor like him never had a reason to run away. He had a weird feeling. He felt as if he should not say that right now. Huff, huff. As someone who has only experienced victory, I had no reason to run away. It was hard to breathe, but he barely managed to lift his head from the ground to say that. Rashiel clutched Kendall's silver hair and pulled. Ah! Kendall's face was forced up. Rashiel spoke extremely lightheartedly while looking at Kendall's messed up face. You've only gone around to fights you can win. Kendall's eyes looked chaotic. He didn't seem to understand Rashiel properly. The corners of Rashiel's lips twisted up. Rashiel wondered if he should ignore Kendall's chaotic gaze, but it's not like I'm a dragon with a good personality. If anything, I'm a dragon with a terrible personality. Rashiel knew himself very well. That was why he moved in a way that would make him happy. You've never even tried to fight opponents you felt like you could not defeat, have you? Kendall looked at him with a gaze that seemed to be asking what was wrong about that. As expected, Rashiel smiled as he spoke. He lowered his head and whispered to Kendall, You only had victory or giving up. Kendall's pupils started shaking intensely. His eyes filled with chaos. Rashiel smiled while looking at him. Honestly speaking, giving up is not bad. Why should you fight an opponent you could not defeat? Rashiel didn't want to suffer for no reason. Why was he being nagged on by ancient dragon Iruhaben? It was because that old man could not be defeated even with his indomitability attribute. That was why he was listening to that old dude. That was a form of giving up as well. Rashiel didn't think badly of giving up or running away. There were times in life you needed to do that. However, he wanted to leave a stigma for this shitty dragon bastard. To be more specific, I know it is cruel, but he wanted to make it so that Kendall could not use his attribute properly. Well, he's the enemy anyway. I didn't like the shit the Apatu dragons were doing. Rashiel thought it was great and opened his mouth. He spoke lightheartedly to Kendall, who could not see him, with an indifferent look on his face. The mana has come back to me. Rashiel now realized that mana had returned to his side. I guess there is nothing on your side now, he whispered. Because you are a loser. You are defeated. Defeat. That word made Kendall feel as if his heart was sinking. And you are a coward who doesn't fight against enemies you cannot defeat. Boom. Boom. Kendall's heart beat wildly. He started sweating bullets for some odd reason. He had no idea why he was reacting like this. However, his face turned pale as soon as he heard what Rashiel said next. You already know it as well. You know that you lost. I know it. Kendall wanted to say no, but he could not do so. His mouth would not open. I will win. He could not say those words. The dragon that walked past mana and a storm, and through the ground that was shaking, as if an earthquake was happening one step at a time, that dragon's gaze had been firm despite being covered in blood. It was Dragon who had no thoughts about losing. No, victory was not in his eyes. Only Kendall. He simply moved forward with Kendall as his target. Kendall felt as if all blood was leaving his body when he was caught by the collar. His heart sank down. Kendall finally realized what that was. Fear. It was an emotion Kendall had never felt until now. Rashiel's whisper echoed in his ears. What you have gotten until now were not victories. They were just child's play. Child's play? You just played where you knew you would win? Something like that is not a competition. Kendall recalled what the dragon god of fighting had said. I have no thoughts of fighting you, because you don't know what a true fight is. Why was he suddenly thinking about those words? Victory, are you really a victor? Rashiel said the last thing. I'm sure you already know the answer to this question. The enemy did not say anything. Rashiel did not hear a single word from Kendall, but he smiled. Kendall's eyes were blankly looking up into the air. This bastard will question it every time he uses his attribute now. Victory. Kendall will now feel hesitation and fear about his attribute. Rashiel did one last thing to the blankly staring Kendall without any hesitation. Thud. Kendall fainted. Rashiel walked off the fainted Kendall's body and looked at himself. Archie walked up next to him at that moment. How cruel. He seemed completely out of it. Rashiel frowned at Archie's casual comment. Then should you be magnanimous to your enemy? Archie shrugged his shoulders. Rashiel looked away as Archie looked annoying and nonchalantly looked at the unconscious Kendall. He then mumbled. That's odd. This dragon, he seemed to be somewhat advanced in age. How has he only been victorious throughout his life? Is that even possible? Or did someone make that happen? Rashiel quickly stopped thinking about it. As the person who stabbed a dagger into Kendall's mind, Rashiel should not be saying this, but he will become even sturdier if he can overcome it, and if he crumbles, then he crumbles. Giving any more attention to a bastard who treated Rashiel and the rest of his group as toys and tried to kill them was a waste of time. Archie blinked and asked Rashiel, overcome what? Hey, whale. Did you decide to completely speak informally to me now? Ahem. Rashiel clicked his tongue at Archie, who looked away and started walking. Archie shouted from behind him, Hey, aren't you going to take this dragon? You take him. Rashiel dumped the unconscious Kendall to Archie and headed down the mountain. Blood was still dripping from his body and his injuries were still there, but Rashiel didn't care. He then flinched. Pat? It was a teleportation spell. This bright light was announcing that someone was teleporting over. Step. You didn't run away? Clope Seca was walking up to the top of the mountain with a gentle smile on his face. Once the bright light disappeared and someone showed up, Rashiel shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a cocky tone. You didn't have to come. I took care of it. He could see Cal and Rayon. Rashiel's eyes soon opened wide. Rashiel. He then became flustered. Who made you like this? Why are you completely beaten up? You are usually a dragon who would do the pummeling, not the opposite. Rayon sounded teary as he fiercely approached Rashiel. Rashiel, don't get hurt. You can't get sick either. Rashiel became flustered after seeing Rayon looking so concerned. Rayon was the first 7 years old he had faced, so he had no idea how he should respond. Rashiel was stuttering for a bit before addressing Cal instead. I didn't kill the dragon, I knocked him unconscious. Did I do well? Hey. Cal, whom Rashiel expected would compliment him, sighed. He could not understand why Cal was like this. Rayon suddenly shouted at that moment. Rashiel, apple pies, no, these are for our human. You can have a walnut pie. A walnut pie was stuffed into the confused Rashiel's mouth. Chapter 237, Symbol of Victory, 9, Rashiel munched on the walnut pie as he thought to himself. He then immediately shared that thought out loud. I can only taste blood. He had coughed up so much blood that the inside of his mouth was full of it. Even eating the walnut pie made it impossible to taste the walnut at all. Plop. The walnut pie in Rayon's front paw fell to the ground. Rashiel's pupils started shaking in response. Why is he acting like this? He was wondering why Rayon was acting like this. Rashiel suddenly felt an unexplainable feeling. It was neither fear nor anxiety. It was an indescribable feeling that made him feel leery and uncomfortable. Is it because I only knocked that dragon bastard unconscious instead of killing him? Is that what's making me feel like this all of a sudden? Rashiel was trying to figure out the cause of this feeling when he heard Rayon shout. Rashiel, don't die. You are extremely rude, but I know you are good at heart. Rashiel's expression turned odd. What the fuck are you saying, you damn brat? Why would I die? I'm not dying. And why am I good at heart? I am not good. Archie, who was dragging the unconscious Kendall, sighed. He's annoyed at being called good and not being called extremely rude. What an odd dragon. Of course, nobody paid any attention to Archie's mumbling. Rayon flinched after hearing Rashiel shout. He then slowly peeked at Rashiel before nodding his head. It's fine as long as you are not dying. He then picked the walnut pie up from the snow and placed it in Rashiel's hand. Eat a lot, that's how you get better faster. Rashiel wondered why this brat was acting like this but still chose to eat the walnut pie. Delicious. Hee hee. Rayon smiled brightly. It made Rashiel angry again that he subconsciously shouted. Don't laugh, you damn brat. Also, I'm not good, hee hee. Rayon simply let Rashiel's comments in one ear and out the other. Rashiel stared at Rayon but decided that he couldn't get through Rayon's thick head and turned away. Yeah, what can I really say to a 7-year-old brat? Hey, I am not good. Instead, Rashiel spoke seriously to Cal, as if warning him. Cal just nodded his head. Yes, Rashiel Nim, but you are amazing enough to easily capture an enemy dragon like this. I truly feel relieved that you are here, Rashiel Nim. Rashiel let out some fake coughs. HMPH. He then snorted before commenting. I'm heading home first. He then staggered. Rashiel instantly noticed his body leaning to one side and scowled. Shit. His right leg, the one with the large injury, went numb for a second, making him unable to step properly. Honestly speaking, he was pretty aware of his current condition. He still could not taste the walnut pie at all. That was how tired his body was, and the severity of his injuries were quite severe. Fuck. That is why I was trying to go back quickly. He did not want the young dragon or Cal to see him like this. It's damn embarrassing. It embarrassed him. Rashiel tried to put some strength into his leg again so that he would not let them see him fall to the side. However, his body ran into someone's hand and managed to not fall over. Are you okay, sir? Clope Seca looked at Rashiel with a gentle smile on his face. Rashiel's face instantly turned unsettled. For some odd reason, this crazy bastard was making him feel uneasy. Is it because he's completely crazy? Rashiel brushed Clope's hand away and resumed walking. Damn it, why the hell was a rock there? Nobody reacted to Rashiel's comment despite seeing that the snowy ground was white and flat. I'm leaving. Ooh-wong. There was a small amount of dragon fear as a teleportation magic circle appeared around Rashiel. One moment, please. Rashiel flinched after hearing Cal's voice. He had turned his back toward Cal and had been unable to look at him since earlier. He was embarrassed to show his unsightly self. Archie, go with him. Well, sure. Rashiel frowned as he watched Archie step onto the teleportation magic circle. He looked at Archie with a gaze that seemed to be asking why Archie was getting onto it. Archie just shrugged his shoulders. Archie then addressed Cal. Should I leave this dragon with Sherrit Nim? Yeah, please inform Sherrit Nim that I will wake him up to chat as soon as I get back. Yes, sir. Archie calmly answered before looking at Rashiel. Aren't you going? Rashiel frowned even more. He then sighed. He didn't even have the strength to chat with this damn rude whale. Fatigue was coming in like the tide now that the battle was over. Tusk. He had a bitter taste in his mouth. This is quite difficult. Based on his intuition, it felt as if the dragon he pummeled today was on the weaker side of the enemy dragons. That meant that the dragons they would meet from here on would be stronger. It will not be easy. The battle against the enemy dragon today was between victory and indomitability. It was a matter of which attribute was sturdier. Furthermore, this dragon was inexperienced as well. However, if it was a properly grown dragon with an attribute that caused no compatibility issues, and that dragon had consumed the holy water Rashiel felt frustrated. He thought that winning in Apitu, this motherfucking world, would be harder than he had expected. Rashiel's mind was in a complicated mess, but the teleportation magic circle was quickly activated. He wanted to return so that he had time to think. Rashiel flinched the moment the magic circle activated. He heard Cal's voice behind him. You were cool, Rashiel Nim, but please look after your body. Rashiel chuckled after hearing Cal's usual nonchalant voice. He heard an extremely awkward voice as well. Guess you were a bit cool. He turned to see Archie avoiding his gaze. Rashiel chuckled again before commenting. Of course. Who do you think I am? He was the indomitable dragon. Rashiel proclaimed to the others, I will continue to be cool. Archie scowled, but the teleportation magic circle activated without caring. Archie, Rashiel, and Kendall all disappeared. Cal looked at the empty area before asking Clope. What about the beast people? They are downstairs, Calnim. Have you seen Miss Watira? I'm not sure, Calnim. I have not seen her before coming here. Cal felt that something was weird as he chatted with Clope. That was why he subconsciously turned to look at Clope. Clope was looking at Cal with a calm expression on his face. What is it, Calnim? No, it's nothing. This is weird. Cal completely understood why he was feeling this way. Why is Clope Seca not praising me? The bastard who would compliment or praise him endlessly was quiet. Furthermore, the bastard who could never hide the fact that he wanted to be by Cal's side, no matter what, was extremely calm right now. What is going on? He felt an unexplainable leeriness. I feel like this bastard is going to cause an issue like this. As Cal had that thought, hoo-hoo, Clope quietly laughed. Human, Clope is laughing weirdly. Rayon did not dare to say that to Clope's face, so he used magic for the first time in a long while to deliver that message into Cal's mind. As for Cal, that's a relief. He felt a mysterious sense of relief. His face relaxed. Clope quietly whispered at that moment, I have finally found the path. Huh, hoo-hoo. Cal looked at him in confusion, but Clope just mysteriously laughed before starting to move. He made one last comment before he left. The shadows are clearer the stronger the light. However, a light that hides within a brighter light is not seen by anyone. Clope thought that Choi Han was Cal's shadow. As for the hidden light, it's me. Nobody other than himself was fitting for that position. Clope started walking toward where the beast people were hiding. Human, what did Clope just say? I don't know. Cal and Rayon just decided not to understand and followed behind Clope. However, Cal was relieved to see that Clope seemed like his usual self. He then thought about something as they headed toward the beast people and Locke. If Rashiel ended up in that condition, I need to be a bit more vigilant. According to the info on the 10 dragon gods from the Haru kingdom, Kendall had the last seat. If Rashiel could not avoid getting in such a terrible condition from fighting against one of them, fighting the other dragons would be even harder. I need to think of something. However, Cal's face did not seem very dark. Use the opening we have while the Dragon Lord is gone. The Purple Bloods. They just needed to land a critical blow on the enemies while their leader was gone. Cal organized his thoughts as he arrived at the location where the beast people were hiding. Young Master Nim. Are you here to help Rashiel Nim, young Master Nim? Locke and Gashan welcomed him. Watira waved at him as well. I was here because I didn't think there was a need for me to get involved. After Clope left for the mountain peak, Watira discovered the beast people and stayed with them. However, Cal's face stiffened. He looked inside the small cave the beast people had been hiding inside. He then turned his gaze. Perhaps. The one he looked at was the hunter, Kukin. Kukin gulped and opened his mouth. I'm sorry, young Master Nim. He then instantly bowed to apologize. Locke approached Cal while Cal was watching Kukin and cautiously asked, What about Rashiel Nim? He won. Kukin flinched before raising his head. Kendall Cal calmly spoke as Kukin was unable to finish his sentence. We have captured Kendall and sent him to the castle. I'm sure he will be sent into a cell. Ho! An old wolf gasped from the back. It was the same for the other wolves. They were intimidated but still did not hide their shock. Cal didn't care and looked at Kukin before pointing in a direction. Is that who I am thinking? The direction Cal was pointing at grrrrrrrrrrr, an animal's growl came from that direction. Yes, young Master Nim, you are correct. Kukin weakly answered. Cal looked toward the direction of the growl. Clank, clank, he heard the clanking noises of chains. Grrrrrrrrrr. Grrrrrrrrrr, the intense growling of an animal continued. Cal heard Gashan's voice. That is the wolf tribe leader, young Master Nim. Wow, Cal barely held himself back from saying that. Clank, clank. Grrrrrrrrrr, inside the cave, there was a figure that was as big as Locke when he went berserk. This figure's finger and toenails were extremely sharp as well. Of course, those were all tied down. Clang, clang. The thick chains looked as if they would break at any moment. The wolf tribe leader, this figure looked quite strong, befitting the position of tribe leader. Grrrrrrrrrr. However, the figure looked extremely different from Locke. Her whole body was covered in murky ash-colored fur, and no consciousness. The way she was drooling and revealing her sharp fangs, while clearly hostile toward everyone, made it look as if she had no rationality at all. She definitely looks as violent as described. If beast people went berserk and acted violently without any sense of rationality like this tribe leader, it made sense for regular people to get scared. She looked extremely threatening. What happened? Gashan sighed and answered Cal's question. She was already in this state when we arrived at the wolf village, young Master Nim. An old wolf who had been cautiously looking at Cal stepped forward. The tribe leader Nim wanted to protect our tribe, no matter what, and forced her berserk transformation. That's how she ended up becoming so large, the tribe leader. They thought that her berserk transformation was going to succeed. With the subjugation squad coming for them, her greatest desire, the wolf tribe's deepest wishes, they thought it was coming true. However, she suddenly lost rationality and became violent. Kukin happened to arrive with Loch Nim and the others at that time, and we were able to suppress the tribe leader Nim thanks to them. It was difficult for the wolves, who could not properly go berserk, to handle the tribe leader in her current state. The old wolf looked at Loch. It was thanks to Loch Nim. Cal felt some was weird and was about to look at Loch when grrrrrrrrrr. The growling became intense, and the wolf tribe leader twisted her body. She seemed to be trying anything to get out of this frustrating situation. Clang, clang, the thick chains looked as if they would break at any moment. Kraak, no, they were starting to break. As Cal was shocked at her formidable strength, Loch Nim, the old wolf called out to Loch, and Cal watched as Loch walked toward the wolf tribe leader. Loch was quite tall even without going berserk, but he looked quite feeble compared to the berserk tribe leader. Loch stood in front of the tribe leader and shh. He brought his index finger up to his mouth. Good girl. He then petted the tribe leader's head. Loch, that's dangerous. As Rayon subconsciously shouted, Cal's eyes opened wide. Groan. Whimper. The tribe leader suddenly stopped resisting. She then groaned and curled up her body. It was obvious that she was scared of Loch. Loch was being nice to her, but the tribe leader even seemed scared of that as she curled up her large body and tried to make herself even smaller to avoid Loch's gaze. I knew it, as expected of the second coming of the blue wolf. The old wolf's voice of admiration reached Cal's ears. Blue wolf. Isn't that the existence that the beast people here treat as a god? Loch awkwardly smiled toward Cal at that moment. Haha. Whimper, whimper. Behind him was an extremely scared wolf tribe leader cautiously looking at Loch. It was at that moment. SHH. Cal felt something cold before the small white snake that had been hiding in his clothes appeared. The white snake tilted her head before speaking. Mom, to make it clear, it was not directed at Loch nor at Cal. Me. She was looking at Watira, whose eyes were opened wide in shock. Human, I have no idea why this baby snake is like this. I guess it is her special trait. Rayon huffed again. The white snake continued to speak. You smell like mommy. She brought up the smell again. Cal had thought that it was the smell of an emugi. However, Watira was not an emugi. She's a whale. The baby snake continued to speak while Cal was confused. My mommy told me. She said that the mystical creatures with the qualifications to take the place of the dragons smell like this. Mystical creatures? Cal's eyes clouded over while the white snake continued to speak. Mommy said that the destroyed world was trying to ostracize the dragons from here. Who? Cal's gaze remained on the white snake after hearing some interesting information. Chapter 238. Symbol of Victory, 10. Can you go into detail about that? Cal asked the baby white snake in a gentle voice. Human, why are you smiling like a scammer? Rayon's comment made his face instantly turn stoic. I'm trying to act nice and he calls me a scammer. Cal looked at the white snake with his usual expression this time. And the white snake, I don't know. Cal's pupils started to shake. The white snake didn't care and tilted her head as she confidently shouted. I don't know difficult things. I'm still a baby. Mommy said that babies don't need to know much. She said babies just need to eat well and grow well. Cal was silent for a moment before responding. That is an excellent mother. That's right. My mom is awesome. The white snake seemed happy about Cal complimenting her mom as she danced around Cal's shoulder. Rayon mumbled while looking at this. I can't tell whether he likes that baby snake or not. However, Cal ignored Rayon and the baby snake as he organized his thoughts. My mommy told me. She said that the mystical creatures with the qualifications to take the place of the dragons smell like this. Mommy said that the destroyed world was trying to ostracize the dragons from here. Upid. There were a few things about this world that were different from the worlds Cal had visited until now. One was the fact that there was no existence like Xiolan or Central Plains here. There was no conscious mind of the world to communicate with Cal. That is why I thought that this world was destroyed. Cal had even considered multiple ways to revive this world. He had prepared a way to take care of the world tree that had lost his rational mind because of the purple bloods, as well as how to right the world that the dragons had taken over. And it was in a serious state as expected when we got here. This was a world where all of the different forces of the world, mana, aura, etc., were suppressed. They were powers only allowed to the select few. Furthermore, weird things had happened since the cataclysmic period, resulting in abnormal climate changes. It was also a world where the beast people could not go berserk properly. It was more accurate to say that this world was destroyed. But she said that this destroyed world was trying to ostracize the dragons. Did that mean that this world still existed? Or maybe this world is subconsciously trying to ostracize the dragons for its survival? Cal thought that either option would be positive for him. It at least means that the world is doing something to maintain itself. And the direction of it is to create an existence that would replace the dragons. That meant that they were trying to create a great adversary for the dragons, a mystical creature. An odd sensation filled Cal's mind. He had read about long-living animals when he was Kim Raksu, a story about how an old tiger became an immortal of a mountain, stories about how a snake that was a couple hundred years old was like a dragon, stories where the turtles, an animal that lives so long that it has become the symbol of longevity, is like a sage, the qualifications to become a mystical creature. Maybe the individuals that this baby white snake reacted to were individuals who were capable of affecting this world as much as the dragons have. And so far they have been Miss Watira and me. The snake had not reacted to Gashan. Cal was certain that this white snake had its own standards for determining it. I'm sure the answer will come once we meet this kid's mother. She said that her mom was ill. Cal decided not to think much about it as they would meet her soon. Of course, he was now certain about something thanks to what this baby white snake just said. This world is trying to survive. It was trying to regain its balance. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his ear. Human, why are you suddenly smiling like that? He started thinking about something to ignore Rayon's comment. Unexpectedly, this world is useful as well. And I'm sure that the reason that smell came from me is because I absorbed that Imuga's reverse scale. The crown. There was no reason for this white snake to say that about him if it was not for that item. Pht. Cal chuckled. It was obvious. A mystical creature, he was neither an animal nor a beast people. But he was a mystical creature with the qualifications to take over the dragon's spot. That was nonsense. She's such a baby that she's struggling with differentiating. Cal lightheartedly stopped thinking about it and opened his mouth. Why don't we teleport back to the castle for now? He then added an extra comment for Locke. You look after the tribe leader, Nim. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal nodded his head at Locke's awkward response before motioning to Rayon with his eyes. They needed to quickly return to the castle to see that first dragon they captured. They needed to dig into that bastard for some information. Pat, there was a bright black light and Cal's group disappeared. In the central temple of the Holy Empire, Pope Cassilia was quietly standing there, looking at the map of the continent in the air. As the central spot of the continent, there was a device that marked whenever a law of this world was chaotic or some big change happened. That device was this map of the continent. Her gaze was focused on the northern part of the continent by the Erg mountain range. That place was peaceful right now. However, different words came out of her mouth. What a mess. All of you saw it as well, right? Until just moments ago, the Erg mountain range had not been visible as it was covered by a large whirlwind and warping in multiple locations. The twist was so serious that I thought that the laws of this world were about to crumble. The laws of the world they were talking about, that was the new basis for this world that started during the cataclysmic period. A world where aura, mana, and other forces of the world were controlled, a world where weapons to fight were lost, and the creatures within it could only breathe and survive. That was the basis and laws of this world. Kendall Nim has not contacted us. He has not, Your Holiness. A small smile appeared on Pope Caecilia's face. It looks like Kendall has lost. Nobody responded to her comment. The Pope continued to speak as she had not made her last comment for a response. I heard that the First Knights Brigade and a portion of the Inquisitors were dispatched to assist Kendall Nim. Yes, Your Holiness. That is correct. They should soon arrive at the Erg Mountain Range. You mentioned that they were using teleportation magic? Yes, Your Holiness. They will immediately teleport to the Erg Mountain Range as soon as they pass through the border into the Haru Kingdom. However, we heard that the Haru Kingdom was moving extremely slowly. The smile on the Pope's face became bigger after hearing that. She then heard another voice. We just received contact from Duke Talls of the Haru Kingdom, Your Holiness. His subordinate he planted in the royal palace spotted Minister of Foreign Affairs Bailey in the king's palace. He says that the king seems to be secretly plotting something. Minister of Foreign Affairs Bailey. She was originally supposed to be helping the subjugation squad, leading the subjugation of the beast people in the Erg Mountain Range. However, they just received news that Bailey, one of King Dennis's closest confidants, was spotted at the royal palace. Caecilia quietly chuckled. Duke Talls is wagging his tail so well. A duke of a nation was showing such loyalty to a foreign nation and doing something that could harm his country without any hesitation. Caecilia looked toward the Haru Kingdom's territory. It definitely looks like King Dennis is plotting something. There was this piece of information from Duke Talls, but I heard that the border between the Empire and the Haru Kingdom is protected not by the Empire faction, but by the King's faction. One of the things that the former king of the Haru Kingdom managed to accomplish had to do with the border between the Haru Kingdom and the Holy Empire. He managed to place a Margrave who was loyal to the Haru Kingdom as the general there. There should be a reason that the Margrave is doing his best to delay the subjugation squad's entrance into the Haru Kingdom as much as possible. Caecilia was silent for a moment. She heard a voice behind her at that moment. Pope Nim. The Emperor has stepped forward to contact the King of Haru Kingdom. Caecilia showed no changes to her expression as she answered. The Emperor is such a foolish human. The Church had more power than the government in the Holy Empire. Basically, the Pope's position was higher than the Emperor's position. However, the Empire, the current Emperor, was greedily trying to get more power for himself. That was why he was doing whatever he could to look good in front of the Dragon Lord. It's useless. Caecilia knew that the Dragon Lord did not even treat the Emperor as a living creature. The Lord just sees humans as a means to an end. She just found it funny that the Emperor was flailing around without knowing the truth. Just take a look right now. He was doing whatever he could to move before the Church made a move, so that he could show the Dragon Lord that he prioritized the dragons above all else. He was also trying to show that pressuring the Haru Kingdom was something that he should be doing as the Emperor of the Empire, not something the Pope of the Church should do. Wasn't he sending a message to the Pope like this? Let the Emperor do as he pleases. Let him handle the Haru Kingdom. She then added on, also inform the Emperor about the information we got from Duke Talls. Wouldn't that lead to the Emperor severely pressuring the King of the Haru Kingdom? The Pope calmly answered the question about whether it would be a proper warning versus just a request. That is what I am hoping for. The Pope was hoping that the Emperor would do that. Wouldn't that put the world in greater chaos? Starting with the Haru Kingdom, if the Empire got involved, the result would be that all of the nations on this continent would get mixed into it. Nobody responded to her comment. Commotion, chaos, destruction. Thea knew that she desired all of these things. Knock, knock, knock. She heard her trusted subordinate outside the door. Pope Nim. Caecilia's face slightly frowned for the first time after hearing the message. We have received news that the god of fighting will be visiting. The 10 dragon gods based on their ages, she was the 9th of the group, but based on strength, she was within the top 5. I guess Siskonim would have heard that Kendall Nim went to the Erg Mountain Range. She always secretly looked after Kendall Nim, so I'm sure she is curious about what happened. Caecilia's face turned calm again. She turned around as she continued to speak. I'm sure Siskonim will want to go where Kendall Nim is. She gently opened up her arms. My close friends. 10 bishops, they were all looking at Caecilia. They were all true dragon half-bloods, ones who have completed their first growth phases and had lives that were like ticking time bombs. They all showed their agreement for Cassilia's wishes. Is there anybody who would like to visit the Haru kingdom with Siskonim? Cassilia smiled. Why don't we open the gates to hell? So that chaos fills this land, we are already living lives that cannot continue anyway. Because of that, it was obvious. This world cannot continue either. Her eyes looked crazed. They also carried an endless sea of frustration and anger. Popenim, one man stepped forward at that moment. He was a bulky man that resembled a berserk beast person. Third Bishopnim. This man who took the third position of the bishops was named Huns. Hunsnim, will you be the one to go? He silently nodded his head. He was famous within the church for not speaking much. Furthermore, he was secretly famous for taking a step back and maintaining neutrality. A few of the bishops were surprised that he agreed with Cassilia's desires. Then I will leave it to you, third Bishopnim. A bright smile appeared on Cassilia's face. On the other hand, Huns was stoic. Kendall, and Cisco, if those two dragons die or are critically injured, our task will become easier. So Hunsnim, please, she extended her hand out. Please open the gates of hell. Huns silently shook her hand. The First Knights Brigade of the Holy Empire who stepped foot onto the Haru kingdom to subjugate the beast people in the Erg Mountain, range the first and third generation dragon half-bloods gulped, and their eyes sparkled as they watched what happened in front of them. And at that moment, Cal Henitus was laughing as if he was truly amused. His gaze was directed at Kendall, who was bound to a chair. Cal looked at him and asked as if he was amused. Lower my head? Why? You think you can fuck around because there are no dragons around? There were no dragons by Cal's side right now. Only Beecrocs, Choi Han, and Clope were with him. Cal looked at Kendall, whose face was swollen but still looking dignified. There was no wind, but his silver hair started to flutter. The dragon half-bloods started groaning. Kendall, he was releasing a large amount of dragon fear. A pressure that could not be compared to what he released when fighting against Rashiel was flowing out of him. Kendall spoke calmly. Bring a dragon. I have no intention of chatting if there are no dragons. He added on as if it was obvious. Humans are not qualified to speak to me. There is no need to even scare those without the qualifications. You wouldn't be able to look at me anyway. Ooh, the area around them started to shake, as if it was reacting to Kendall's dragon fear. As for Cal, his smile became thicker. Chapter 239, Lunacy, Worship. And the way one Kendall, the god of victory, he saw Cal smiling and smiled back. I heard from Zeniu. Zeniu, the first-generation dragon half-blood captain of the Holy Empire's First Knights Brigade. Zeniu said that he had to kneel because of the force that Cal Henitus released. I don't know how a human can release force, but Zeniu had clearly said the following. I tried to cut off Cal Henitus's head. However, everything was ruined because that dragon named Rashiel showed up. Are you saying that you were able to overcome the red-haired man's aura? Yes, Kendall Nim. However, I was only able to resist against his force when I used my fighting attribute. Zeniu then cautiously asked, he should be human, right? Kendall chuckled before a cold expression appeared on his face. The red-haired man in front of him, he's the boss of this black castle. First of all, this guy was not a dragon. Kendall believed this man was human, but his instincts were telling him something. You have a lot of different auras of nature on you. He could feel the overflowing aura of nature filling this man's extremely thin plate. That must be how he could handle this portion of Kendall's dragon fear. Groan the weaker of the dragon half-bloods groaned, but Kendall didn't care. He was embarrassed that he lost to Rashiel and was feeling enraged. However, he could accept that because that bastard was a dragon. They dare. However, the reality he faced when he regained consciousness was far different from what he had imagined. He woke up in a training ground that resembled a prison and was able to realize the issues after hearing the reports of the subjugation squad idiots. A human dares to treat a dragon like this. Zeniu said that there were other dragons beside Rashiel as well, and that they all listened to this Cal Henitus. He looked toward Cal as he spoke. How annoying. The dark brown eyes looking back at him, he wanted to get rid of those things. Ooh, the rumbling got bigger. Kendall released his dragon fear at full power. A portion of the dragon half-bloods coughed up blood. Some of the bound ones fell to the ground with their faces buried as they shook. This power that dominated this entire area was ruthlessly putting pressure on them. It was to the point that they could not even breathe properly. So annoying. Kendall did not let it show, but his anger was at its peak. The first defeat of his life, and this unbelievable sight where logic seemed to be destroyed finally. A situation where he had to lower his head to a human? Kendall could not believe any of this. His instincts made him reject it. That instinct also made him release his fierce aura to counter this intense instinctual rejection. Ugh. Even Zenyu, who was the most familiar with facing dragon fear, let out a short groan. He barely raised his head to look at Kendall. Although Kendall had a sneer-like smile on his face and looked calm, he's extremely angry. His dragon fear was merciless. Ugh. He felt as if he could not breathe. His whole body filled with cold sweat. The inside of his mouth dried out. Yes, this is it. This was the greatness of a dragon. Zenyu realized something else as well. The dragon fear I have faced until now was not real dragon fear. The dragon fear he had experienced until now was something that the dragon fear never used at full strength. Right now, from Kendall he could feel clear hostility and murderous intent to kill anyone and anything in this area. He could tell that this was Kendall's belief on what were the obvious rules of the world. That strong will dominated through this area. Zenyu realized the fundamental difference between his force and dragon fear. Force is like a form of will for me. It was also a desire to do something in this area to suppress the enemy. Such emotions and thoughts formed that power. However, dragon fear used by true dragons was different. It is an instinct and a way of life. Unlike Zenu's force, which needed him to have that will to achieve something, the dragon fear extended out something that was so obvious that no words or thoughts were needed. Kendall was not using dragon fear with the desire to suppress every other existence in this area for him. Suppressing everyone else in this area is an unquestionable fact. Zenyu realized that he had no choice but to be suppressed. Furthermore, it seemed only normal that his body was shaking more and his breathing was getting harder. A sense of helplessness dominated his body. As expected, human blood could not defeat dragons. What is this? Zenyu realized the emotion he was feeling and felt that it was odd. Why am I feeling like something is being forced away from me? I am an existence with dragon blood. I am a great and mighty dragon half-blood. That is why I am different from regular people. So shouldn't I be praising Kendall's greatness instead of feeling like this? Zenyu could not understand why he was feeling like something was taken from him, why he felt so despondent. It was at that moment. Through the groans why, for what reason 9, the trashiest of the Knights Brigade members, that third-generation dragon half-blood punk, groaned in pain as he mumbled. Zenyu subconsciously looked at 9 before seeing that 9 was looking at something and turning in the same direction. He first saw Kendall. Kendall was not smiling. Then the spot Zenu's gaze last landed was at Cal Henitus, who was still smiling. Zenyu finally realized something. Cal Henitus and his people, none of them were kneeling, and they didn't even have a drop of sweat on their foreheads. Only they seemed to be in a different world. As Zenyu stared in disbelief, Cal spoke in a calm voice. There is no need to even scare those without the qualifications. That was what Kendall had said. Humans are not qualified to speak to me. There is no need to even scare those without the qualifications. You wouldn't be able to look at me anyway. Screech. Cal got up from his chair. Kendall bit down on his lips as he watched. How is this possible? How were Cal Henitus and his subordinates able to remain so calm? Kendall's instincts were telling him that his dragon fear was going everywhere except to where these people were standing. Why? This area should be dominated by me right now. I am the only dragon in this area. Isn't this a world ruled by dragons? Tap, tap. Cal slowly walked toward Kendall. Kendall could feel it. The area dominated by his dragon fear was creating a path for Cal Henitus with his every step. Furthermore, he felt a gentle aura around that guy as well. It was not dragon fear. That's not force either. The aura was taking a form he had never seen before. The aura that was so faint and gentle that he had not noticed it until now easily pushed aside Kendall's dragon fear. Tap, Cal stopped walking. He was already right in front of the bound Kendall. He heard the imposing voice of the dominating aura in his mind. Only this much dragon fear? Cal, This is so lacking compared to Aruhaben's. Cal quietly looked down at Kendall. We are strong enough to even make gods kneel. Well, it may be a bit difficult with the god of balance, but anyway, the fact of the matter is that our presence is that strong. Pht, Cal chuckled. However, his eyes were not smiling. He observed Kendall with a stoic gaze. He looked to be in a state of chaos, just like a person who had lost all common sense. Cal opened his mouth while looking at him. You said there is no need to even scare those without the qualifications. He lowered his body. He got down to Kendall's eye level. He looked directly at Kendall and smiled. Then I guess there's no need to scare someone like you who is already scared. What? Kendall was about to retort. I'm scared. However, he had no capacity to say that out loud as he couldn't even think properly. There was no breeze. However, Kendall could still feel something wrapping around his body. His dragon fear was starting to disappear. No, it was being consumed. No, curl up your body, lower your head. Shhhhh. Kendall's body was shaking. He couldn't even notice that. Furthermore, he could not look away from Cal, because he couldn't do that motion. Avoid him. Lower my head, curl up. Kendall felt as if he could not even do the actions that would make him look submissive to his enemy. Why? Because he was not allowed to do so. This human in front of him, this Cal Henitus, had not allowed him to do that. That was why Kendall couldn't do it. His whole mind turned white. His body was shaking. He suddenly recalled someone's warning. You've never faced a god, have you? We are still lacking. You're going to get seriously hurt if you mess around like that. Cisco, the god of fighting, she had said that to him. Then have you seen a god? She had responded to Kendall's question. No. I've come into contact with one, but I could not look at them. She calmly explained. The god didn't permit me to do so. Why? Why was Kendall suddenly thinking about those comments? He wanted to ask the human in front of him. Is he a god? He wanted to ask if this guy was a god. However, he could not do that. He felt as if he should not open his mouth. Cal, should we use a bit more? Cal was currently using just a bit more of his dominating aura than he had used against the blood demon. All of it was focused on Kendall. Huff, huff, hoo-woo. The dragon half-bloods were breathing again. They had gotten out of Kendall's pressure. Furthermore, Cal and Kendall, their instincts were allowing them to feel something big that was between Cal and Kendall right now. It was hard to tell what it was, but just looking at it was giving them the chills. Some of them subconsciously looked away. It was scary to even watch. Cal, should we use a bit more? This guy is a dragon, so he's managing to hold on without fainting. Cal slightly nodded his head after hearing the dominating aura tell him that his aura alone might be enough to knock Kendall unconscious. Ooh, Kendall's body shook even more intensely. It was so much that his teeth were chattering. However, he maintained his eye contact with Cal and could not do anything to avoid him or hide. His mind turned white. He had no thoughts at all. His white mind slowly turned black. He couldn't even recognize that he would soon lose consciousness. It was at that moment. Hoo-hoo. He heard someone laughing. Cal hesitated after hearing the familiar yet leery voice and turned his head around. He saw a scowl on Choi Han's face and a look of disbelief on Beacrox's face. Ah, I'm sorry, Calnim. That was not on purpose. Clope Seca was standing there with a gentle look on his face. Shhhhhhh, his sword was pulled out and had white aura around it. Clope received Cal's gaze that seemed to be asking what he was doing and opened his mouth. I am able to use my aura within your embrace, Calnim. Ah, Cal wanted to know whether his people could freely use aura and mana within his dominating aura. That was why he had told them that they were allowed to freely test it out. Clope had not forgotten those words and had done so. The experiment is a success. Cal nodded his head while looking at Clope Seca's white aura but felt something was off. Why am I feeling this way? It's not like this punk said or did anything wrong. Clope quietly mumbled at that moment. As expected, I needed to hide within the light. What? What did this bastard just say? It's nothing, Calnim. I just happened to see a way that is different from faith. As expected, all of these paths led to the right way. Cal decided to stop paying any attention to what this crazy bastard was saying. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a light sigh before withdrawing his dominating aura. Hoof. Cal took a deep breath. Cal patted his shoulder. Hey, Kendall flinched. Cal didn't care as he calmly continued. Cut the bluffing out. Just answer the questions I ask you. Do you understand? His gaze headed toward the dragon half-bloods as well. You guys be more cooperative as well. Cal looked at the dragon half-bloods and Kendall, all who were avoiding his gaze, and chuckled before he mumbled. Qualifications my ass. There's no such thing. He then made eye contact with Knight Captain Zenyu, who was still staring at him. Zenyu quickly avoided his gaze. What is going on? He felt a weird emotion again. Cal Henitus. This guy created strong fluctuations in his mind. Cal looked at the head-shaking Zenyu as if he was weird before starting to speak again. First of all, what is the holy water? He looked back at Kendall and asked. It was at that moment. Screech bang, someone slammed the door open. A chubby black dragon entered with an imposing presence. Mio, Mio. Behind him were An and Hong. And shhhhhhh, the baby white snake was on Hong's back. Human. Rayon then shouted to Cal. Goldie Gramps contacted Dodorus Mom. He said that the second subjugation squad will be here soon. The second subjugation squad. They were the forces from the Holy Empire who were set to follow Kendall. Other members of the First Knights Brigade and some Inquisitors would be with them. We believe the Inquisitors to be elves, right? Cal thought about the people who were already outside the village, waiting to greet the enemies. Rosalind and the mages, as well as the dark elves and elves led by Tasha. I should go as well. His allies would be able to fight easier if he used his dominating aura. This was just confirmed by Clope. Cal thought about that white aura from earlier and subconsciously looked toward Clope. The two of them made eye contact. Cal subconsciously flinched. Clope smiled brightly and responded, I guess I will go too then, Calnim. Well, yes. He was already planning on taking Clope and Choi Han with him. There were plenty of people, such as Sui Khan and Choi Young-soo, etc., to protect the Black Castle. Smile. Clope smiled brightly as if to show his pure joy. Cal oddly felt uncomfortable. Ha. Kendall, who was breathing heavily while watching them, noticed his mind starting to move fiercely again as soon as he stabilized a bit. HMPH, it won't be easy. He realized that they were moving without the dragons and sneered inside. The group that was coming right now could not be held to the level of the first subjugation squad with these shabby dragon half-bloods. The Inquisitors are different. Inquisitors, the elves. Those bastards were as capricious as they were strong, and they would try to get to Kendall no matter what it took. Crazed worship and belief that alone would be enough for the Inquisitors to severely harm these bastards. That lunacy even made Kendall avoid them at times. It was almost an obsession. They looked ready to give their lives as needed. It won't be easy. Kendall had that thought but still could not look at Cal. He did not realize that his body was still shaking. He didn't even realize that Cal and Zenyu were staring at him. Scared people always had narrow tunnel vision. Chapter 240, Lunacy, Worship. And the way, too, ancient dragon Iruhaben chuckled in admiration and disbelief. Ha! I didn't know there would be such a large cave underneath the capital. The northern part of the Haru Kingdom's capital. Iruhaben left the palace with Bailey to a small hidden door underneath the northern wall of the capital. He walked through the door and down to see a large cave that was multiple times as large as the palace. In the darkest part of that cave, excuse me, could you please let me know who you are? Clear green things were sparkling in the darkness. Iruhaben was amazed once again. How huge. Dragons reached large bodies close to 30 meters when they became adult dragons, and Iruhaben was that large as well in his dragon form. However, he still could not help but gasp. I can't see the end. He could see it despite being in the darkness. A large snake dozens of meters long was coiled up, quietly observing Iruhaben. Ha! The ancient dragon was truly flabbergasted. He had never seen such a large snake beast person. No, he had never seen such a large beast people, even including dragons. However, he could not just keep standing here in awe. I am Iruhaben. He introduced himself to the white snake in front of him. Also, Iruhaben stopped for a moment before tossing a comment. I came to this world to destroy the purple bloods. SSSS, the air in the basement, changed for a moment. The stuffy and damp air turned sharp for a moment. Bailey subconsciously curled up. The white snake and Iruhaben, she realized that staying back and feigning ignorance was the answer for her between these two individuals. She heard a voice at that moment. The voice coming from the darkness was as calm as before. "Sir, are you not from his world?" "That is correct." Iruhaben answered, and the white snake asked another question. "Sir, have you come to take down the hunters?" "Yes." Well, Iruhaben chuckled and added on, "I also came to beat up some annoying dragons." Pht. The sound of the white snake chuckling could be heard in the darkness. However, the voice calmly asked another question. "O dragon from a different world than ours, do you know of Maxilian?" Iruhaben answered him. "The ring, crown, and sword. We've brought them all." Maxilian. The traces of the dragon they found in the secret area within the Sichuan Castle Lord's study. That dragon was Maxilian, and the ring, crown, and sword were the items she had left behind. Shhhhhhhh, he could hear the white snake moving. "Sir, who brought those items?" The white snake asked another question, and Iruhaben answered. "Qualified individuals have received those items." Iruhaben could see the white snake that extended her head out of the darkness. The snake's head was a bit taller than Iruhaben. A snake that large moved over to Iruhaben and lowered her head. "Sir, are you the master of the ring?" "I do currently possess it, yes." Of course, it was not for Iruhaben. He was just holding it without giving it to Rayan. "Then, sir, are you the hope?" What was the white snake saying right now? She was saying that the master of the ring was the hope. She was asking if he was that hope. Iruhaben answered her without any hesitation. "Let's cut the nonsense." Bailey's eyes opened wide as she watched. Iruhaben didn't care and just stared into the white snake's green eyes. "You have dragon fear as well." Bailey silently gasped in shock after hearing that. Iruhaben shook his head. "No. You are a snake, so it is not dragon fear." Shh. Iruhaben waved his hand in the air. "Let's not do this useless battle of will." Bailey finally realized the sharp aura surrounding the entire cave disappeared. She also realized that this was the white snake's fear. The white snake slowly opened her mouth. "You called it nonsense?" "Yes, it is nonsense." One corner of Iruhaben's lips curled up. "Why are we the hope of your world? We have no responsibility or duty to fight for that hope." Iruhaben already had negative emotions toward Maxilian. He got extremely annoyed at the fact that that motherfucking dragon called Rayan the hope or whatnot to save Apitu. Did she age without any brains? How can you leave such a heavy duty on a 6? No, it's the new year, now 7-year-old baby dragon. If her attribute is the future and she knew about Cal's existence, she should have known that Rayan was young. Terrible shits. Aren't they all ashamed of their own ages? 1, 9 years old. No, as now a 10 years old ancient dragon, Iruhaben could not accept this situation. Iruhaben's attitude was getting worse since Cal wasn't here with him. His original personality was slowly coming out. "Is it because I became rejuvenated?" Iruhaben could feel himself being more honest with his emotions and being less controlled. It was how he had been at times during his youth. The ancient dragon did not stop himself from acting this way. He treated this as how it was meant to be as well. Those wild emotions soon calmed down. The years he had lived, his years of experience, had given him a sense of understanding. Of course, that could have been the only way for them. He understood how desperate they must have been to leave all of their hopes on a young dragon. Furthermore, he also believed that they should save Apitu, which was tangled up with Choi Gun, the hunters, and all sorts of messes. It still didn't change the fact that Iruhaben didn't like the white snake's demeanor with her mentioning the hope as soon as he met her. He frowned even more. "Seeing as how you brought up Maxilian, I guess I was right." He continued to speak to the white snake. "Move your head. No, move that large body of yours." He looked into the darkness past the white snake. "Hey," Iruhaben nonchalantly commented. "You, yes, you," Cal had told him. "Apitu." Cal said that there was a dragon they had to find once they got to this world. It was an existence Cal believed to be an ally. He said that the dragon's attribute was highly likely to be helpful to them. Iruhaben had noticed it the moment the white snake mentioned Maxilian. Furthermore, he understood the reason the white snake suddenly released a power similar to dragon fear. "Are you that dragon who can see the past?" The existence that the white snake was trying to hide within the darkness, there was a middle-aged individual whose hair was a mysterious color that was neither black nor dark blue. Step, step. That person walked forward. My goodness. Bailey was shocked that someone was really there. She had not noticed this person at all. She was then shocked once more. The shabby-looking middle-aged man's beard and hair was extremely messy. He had one eye closed. The other eye was covered by an eye patch, making her unable to see it. Both Iruhaben and the middle-aged man, they silently observed each other. The middle-aged man was the one to break the silence. I saw the past. Iruhaben's eyebrows slightly rose up. Hold on. He raised his hand to stop the middle-aged man from speaking. Everybody looked toward Iruhaben. His reaction seemed serious. Only the middle-aged man was quiet. Iruhaben finally asked after a bit, "How old are you?" Bailey's pupils started shaking. Iruhaben added on at that moment, "By the way, I am over 10 years old." The silent aged opened his mouth. "Senior, I saw the past." Good, good. Iruhaben finally seemed satisfied and nodded his head for the middle-aged man to continue. Bailey's jaw dropped as she watched in shock, but the white snake, ancient dragon, and the middle-aged man all paid her no attention. The middle-aged man calmly continued to speak. Approximately 250 years ago, the cataclysmic period had struck Apatu about 200 years ago. 250 years would be much farther in the past than that time. As Iruhaben's eyes clouded over Senior, I saw a moment of that period of time. The middle-aged man continued to speak inside the quiet cave. There were two existences who came to see the current Dragon Lord. Bailey realized that she was learning about the inside story, at least a part of it, that started this whole thing. Senior, they advised the Dragon Lord about how to suppress this world and rule over it. The middle-aged man stopped for a moment and Iruhaben asked, "Who were those two existences?" Senior, one was a wanderer, wanderers. Single-lifers like Choi Han became wanderers if they did not become gods, or at least work as god candidates after their deaths. Cal's group had learned before coming here that some of those wanderers were hunters. That wanderer must have been from the Five Colors Bloods. Iruhaben's calm comment made the middle-aged man gently smile for the first time. "Senior, you seem to know more than I expected. This is nothing." Iruhaben responded that this was no big deal before urging the middle-aged man to continue. Who was the other person? It was at that moment. Iruhaben's eyes opened wide. "You drip." Blood dripped down from the middle-aged man's mouth. There was silence for a bit. The middle-aged man acted as if it was nothing and pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket to wipe his mouth. He then faintly smiled. "Senior, I was unable to see from the moment I was born. However, while this eye could not see the present, it showed me the things that have come to pass. That was why I thought to myself the moment I learned about my attribute. I thought that I must have lost my eyes because I saw things that I was not supposed to see." Iruhaben scowled as if he was hearing some nonsense when the middle-aged man continued to speak. "Sometimes I end up like this when I try to say things that I should not be saying. It is especially like this when the truth in my mouth is extremely heavy." Iruhaben closed his open mouth. How heavy was this truth? Just what was the past that this dragon saw? What was it that was making a dragon bleed from his mouth? Iruhaben had a bad feeling about this. A truth that even a dragon could not handle, that Iruhaben could not hold it in anymore, and asked, "Was it a god?" A clear smile formed on the middle-aged man's face. "Senior, I cannot see all of the past. I can only see the short glimpses that I am allowed to see. That is why I was unable to see or hear about the method the Dragon Lord used to rule over this world. However, I was able to clearly make out the two individuals who taught him that method. They were imprinted in his mind as if it was part of his instincts. It was as if this was information he must know, part of the way things were supposed to be. Oh, esteemed ancient dragon." The middle-aged man was bleeding again as he spoke. He then slowly opened his eyes. Bailey flinched. There was nothing where his eye should have been. There was only deep darkness. Iruhaben looked into that darkness. The dragon continued to speak. "War. It was war who came." Then the middle-aged man's body staggered. The white snake moved her tail so that the middle-aged man would not fall. Iruhaben watched him with a stiff expression. "War. He must have been talking about the god of war. The god of war came with a wanderer from the Five Colors Bloods to tell the Dragon Lord about how to rule over this world. Is the god of war on the hunter's side?" As Iruhaben's mind was about to turn chaotic, the god of war has some ties to us. First of all, Cal's ancient power, the sky-eating water, was originally the water of judgment as coined by the god of war. Iruhaben's face turned extremely cold. The god of war. Iruhaben thought about when he last met a believer of that god. Endable. Arm and the White Star, the person serving the god of war, helped Cal's people avoid danger in Endable, the city where the White Star was king. Deputy Chief Priest Cotton. Iruhaben recalled her name as well as something else. The White Star's palace, we found a weird place deep in the basement. There seems to be traces of going through to a different dimension here. I would not have noticed it without having experienced going through different dimensions through the Church of the God of Death. There is also the aura of a god in those traces. That was what he had said to Cal. While Iruhaben remained in Roan instead of going to the Central Plains, he had found those traces of dimension travel in Iruhaben with the aura of a god. He had not thought much of it, but what if Deputy Chief Priest Cotton was not an ally, but one of the people behind it all? What if that was the reason she hid her identity as a follower of the god of war and stayed by the White Star's side as the Deputy Chief Priest? Similar to how the hunters had treated the White Star as a sacrifice or a means to an end, what if she had been there to spy on the White Star and assess the situation? Iruhaben subconsciously scoffed. Unbelievable. He felt as if he could slowly see how things were going. Hey, he approached the middle-aged man and asked, "Who else knows about this? Who?" The middle-aged man was breathing out to calm himself, but answered without any hesitation. "Senior, it has not been long since I saw this past. It has not even been half a year. Everybody in this cave right now and one more person knows about it." "Who is that other person?" Iruhaben asked, and the middle-aged man looked at him. "Senior, do you know Choi Han?" Iruhaben instantly had a thought. I need to go to Cal as quickly as possible. That was why he immediately started to move. "White Snake. And you?" Iruhaben extended his hand toward them as he spoke. Uwang, he released his dragon fear and golden dust started rising around him. "Come with me somewhere." He saw the large white snake's body, but it didn't matter. A large teleportation magic circle that seemed to cover this entire underground cave appeared. "Tell us the rest once we get there." A teleportation magic circle to the Black Castle was completed. Cal was enjoying the warmth around him from the furnace as he leaned back against a couch. SHH. The cloth covering the entrance of the tent was lifted up and someone walked in. It was Choi Han. "Calnim, I don't see the enemies yet. They apparently passed the border, so they should teleport here soon." Cal calmly spoke as he looked toward the open door flap that was letting cold air in. He could see the snow-covered empty plains. It was one of the few flat areas on this dangerous mountain range, and the place they had made Captain Zenyu kneel. However, that plain had changed a bit. Miss Rosalind truly is amazing. On both sides of the plain, there were large ice walls. I heard that Miss Watira helped as well, Calnim, but the magic circles inside those ice walls were done by Miss Rosalind and the mages. "That is true," Cal calmly commented. "Those are not walls but weapons, siege weapons at that." Cal shook his head as if he really couldn't control Rosalind. He then pointed to the entrance as he spoke to Choi Han. "It's cold. Let's close it." He then turned his gaze. Hey, there was someone on the ground completely bound. It was Kendall, who could not even look at Cal properly. "What is the holy water?" He closed his mouth at Cal's question. Cal asked one more time. "It's the world tree, isn't it?" Kendall flinched. "Smile." Cal smiled brightly as he commented. "It's obvious, so just tell me." He then quietly added on. "If you wish to live, that is." Of course, Cal had no plans on killing Kendall. He had many uses for this bastard. Kendall's pupils were shaking nonstop. Cal relaxed in this cozy tent as he waited for the subjugation squad to arrive.